In the old diary entries of one villager, there was a story about how one day a new resident came to the village. The expression on his face was not conducive to friendship. His eyes were angry, as if something very terrible had happened to him in his life. Many did not want him to live here, but one of them did not think so. The man was good-natured, so he accepted the stranger. No one could argue with him because he held the position of elder of the village. Exactly 3 days had passed since the young man settled in their village. The guy was so quiet that sometimes many forgot about his existence. But after some time, a couple of curious residents began to show interest in the stranger. But nothing changed, so a week passed, then another 10 days from the arrival of the stranger. After a little more than 10 days, they found out what the stranger was doing there. The children peeped through the fence and told them that, as it turned out, the stranger trained with a sword every day. It all looked as if this guy had a whole baggage of stories behind him that he stubbornly wanted to forget. A month passed. The young man continued to train stubbornly in the yard, and although he was not visible, now he made at least some sounds. At this rate, all the whole village did was talk about this guy and what he was doing in his yard. Some even said that he was preparing to take revenge on someone, while others said that he was a fallen knight or some famous mercenary. As time went on, more and more hype arose. But not everyone was interested. At least everyone was thinking about going and watching this guy train and what he managed to learn in half a year of daily training. Everyone who tried not to think about the guy at one point still thought about going and checking how fast and strong he became and what sword techniques he managed to master during this time. But one of them was completely disappointed the next day when he came to watch the young man's training. To the villagers who knew nothing about swordsmanship, the young man might seem incredible, but one of them had seen a couple of knights in his life, so he immediately realized that this guy was far from what he was trying to make himself out to be. Although the man understood that this guy must have some reasons not to stop, they are so compelling that they torment the soul and inflame the heart. Based on what he saw, one could say with confidence that the youth had not figured out how to resolve them. In any case, whatever it was, the man thought that he was just a stupid guy, whom he would quickly forget about. After some time, a new family appeared in the village, a retired mercenary, his son and daughter. The daughter's name was Rima. She was incredibly beautiful because her smile turned her into a real angel, so the man decided to start a conversation with her. In his diary, the man tried to write down everything important, so he wrote about this girl. But suddenly his consciousness itself decided to write a few words about the stranger who had been training for 3 years. As a result, he courted Rima for 2 whole years, and in the end she agreed to become his wife. On such days, he needed nothing more to be happy. However, as strange as it may sound, that guy, with whom he has nothing in common, still continues to appear in his thoughts. 5 years of training is quite a long time. While others live, rejoice, get angry, or sad, and look for their happiness, he still indifferently waves his sword day after day. So the man decided that from tomorrow, he will watch him every day. He continued to do this, and along the way he and Rima had a child, a beautiful daughter named Lola, and all the villagers came to congratulate them. But the young man at that moment continued to train anyway. Almost 8 years have passed since then. About 15 years passed, and one day the man simply got tired of walking around and checking if the guy was training, because his training had become such a natural process for them. And in the end, the man's whole life passed in such a slow stream. Now he had a grandson who woke him up every morning, and the daughter, who regularly asked her little son not to touch his grandfather. One day Lola asked her son not just to calm down, but to go and start getting ready because they would soon be leaving, which made the man a little nervous. Lola told him that there was no need to worry, because they were going to the market in a neighboring village and invited him to go with them. But the man decided to refuse. He wanted to stay at home for a while. He watched his daughter and grandson leave, and suddenly the thought came to him that it would actually be nice for him to take a walk around the village, because he hadn't done that for a long time. The weather was simply wonderful. The man walked with great pleasure and thought about his own things. By that time, he had already become the new elder of the village, so all the residents were incredibly happy to see him. There was only one thing in his thoughts: that many years had passed and everything around had changed. The village had become different. The inhabitants had changed, but one place still remained unchanged. About 30 years had passed since the stranger came to them, but the man still decided to look over the fence again and see what was going on there. But as soon as he looked over the fence, he immediately had to open the doors and run into the territory. He jumped up so quickly because the stranger was sitting with his eyes wide open, and at the same time he was holding the sword in his hands, which shocked the man. And for some time he could not tear his eyes away from this picture. But then he finally took action. He laid the man on the ground and closed his eyes. Looking at him, the elder understood that most likely the stranger would not open his eyes again in this world. So he decided to wish him to find himself in a good place. After these words, the boy woke up in horror. This is the dream he had. The Pereira estate is located in the southern part of the Heir kingdom and is a famous trading place that connects several nearby kingdoms. According to a local knight, Baron Pereira's students are the most popular people here. Princess Curlia was especially popular here. She was only 11 years old, but she had already received the official status of a witch. He told all this to the young knight so that he would understand how rare and valuable witches are. According to the knight, the sorcerers are not even comparable to the bunch of magicians who are in the magic tower, but the other knight thought that it was not so interesting, considering the fact that they have an eldest son, the prince. The older knight began to tell his colleague that he should watch his language when he said such things, because he believed that the new knight was not from here and should learn a lot about their lands. Although from the reaction of this knight, it was clear that he did not care at all and he continued to laugh. Princess Curlia is indeed a celebrity, but the Pereira's eldest son, Iron, is much more famous. He was nicknamed a lazy aristocrat after he lost his mother at an early age and did nothing until he was 15. He simply slept for days on end, huddled under a blanket, for which he received his nickname. Iron's mother died right before his eyes, so it was understandable. Suddenly, the knight's sweet conversation was interrupted by a rather familiar voice, which slightly frightened the knights. The king's second wife and his daughter Curlia approached them and wanted to know what they were doing there. But the one who got the most angry was Curlia, who wanted to find out from them who gave them permission to make noise at their post. They immediately realized their mistake and immediately bowed before them, although the girl never understood why they would do something for which they would later have to apologize. So this time, she decided to teach them a lesson, and according to her, apologies would not help. She wanted them to tell her themselves how they were going to answer for their mistakes. Her mother asked the girl to calm down a little because the woman was sure that these knights did not do this on purpose. She assured her daughter that this would be enough because she was sure that they had already realized their mistake and would not do it again. The knights immediately agreed, after which the woman added that she, of course, did not know what they were talking about, but she would like to recommend that they focus on the service and not on chatter. At this point, they finished and left, and the knights could finally breathe a sigh of relief because the second wife and Curlia were very insidious women who immediately made you shudder, which could not be said about the prince, who at that moment was very angry because he could not fall asleep. Usually Iron is already asleep at this time, or rather he is always asleep, but today, incredibly strange thoughts are creeping into his head. But everything changed when the guy had that strange dream. It seemed as if it was reality. The salty taste in my mouth from fatigue and the screaming pain in my muscles feel all too real. What bothered Iron the most was that his body was itching so much that it was even difficult for him to stand. All these thoughts in his condition made him call the butler, who immediately arrived and wanted to ask the guy what he wanted. Iron thought for a bit but finally made up his mind and said that from that day on, he wanted to train with a sword. Judging by the butler's reaction, it was incredibly unexpected for him, so he decided to ask the guy again if he had heard him correctly. As a result, on the same day, the lazy Prince Iron went out to the training ground, where there were many people even without him. His appearance raised many questions and discussions because usually it is difficult to even catch his face. But here he appeared in person. At that moment, the butler was telling Iron that each sword has its own characteristics depending on its size, shape, and length. But he does not understand the art of wielding a sword, so if the guy waits a little, they will bring him a good expert in fencing. Iron thought for a moment and told his butler that it was a waste of time, and besides, he had already made his decision and chosen a sword that would suit him perfectly. When Iron reached for the sword he saw in his dream, the other knights could barely contain their laughter. One of them even asked him to pinch him to make sure that it was definitely not a dream. While the knights were chatting and arguing among themselves, the butler tried to convince the boy that this sword was too big for him, and it would be nice if he chose some smaller blade. Iron decided not to respond to these words. He simply did something that made them all shut up and just look at him. The boy picked up a sword that was as big as he was, and it was incredibly surprising that a boy like Iron could lift such a huge blade without the help of others. He didn't stop there and continued his training, trying to land at least some good punch. But absolutely everyone who watched the guy understood that things couldn't get any worse, and if he wanted to become a swordsman, he would have to train a lot. On the other hand, they thought that it was not at all surprising that a lazy person who just sleeps all day would not succeed. But even in that case, his stance for the first time was not bad. The discussions had clearly gone in the wrong direction, and one of the courtiers believed that the incentive for the prince to begin training was the young Lord Chiron, who was from a neighboring estate, who had openly disgraced the prince last month. That day, the prince did not answer Chiron, and everyone thought that he simply endured everything, although for them this was also quite logical, because in principle, he was not capable of anything. At this point, they decided to end their mockery of Iron and suggested in the end that his infatuation would last no more than half an hour. The guy's butler heard everything perfectly well, and it was incredibly disgusting for him to watch them discuss the prince behind his back. In any case, he continued to inform the little prince that mastering the art of the sword required daily, grueling training, and therefore he believed that it would be very difficult for him to cope on his own. And to help him, he insisted on finding the boy a talented swordsman so that he could start training from tomorrow. But Iron continued to ignore him. The guy's head was filled with thoughts only about how with every swing, the muscles of his arms and whole body were literally screaming from the tension. Although what was most important was that even though his body was screaming for the guy to stop, his soul at that moment became so calm, and for a few moments he forgot about all his problems and simply enjoyed life. Repeating over and over again what he had seen in his dream, he gradually began to feel the heaviness in his chest weaken. With each swing, his hateful memories and the burden that lay on his shoulders seemed to evaporate, and at one point he realized that he simply could not stop, and he wanted to work with the sword constantly. But at one point, his thoughts were interrupted by the butler, who still managed to stop the guy, even if it was for a second. But he finally came to his senses. The man tried to convey to the boy that it was already evening and it was time for them to go back. Iron looked at him with a surprised look, because he didn't even understand how it happened that he studied until the evening without stopping. But before he could answer the man, he simply fainted. He only managed to say that he had practically no more strength left. He looked into the distance and saw how the sun was really setting, so he simply did not understand why the butler was standing next to him and waiting. But the man assured him that he simply had no right to leave him and go somewhere. Besides, Iron did not react to his words at all. After these words, he decided to tell the guy that training was of course good, but it seemed to him that in the future he should try not to overexert himself. Iron agreed with him, although he told the man that he would hardly do it again. The next day, Iron screamed in pain. His muscles and even some of the large bones hurt so much that he was once again convinced that he would never take a sword into his hands again. It seemed to him that he would not be able to fall asleep again and would suffer all night. But 5 minutes later, he saw his 10th dream. A couple of days later, the boy developed a great appetite. Lately, he had hardly eaten, but now his portions can be compared to those of adults. The butler looked at all this and could not get used to such a picture, but he could not help but like it. So he wanted to ask the guy, or would he go to train again today? From that day on, the strange dream continued to haunt him, and in order to get rid of the itching in his body, he decided to continue training. It turned out that when he swings a sword, there are no unnecessary thoughts in his head, and there is benefit from training, so he believed that he was doing all this for a reason. Several knights, standing guard at the castle, discussed the fights that would take place today in the training arena. They argued a little about who would win, because they had a newcomer who was on everyone's lips. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by an old man who approached rather unnoticed and wanted to ask the knights how he could get to the training ground. But before answering the old man, the knights decided to ask him who he was, since he was heading there, to which the man answered them that he was a knight, and as a swordsman, he wanted to visit this estate and at the same time take a look at the site. He realized that they were asking this for a reason, so immediately after his words he said that he had permission, but the knights told him that this was already unnecessary. They only asked him to wait until their shift ended, and then they would take him to the site. Besides, they themselves were going there. As soon as they entered this area, they immediately noticed the prince, who, according to the other guys, had been training for the 4th day in a row. As it turned out, the knights had an argument, and one of them won because he believed that the prince would last longer than half an hour. For them, all this was so surprising, although they still believed that the main trigger for these trainings was the son of Viscount Chiron, who had greatly disgraced the prince. But in any case, in their opinion, the guy's persistence would last for about another week. While these gossips were talking among themselves and continuing to place bets, the guy was being watched closely by the same old man who introduced himself as a knight. He looked at Iron and thought that in fact, the boy was doing quite well, and in his opinion, the boy was definitely not wasting his time. However, even in this case, his skill level was no good, According to his observations, the guy was so weak that he could barely hold a sword in his hands, and as for his endurance, the situation was even worse. The old man had heard that it was all because of a grudge against a young lord from a neighboring estate, and even if that was the case, the old man was convinced that one could not approach swordsmanship so frivolously with such indecent intentions. Suddenly, their thoughts were interrupted when a huge griffin appeared in the sky, raising a very strong wind. It featured Mrs. Curlia Pereira, who had flown to the training ground specifically to see her brother. The griffin is a creature from legends that does not exist in reality. The body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, the skin as strong as steel. And just one look from him made his opponents tremble with fear. To create an animal with your own hands and then infuse it with energy to bring it to life, such is the ability of the sorceress Curlia Pereira. And before continuing her business, she first wanted to talk to the knights, among whom was someone unfamiliar to her, and the old man had to introduce himself as a wandering knight. But she didn't care at all. She continued to talk about how they were the ones who were busy with other things at their post during their last meeting, and since it was now working hours, she didn't understand why they weren't at their post. To which the eldest of the knights replied that they had literally just finished their shift, and that the guards, who were on afternoon shift, were already on duty, so according to him, they had done nothing to cause problems. However, these words made Curlew even more angry, who thought that he was arguing with her, and she also thought that since their shift was over, they should immediately begin their training and not go around and wag their tongues. But suddenly her scream was interrupted by Iron, who wanted to ask his sister what had suddenly happened that she had flown here. It was immediately obvious that she was embarrassed, but she still made up her mind and told the guy to immediately stop doing useless nonsense. He didn't answer her. Iron just turned around and decided to continue doing what he was doing before. He took the sword in his hands and continued to swing it as he thought was right. Curlia's anger was off the charts, and she started yelling at him because she was angry that the guy had made up the idea that sword art was so easy, and he was the one who had just been sleeping in his room for several years. And now he suddenly decided to wave his sword a little and expects that everything in life can change. He wasn't going to answer her and simply ignored every word. So Curlia decided to tell him that his sword skills were worse than even a novice knight. Her screams and hysteria were again interrupted by the queen, who asked the girl to calm down and not yell at her brother. After which, she asked him not to disturb her brother and to come to her. At this point, the sister's performance ended and she and her mother left. Finally, the woman wanted to tell the guy only that he began to look much better, but she would really like to ask him not to overdo it and take care of himself. At that moment, the old man played the role of a spectator who was closely watching what was happening. Now he finally saw that very Curlew, about whom there are many rumors and not in vain, because in his opinion, the girl was like a blast wave that suddenly doused from head to toe. But all this was not as interesting as continuing to watch the boy, whose concentration had not wavered, considering everything that had just happened to him. So he decided that it would be quite good to watch the young man for a few days. That evening, the butler noticed Curlia trying to enter her brother's room and scared her a little. He suggested that it would be better for the girl to come to him tomorrow, since he was most likely sleeping now, but she assured him that she did not care, since she had urgent business with him. The butler decided to clarify whether this matter could not wait until tomorrow morning, which had already begun to anger Curlew, because she assumed that the man had decided to contradict her. The man immediately thought that he had clearly said too much because incredible pressure was hanging over him. Curlia stopped using her magic and finally told him that if he suddenly told anyone about what happened, the consequences for him would be dire. Iron was sleeping in the meantime, but suddenly his sleep was interrupted when he heard a strange melody. And when he woke up, he saw a strange creature that created this melody. But apparently it played the role of an alarm clock, which was supposed to wake the guy up and then draw his attention to the letter that was lying near his foot. Iron immediately opened it and began to read. There was a small apology from his sister, who said that she was sorry for what she did to him, and in order to make it easier for him to forgive her, she decided to give him a musical doll, which in her opinion would help him relax. And at the end of the letter, Curlia only wanted to ask the guy not to tell his mother about this, because she asked her not to disturb her brother. Iron felt so good knowing that his mother and sister were so worried about him, while he had been lying in bed like a nobody for over 10 years, which made him feel a little ashamed. The prince's training is clearly doing him good, because today he even decided to eat with his whole family, something he hadn't done for a long time. While they were eating, the guy decided to thank his family members for being so kind to him, because even though he was doing nothing but lying in bed, they were still with him. According to him, he used to be quite ashamed to say this, But now he wanted to remind them that he loved them very much and he would like to ask for forgiveness for the troubles they caused. To which his father immediately told him that the guys should not say that because they also loved him very much. And since they were already talking, the father wanted to talk to Iron about the fact that he had recently focused his attention on fencing. He believed that training was a commendable thing, but the father still asked him not to overdo it. Iron assured him that he was fine, but his father still asked him to take short breaks from training, although the boy thought that compared to the training he saw in his dream, his training was just a trifle. About a month had passed since then, but the prince still continued to train hard, not missing a single day, although there were people who still believed that sooner or later he would reach his limit. Also, an old man began to be noticed on the training ground who, according to one of the guards, received permission to enter here, so he is here quite legally. But they were more interested in why he was needed here at all. If he was an overseer, then what was he even watching? It was the old man's 10th day of observing Iron, and at first he thought that his motivation for learning the art of the sword was only inferiority complexes and pride. That's why it seemed to him that this guy wouldn't last long, but in fact his judgments were incorrect. A lazy aristocrat, the old man heard that this nickname was given to him because he was lazy, but as a person who had never done any physical exercise in his life, he tirelessly continues to train without a single dislike on his face, and this certainly does not look like a lazy person. According to the old man, the boy spent day after day with the attitude of a craftsman who forges iron, and does so without any hesitation, as if he had been living at this pace for decades. Looking through his entire life, he could not remember anyone with such a will as this guy. But suddenly he realized that it really does not matter how great a hero is. Such an iron will accumulates only at a fairly mature age, and he had a boy in front of his eyes. And now a question arose in the old man's head. If Iron continues to learn fencing and reveals his potential, then he will most likely be able to reach incredible heights. After these thoughts, he decided to talk to the local security guard and ask him one question. He was talking about the prince who was training at that moment. He wanted to know why Iron didn't have a personal trainer. According to the guard, the owner of the estate just recently said that he would soon assign a fencing master to the prince. He was trying so hard, and it would be a shame to leave him without proper supervision. At that moment, the old man became interested in finding out who they were going to hire as a teacher. And if the guard understood correctly, the teacher would be the knight Orn Zukran. But as soon as the old man heard about this, he immediately shouted that this could not be allowed to happen. The knight, like no one else, understood that such a precious child could never be entrusted to a scoundrel who guzzled buckets of alcohol the day before regular training, and then yelled at the soldiers. The old man immediately realized that from that moment on, he needed to hurry so as not to let the boy's talent go to waste. And in order to prevent this from happening, he decided that he needed to immediately meet with the owner of the estate. He managed to quickly arrange a meeting with Iron's father, to whom he told everything as it really was. The man could not even imagine that his son really had such enormous potential. The Chronos Fencing Academy is the best academy on the entire continent, which selects only talented people, regardless of gender, nationality, and status. It is enough to become its official student, so that he will already begin to be treated much more respectfully than ordinary aristocrats. This place is famous for its reputation, which is higher than that of the Royal Academy, and the man understood this. But he also realized that the greatness of Chrono is commensurate with the level of difficulty of entering it, and it is incredibly easy to fly out of there. Just one mistake, and that will be the end of training in that place. That is why he was not sure that his son would be able to withstand training in that place. And in order to check this, he called his son to him and told him everything. But the man immediately told him that he would not insist on this, and if Iron suddenly did not want to, then he would just have to say, and that's it. They would immediately close this topic. After all, at the moment, the man is simply telling him about one of the paths, the choice of which is only his. Iron was very surprised that his father would suggest something like this to him, so he asked him to give him a few days so that he could think about it. First of all, he would like to understand whether he would be able to do it himself, because he did not forget that he had lain in his bed for 10 whole years. However, the thought appeared in his head that he was not going to stay in one place his entire life. And as soon as he thought about it, he immediately went to his father to tell the man that he would go to the academy after all. Several days passed from that moment and the guy was already ready to leave. His family came out to see him off. The butler went with him on this journey, who suspected that the guy was leaving the estate for the first time, and he was absolutely right, because before that, the guy had only been outside his room. The butler decided to continue the dialogue in a slightly different direction, handing the guy the thing that Princess Curlia had asked him to give. It was a small sword that the boy really liked, so mentally, he was very grateful to his sister. The road was quite fast and easy. They arrived at the place, and Iron immediately noticed the scale of his new place of study. The butler offered to escort the guy to the entrance, but the guy didn't even let him finish speaking before deciding that he would go there himself. He decided so because he believed that from now on, he was a student, and he needed to get used to acting alone. The man did not argue and could only wish him to achieve excellent results in his studies. Meanwhile, at the entrance, several knights were introducing a boy named Brad Lloyd. He was from the Earl Lloyd family of the Kingdom of Cobera, and according to them, he had received a recommendation from a knight of high reputation named Cole Shady. Upon hearing this, the local knights immediately said that they were greatly honored to meet such a gifted descendant of the Lloyd family, so they immediately opened the door for him and invited him inside. Then Iron approached them, introducing himself as a prince from the baronial family of Pereira. The guy also had a letter of recommendation, which was given to him by the wandering knight Bran Somerville. The guards, to their surprise, began to say that they were incredibly happy to meet the young prince, because it was a great honor for them to meet a representative of his family. They also know the knight Bran Somerville very well, because according to them, he is a great gentleman who led a raid in the mines for several decades, and since he was recommended by such an outstanding person, it means that his successful passing of the exams will be the expected result. Immediately after these words, they let him through, advising him to go straight to the audience, and they also couldn't help but wish him good luck, for which the guy was very grateful to them. After the guy left, they were a little surprised that old Bran decided to write a letter of recommendation to someone. Besides, if they understood correctly, this guy is a negligent aristocrat who is known throughout the kingdom. Before entering the classroom, Iron was a little worried and thought again whether he needed all this. But having collected his thoughts, he nevertheless made a final decision and went inside, where a bunch of aristocrats immediately paid attention to him. Iron immediately noticed that everyone was looking at him with such disdain, but he told himself that he needed to maintain his composure. Suddenly, the attention that was directed at the guy suddenly moved to the stage, where a knight came out, whom even Iron knew. At least he had a fairly familiar face for the guy. Almost immediately after this man came on stage, he decided to greet the 400 students who had managed to pass the preliminary selection. He introduced himself as Ahmed, and according to him, from today on, he would be teaching and evaluating them. Then the man looked around, and among all the students, he saw some rather interesting individuals who clearly aroused his interest. Of course, the second genius of the Lingye family of swordsmen, Ilia, stood out the most, because they said about her that she was much more talented than her older brother, and Amedu was already eager to test this. Brad at that moment also did not take his eyes off the girl, because he sincerely did not understand what Ilia was doing here. What was she missing in life, since she decided to come to this school? He believed that she was the only reason why he might not take the first position in the ranking. Ahmed reminded them once again that they were not students yet, but only preliminary selection students, and he thought that they themselves knew how hard the training was at their academy. But he assured them that if they could pass 2 tough tests and were still present in this place a year later, then they would definitely become real students. But after officially entering the Chronos Academy, even more hell would await them. And when he finally finished speaking, he decided to ask them to leave all their things here and gradually leave this hall. They all went out into the backyard of this academy together, and right after that, the man decided to tell them that there was a place that he would really like to show them. According to him, physical training will take place here, where they will develop the endurance of the heart, lungs, and muscles. The uneven path that surrounds this area is their usual running route, and as soon as he finished, he suddenly jumped up and started running, saying along the way that they would immediately begin an endurance test, and they just needed to run after him. With every second, it seemed that they were starting to run faster and faster. Brad immediately realized that this race was going to be a long one, so he adopted the tactic of maintaining the rhythm. And to do this, he decided to run at the tail end and assess the situation along the way. And as soon as he slowed down a little, he immediately noticed the careless aristocrat. Iron couldn't keep up that pace for long, and Brad was now sure that the guy hadn't been given that nickname for nothing. The prince at that moment was only thinking about how his heart was about to jump out of his chest. It was too hard for him, so it seemed to him that he simply could not run anymore. Gradually, everyone began to move away, and he simply could not take a step. His whole body was shaking, and his legs seemed not to listen to him. However, he was not going to give up just like that, so he decided that he would immediately get up and run as if it was a small trifle for him. Iron only thought that compared to what the man in his dream had gone through, all this was nothing, too easy to overcome. The prince wanted more than anything to be like that man, to be equal in strength to him. And for the sake of this dream, he must do everything to escape from his lazy self. For another teacher who was watching this, it was quite surprising to see Iron continue to run, because it seemed to him that this guy would be the first to stop and would clearly not last long. But after taking a closer look, the man immediately came to the conclusion that something was clearly wrong with the guy. At some point, he became really ill, but the teacher who was watching all this managed to save him in time. He carefully laid the boy on the ground and, looking at him, thought that Iron had definitely not fallen from simple fatigue, but as it seemed to him at that moment, from complete exhaustion. In other words, the boy had squeezed out of himself all the strength he could find. But because of this, he became even more interested in learning as much as possible about this young man. When Iron finally came to his senses, he realized that he was in a completely different place, although it seemed that he had just been in the backyard of the academy and running with everyone. Suddenly, he was interrupted by some strange man who wanted to tell the guy not to worry about his health because he was completely fine, and his name was Lun Tarhal, and according to him, he was an instructor as well as the head of the rehabilitation department. Iron didn't know what to say in response to all these words, so he decided to just thank him. But the man was not one of the modest ones, because he immediately told the guy that, in fact, he was obliged to thank him, because if it weren't for him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to survive. He also decided to add to the boy that something told him that they would see each other often. Iron was a little upset by these words, so the man had to say that he was actually joking and that he shouldn't take everything so seriously. And in order to somehow distract the guy, he decided to hand him a small scroll, which he asked the guy to read carefully. When Iron opened it, the man explained that this was the ranking of students based on the results of the first test. And he also immediately added that there was no need to worry about this test, since the midterm assessment, unlike the final one, does not greatly affect official admission to the academy. The first test was needed to roughly determine the level of endurance of the students who got into the preliminary selection, and by a lucky chance, Iron took the last place. But the main thing was that he managed not to fly out on the very first day. The man laughed at him and said that the higher the place, the happier the soul, but the lower, the stronger the incentive to try harder. So he wanted to cheer the guy up a little, but suddenly he stopped doing it. After all, looking at the guy, the man immediately thought that he probably didn't really need this, and now he was sure that the rumors about his eccentricity were not lying. So he decided that since the guy wasn't sad about it, he then urgently needed to go to class, because no one had the right to skip class on the very first day. The first lesson was taught by a rather cheerful teacher. At least it seemed that way when he greeted all the pre-selection students. He was glad that they were all cheerful and full of energy today, after which he introduced himself. His name was Karaka, and he was one of the instructors who were responsible for their training. He then presented them with their schedule, which was incredibly tight until 7 o'clock in the evening. After 7 o'clock in the evening, they would have free time, and from that day on, all the outdoor areas, the indoor gym and other places for training would be available to them, so anyone who wanted to could use them. Iron was very happy to hear this, because he was sure that tonight he would be able to pick up the sword again and train a little. But then his joy was interrupted when he heard from Teacher Carrick that from that day on, all training with weapons was prohibited. After class, several boys walked together and talked about how, in fact, some of the lessons seemed quite boring to them. Some even almost fell asleep while listening to all of this. They thought that they were just being told a bunch of words, the meaning of which was not clear to everyone, and that's why they were bored. But free time came, so they were finally able to come to the very training hall that they had been told about in class. At first glance, they realized that it was quite spacious and that they would definitely like it there. The guys were a little surprised that absolutely everyone started working so hard from the first day. Although on the other hand, they were almost sure that their enthusiasm would disappear after a couple of days. Brad didn't listen to what the guys were telling him because he saw a rather interesting picture. There was Ilia Lindsay, who also stubbornly continued to train. Now the guy was sure that the rumors about her were, on the contrary, downplayed, because he understood that as soon as he looked, a feeling of some strange pressure immediately appeared. Thoughts immediately appeared in his head that the other students were simply not her equal, and standing next to her, he began to feel inferior, because in his opinion, they were on different levels. They just stood and looked at her as if she were some kind of exhibit and did not understand where she got such a physique from, although she was clearly a year younger than them. But their attention was not riveted for long, because then they noticed a careless aristocrat who was also in the room and trying to study. They found him a bit funny, although they did not deny the fact that people can change, even though he started quite late. Looking at the guy, they literally waited for him to lose consciousness again, but Iron at that moment tried not to pay attention to them and simply continued to train hard. Their taunts were interrupted by Brad, who told them that there was no point in wasting their time, so he asked them to pack up and leave. On the way, Brad also noticed another competitor of his, who was a commoner named Judith. He didn't like her much because she managed to displace the guy from the second position in the ranking, so he believed that she had to sweat a lot to get into the academy. However, from that moment on, he decided that he would never again allow someone like her to steal his place. Then suddenly, Judith interrupted his thoughts when she turned around and started yelling at him that she was already fed up with him because he was constantly staring at her. Brad was a little unprepared for what she was saying to him at all, but the girl repeated to him once again that she was currently looking into his eyes and not someone else's, and besides, he was preventing her from concentrating, so she politely asked him to leave for now. But as soon as she finished speaking, other students immediately stood up for Brad and began to tell her that the gentleman standing in front of her was a noble lord from the Lloyd Earl family and that she was a nobody compared to him, so they wanted her to apologize and behave more civilly in the future. Judith had no intention of doing this. Moreover, standing next to these guys, it immediately seemed to her that they smelled very strongly. Apparently, they were eating spoiled food together. They continued arguing until the girl asked them to shut their mouths immediately because she wanted to listen. Brad didn't understand where she was looking until he turned around and saw. The thing is that Ilia approached Iron to ask him to spare some time and talk to her. Iron was as surprised as the others and didn't fully understand what the girl was going to tell him. But when she finished speaking, something dawned on him, after which she left without saying another word, and the guy could only watch her go. And when he turned around, he saw how almost everyone in the room focused their attention on the guy and tried to hear what she said to him. But both Brad and Judith heard nothing, and they felt a little bad about it. Iron didn't pay any attention to this, and so he decided to just continue practicing. He did this until Judith approached him, and she was clearly not as friendly as she would have liked. She immediately told him that she didn't need anything from him, and she just wanted him to tell her about what they had just talked about with Elijah. The guy didn't think that it would cause such interest, because Ilia simply explained to him how to bench press the barbell correctly, but Judith was not going to believe it, and for now she asked the guy nicely to tell her the truth. But the guy was telling her the truth, and he had nothing to add, after which she decided to ask him if they had seen each other before, to which he confidently replied that today they had spoken to her for the first time. At this point her interrogation ended, and all she told him in the end was that he should make his face simpler, otherwise she had the feeling that he was being mocked. Iron didn't understand at all why she suddenly pestered him, but in any case, he decided that it didn't matter now and he needed to continue training. But before he could make even one approach, he was interrupted by Brad, who said that he became curious to know what they had talked about with Elijah and Judith. Exactly a month has passed since that day, and some of the guys are already pretty tired because the same thing happens to them every day in their lives. During this time, Iron and Ilia were even able to become friends a little. The girl helped the guy with training, which is why he made noticeable progress. Brad just watched them the whole time and thought that he should concentrate on himself and not pay any attention to those two. After all, he understood that in fact he would never be able to get Ilia, and he was sure that this time too, she would be able to take first place in the ranking. As for Iron, the opinion about him was exactly the opposite. Brad believed that he was not capable of anything and that Iron would soon be kicked out of the academy. Besides, he was almost certain that this guy had been pushed here by someone. And as for rivalry, Brad didn't even consider him a competitor, in his opinion. The guy didn't give up only because his name supported him, and ridicule serves as his motivation, so his goal is second place. But there was another person on Brad's tail who was getting on his nerves. Judith was famous at this school for her cruelty to training. She came here every day before everyone else, but the guys did not worry about her, because they thought that since she was a commoner, she had to work twice as hard. Although Brad didn't think so, he was torn apart from the inside by the situation that was happening around him. So he ordered his friends to run after him immediately, but it was immediately obvious that they were definitely not ready. Then Brad repeated the same thing to them and added that if they were tired and not capable of more, they could go home. But if they wanted to achieve something, they should squeeze out every last drop of strength and try to catch up with him. The teachers of the academy, after 3 months of training, saw the same picture that could be observed every year. Many of the guys were already exhausted, but this year, there were still some worthy students that they paid attention to. And they spoke first of all about the outstanding trio, Elijah, Brad, and Judy, who still adhere to self-discipline. But this time, they had a fourth candidate, whom everyone had long since stopped calling negligent, because Iron's tenacity could only be envied. A few days later, all the students of the academy were told that the time for the midterm assessment was approaching. According to the instructor, they would have their own route, and all that was required of them was to run it in a limited time. Many guys, looking at this route, thought that it was simply unrealistic to overcome it, and even more so to do it in a limited time. But the teacher thought that since they had been learning running and swimming for 4 months, it would be a piece of cake for them. And besides, the evaluation system was quite simple. It didn't matter what place they took. The main thing was to finish within the allotted time. And also, the first 5 who cross the finish line will be personally presented with awards by the head of the academy. They believed that this should be a good motivation for them. And since they all heard him, he reminded them that the exam would take place in 10 days at 9 in the morning. Until that moment, classes would be canceled and they could use all the time at their own discretion. Brad immediately thought that Elijah would most likely come first, followed by him or Judith. So he was almost certain that even in the worst-case scenario, nothing would prevent him from entering the top 5. After the announcement, Judith immediately went to the gym, where she managed to set a new personal record, which raised her spirits, and so she decided that she could return home. But suddenly she noticed Iron, who was also in the hall at that moment. The girl didn't just look at him, she thought that Iron had once again pushed himself to the limit. She immediately noticed that his physical indicators had increased significantly compared to those they had when he entered. Sometimes she just didn't understand how he could squeeze so much out of himself, doing it every day. This angered the girl at some point, because she began to think that her will was weaker than that of the negligent aristocrat, which forced her to immediately prove the opposite. The instructor stood to the side and said that this year, approximately 30 people would complete this route. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by the head of the academy, who heard the number they were talking about and decided to point out that they were quite generous. Ian, that was the name of the head of the academy, and he went down because he decided not to repeat last year's mistakes and wanted to see everything with his own eyes, rather than listen to other people's stories. After which he decided to meet the new instructor personally, whose name was Aiden, and as soon as they introduced themselves to each other, Chrono decided to ask his signature question, in which he wanted to know from Aiden how old he thought he was. Aiden said about 55 years, and this answer made the old man laugh, because he was actually almost a century old. Chronos decided to notice that the atmosphere in the hall was not the same as it was last year, and it seemed to him that this was all the result of good teaching. Aiden decided to draw Chronos' attention to the second nugget of the Linja family of swordsmen. According to him, she is incredibly smart and talented, as befits members of her family, and up to this point she took first place in all subjects. But Chronos thought that she was just a poor child who would do well to choose her own path because he didn't understand why she should cling to what others had chosen for her. After which he noticed Judith, who in his opinion was clearly overloading herself, and he offered to stop her. But according to Aiden, they had already tried to do this. But she refused and did not even want to listen to them. But Chronos believed that they should stop her anyway, because in his opinion, it would be a great pity for them if such a talent were to ruin itself, although he had no doubt that she certainly had a reason to try so hard. To begin with, he decided to talk to her a little, and for this he came closer to her. The teachers thought that he would definitely be able to stop her, but their conversation was incredibly short, and the girl continued studying again. After which, Chrono approached the instructors and said that this girl was an incredibly stubborn child who told him that she would stop only when she heard a good reason. The old man didn't stop there and wanted to know where Iron Pereira was. The old man approached the guy and they talked for about 30 minutes for sure. After which Chronos told his teachers to leave the boy and not touch him, because according to him, now his mind dominates his body and it would be better if he himself decides to stop. After some time, Iron finally gave in and went to his room to rest. He lay there and thought about how many unusual things had happened in the last few days. It was especially interesting for him to watch how the guys who ignored and mocked him began to pay attention to him. But most of all, he would like to know why Ilia was helping him at all, because it seemed to him that she was clearly not the type who would do something out of sympathy. In any case, he decided that he needed to stop thinking and get some sleep in order to regain his strength as soon as possible and start training again. As soon as he fell asleep, he began to have a dream that he had not seen for quite a long time. The guy thought that of course this was not his mother's hug, but he still felt very warm and pleasant. But suddenly this dream was interrupted when he saw that dream with the sword again. Iron immediately wanted to come closer, but suddenly the woman who was hugging him grabbed his hand and seemed to ask the guy not to go there. The boy, in response to this, thanked the woman and told her that now he should continue on his way on his own. As soon as Iron woke up, he immediately left his room to come to the start of the route. Many of the guys immediately noticed him and said that he irritated them quite a lot, and they were so sorry that they wouldn't be evaluated individually. Otherwise, Iron would have definitely screwed up. Brad was only thinking about the fact that Judith had been working hard for the last few days and was in a bad state right now. Given this, he was almost certain that if he kept his guard up, second place was in his pocket. It was 5 minutes to 9. Very little time remained before the start of the exam, and the teacher decided to remind them once again about the rules of midterm assessment. The route consists of 4 stages, each with an instructor. Only after completing a stage, they can move on to the next one. He also decided to repeat that for the assessment, it was only important to fit into the allotted time, so he asked not to let others confuse him. Now they only needed to show what progress they had been able to achieve in the past time. The first floor was a bench press, which Ilia handled quite quickly. There were no surprises for Brad here. He understood from the very beginning that at this stage he had no chance. In any case, his goal is second place, so he just needed to complete this stage as soon as possible, and it seemed to him that no one else could handle it yet. But he changed his mind abruptly when he turned his attention to Iron, who was performing the exercises at this stage at the same speed as Ilia, and perhaps even faster. Brad, seeing this, still continued to convince himself that the guy was weak and that soon his strength would disappear and he simply would not be able to pass the next stages. After a few minutes, Ilia was able to complete the first stage, and thus she is the first to begin the second. But a few seconds later, they announced the second student who was able to pass the first stage, and it was Iron. Everyone around didn't pay much attention to this, because they were sure that the guy wouldn't be able to reach the end. Iron's head was filled with nothing but concentration. He paid absolutely no attention to their laughter and did only what was required of him at the time. Although in fact, even the guy himself was a little shocked by his body, he immediately noticed that something had changed in it, and it was literally burning. And in his head, there was not even a hint that this was his limit. So the guy was convinced that he was doing everything at his own pace. He understood that he needed to move faster because his current speed was not enough. He had to be more agile. At this rate, he had already completed the second stage, which one of the instructors announced with great surprise. The other guys didn't understand what was going on at all because they were still in the first stage and lifting weights. Judith, hearing this, also decided to speed up, so it would not be surprising if she was the third one to finish the first stage. Iron, meanwhile, smoothly moved on to the third stage, which consisted of long-distance running. At one point, he felt a strange feeling inside himself. His head was literally bursting with thoughts that he wanted to remove Elijah from his path. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when they were both overtaken by Judith, who completed the second stage in record time. At that moment, Judith herself was thinking only about the fact that she would never lose and would do everything possible to remain first. After all, she couldn't forget what it cost her to get into this academy. Many people said that she was doing all this in vain. After all, she wasn't even from an aristocratic family. They talked about her as if she was the person who had forgotten what reality really was, and that sooner or later she would lose. But she considered herself more than a worthy opponent. After all, she worked like hell to get into this academy, so she was going to do everything possible to prove it. With these thoughts, she ran to the third stage, where she had to show her swimming skills. But here she was no longer so strong, and Ilia was able to catch up with her. Watching the girl overtake her, Judith realized that she had apparently jumped above her head, but she still did not believe that she really could not succeed. Suddenly it became so difficult for her that her strength simply left her, and she passed out, and so she began to rapidly sink to the bottom. It seemed that the girl would drown completely, but she came to her senses when Iron was already pulling her along with him. But even in this case, she continued to shout at him to let her go, although the guy begged her to calm down because they were almost at the shore. As soon as they were at the shore, Teacher Aiden ran up to them and told the boy that he could continue on his route and he would take care of the girl, which Iron eventually did. As time went by, the exam came to an end, and many of the guys were very upset because no matter how hard they tried, in the end they still failed. But Teacher Aiden assured them that there was no point in getting upset because there was another test ahead of them, and compared to the first one, its criteria for passing were much more lenient. so he was sure that if the guys did not give up, they would definitely pass it. The instructors were very pleased, because this year, there were many more students who managed to pass this test. Aiden even thought that this year everything would be different, because of course a lot of talent had arrived to them, but even he did not expect that the main hero of this day would be Iron. Although he ended up in 34th place out of 35, he still saved Judith and still made it to the finish line. Although most of the students still considered him a loser who decided to stand out during the exam and show how kind he was. But on the other hand, one of them was glad that Iron did exactly that, because thanks to this, he was able to finish 5th, and thus will be one of those guys who will receive an award from the leader. It was one of Brad's friends who personally decided to congratulate him. This guy immediately noted that, in fact, if it weren't for Mr. Lloyd, then he definitely wouldn't have succeeded, although Brad believed that he hadn't done anything like that, and the guy had achieved everything himself. Brad himself, although he took 2nd place, had only one thought in his head. With his current abilities, at the level that Iron showed today, he clearly should think about the fact that this guy will soon become better than him. He was also well aware of the fact that if Judith had distributed her forces correctly, he would have come in 4th at best. The next day, Iron had already started running training, because it was at this stage that he lost to Judith. These were not easy training sessions, and the guy immediately understood this, but he was definitely not going to give up. Suddenly, his classes were interrupted by Ilia, who wanted to ask the guy why he did exactly that. She simply didn't understand why it was necessary to do it this way, because he would definitely have come in at least 2nd at the finish line. Iron didn't know how to answer her, so he said that in fact, at that moment, it seemed to him that he simply had no choice, and that he had to do only this way and no other. Ilia thought he was talking complete nonsense, because she was sure that the instructors would have helped Judith and there was no need for him to interfere at all. And therefore, for such a stupid reason, he spat on the award of the head of the academy, who is considered the best on the entire continent. And she also did not forget to remind him that because of this act, he also lost the ability to strike back at everyone who mocked him and looked down on him. Iron thought for a bit and decided to ask the girl if she knew that he was nicknamed a careless aristocrat. Without waiting for an answer from her, he began to tell her that in the past, he had felt as if he had been in a swamp for a long time, and it seemed to him that he had a reason that would help him justify it, so he did not even try to get out. In the end, his pathetic little guy was brought out by his beloved family. Thanks to the help of a couple of people, he still managed to rise to the surface, so in the case of Judith, he simply could not pass by, seeing how she gradually drowned. According to him, this was the whole reason why he did it. The guy thought the girl would understand him, but instead she turned around and reminded him that he only picked up a sword last year. And when he confirmed this, she began to talk about how sword art and physical training are two different things. Talent and diligence are necessary in both cases, but in mastering the art of the sword, talent plays an extremely important role, and perhaps because of his prank, he missed the chance to receive instructions personally from the leader himself. Moreover, the girl also wanted to tell him that from this moment on, she would no longer help him. And if suddenly after this, he were to slide down because of the ridicule of those around him, then she could only wish him that in the future he would not regret his choice. After listening to everything she told him, he suddenly decided to ask her a question in which he wanted to know why she had agreed to help him at all. Ilian told him that she just didn't like it when someone chatted about something they themselves were an amateur at. The next day, the results of the midterm assessment were announced. As a result, 35 people passed the first exam, 78 passed the second, and a total of 113 passed. It was also publicly announced that the 5 students who showed the most outstanding results in the first exam would be awarded prizes after a personal conversation with the head of the academy. The leader reminded the teacher that he had forgotten to say something, after which one of the instructors asked student number 313, Iron Pereira, to come up to the podium. When the guy did this, the manager started talking about how rivalry is certainly a fun thing. When you go out of your way to catch up with an opponent who has gotten ahead and not be caught by the one running behind, you can demonstrate amazing abilities. But he also believed that in doing so, one could become too fixated on the result, and then there was a chance of missing something important. However, he was happy to report that Iron Pereira was not like that, because in a situation where a random mistake could have sent him straight to hell, he sacrificed his time and saved his drowning comrade. The leader also did not deny that there could be many opinions regarding what happened, but he and all the instructors agreed that his action had its value, which is why they asked him to go up on stage. Sometime later, Brad was sitting in the manager's office and talking about how he had previously thought too narrowly. But now that he had talked to the manager, it seemed to him that his thinking had changed too much. Chronos believed that the guy shouldn't put himself down so much, because a narrow-minded person wouldn't be able to admit his weaknesses. Although Brad still believed that he was arrogant and stubborn, sticking only to his own methods. But now, on the advice of the leader, in the future, if he meets a person from whom he can learn, he will not miss the chance. This is where their conversation ended, and Chrono, having talked with Brad, believed that the young man was quite talented and clearly understood his position, showing a willingness to overcome his own shortcomings, and he also had excellent leadership skills. He also could not help but notice the stubbornness and self-confidence that is inherent in the highest aristocrats. Chrono believed that Brad would have had a great chance to win first place otherwise. But he knew very well that he was hampered by the fact that too many talented students arrived this year, like Ilia. As soon as she entered his office, she immediately decided to tell him that as a reward, she would really like to spar with him. According to the leader, it was a pretty smart choice, but he really wanted to give her some advice, the gist of which was that she shouldn't let herself be controlled. In his opinion, she should live her own life. He asked her to go home and learn the family sword techniques. It would be much more useful. But the girl continued to insist that she wanted to spar with him, and Chrono understood that it would be rather stupid to expect a different reaction from her. That's why he suggested that she conduct the training right there in the office, because it seemed to him that it was quite spacious, and there would easily be enough space for them. After talking with the girl, there was one last student whose answer interested Chrono the most. It was Iron, who was also given the opportunity to receive a reward from the leader for his deed. But the guy decided that he only needed one piece of advice. He would like to make peace with one person and would like to hear from the old man how he could best do this. He understood that this might sound absurd, but he had no one else to ask for advice. Chrono assured him that the guy had nothing to apologize for. On the contrary, he was pleased that he was such a sincere guy with him, because the man knew very well that the guy did not leave his room until he was 15. And now he lives among his peers, and it is clearly difficult for him to do this. Most likely the guy is completely confused. But he was glad to hear that the guy had managed to get close to someone. So he asked Iron to tell the old man more about what had happened to him. After a few minutes of their conversation, Iron was already very grateful to the old man for helping him so much. Although Chrono admitted that it had been a long time since he had had to give advice that was not related to fencing. But for the old man, it was very unexpected that the guy wanted to make peace with Ilia, although this once again proved that more and more amazing things were happening this year. However, their conversation was not yet over, and the old man suggested that Iron move on to the most important thing. The guy didn't quite understand what the manager was talking about, so he had to explain that he wasn't going to count the little tip as a reward. And so that the guy would understand him correctly, the old man would really like to give instructions regarding training with a sword because in such matters, he is more competent. Iron thought for a few minutes and tried to find in his head the question that was bothering him, but unfortunately he was unable to do so. Nothing simply came to mind. After which he decided to confess to the head that a month before entering the academy, he'd been independently engaged in fencing, so although he was embarrassed to admit it, at the moment he does not understand what he wants. The guy kept apologizing. He was so ashamed, because everyone around him was talking about how amazing it was to get a personal lesson from him, and he didn't even know what to ask him. At one point, his words were interrupted by Chrono, who walked up to the guy and clapped his hands right in front of him. After which the man told the boy that there was no need to constantly apologize, because according to him, a good swordsman should be confident in himself. And since the guy doesn't know what to ask Chron, the man decided to offer him to use this right to a reward another time. The man asked to watch himself carefully, and if he feels that something is missing, then he can safely come to him. At this point, they finished their dialogue, and Iron left the manager's office in a great mood. And Chrono, watching the guy, thought that this young man was truly unusual. However, something was clearly not adding up in the old man's head, because it seemed to him that the guy did not have a drop of anxiety and worry about his ignorance regarding the art of the sword. On the contrary, he felt as if he already had a clear goal. It's as if there is a person who guides the guy and tells him how to act correctly. And in fact, the man had already met such a person in his life. Talent, confidence, unpredictable character, this was what united them. But on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that they were still completely different people. Iron returned to the gym and continued training hard, pushing himself even harder. Until at one point he was interrupted by Judith, who wanted to immediately tell the guy that she of course assumed that he would study again. But for some reason she was still surprised, but she came here to tell him that fencing lessons would start tomorrow. This meant that from tomorrow on they would only train with swords, but Iron already knew this, so he wanted to ask the girl why she really came here. It was immediately clear from her that she was embarrassed, but she still said thank you to the guy, and immediately after that, she added that she would definitely return the favor to him, so he didn't have to worry. Iron wanted to say that he had never thought about such a thing, but before he could say it, the girl suddenly interrupted him and offered to be friends, although she said it in rather strange words. That's why the guy didn't immediately understand what she wanted from him, and she had to say it again. She wanted to be friends with him, and so that he would finally understand, she gave an example that the guy had always eaten alone before, and now they would eat together. Iron decided to point out that, in fact, she also always ate alone. But before he could even hint at it, she hit him and said that now they would be sparring partners with swords too. At this point she finished and had nothing more to add, so she decided to leave him so that he could continue his studies. Even though it was surprising for Iron, he was still very happy that he finally had a real friend. Brad and his friends immediately noticed that Judith began to communicate very closely with Iron. Looking at them, it was a little strange to see her laugh because usually you couldn't expect a smile from a girl, especially with someone like Iron. But for Brad, the strangeness lay in something completely different. He noticed that Iron and Ilia had noticeably distanced themselves from each other. Now they were not communicating as closely as they had before, so he became interested in finding out what had happened between them. But his thoughts and all the attention of the students were interrupted by the instructor and Chronos, who came out on stage to inform them that fencing classes would begin tomorrow, and according to them, the children would feel the results of the past 4 months of training. They asked them to take into account that absolutely everyone would have the opportunity to freely handle the sword for 2 hours. Under the supervision of instructors, they had to choose the wooden sword they liked. Judith quickly noticed that these swords were somehow special, because even if she swung harder, the balance in her body did not disappear, as it had before. But only the instructors knew that, in fact, the swords had nothing to do with it. It was all about the guys, who had become much stronger and more resilient over these 4 months. Brad also noticed that even though the sword was wooden, it felt completely different than it did before the academy, because it seemed to him that he felt it literally with his whole body. But suddenly everyone turned their attention to Iron, who also went to choose the sword that he liked the most. On the wall, he immediately noticed a sword that clearly stood out from the rest, the same huge blade that he saw in his strange dream. Iron didn't think long before taking it in his hands and realizing that this was the very sword that he wanted to keep for himself. And he wanted to test it incredibly strongly, so he demonstratively used this blade in front of everyone. Many guys couldn't believe that Iron had such a level of swordsmanship. Ilia also noticed that although it was not a very accurate blow, the guy's stance was almost perfect. But their surprise quickly turned into more ridicule, because someone again started a rumor that the guy had never done fencing before, and so they decided that he took this sword only to show off. Suddenly, all the mockery and discussions were interrupted when Brad decided to approach Iron and challenge him to a fight. This surprised everyone except the manager, who continued to smile and seemed to understand that this was what was supposed to happen. Iron didn't think long and quickly agreed to this proposal, although he himself didn't expect that Brad could do such a thing. But one of the instructors quickly decided to interrupt them, wanting to know what they had come up with there, because he believed that training should be done in lessons, under close supervision, and not whenever they felt like it. At that moment, Aiden was trying to find at least one reason why Brad decided to challenge Iron to a duel. The instructor tried to convey to them that there should be order in everything, but at one point he was interrupted by the leader, who noted that sometimes an exception could be made and the guys could be allowed to conduct this duel. But he had one condition, which was that if any of the guys were in danger, he would immediately intervene. This was more than suitable for the guys, and they immediately agreed to it. So the fight began a few minutes later, and oddly enough, it was Brad who went on the attack first. Iron didn't even expect that his opponent would be so strong, so with every second of this fight, he lost more and more confidence in himself. But Brad was definitely not going to stop there and continued to attack the guy. No matter how difficult it was for Iron, he still continued to try and actively fought with Brad, which surprised some of the students, because they thought that Brad would be able to destroy him with just one blow. Judith watched their battle closely and at one point realized that it was not a battle at all. From her observations, Brad was simply testing the guy, hitting him with blows of varying degrees of severity. During this time of the fight, Brad realized that Iron's reaction speed was not bad, but the sword easily destroyed his body balance, due to the fact that it was too big for the guy. He could also notice that this guy's stance and movements were very clumsy, so it seemed to him that he was definitely interested in fencing. And if we make a general conclusion of this situation, then the guy believed that Iron's skills were much more terrible than he could have imagined, but he still wanted to test his strength, which is what he was going to do. But apparently Brad's thoughts were not entirely correct, and he underestimated the guy too much, because Iron at one point still found the very moment when it would be better for him to deliver his attack. At least that's what it seemed like at the very beginning. But at the last moment, Brad was able to dodge and thus ended up behind Iron. This gave him the opportunity to deliver the winning attack to his opponent. At this point, the fight was officially over, as everyone present expected. When their fight finally ended, Teacher Aiden decided to announce to the boys their last item on their schedule for today. According to him, they divided them into classes, and from tomorrow, fencing classes will be held in a certain composition. Class A included Ilia Linji, Brad Lloyd, and Judith, and there were a few more people besides them, and each individual class had about 10 people, and as befits the strongest class, compared to the other guys, their training would be much tougher and more difficult, so he asked them to mentally prepare for this. The next thing he announced was Class B, which included 35 people. All the guys were assigned, and in the end, Iron Pereira was alone in Class F, which could not help but shock and upset the guy at the same time. Judith simply couldn't calm down after this. She understood everything, but it was too much. And besides, she was incredibly angry with Brad, who, in her opinion, behaved like a complete idiot when he challenged Iron to a one-on-one fight in front of everyone. She was almost certain that he was simply using the guy to show everyone his superiority over the rest. Although everyone already knew that he was a damn aristocrat. But she couldn't help but be irritated that he was again flaunting his status to everyone. But in any case, she asked him not to be upset because, according to her, they just needed to grind the blockhead into dust before the final evaluation. Iron suddenly interrupted her monologue to ask her not to be so angry, because he was really very grateful to her for her worries. But in fact, he felt a little uneasy when she was angry because of him. Judith looked at him with that look because she didn't understand at all where he got all this from. Brad, meanwhile, was lying in his room and thinking about every moment of the fight that he and Iron had today. In fact, he was about to meet Iron's frontal attack, and without realizing it, he somehow managed to dodge at the last moment. Brad understood perfectly well that it was not only about the sword. At that moment, his eyes, his facial expression, absolutely everything, expressed a power that was impossible to overcome. He was only interested in what expression he had on his face at that moment. What was he expressing? During their first fencing lesson, Iron admitted that he only knew the perpendicular and oblique sword strike, which shocked his new teacher a little. But what shocked him was that the guy started apologizing for it. Therefore, he immediately told the guy that he had nothing to apologize for, because he understood perfectly well that the guy had not studied the art of fencing properly, which is why he could not show a good result at the very beginning of the path. His new teacher was Luntarhal, and the man decided to ask the guy one more question before they started training. He wanted to find out from the guy what he thought he needed, being so far behind the other guys in fencing, to catch up with them in skill. Iron assumed that he would need more effort to do this, but immediately after these words, the man took out his sword and waved it right in front of the guy, after which he put the sword back and told the guy that first of all he must have talent, without which nothing would work out. However, of course, efforts are also very important, and depending on his efforts, he can either become equal to the other students or even surpass them by several times. But this is not about Iron, and Luke thought so for the reason that they began training in fencing several years ago. But the teacher was not going to give up so easily, and therefore decided to give the boy a week, during which time he had to learn all the basics of swordsmanship. And if he succeeded, the man would immediately assign him to Class C. Iron didn't really like these conditions, and so he decided to find out what would happen if he suddenly failed. To which Luke replied that in fact nothing terrible would happen. He would just stick to his guns and just learn fencing. However, Luke asked him to decide for himself. If he felt that he lacked talent, then he would like to ask the guy to leave this academy on his own. But Iron really wanted to stay, so he assured his teacher that he would try. Since then, exactly 6 days have passed, and looking at the efforts of the guy, Teacher Luke thought that with each day, Iron was improving his skills faster and faster, but he understood that his efforts played a big role in this. But on the other hand, as an experienced fencing teacher, he immediately noticed that this guy clearly had a talent for fencing, even though it was not immediately visible. So 7 days of training passed, and the next day the guy would have an exam, so he asked Judith to evaluate his technique, to which she quickly agreed, but immediately warned him that, in this regard, she was very picky, and if everything was bad, she would beat him. A few minutes later, he finished everything that he would have to show at the exam tomorrow and wanted to ask his friend what she thought about it. Instead of words, Judith just showed the guy a thumbs up, thereby signaling that she liked everything. The instructor who worked with Iron has returned to work in the rehabilitation department, and according to him, he did this because his only student was able to move up to Class C quite quickly. After the exam, Judith and Iron went to the cafeteria to have a bite to eat. Although given how much the girl ate, it was clear that they definitely didn't come here just to have a bite to eat. Suddenly, their lunch was interrupted by one of those people who were able to pass the first test in the top 5. He passed by their table and simply could not help but notice that they apparently had an elephant in their academy that eats too much. Judith decided to answer him, but she did it quite calmly and sensibly. She noted that since the guy was pestering her like that, then apparently he liked her, which put the guy in an incredibly awkward position. But before he could say anything back to her, she immediately assured him that nothing would work out between them, so he shouldn't even try anymore. And from the look on the guy's face, one could say with certainty that he didn't know what to do in such a case. Brad decided to help him and asked the guy not to linger and to quickly come with him to the table. And in general, he would like to ask them to stop judging others, because in his opinion, it will not bring them any benefit at all. Judith heard this and began to smile, after which she noticed that this impudent Brad had calmed down lately. However, Iron didn't care about that guy because his attention was focused on Ilian. Judith quickly noticed this, so she decided to point out that apparently the two of them were not communicating well these days. She assumed that they had had a fight, but Iron immediately assured her that this had not happened and everything was as before. But he still decided to ask Judith how Ilia was doing, because he knew that they both went to the same class. So it seemed to the guy that his friend should know the answer to this question. Judith decided to point out that he had just told her that they had not quarreled with Milady Ilia, and if this was true, then she suggested that he come up to her himself and ask. But then she immediately smiled and said that it was a joke. She just couldn't help but say it, and in general she would be happy to tell him everything. According to the girl, nothing special is happening to Ilia. She still takes first place in the class and shows excellent results, which even the instructors cannot recognize as such. However, due to the big difference in abilities, the guys feel uncomfortable, so they don't even approach her. Judith also heard that Ilia goes to the small training ground in the evenings to practice, and it seems she is honing her family's sword techniques or something like that. After her story, Judith decided to invite Iron to hang out with Ilia, since he had been able to level up so quickly lately. As a result, the guy decided to train with Judith, who, quite predictably, had unimaginable power and strength. Iron tried his best and used all his skills to somehow get to her, but he couldn't do it. But still, at one point, it seemed to him that he was able to deliver a good and accurate blow. However, it only seemed that way to him, because then Judith hit him on the head, and the guy flew back several meters. But still, after the fight, she decided to praise him and told the guy that he had really grown up. According to her, his progress was obvious. Even if he was coming to her, he still had a lot of growing to do. She decided to finish for today, since they were left alone in the training room. But since Iron wants to continue training so much, he can easily go to the small training ground, where he will have a fairly good chance of finding Ilia there. The girl actually came here at night to get a little distracted and practice family techniques, as the leader of Chronos advised her. But today she apparently won't be able to do this, because at one point she noticed that someone was watching her very closely. And it was Iron who told Judith that he would never come here, although he eventually changed his mind. Ilia wasn't exactly eager to talk to the guy, so she asked him to quickly post what he wanted so that she could continue her training. The guy handed her a small bag and a scroll, and then added that he asked her to send him a gift from home, and he wrote the letter himself. But the girl asked him with a surprised look, why did she need this at all? Iron told her that he had a younger sister at home, and according to him, she was not good at communicating with people. Due to misunderstandings, they often quarreled, but the next morning he almost always found a gift and a letter by his bed. In other words, the guy just didn't have the courage to say it in words, although he doesn't even know where to start the conversation, because he's actually not very good at communicating. So he thought it would be better to express his thoughts on paper, as his little sister likes to do. Ilia assumed that the guy was doing this only so that after reading this letter, she would start helping him again. He decided not to answer this, so he turned around and started to leave. although he still decided to tell her that in fact he was doing well as is, and he had someone who would help him if he needed it. Ilia realized that she had said too much, so she read the letter, which she clearly liked because it made her smile. After reading the letter, she opened the bag and found a small bracelet there. But she knew perfectly well that it was not just a bracelet, it was Adonis. After she saw him, she immediately thought that perhaps she had blamed the guy for everything in vain. The next day, Judith and Iron were again at the training ground, and before another training session, the girl assured the guy that today she would be especially cruel to him. But before they could start training, Brad suddenly approached them, who, according to Judith's assumption, came to them to say something bad again. However, this time he spoke quite politely, and as it turned out, he had a little conversation with Judith, so he asked her to listen. After which, he finally told them that he had a great desire to train with them, which shocked not only Judith, but also everyone who heard it. But the guy continued to talk about how during the midterm assessment and the previous duel, Iron, according to him, showed great concentration, which he lacked, and therefore he wanted him to teach him it. In return, he offered him sword lessons so that they could help each other overcome their shortcomings and move forward together. Judith wanted to hear a catch from him, because last time he challenged Iron to a duel and won publicly, and now with these trainings, she assumed that he wanted to use Iron only to rise up himself. But she certainly didn't expect that Brad wouldn't hide it and would admit honestly that that's exactly what he wanted to do. Although on the other hand, the guy simply did not understand what the problem was and what was wrong if they used each other. On the other hand, he assured them that he was indeed capable of achieving good results on his own, but he believed that in such academies, such an approach was wrong and that it definitely should not be done. In addition, he asked them not to forget that they would both use him just as he would use them, like Judith, who often skipped classes and trained with Iron. Thus, he gave a great example of how their knowledge does not end with the academy program, and he suggested thinking broader. Brad was sure that this was a great chance for them, so he was ready to learn something new under the tough pressure of competition, not only from instructors, and all this in order to achieve a qualitative growth of his abilities. The other students simply could not understand why a student from Class A would study with a student from Class C. What could he teach him? Iron listened carefully to everything Brad told him, and at one point, he finally decided to agree. But before that, he wanted to ask the guy if he was sure of his decision. After all, he had to remind him that he was lagging behind him in all respects, and therefore he simply did not understand what Brad could learn from him. The answer to this question was quite simple, because he had already said that Iron had something that he lacked so much. And to be honest, he had been thinking about it since the end of the midterm test, and then at one point, it dawned on him that Iron was actually different from him in some other way. All students were given a limited amount of time, but each decided for himself how he would use this time, and Iron immediately began training, and thus significantly improved his characteristics, while never losing concentration. And so Brad wanted Iron to teach him how to maintain a focused mindset all day long. Iron, hearing this, was a little upset because he himself actually doesn't understand anything. He just manages to do it on his own, and he's unlikely to be able to teach it. But apparently, Brad was completely satisfied with this answer, because he answered the guy that he expected these words. Because all geniuses have the same answers, which surprised Iron even more, because he definitely did not consider himself a genius. In his mind, Brad thought completely differently. He believed that just one glance would be enough for him to see the talent in him. Besides, constantly maintaining the necessary concentration is incredibly difficult, and having such a skill is very useful. In any case, he decided to end this conversation today, because he has a personal training session today, and finally he decided to add that Judith would also be with them tomorrow, although she had not yet definitely given her consent to this. However, he decided to ignore these words and only added to Iron that he had one more piece of advice for him, which was that the guy should never allow himself to be humiliated. And at such moments, he asked the guy not to forget that he was a descendant of the noble Pereira family, and he must do everything to be a worthy representative of this family. Judith felt like Brad was sick with something, and she in turn felt incredibly sick from his words. The next day, they began to fulfill each other's promises and began training, which at first Iron could not do, but succeeded. Brad kept telling the guy that his movements would be accurate only when he achieved a balance between his body and his gait. But he didn't limit himself to words alone, and constantly showed Iron how his strike should look. The training continued, but Judith never joined them, although Brad constantly invited her to join them. The guys thought that since the girl no longer called them names from head to toe, then most likely she would soon join them. So smoothly, the days passed at the academy, until one day in the dining room, Ilia approached Iron, who wanted to tell him that she had read all his letters. Judith, hearing this, immediately thought that the guy was most likely just picking on her in love, but Iron continued to prove that this was definitely not the case. Every night before going to bed, the guy now thought about Brad's words, who told him that the guy had good concentration and that he needed to think seriously about it. But it seemed to him that he still needed to increase his concentration, and so he began to think about what he needed to do to achieve this, what he needed to do to move even a little closer to the concentration that the man in his dream had. With such thoughts, he fell asleep and plunged into another dream, which seemed so natural to him. Although at one point he realized that he felt his hand too clearly, and that in general the location was so natural. Over time, he realized that he felt not only his hands, but in general he could use his entire body, and also the whole sensation of that man was clear to him as day. With these feelings, he woke up in horror and immediately thought that he urgently needed to take the sword in his hands and try to repeat this before his memories disappeared. The next morning, Iron didn't look exactly presentable, but he didn't admit to Judith and Brad what he had been doing all night. Brad interrupted their conversation when he asked Judith not to be distracted from their fight, but literally a few minutes later, he himself was distracted somewhere, which angered Judith even more, because he had just been angry at her, and he himself did the same thing. However, he apparently had a good reason, because he turned his attention to Iron, who put down his sword and lay down carefully on the bench, after which he fell asleep. They had to wake him up to continue training. But the guy, unfortunately, didn't last long, because as soon as Brad and Judith turned away, he lay down again and fell asleep just as quickly. Brad decided to approach him and find out what happened to the guy and what he was doing at the moment. Iron explained to him that at the moment, he is working hard on trying to improve his concentration, although he's not very good at it yet. But from the very beginning, he did not expect that he would be able to do it quickly. Brad suggested that the guy was practicing meditation, because he himself had heard about it. In this way, you can calm your soul and look back into the past. Iron didn't have time to explain anything before Brad decided to try it too. And to do so, he lay down on the first bench he saw. And as soon as he started doing this, the guy immediately mentally noted to himself that it was not as bad and difficult as it seemed to him from the very beginning. At one point, he fell asleep and was woken up by one of his friends, who thought that the guy had simply fallen asleep. But Brad immediately jumped up and said that in fact he had not slept, but had simply been meditating. But then he admitted that he had fallen asleep a little and immediately decided to fix this problem by changing his position, because he had heard that usually during meditation, people sit in the lotus position. Judith had been trying to get him to understand all this time that Iron was simply given this, and that he, in turn, was simply wasting his time. But the guy was sure that he needed to try first, and then he would be able to say whether he was wasting his time or not. Meanwhile, Aiden went into the office of the head of the academy to tell about the news in the academy, but according to him, practically nothing new happened, except that Iron managed to move to Class B, because according to the assessments of other teachers, the guy was able to significantly improve his skills, thanks to the help of Judith and Brad. He also decided to tell Kron that he was right, and Brad Lloyd did cause a small zone of change. During a fencing lesson, Brad finally met Judith, whom he managed to defeat. But the girl was not going to admit her defeat and invited the guy to fight again. She was quickly stopped by the instructor, who with just one look made it clear to her that she shouldn't even continue this conversation. She heard him, but then she still approached Brad personally to tell him that after the lesson she expected a rematch from him, which Brad did not really argue with. The teacher watching these guys thought only that they were incredibly talented and diligent because they both developed their skills at an incredible speed. He especially liked Brad's progress, because between him and Judith, who had previously fought for second place, a gap gradually began to appear and the guy began to move ahead. Brad himself also felt with his whole body how he was becoming much better and stronger. Therefore, it seemed to him that if he continued to develop in this spirit, then sooner or later he would be able to catch up with Ilia. Iron also did not just waste his time, but constantly continued his training, thinking that meditation actually improved his skills as well. However, no matter how well he did, it was still too little for him, and he wanted to improve his results even more. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted at one point by Brad and Judith, who came to him. They immediately decided to ask the guy, or was he not too fixated on just one perpendicular blow? He didn't have time to answer them anything, as they immediately told him to collect his things and finish here so that he could go with them to the meeting with the manager. Iron assumed that this meeting would be to convey some information, but Brad immediately corrected him and told him that in fact, they would meet him in a large training arena. As soon as all the students had gathered, Chronos came to the center and began to talk about how about 9 months had already passed since they entered the academy. According to the old man, he was incredibly happy that they managed to endure a large number of exams and harsh training. Pride filled him, but he did not gather them here to say these words. He wanted to talk to them about the final assessment, and if his words were to be believed, it would be different from the midterm, in which they had to fulfill a certain standard of some discipline. Chronos paused for a moment and then said that it might sound rather strange, but at the final assessment he would like to see their hidden talents. He immediately noticed the boys' reaction, so he quickly asked them not to be afraid and assured them that there was no need to look for meaning in his words, because all that was required of them was to use the sword to demonstrate what they thought was the best side of themselves. In other words, the old man suggested that they use their imagination, because in this case they could show some secret blow, or an unusual maneuver to confuse the enemy. They were essentially allowed to resort to any means to show their capabilities. He was sure that everyone who was here was able to reveal their strong side, so for the remaining 3 months, he asked them to give it their all. And finally, he had one modest gift for them. He took off his robe and said that even if it was just an old man's dance with a sword, he would be very grateful if they could learn something from it for themselves, which Iron began to look at very carefully. The guy watched every movement of the leader, but even with such attention, it was difficult to see all his movements, because he handled the sword so easily that it seemed like there was a feather in his hands. All the old man's movements were perfectly honed. It really looked like a dance with a sword, but every swing of the sword made one wonder how much power such a blow could have. After a few minutes, he finished and thanked the guys for watching so carefully. He was very pleased. He started to leave the training hall, but even after a few minutes, all the guys were still sitting in shock. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. The next day, Brad and Judith were at training again, but at one point, the guy decided to ask the girl what she thought about Chronos' performance yesterday. But she continued to ignore him, thinking about something of her own, so the guy had to repeat his question and ask her to stop ignoring him. He did this until she got angry and asked him to shut his mouth because he was preventing her from concentrating. Brad realized that she was probably just not in the mood, and if he understood correctly, then Iron was to blame for everything, although she assured him that this was far from the case. She said that she was just worried because they had the final assessment coming up, and Iron was deep in meditation at the time, so she was a little worried because she thought things might turn out badly. Brad decided to calm her down and therefore said that he was 100% sure that Iron would pass this exam. She just didn't understand why he was so confident and calm. Brad reminded her with a smile that the point of this exam was to show hidden talents. In other words, they would have to demonstrate not their current abilities, but their future ones. And when he reminded her of this, he wanted to ask her who she thought had shown the most hidden talents and made the fastest progress in the 9 months at the academy. It quickly dawned on her who Brad was talking about, and yes, it was Iron. And when she finally said it, he asked her to calm down and not to worry. Her expression immediately changed, and she assured Brad that she was not worried at all, because according to her, she was only thinking about herself, for example, that she was going to demonstrate her skills to the fullest, and then first place would be in her pocket. Brad immediately destroyed her hopes because he was almost sure that this time, Ilia Lindsay would take first place. And according to the guy, the whole point was that Ilia came from an outstanding family of swordsmen, and such families on their continent can be counted on the fingers. In addition, her family studies martial arts, which helped them get the title of a famous family, but Judith did not think that this was enough to take first place. But Brad pointed out that it wasn't just his skills, but his persistence, which made Judith even angrier, because in that case she didn't understand why they were going to hold an exam if the outcome was already determined in advance. Besides, she always didn't understand what was so great about their noble families and her older brother, who was previously called the most famous genius on the entire continent. But without waiting for Brad to answer her, she decided to say that what she wanted most of all was to see the expression on their faces when they all lost to the orphan commoner. However, Brad didn't just not answer her. All this time he was looking at one point, which was Ilia, who was standing behind. The girl immediately began to tell Judith that she really didn't care what they were saying about her behind her back, because it didn't affect her in any way. Judith did not apologize to her, moreover. She decided to continue arguing with her, and even offered to fight her one-on-one since Ilia was so brave. But Brad immediately began to ask her to stop doing this, because he understood that for a fight at the academy, they could easily be expelled. Ilia did not respond to her with aggression, but only said that this time she would do everything possible to take first place, and would always do so in the future, so that none of them could achieve this. And in order to make them feel offended, she promised that she would only use the Academy's program to prove that she was already a cut above them. But she was quickly stopped by Brad, who wanted to remind the girl that her family's sword technique, the Lingjie Sword of Heaven, received its name after they captured the king of the demonic dragons 400 years ago. Ilia didn't understand at all why he stopped her at all and was now retelling the story of her family. Brad told her that it was quite simple because he just wanted to see how good the technique was. She immediately turned around and assured him that he could not even dream about it. Brad expected such an answer, so he decided to tell her that if she did not want to show him this technique, then in the upcoming exam, she would definitely not take first place. Iron, meanwhile, continued to train hard, but over time it dawned on him that the sensations from these trainings were not the same at all, although he seemed to feel that he was getting closer and closer to the solution. However, recently he has the impression that he has begun to move further and further away. So at one point he decided that he needed to immediately concentrate and start all over again. Suddenly an idea came to his mind. He wanted to check what would happen if he suddenly started meditating with a sword in his hands. Brad, meanwhile, came to watch his friends train, and they were very happy to see him. The one who was in the top 5, according to Brad's feelings, began to train even more. Although the guy himself thought that there was nothing surprising in this, because the final assessment was coming soon, so they wanted to get into the best shape possible. They actually wanted to approach him themselves to say thank you for the huge influence he had on them. They said what Brad said to Elijah Lindsay that day served as a great motivator for them. Although Brad couldn't remember saying anything in particular that would have given the guys such a boost of motivation, suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Judith, who unexpectedly appeared in front of them and said that Brad really annoyed her. After which she literally ordered him to take the sword in his hands. A few seconds later, they entered into a fight, and it was immediately noticeable that Judith fought as if it was not training, but a real fight. However, even such efforts were not enough to finally finish off Brad, and besides, she noticed that he had become much faster. During the fight, she immediately noticed that the guy had a calmness that she had not felt before. Therefore, thoughts began to appear in her head that perhaps at this rate, Brad would really be able to overtake Ilia Lindsay and take first place in the ranking. Although reluctantly, she still admitted that she definitely couldn't defeat him now. However, she understood that the words "you think more broadly" helped her a lot. She decided that from now on she would not rush, and would first officially become a student at the academy, and then she would win over him. At one point, Brad suggested to the girl to finish for today, because he believed that there was no point in overexerting herself, because they had a final assessment soon, which they should approach in good shape, and most importantly, with full strength. Judith agreed with him, which surprised the guy a little, because he usually didn't hear a word of agreement from her. Usually she called him names and got angry. In response to these words, she assured him that she simply had urgent matters to attend to, so she also wanted to suggest that he finish early. Iron was almost crying at that moment, because he simply did not understand why he couldn't do anything. He even changed his stance, but everything still remained in place. When suddenly he was interrupted by Judith, who wanted to ask the guy if he wasn't tired of hanging around on the training ground all the time. She wanted to suggest that he go out for a while, get some fresh air and rest a little. They walked outside the training area and lay down on the ground to look at the sky for a while and relax. After lying in silence for a while, Judith finally made up her mind and asked the guy how he was doing with his preparations. Iron was a little embarrassed, but still answered that at the moment he was training hard and everything seemed to be fine. But the girl immediately noticed that he was answering too sluggishly and uncertainly. But he didn't pay attention to her words and decided to find out in response how she was doing with her preparations. Judith was extremely confident in herself. She didn't even think that she might not succeed. According to her, she would definitely pass. Their silence continued until Judith at one point decided to say what she'd called Iron here for. She wanted to ask him for forgiveness for not paying attention to him, although she had told him that she would train with him in combat and correct his incorrect stances. Iron immediately assured her that it was all nonsense and that she really didn't need to apologize. But before he could finish speaking, the girl reminded the guy that she was an orphan, and when she was a small child, she had to survive by any means necessary. According to her, the only thing she knew how to do was steal. However, suddenly looking around, It became clear to her that other people were dragging out their existence in exactly the same way. Living like this up until now, she felt no gratitude towards anyone and therefore never said thank you. That's why when Iron pulled her out of the lake, she should have thanked him for saving her. But she got angry, and to tell the truth, even now she feels somehow uncomfortable saying thank you openly, because she was going to repay him with her own methods. But in the end, everything became somehow murky. So she literally started begging the guy to go through this test. She asked him to do his best to shed his pre-training status. She wanted him to become an official student of the academy so that he could allow her to help him properly, so that there would be no more awkwardness. At this point, she finished her speech and began to leave, at the end telling the guy to sit still, because if they went together now, she assumed that she would have a hard time because of shame. So she asked him to sit for 5 minutes and then also come back. Iron was very glad that they had such a nice conversation, but the guy still believed that in this situation, he should be the one asking for forgiveness, because it was he who had not paid her due attention for these 2 months. In any case, the guy was very happy that he had managed to change so much recently, because before he spent all his time in his bed, and now he just sits and looks at the sky. The first year at the academy had been so good for him. The guy himself did not believe it. But he also believed that everything was just beginning. Judith, Brad, Ilia, as well as the instructors of the academy, helped the guy a lot. So he believed that the time had come when he should repay them with his excellent results. Before continuing his next workout, the guy closed his eyes and decided to meditate a little more. And as soon as he did this, he immediately felt how literally his entire body began to become stronger and stronger. The next day, the same exam began, where the children presented their skills and each of them amazed more and more. The teachers even said that among the students there are a lot of children who do not develop so quickly. Some of the guys really came up with different ways to surprise the teachers. And most importantly, the instructor, for example, one of them was able to cut a stone with a wooden sword. Although Krona understood that everyone was showing results beyond expectations, he was still a little upset, although he himself did not know what he should expect and what he would like to see. The line gradually approached Judith, who decided to ask the teacher for permission to take the test with another student. This left the man stumped, so she had to explain that she meant a duel, which according to her would allow both of them to more fully demonstrate their strengths, and the student with whom she wanted to take the final assessment was not against doing so. Chrono noted that, in fact, this sounded quite interesting, and no one had ever suggested this to him before, so first he would like to know who they were talking to and who this student was. Judith introduced Brad, who at that moment smoothly emerged from the crowd. The manager immediately realized that this would be a very interesting fight, so he gave permission for it to take place without any problems. And after just a few seconds, their fight began, and the girl first began to deliver her strongest blows, so the guy had to actively defend himself. Brad immediately felt a pressure from Judith that he definitely didn't expect to feel. It was something different than what they had been practicing all day in the gym. At this rate, she still managed to land a blow that knocked the guy off his feet and thus made him understand that he would definitely not emerge victorious today. Their strikes were incredibly fast. Some of the guys didn't even have time to see their movements. However, one thing was clear. For now, the advantage was clearly on the side of Judith, who continued to actively attack Brad, not giving him the opportunity to counterattack. Even some of the instructors were amazed at the ability of the guys to show such a fight and not yet be official students of the academy. It's amazing. They immediately noticed that Judith's blows were merciless and would clearly not have given another student even a chance. But at the same time, they simply couldn't help but notice how easily Brad repels her extremely powerful attacks. And at one point, he finally found a way to counterattack, and immediately after that, he did it, thus leaving a mark on Judith's cheek that made her even more angry. But Brad continued to smile and tell her that she had planned in vain to defeat him. In the end, the battle ended with Judith's defeat, whose sword simply fell apart into pieces. But the teacher simply could not help but notice that the boys were on the same level. But Brad was still more skillful and thoughtful, which is why he managed to win in such a difficult confrontation. Krona could only clap for them and say that it was simply an amazing duel that brought him a sea of positive emotions, for which he was very grateful to them. They also bowed to the leader with a smile, saying that they had tried very hard. Krona promised that he would take this into account and asked Ahmed to invite the next participant. Next was Ilia Lindsay, which made Kron very happy, because he expected to see quite a lot from her. Brad at that moment was sure that he had become noticeably stronger and had definitely already surpassed his past self, and perhaps it seemed to him that he was still able to surpass Elijah. As a result, the girl decided to show the leader and his teachers her family's technique, which was called the Sword of Heaven. After a few seconds, she began to swing her sword so fast that she was able to create streams of wind. It was amazingly beautiful and scary at the same time. As soon as she finished, Brad immediately realized that in fact, there really was a huge void between them, and all this time, the girl simply did not show her true strength. These thoughts brought the guy back to earth. Now he understood that all his dreams were in vain, and he would never be able to surpass Ilia. She was incomprehensible to him. But it was Iron's turn, and for now he put these thoughts aside for later, because he was incredibly interested in finding out what their friend had prepared. At that moment, Brad was mentally asking Iron not to do what he had planned. Sometime before, they talked with Iron, and he told him that the atmosphere around Brad is always warm and bright, and he himself feels good in his soul when he is near him. So it seemed to him that for this reason, everyone wants to be his friend. But Brad immediately stood up and asked Iron not to say that, because in fact, he did not consider himself as good as Iron described. And now, when he sees Iron again, who is going to show his skills, there were only one thought in his head, which was that he most of all did not want Iron to show something outstanding, because then he would hate himself even more. Chrono almost prayed to see what Iron was about to show them, because it seemed to him that the guy had prepared something really special for them. Absolutely all the students were looking at him, especially his friends. But Iron suddenly said that he was going to show them a perpendicular section with a sword. Everyone except Kron was surprised, because they understood that this was too simple a skill, which even if performed perfectly, would not be enough for him to be accepted as a student of this academy. One of the students even decided to shout at Iron to finally wake up, because they were now at the final assessment, and here they needed to show a secret technique, and if he didn't do it, he would be kicked out of this academy. But this guy was immediately silenced, and told that if he interfered with the exam again, he would be immediately expelled from the academy. Although the instructor who shut his mouth was angry with him, to some extent he agreed with the guy. It was also very strange for him to see that Iron wanted to demonstrate a perpendicular cut at such an important moment, which in fact could not even be called a fighting technique. But again, no one could stop him, so Iron exhaled, concentrated, and in one moment there was complete emptiness around him. The leader was literally bursting with impatience. He so badly wanted to see the technique of the one who never wanted to learn from him, the one who was not even surprised by his sword dance technique. Many of the guys simply did not understand why the guy was just standing there like a pillar and doing nothing. But Ilia seemed to begin to understand what was going on here and what Iron wanted to show them. At that moment, the guy entered a state of maximum concentration. He meditated and tried to get his inner strength from the very depths. And when he finally managed to achieve this state, all that was left was to straighten his back, tense all the muscles of his body, and finally penetrate into the very depths of his soul. Iron still didn't know who this man was and why he was striking all these blows, but now he didn't care. As long as he is in pain and with patience, as long as he is in pain and with patience, as long as he is able to move forward. After which he came out of this state, taking all his strength from there, and finally struck. He was so strong that he literally divided the training ground into two parts. Now Iron has finally shown them all what he is capable of and who he really is. Judith simply couldn't believe her eyes. She expected to see anything but something like this. Brad's hands were shaking with fear at that moment. His body was shrinking, and it seemed that his brain would burst from the tension. After some time, the leader was ready to announce the final results of this test, and he immediately wanted to tell the guys that although this test is considered decisive, he assured them that if they pass it, it does not mean that they will be admitted. He started from the end and gradually reached the fourth place, which Judith had sealed. Third place, by all laws of logic, belonged to Brad Lloyd. The second place this year was the most unpredictable, and it was taken by Iron Pereira, which surprised everyone. Even Iron himself did not expect such results. First place, as usual, was taken by Ilia Lindsay, but this year the gap between first and second place was clearly not felt as strong as it had been before. A few hours after the test, Ilia came to a place where she was almost sure that she would find Iron. After all, she understood that no one else would go to the training hall immediately after the test. They sat down, and Ilia wanted to tell the guy that he had become much stronger, and that this could not but make her happy. Ilia, of course, did not deny that Judith and Brad also showed themselves well, but she had not felt for a long time that someone was chasing her so strongly, and she understood perfectly well that this year she got first place with a big stretch. In any other case, she would have been upset, but this time, according to her, she even had fun, and that blow of his was very frightening. Iron was clearly confused when he heard such words addressed to him, so he decided that he needed to praise the girl in return, and then she realized that he was simply not used to praise. But that's not the main thing she wanted to say. Ilia came here to tell Iron that she won't stay at the academy. The guy reacted quite violently, almost jumped up from his seat to find out why she decided so. Ilia couldn't help but notice that she really liked his reaction, but according to him, it all just happened suddenly and he simply didn't expect it. But she still decided to confess to him that she had not planned to become a student at Chrono from the very beginning. She just wanted to take first place in the final assessment and then return to her family. After which she decided to ask him if he knew who was called the true genius of the entire continent. Iron wasn't sure of the answer, so the girl answered for him, saying that his name was Kayla Linjay and he was Ilia's older brother. When she was only 7 years old, Kyle became so popular that he was known to almost every person on the continent. When he was 10 years old, he defeated a knight in a duel, and even then he reached unprecedented heights thanks to his outstanding talent. Of course, Kyle was recognized by many famous people, and he became famous on the continent as the strongest genius. The whole family had high hopes for him, until one day another genius appeared, a bourgeois by origin who took first place at the Chronos Academy and then refused to become his student, and it was Ignat's girlfriend. Instead, at the age of 14, she decided to start her own mercenary company, and over time, Kayla received a challenge from her to a duel, and since their family does not avoid battles, he immediately accepted the challenge. As a result, after just 3 blows, the fight ended in favor of Ignata, who left the guy with absolutely no chance. Ilia, seeing the defeat of her idol and role model, the girl decided to hug him tightly and thus support him. But Kyle suddenly began to calm Elijah down, as if nothing terrible had happened. Then it seemed to her that her brother would get even and fight Ignat again and finally defeat her. However, Kyle was never able to recover from that defeat. After what happened, people quickly cooled towards him. He was recklessly criticized and ridiculed for the first time, and in the end he could not withstand the despair and pressure that fell upon him. Ilia was still a baby at the time and therefore did not fully understand what was happening and how to help her brother, so she could only watch him. But over time, he came to the realization that he was locked in his room and only human eyes were looking at him. And all she could do was promise herself that such a fate would definitely not befall her. Elijah was going to do everything possible to ensure that no one would ever be able to shake her faith. However, without even realizing it, she sank into this abyss and forgot what kind of person she really is and what she wants from this life. She came to Chrono at the age of 12, and she did it because Ignata came here at 13. As a result, she wanted to be officially recognized as a knight at 14, because Ignat had been saving up for this title for them at 15. But now she decided that it was time for her to stop trying to catch up with someone. And looking at Iron, she thought only about the fact that all this became possible only because she saw how Iron does not allow others to lead him astray and does not pay attention to their words at all. Seeing the guy's persistence, she decided that she wanted to go through a similar path. Moreover, she was confident that she could achieve the title of master even when she did everything her own way. Iron finally spoke and wanted to tell the girl that he was incredibly pleased to see how the girl was able to cope with difficulties, and now she essentially sees a world that is not limited to the academy. But as far as he himself is concerned, he doesn't have a clearly defined goal yet. These words made Ilia smile and then laugh because she thought the guy was talking complete nonsense. And when she finally calmed down, she asked the guy to continue working just as hard, because she believed that the gap between them could become huge at one moment. In the end, these words made Iron think again about whether he was really okay. He looked at his sword and did not fully understand whether he was doing the right thing. Judith, meanwhile, finally found Brad, who at that moment was in the training room where the tests were being conducted and was simply looking at the hole that was left by Iron's strike. She decided to invite him to go and compete a little, because her hands were starting to itch again from losing. But in response to her proposal, the guy suddenly said that he had made a decision and was now going to drop out of the academy. Before she had time to say anything to him about this, he suddenly added that he simply did not understand how a person who had literally only recently picked up a weapon could demonstrate an amazing level by simply training one blow for an entire year, while he had dedicated several years of his life to the art of the sword. So he simply didn't understand how much more time he needed to spend to achieve the same results. Although now he was not even sure that he would be able to do this at all, it seemed to him that the presence of such abilities was predetermined from the very beginning of a person's life. At this point, he finished his monologue and began to leave, thanking Judith for everything she had done for him. Suddenly, she stopped him, taking him by the shoulder, and it seemed to the guy that she would begin to calm him down, But it was not so at all. She simply decided to hit him. This, of course, made Brad incredibly angry, so he started yelling at her and wanted to know what she was doing. In response to this question, Judy wanted to know from him what was wrong with him, because he had dodged her sword strikes without any problems, and now he couldn't even dodge her fist. He didn't have time to answer her before she simply continued to hit him, and the guy didn't even dodge at that moment. Judith was too angry, first of all at herself, because she didn't understand how she managed to lose to such a wimp like him. After she got tired of beating him, she simply turned around and started to leave, saying that in the near future, he would be able to boast that he beat the one who would become the best swordsman on the continent in the exam. Now she thought that he was just a coward who had fallen into despair and simply ran away because of some stupidity, although on the other hand, she was not surprised that he had chosen this path. A few days later, Ilia was already in the director's office and was talking about how she didn't want to continue her studies, and he understood her perfectly. Moreover, he supported her in deciding to follow her own path. However, she admitted that she felt better not only because of this and not only because of first place. Chronos could only wish the girl good luck. She left, and the old man asked Ahmed to call the next student. When he started talking to Brad, he was surprised by his decision, because as it seemed to the manager, there were absolutely no questions about the guy's grades, and he meant not only the exam results. According to the old man, the guy was so good that he became a standard for other students. Besides, he personally had high hopes for Brad, to which the guy simply did not know what to answer. So he decided to ask for forgiveness and say that he no longer had self-confidence. Chronos clearly saw a lifeless look in the guy's eyes. At that moment, the guy's soul looked like an extinguished candle, which would be very difficult to light. So he decided that he would give the guy a chance to deal with this problem himself, although he mentally hoped that this guy would have an incentive that would get him back on his feet. Next in line was Iron, whose performance amazed the director, and according to him, in his entire career as a director, he had never been so surprised. Before starting the main dialogue, the man decided to clarify whether the guy remembered what they talked about after the midterm exam. Iron couldn't forget this, and as it turned out, the old man reminded him of this in order to say that he had advice for the guy. However, first he wanted Iron to answer the question in which he wanted to know from Iron why he took the sword in his hands. It seemed like it was an incredibly simple question that Iron should be able to answer with ease, but it was immediately obvious that it put him in an awkward position, and the guy didn't know what to answer. After all, he understood that if he told the leader that he took the sword in his hands only because he dreamed of a man who trained hard, the old man simply would not believe him. The instructor, who was also there, could only advise the boy not to think too deeply, because he believed that it did not necessarily have to be something great. Worldly reasons like fame and money would do as well. A guy can calmly name anything that doesn't contradict human morality and not worry about something being done to him. But Iron still didn't decide to name his reason, and Chronos apparently understood why the guy was silent. After a long silence, he assumed that the guy had taken the sword into his hands, not of his own free will. Iron was glad that the old man said this because of him, and as soon as he did it, the boy immediately agreed with him. The teacher was the only one who didn't understand anything, so he asked the leader to explain to him what was going on here and what he and the guy were talking about. But Chronos pretended that he himself didn't fully understand. But then he suddenly said that all this time, he was bothered by the fact that Iron was more serious and diligent than others in his fencing studies. But as far as the old man knows, he did not have a drop of emotion that a person like him would experience. For example, student Brad Lloyd was overjoyed when he felt his skills had improved, and Judith looked very frightening when she realized that she was lagging behind Brad in strength, so much so that rage covered her eyes like a veil. According to him, every student at the academy experienced joy or sadness regarding their fencing skills. But in Iron he saw neither, and the man told him all this in order to ultimately find out whether Iron was imitating someone. The guy, hearing this question, confessed, and Chronos was glad to hear it, because he had guessed about it from the very beginning, although it was surprising to him that he managed to reach such heights from only one desire to become like another, without having his own will. Chronos decided that he would not ask the boy who this idol was, however. If he was going to continue practicing with the sword, he asked the boy to think about it seriously now. In other words, the old man wanted to tell him that if the boy didn't find a reason to train of his own free will, then he definitely didn't belong in the academy. The man asked him not to forget that the world is huge, and therefore it is much more important to find oneself in it than to swing a sword here. Iron had no choice but to thank Crone and say that he would remember his last piece of advice until the end of his days. Chronos smiled and said that the word last was not appropriate here and even sounded somehow offensive, so he asked the guy not to say that. After which he asked Iron to come closer to him. He needed the guy to lend him some of his blood. Iron did it without any problems, and it wasn't as painful as it seemed at first, although he didn't understand why he was doing it at all. But then, Krona presented him with a sign that said he was an official student of the Krona Academy. And when the boy officially became a student at the academy, the old man noted that he was giving the boy exactly 1 year to find himself and become who he should be, which could not help but please Iron. After talking with the head of the academy, Iron went to meet with Ilia, who wanted to say goodbye to him. And before she left, the girl asked the guy to come visit her when he had time. She also, in honor of the gift, gave him a tablet with the coat of arms of their family, and according to her, if you show it to the guard, they will accept him with all honors and maximum kindness. Well, when he arrived, she promised him that she would give him a flower, although the guy did not understand what this could mean. Ilia was surprised that he didn't understand that she was talking about Adonis, the same flower that was drawn on her bracelet. But Iron didn't even know that this flower grew in the girls' area. She said that when she was 7 years old, she pulled them all out, but now she was in the mood to plant them again. She also added that Adonis blooms around April, so she asked him to come around that time. Iron decided to promise her that he would do his best to visit her. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by Judith, who saw the sign in Iron's hands and also decided to ask for the same one. Elijah did not expect to hear such a request from her, and therefore was surprised. But Judith thought that she simply did not want to give her the same sign. But that wasn't the point. So Elijah happily presented her with the same thing, which made Judith happy, although she still thought that the aristocrats had gone crazy. To Elijah's surprise, Judith decided to apologize for the time she insulted her family. According to her, she simply never had a family. That's why she said what she shouldn't have said, and in fact, she doesn't think so. And even though it sounded like an excuse, Ilia was pleased that the girl asked her for forgiveness. This prompted her to ask for forgiveness from Iron, whom she had ignored for a long time. But apparently the surprises didn't end there, because suddenly their dialogue was interrupted when they noticed Brad approaching them, to whom Iron immediately decided to approach and talk. Judith remained standing in place and did not even move, which confused Ilia a little, because it seemed to her that she and Brad were friends. Iron already knew that Brad was going to leave the academy, so he wanted to ask the guy what happened that made him make such a decision. Although Brad didn't really want to talk about it, Iron decided not to bother him and said that it could remain between them because he, like no one else, understood that everyone had their own circumstances. Plus, according to Iron, he was also taking a year off to finish his training and come back, so he understood him perfectly. Even at that moment, Brad cared that Iron would continue to develop his skills, for which he hated himself, because his spirit was broken because of such thoughts. Iron interrupted his thoughts when he decided to tell Brad that he was very grateful to him for the fact that thanks to him, he became confident in something. He talked about how, thanks to Brad, he was once again convinced that he felt alive when he swung his sword. Iron decided not to go into details. He simply said that a year ago a small change had occurred in him, and thanks to it he began to practice fencing, and after that he decided to enroll in the academy. However, at this academy, he also managed to look back and recognize himself, and thus he realized that he was only able to move forward after meeting all of them here. Brad froze from the overflow of emotions and thoughts inside himself, so much so that he could not say a word. This moment was interrupted by a carriage that arrived to take Brad back home. In the end, he didn't say a word to Iron, just getting into the carriage. But Iron couldn't just let him go, so he decided to shout to Brad one last time that they should become stronger and meet again in the future to measure their strength. Brad locked himself in the carriage and began to cry from the realization that he had lost such friends. But he still didn't dare get out of the carriage and tell them about it. Judith understood that Iron was not in the best condition, so she decided to go up to him and cheer him up a little, saying that they were making some kind of melodrama here. But apparently Iron didn't appreciate this joke, because right after these words, he said that he had a feeling that he and Brad would never meet again. After some time, Iron's butler came to take Iron home and saw several girls who, according to Iron, were his friends, with whom they studied together at the academy. Since Iron never had any friends, the butler clearly didn't expect to hear something like this, so he was a little shocked. But then he quickly came to his senses and immediately bowed to these beautiful ladies and said that he was incredibly grateful to them for being next to the master. Iron felt a little ashamed of the butler, so he asked him to quickly get into the carriage and leave. After Iron left, Ilia and Judith were left alone and found themselves in a slightly awkward situation where they had to stand and wait for Ilia to be picked up. Meanwhile, the instructor of the academy could not help but tell the head that the children on whom so many hopes were placed had left, and therefore it seemed to him that Chronos should be sad about this, and the old man did not deny it. He really was sad. But Aiden wanted most of all to know what Chrono thought about Iron, because he understood that finding his way was an incredibly difficult task. Chrono answered him rather unexpectedly, saying that there was no need to worry about this guy, because he was the fourth genius of the continent. The teacher didn't understand what Chrono was even saying, but the old man simply continued to talk about how Iron was very different in nature from other geniuses. The director had never seen people like him, so he could only assume that Iron was a genius of diligence. Judith saw Ilia off and felt a little sad because she realized that she was thus alone again. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted when Brad put his hand on her shoulder and asked why she was staring at the ground. Did she really see something interesting there? Judith screamed because she thought she was just hallucinating, and she immediately wanted to ask the guy why he came back at all. Brad began to tell that after weighing and thinking it over, he realized that giving up was absolutely not in keeping with the nature of Brad's heir from Lloyd County. And besides, since Iron had left, there was no one to deal with Judith's bad temper. But apparently Judith didn't understand his jokes at all, and therefore continued to swear at him. And Brad at that moment was talking about how Iron once told him that her swearing could be interpreted as a positive assessment if she stuttered while doing it. In the end, they remained at the academy alone, although Judith was not sure that Brad would be taken back. But the guy promised her that he would try to resolve this issue. While they were driving, Iron looked out the window the whole way, and the butler suspected what was going on. Most likely the guy simply couldn't become an official student of the academy. That's why he was sad. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he noticed something in Iron's hands. However, he definitely didn't expect to see the Lingjay family's platinum plaque, so he immediately wanted to know where the guy got it. Iron reminded the man of the girl with white hair that he had introduced to him. Well, her name was Ilia Lindsay, and it was she who gave it to him. The guy, looking at his butler, understood that judging by his surprise, one could assume that the Lingjay family was much more majestic than he could have imagined. At this rate, they quickly reached the guest house where they would spend the night. Iron immediately entered his room and began to meditate. The butler was so curious to know what the guy was doing there that he tried in every way to eavesdrop, but in the end he didn't hear a sound. The man walked from side to side and tried to figure out how he would act in this situation, because he assumed that the gentleman was in despair, and that was why he had so hastily locked himself in the room. He understood that if he urgently needed to support him, and for this, he needed to find a way to lift the gentleman's spirits. And when he went outside, he immediately turned his attention to the orc. The butler had long heard that orcs could occasionally be found in the northwest, but this one somehow ended up in the south. Moreover, looking closer, they, together with Iron, saw that this was not a simple orc because there was a pendant with a pentagram on his neck. And also on the arm, there was a tattoo characteristic of orcs, who are fortune tellers. At least that's what the butler said. According to him, orc fortune tellers are the most outstanding fortune tellers, and Iron quickly believed it, because he himself had heard several times that just one meeting with an orc can bring great luck. That's why they didn't think long before approaching this orc to have him tell their fortunes. The butler mentally understood that in truth, orcs are fortune tellers known for saying only good things, so the man decided to bring the guy to them because it seemed to him that they would help him cheer up the guy. The orc immediately began asking them what they were interested in on this day. Love, luck, money. He could tell fortunes on absolutely any topic. But suddenly he looked at his client and realized that, to begin with, it would be a good idea for him to ask the guy how old he was. More precisely, the ogre wanted to know how many decades the guy had been living in this world, and this kind of question greatly confused the butler. The guy said that he was actually only 16, which the ogre, of course, did not believe, and began to say that even if the guy was telling the truth, in his opinion, he would be scooped up into any knightly squad as soon as he applied for membership. And these words began to anger the man even more. The ogre began to tell him that if the guy continued to follow the path of the art of the sword, then what awaited him? But then he did not have time to finish, because the butler began to shout at him at the top of his voice, because he thought that the ogre was simply lying to him. At this point, he believed that they should end this dialogue and asked Iron to leave with him. The guy was about to leave when suddenly the ogre stopped him and asked him to take a small thing, which, according to him, would help the guy when he had problems. As Iron left, The ogre thought that this guy had definitely not just gained muscle mass. His body itself looked strong and well-built thanks to the movements from practice. But what amazed him even more was the powerful energy that thickly enveloped him. It was because of these thoughts that the ogre did not believe that Iron was really 16 years old, and most of all he wanted him and Iron to meet again. The next day they continued their journey, and before they arrived home, the butler wanted to ask Iron for forgiveness for what happened yesterday, because he didn't know that the orc would turn out to be a charlatan, although the guy assured him that he was not offended, and besides, he didn't hear anything bad. When they started talking about that orc, Iron immediately remembered that he had given him a small piece of paper with a saying written on it, which was that if you stand firmly on your feet, you don't have to be alone. At first, he couldn't figure out what this could mean, but then the thought finally came into his head that apparently that orc didn't just ask Iron how old he really was. He just wanted to know the age of that man from the dreams. At this point, the butler continued to prove to Iron that he actually immediately suspected something was wrong, because in his opinion, the orc immediately expressed himself somehow strangely when he asked the guy about his age, and then immediately began to assert that the guy could become a good knight. And then it dawned on Iron why the man was acting so strangely, so he decided to tell him that in fact, he had not failed the exam, but on the contrary, passed it. Moreover, according to Iron, he was officially accepted into the academy, but not right now. And if one could say so, then his admission is conditional, because first he needs to complete one task that the head of the academy gave him. Only in this case he will be able to return. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by the driver of the carriage, who told them that the carriage of the Chiron family was approaching further ahead. The butler immediately looked out and saw for himself that they had somehow managed to meet their main enemies, those who openly insulted Mr. Iron, after which he returned to the carriage and told Iron that the heir Aaron Karen and Sir Jack Stewart came out of that carriage. So he immediately wanted to tell Iron that if he was uncomfortable, then he would not mind settling the situation himself. Iron assured him that everything was fine and that he didn't mind going out. And besides, if he didn't do it, it would have been at least impolite. They got out of the carriage and the butler first greeted the heir, Aaron Karen and Sir Jack Stewart. In response, they heard some not very polite words. At that moment, Aaron looked only at Iron and thought that the little boy had apparently grown up and finally left his room. But still, he already knew that Iron was at the Chron Academy and tried to get there, but apparently he didn't succeed since they are returning back. After which the guy decided to remark that apparently the academy teaches students well, because when he saw him, he didn't recognize him right away. Iron ignored him and just looked at him silently until he asked the guy if he planned to continue fencing, to which Iron confidently replied that for now it was part of his plans. Aaron understood that apparently he had no other choice but to do it at home, because Iron, as everyone knows, took up the sword too late. The butler understood perfectly well what this kid was leading to, so at one point all this began to irritate him greatly. But Iron answered confidently, and when he simply had nothing else to say, Iron wanted to know if Aaron had anything else he could add, or if they would end the conversation there. Apparently there wasn't, so Iron decided to turn around and continue his journey, which had already been going on for quite a long time, and so he wanted to get home and rest as soon as possible. The knight who was with Aaron immediately noticed that his prince had carried out a rather stupid provocation, but he was more surprised that the careless prince did not succumb to it so easily. But apparently Aaron wasn't going to end it there, and before they parted, he decided to offer Iron a handshake. He also added that there was an expression, the essence of which was that swordsmen only needed a handshake to understand each other's abilities. Iron immediately made him understand that he was actually hearing about it for the first time. To which Aaron immediately responded that Iron apparently simply lacked knowledge, because the famous swordsman Sir Louis Sogard said so. According to him, in fencing, there is nothing more important than muscle strength. Therefore, he asked Iron to do this so that they could finally check what he was taught there, in that academy. Besides, he, as an older comrade who began to learn the art of the sword 6 years earlier, would be glad to check how much Iron's swordsmanship had grown. He still decided to agree. And as soon as they shook hands, Aaron immediately thought that he had finally managed to do it. Now he was sure that now he would punish Iron for his insolence. Iron began to squeeze his hand as hard as he could at that moment. His smile gradually spread across his entire face, and he was already looking forward to how Iron would make a twisted grimace. However, Iron at this moment continued to stand calmly and did not even move, which angered him even more. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he felt a colossal pressure, although his opponent did not even try to squeeze his hand tighter. Suddenly it dawned on Iron that he needed to squeeze with great force. Therefore, he increased the force with which he began to squeeze his hand, and this was immediately noticeable to Aaron, who almost jumped on the spot from the pain. He decided to immediately remove his hand, because it was very difficult to endure this. Iron smiled and asked Aaron for forgiveness for this, because he still doesn't quite know how to control his strength. Aaron did not say another word, because the thoughts inside him were eating him up, because he could not believe that he had to be the first to unclench the hand of the careless aristocrat. The gentlemen were about to say goodbye to each other when suddenly they were interrupted by the talking cat, who was unhappy that they would really be parting ways at this point. After which this cat added that Iron should definitely hit this guy and not just let him go. About something that simply cannot be, something that defies common sense, something that literally makes you doubt what you saw with your own eyes. People most often call this action magic. At least it made them feel better that they could come up with a name for it. However, if you manage to go into detail, then all this has absolutely no meaning for magic. It is easy to get confused in definitions. After all, in any case, a person uses an invisible force called mana, but magic is a teaching that strictly follows logic and rationality. Then I read the question about how to correctly call situations when they encounter something absolutely incomprehensible. And for this, people invented witchcraft. This is when the laws of nature are completely ignored, which means witchcraft occurs. The butler, seeing this cat, simply could not believe either his ears or his eyes, although this is not surprising, because he had certainly never seen a talking cat. Sir Stuart clearly understood that if they got involved with the witch, it would definitely not end well. So he bowed to the witch and said that if there had been any tactlessness on their part, they asked her forgiveness, after which he suggested that they should take their leave now. But this cat didn't care at all about his words, because she wanted to see a fight. After that, the cat stood up on its hind legs and the butler went into shock, and at that moment the witch once again wanted to ask them if there would be a fight. She offered to at least arrange a duel for them, especially since she could easily lend it to them. Sir Stuart immediately began to tell her that she apparently had not understood everything correctly, because the Pereira and Kieran families support each other. Hearing something like that was a complete disappointment for her, because she was hoping for fun. Sir Stuart then turned to the Pereira family to ask their forgiveness for taking up their precious time, but they dare not detain them any longer. At this point, they went their separate ways to their carriages, but now Iron was incredibly interested to know who this cat was and whether she was even human. The butler immediately assured him that he was not really sure, but it seemed to him that she was somehow connected with the heiress Curlia, because they were both sorceresses. After some time, Iron finally arrived home and was duly greeted by his family, who were incredibly happy to see him home. The guy said that the academy recognized his talent and his father was very surprised by this, but he immediately added that he was incredibly proud of the guy. Ironu was very grateful to him for these words because he couldn't even believe that his father was telling him that he was proud of him. The father decided to talk about the fact that they met a talking cat on the road. According to the man, it was a witch named Lulu, and then Iron was quite surprised when he found out that the witch was not human. However, according to him, she had human intelligence. And Iron's sister added that this cat was very strong, because just one glance was enough to make everything clear. She was stronger than all the witches that the girl managed to meet in the royal capital. But the most interesting thing was that Lulu came to them about 10 days ago and glanced sideways at Curlia's teacher. But they didn't know who she was, so they sent a person to the Witchcraft Association to check her out. However, in that case, they still believed that the most important thing here was what Curlia herself thought about it. Suddenly, she jumped up from her seat and rather aggressively wanted to know from her brother what he thought about this, to which he replied that he did not really understand this, and that what was most important to him was his sister's wishes. She understood this without him, but she noticed that of all of them, only he saw what she was truly capable of. The mother immediately asked her daughter not to put pressure on her brother, although Kiroya believed that she had done nothing wrong. She had simply found out. Iron hadn't seen it for a long time. This was Curlia's sincere stubbornness, but this time he immediately realized that something had definitely happened, since she was so nervous. And in general, he didn't even understand why the girl got so angry. He came home for the first time in a long time, and this could clearly be postponed. But suddenly he remembered that he had a gift for her, and so he decided that now was probably the perfect moment to give it to the girl. He wasn't entirely sure that she would really like it, but he still gave her this gift. And judging by the girl's expression, she liked it quite a lot. The parents were happy to watch this, because they were able to wait until Iron finally started buying gifts. Carly certainly didn't expect to receive a gift, much less one like this. So she quietly said thank you to the guy, but he didn't hear her. So she had to repeat it, and she did it much louder. It seemed like she wasn't thanking him, but just screaming. Sometime before this, Marcus advised the guy to give everyone a gift upon arrival, for which the guy was very grateful to him. Iron wanted to give gifts to his parents as well, but he never got around to it because their conversation was interrupted at one point by that same Lula, who unexpectedly appeared on their table. Curly immediately grabbed the cat and started yelling at it to immediately tell her what it was doing here. In response to these words, Lulu said that now she only had to persuade her older brother, but apparently the girl was not expecting to hear this, which is why she began to get even more angry. Curlia didn't start coddling her and immediately ordered Lulu to tell her what she meant when she said such words. The cat began to tell her that she noticed that it would be easier to get along with her brother than with Curlia, and since she loved him very much, Lulu thought that if she persuaded him, then she would agree too. But after a few seconds, the witch definitely regretted that she told the girl all this, because she began to scream at her at the top of her voice. Curlia didn't stop there and decided to tell Lulu that because of this behavior, she would definitely not become her student now. At this point, their wonderful dinner ended and Iron went to his room to rest a little. At that moment, he thought that his parents liked his gifts quite a lot. It even seemed to him that he touched them even more than his admission to the academy. He understood that in an ordinary family, such things are probably not uncommon. So when he saw how his parents rejoiced over little things, he felt both happiness and guilt towards them. Therefore, he firmly decided that he would no longer waste his time on trifles, as he had done before. Now he was sure that he was simply forbidden to delay in finding his way of the sword, and he must complete this task as quickly as possible. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door, which even scared Iron a little, but he allowed him to enter. It was one of the maids who decided to ask the guy if he would go to the training ground tomorrow, to which he immediately gave her the answer that he was going to do it early in the morning. So he asked her to prepare in advance what he asked for. The maid asked him to think about it again, because it took him more than half a month to get here from the academy, and most likely, he didn't even have time to rest properly. But the guy said that in fact, everything is exactly the opposite. His hands are literally itching from the fact that he hasn't held a sword in his hands for half a month. Meanwhile, Aaron came to an agreement with his father, who allowed the boy to return to his room. After which, Mr. Viscount called Sir Stuart to him. Viscount Phil Kieran noticed that his son looked rather strange, so he wanted to ask the knight what happened to them on the way to the Pereira estate. Sir Stuart immediately told that on the way back they met the heir of Iron. And when he told this story in full, the Viscount boiled with anger and began to throw everything he saw. He believed that this situation was completely abnormal, and that no one had the right to treat his son like this. Moreover, he immediately began to blame Sir Stuart, whom he considered guilty of all this. Although suddenly the man stopped shouting and began to smile, after which he added that most likely in such a case he simply would not have been able to intervene. But then his scream was heard again throughout the kingdom, and this time he decided to blame everything on Iron, who for some reason had changed. Moreover, according to Stuart, the guy seemed to him to be a completely different person, and it seems that the heir to Iron had learned a lot at the Chrono Academy. Although their families were friends, in fact, Harun Pereira had not been liked by the Viscount for a long time, and the reason for such hatred was that he had luxurious hair, an irresistible appearance, a wife who, if rumors were to be believed, was considered a beauty, and on top of all this, a beautiful daughter who was a sorceress. Moreover, from year to year, his fortune only increases, and now the boy, who was once drowned in the mud, suddenly perked up, which the man did not like at all. He thought that it would be much better if Iron continued to rot within four walls. But suddenly his screams and thoughts were interrupted when someone who was sitting in his room said that in fact, at the moment there was no point in being angry. You just need to pull out the sprout that had appeared, and that would be the end of it. It was Ryan Kieran's proposal. He was the main heir of the Kieran family, moreover. If you believe the guy, he already had a plan. He reminded his father that there would soon be a punitive expedition, so he proposed that when the 6 noble families of the southern part of the Hale Kingdom arrived at the Pereira estate for a meeting of the heads of the family, then it would be possible to wipe their feet on the negligent aristocrat and drive him back into the swamp. The Viscount liked the idea enough that he ordered Stuart out of his office so that he and his son could discuss a detailed plan of how they would do it. The knight understood perfectly well that Iron could very well get into trouble, since a person who was much smarter, more talented, and many times more cold-blooded than the Viscount had entered the game. And all these qualities were instilled in the main heir from childhood, who drew attention to Iron. The next day, early in the morning, several knights went out to the training ground to carry out the training that Irona had assigned them. Although each of them was very unhappy that they had to do something like this at such an early hour, on the other hand, a punitive expedition would soon take place, and if they did not regularly deal with the monsters, then one day they would simply lose. Moreover, one of them had long known that raids on monsters were organized only so that noble families could demonstrate their status. But suddenly their trepidation was interrupted by Iron, who at that moment was already training hard. They immediately approached him to say hello, and also to tell him that they had already heard that the guy had returned yesterday, but they still wanted to know what he was doing on the training ground so early. Iron knew very well that the ordinary soldiers had morning training planned today, but he still decided to work out alone, and he promised that he would definitely not disturb them. The knights immediately began to whisper that since the heir to the throne was here, he had most likely already flown out of the academy, but they still couldn't help but notice how the guy had bulked up quite a bit during this time. One of them decided to lift the disc that Iron had just used to pull himself up, but he was unable to do it because it was too heavy for him. But suddenly, all their conversations were interrupted by Orn Zukran, who was the main knight. He yelled at his people because they apparently came here to have fun and not to train. One of the knights immediately approached him to tell him that they weren't actually having fun here. They just decided to watch the heir's training for a bit. Hearing this, he immediately turned his attention to the horizontal bar, where Iron was indeed, but he could not fully believe that the guy was doing pull-ups with a disc, and his technique was quite good, so the knight immediately wanted to know what this guy had been doing for a whole year, although Orn then came to his senses and said that maybe in their eyes the heir looked incredible. But with his skills, he didn't even stand next to the knights and wouldn't stand. But Iron at that moment continued to show some incredible things on the horizontal bar, which could not help but distract the knights. One of the knights even decided to joke a little on Orn, telling him that he would hardly be able to repeat what the boy was doing now. This obviously made him angry, so he started yelling at them and telling them that they had let themselves go too much, and that now he would do everything to make sure that they had a normal training session. Iron, after some time, took the sword in his hands and decided to work with it a little, when suddenly he noticed a rather familiar cat. It was Lulu, who was sitting quietly on the porch and washing herself. Irona understood that she was clearly not here for nothing, and perhaps she even came here to persuade him to influence Curlew. But he immediately decided that he would not pay attention to her, because he needed to concentrate on training, and the rest should not bother him. Iron clearly realized that in order to find his own path with the sword, it was time for him to stop repeating the swings of the man he had dreamed of, and it was time for him to start practicing the techniques he had learned at the academy. A week later, Iron continued to train, and all the knights simply could not comprehend how he could run faster than all of them, while maintaining even breathing and not sweating. But they didn't hide it from him. Practically every training session they told him that he had become significantly more resilient. One of the knights noted that they had already finished training and they offered him to leave with them. But the guy noted that he would not mind staying here a little longer. In the boy's head were thoughts about his friends, whom he considered amazing guys who endured the brutal training at the academy without any help. But he still couldn't concentrate completely. And the whole thing was that Lulu had been watching his training for a week, so every day the guy became more and more interested in finding out what was on her mind. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by one of the knights, who wanted to warn Iron that according to legend, that cat brings bad luck. Moreover, they even say that it is cursed. Hearing about this, it finally dawned on Iron why the soldiers avoided her. It was all because of the bad gossip about her. The butler decided to visit Iron and came to the training ground, but before he could speak to the boy, he saw an interesting picture. Iron stood next to Lulu and told her that she said last time that she wanted to convince him, so he wanted to ask her why she didn't even come to talk to him. Lulu smiled and answered the guy that she really liked Curlia. She was an interesting person, but Irona was an incredibly boring boulder for her. The guy definitely didn't expect to hear something like that from her. It sounded pretty rude to him, so he asked her to express herself a little more softly towards him, but she seemed not to hear these words, and at one point simply interrupted him in order to say that she had a small gift for him. Iron didn't really understand why she decided to give him something, but she assured him that it didn't matter at all at the moment, especially since she was going to just give this thing away. But since the guy approached her himself, she decided to give this thing to him, and in return, she still asked him to talk to Curlia. At that moment, the butler intervened in their dialogue, who immediately understood that this was not just a ball, but a cat's eye, an incredibly rare artifact. According to Marcus, this is not just a rare thing, it is also very expensive, so much so that you can buy a quarter of the Pereira estate for it. Lulu was glad that the man appeared, because all these words played only in her favor. But before accepting this thing, Iron wanted to know from her why she was suddenly ready to part with such a valuable thing. Was it really all for the sake of Curlia becoming her student? Lulu immediately noted that for her, this is a rather piquant question, but the answer is quite simple. She is ready to part with this thing just like that. As she already said, she would have given it away just like that anyway. Iron interpreted these words as meaning that she simply had no reason to give him this stone and that she was really doing it just like that. Lulu noted that she simply liked Curlia very much, and that was all, so she believed that in this case, no reason was necessarily needed. Marcus immediately noted that he actually understood Lulu, but he still thought that bribing her with such a treasure was a bit too much. Lulu immediately began to look at him with anger, because even though she was an ordinary cat, she still understood the value of money perfectly well, and this meant that she realized how much this ball cost. And during her life, she realized that people by their nature are greedy for gold and precious stones, but in her opinion, there are much more valuable things in this world. For example, a wooden ball that gives off a simply wonderful aroma. According to her, exactly the same ball can no longer be obtained anywhere, so Lulu would not exchange this ball, even for a dozen cat eyes. And this is not the only example. She also had a foxtail in her collection, and her memories are connected with it before she learned witchcraft. And she also had a soft toy that her friend, the same stray cat, gave her. In other words, she believed that it was precisely such things that were the real treasure, and not these cat eyes and the like. Marcus, although he agreed with her, clearly thought differently. Iron at that moment thought that all this was so unusual, and he definitely would not have guessed what the secret was. So it turns out that in the relationship with Curlia, there is also value that cannot be bought for money. In general, he decided that Lulu is a good cat that can be trusted. Lula finished her monologue and once again asked Iron to take this stone and praise her Curlia as best as possible. Iron immediately told her that, unfortunately, he could not accept her gift, which greatly surprised Lulu, after which she repeated to him once again that this thing was very expensive and he had better accept it. But the guy assured her that it was enough for him that she told him things that meant much more to him than money. Lulu didn't even know what to answer him to these words, but the guy suddenly added to her that he was going to tell Curlia not what she ordered, but what he saw and felt after meeting her. Lulu immediately answered him that she doubted the words he said about Kilia, so she thought that she could attract him with a pebble, but in the end, even that didn't work out for her. Although she asked him not to get cocky, because in her opinion, this does not change the fact that he's a simpleton, and besides, she plans to visit them often. The next day, Iron and Lulu met under very strange circumstances, because Lulu was screaming at the top of her voice that they were in trouble, and he urgently had to run after her. After which she ran away, and when Iron finally caught up with her, it turned out that she just wanted him to stay with her while she ate. Iron was initially confused by what she considered to be a problem, but then he sat down next to her and waited for Lulu to eat, because according to her, she gets very restless when there is no one around during meals. The next day, history repeated itself, but this time Iron did not react so violently and simply calmly wanted to ask Lulu what happened this time. The thing was that Lulu really wanted to know what that cat lying on her belly was thinking about, but the guy didn't know, and he became interested in finding out from Lulu. But as it turned out, she brought him here so that he would answer her this question, because she also didn't know. And in general, she didn't quite understand why he was answering her question with a question. Iron thought that she knew what this cat was thinking, so she called him to tell her. But it turned out that she didn't even know about it, and in general, she was surprised that he thought so. The guy found this very funny, but Lulu didn't understand at all why he suddenly started laughing. Iron found it funny until he remembered the words of Chronos, who told him that he had exactly 1 year to understand who he was and what he wanted from this world. These words affected him quite quickly, so he immediately broke away and went for his sword. He came to the training court with the thought that today was definitely not the day when he should do nonsense, because he needed to find his way of the sword as quickly as possible, although it seemed to him that after leaving the academy, he had completely lost it and now did not understand anything at all. Iron began to actively train again, and at that moment was trying to figure out what to do now. But in the end, it all ended with him simply repeating the same thing as that man, which made the guy sad. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Lulu, who, out of the blue, wanted to ask the guy if he had tried to study witchcraft. Iron didn't quite understand why he was doing this at all. But instead of answering this question, Lulu suddenly invited him to become her student. At this moment, Iron felt incredible pressure, which made him unable to even say a word. Looking at Lulu, He immediately understood that she had changed very much in one moment and had become different from what she had been before. The guy was lost in some kind of fog, and Lulu at that moment continued to offer him to become her student so that they could go together to the cheerful world of sorcerers. The oppressive energy disappeared, and the guy came to his senses again, after which he immediately refused Lulu's offer, arguing that he simply did not want to, and besides, he was definitely not a sorcerer, but a swordsman. Lulu thought that this was not a problem at all, because he could easily start learning from her, and sooner or later he would definitely learn this art. But the guy believed that even if he wanted to, he still wouldn't be able to master it, even if he really wanted to. Although Lulu thought that he was stupid, because in fact no one is more suitable for witchcraft than a swordsman with a strong will, and in her opinion, there is a high probability that he will discover an ability in himself that will make his sword better. And in order to explain to the guy what she means, first she would like to ask him if he knows how swordsmen, sorcerers, and magicians differ from each other. The guy didn't know this, or pretended not to know, so Lulu began to tell him that all martial arts masters, including swordsmen, focus on their physical body, which is also the inner space. By tirelessly training and tempering the body, they acquire a mysterious power called aura. Magicians, on the contrary, concentrate on the external environment, which is the outer space. Their goal is to analyze the mystical power, mana, which permeates the universe, and also to understand the laws and principles of the world. But people most often call sorcerers creatures who are stubborn about the order of things. Although in reality, sorcerers are eager to make the impossible possible, because they are stunning creatures who ignore common sense and worldly logic and can also make things materialize that they desire. That's who sorcerers are. Lulu told Iron that they were used to being called stubborn, and although she didn't agree with it, to some extent it was still true. In other words, she wanted the guy to remember that a powerful will that is capable of realizing even the most absurd desires, for example, changing the world alone, and an unsurpassed spirit that an ordinary person cannot even imagine. Unlike ordinary people, the indicators of soul strength are the basis of the power of sorcerers. And what about its perpendicular section? She can say this. She clearly felt in the blow an incredibly strong will, which spoke only of the desire, at any cost, to cut through anything. In other words, she wanted to say that his will was more than enough to awaken, even with minimal help, the magic that would also benefit the sword. But Iron still decided to say that he most likely won't be able to do this, and Lulu was already tired of proving something to him, and therefore simply decided to find out what the problem was. The guy told her that he actually wanted to try to learn witchcraft, but the thing was that with this sword, he couldn't allow that. It was hard for him to explain this. All he could tell her was that this sword, roughly speaking, did not belong to him, thereby confusing Lulu even more. But suddenly, having finished these words, the guy had an epiphany. It seemed to him that Lulu might actually be able to reveal the secret of his dream. To begin with, he still tried to explain to Lulu in more detail what he felt. As it turned out, she had heard that this had happened to several people, when the soul, memory, and character of a completely different creature was imposed on them. But she immediately noticed that each of the situations was not identical. But it seemed to her that this would not interfere with the study of witchcraft. Iron heard this and thought that in fact, she had only seen the section once and had reacted positively. So he thought that the man's technique was truly charming. But in the end, he still said that his answer was no. According to him, he just didn't want to awaken the witchcraft by the will of another person. And here Lula barely restrained herself from yelling at the guy, because she would like them to try to do this, at least once. According to the guy, first of all, he would like to find his own sword. After these words, the guy thought about the fact that, in fact, where he came from, there he returned, which could not help but upset him. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Lulu, who saw how sad her student was, and therefore thought that it was time for her to give him advice, although the guy repeated to her once again that he refused to be a sorcerer. But she assured him that there was something he apparently didn't understand, for example, that up until now, his actions had not been an indicator of effort. If we believe what she says, then these were not efforts, but futile efforts, to put it more harshly and crudely. As a result, the guy returned to his room and thought about the fact that Lulu had actually confused him even more, and now he didn't understand at all which way he should move. Marcus suddenly visited his room to find out if there was a witch named Lulu in Iron's room, and when the guy said that she was not here, the butler decided to tell the guy that he had two pieces of news for the guy. The first was about the upcoming punitive expedition. He told the guy that in a few days a meeting would be held in their estate about this and the owner would make an announcement. The second news was about Mrs. Lulu. Marcus was very worried about Iron, so he decided to tell the guy that there were a lot of bad rumors about Lulu. For example, about how she joined the Oracle Witchcraft Guild, which is in the east of the continent. But immediately after she left, the community fell apart. And also because of an accident, the second son of the feudal estate Ziakal, where Lulu stayed for a while, lost his life. And the large trading organization Barbani saw its business decline after they let a cat in. Immediately after the man's words, the guy wanted to know if these were confirmed rumors. And Marcus immediately assured him that everything that happened in the Oracle, the Ziakal and Barbani estates, was the pure truth. The guy asked the question differently, and it turned out that it was only known that she had been in all these places. But no one had been able to prove that she was the one responsible for these troubles. Iron tried to say that maybe in that case it wasn't Lulu, but he was immediately interrupted by Marcus, who wanted to tell the guy that he understood him perfectly well. That perhaps people simply mixed stories from life with superstitions about a black cat, and the rumors were unfounded, and perhaps she personally did nothing. However, he only asked him to think about whether it was necessary for him in his position to take such a risk. At this point, the man finished and left, and Iron remembered his own words when he said that he would evaluate Lul the way he saw and felt himself. And at the moment, it seemed to him that she did not have such a bad character as to harm someone. He also believed that she was quite unusual and a little different from people, but she definitely had her positive sides. At least that was the guy's opinion, and it was him that he would tell his sister Curlia without bringing up any rumors. But suddenly, he heard a voice from under the bed, which wanted to know from the guy what would happen if something bad happened to Curlia, and she was next to her. Iron guessed that Lulu had been under his bed all this time, but before answering her question, he decided to check with her if what Marcus had said was true. She immediately crawled out from under the bed and assured him that, in fact, everything was just like that. But it wasn't her doing. She was just having fun, and two bad old men in the Oracle got into a fight, which is why the tower blew up. In Barbani, the owner's children fought, and the same thing happened in the Ziakal estate. Iron understood that either this was just a series of coincidences, or Lulu was lying, however. That one option or the other was very dangerous, and it would be stupid to lean towards either of them. So to begin with, he decided to assure her that as long as they were friends, nothing would happen to him. Although Lulu herself was no longer sure of this because she had already become accustomed to being called a black cat, which promises bad luck. Iron assured her that in fact there were a lot of rumors about him too, but that didn't mean that all of it was true. In this way, he wanted to tell her that they were quite similar in this regard. Of course, he didn't say that he had never made a mistake, but he would evaluate it the way his heart and mind tell him. And if he fails, then he will think about what to do. Lulu hadn't heard such words for a long time. Iron knew that the people around him would be a little worried, but he immediately promised her that he would slowly dispel their worries. While the guy was talking there, Lulu took out her small purse again and told the guy that she had a gift for him. She took out a huge ball, and according to her, this thing is very expensive and it is 100 times better than a cat's eye. So she asked him to accept this small bribe and tell everyone that it is actually not bad. After which she immediately ran away, and Iron didn't even have time to tell her that he doesn't take bribes at all. But on the other hand, the guy understood that this was one of Lulu's valuable treasures, which was simply nice to realize. The only thing that bothered him was that this ball was somehow too huge. The next day, Iron finally decided that he would take part in the upcoming punitive expedition. The father asked the boy to think about it carefully because this was not some kind of festival. But according to Iron, he had already thought everything through carefully and had definitely decided that he wanted to participate. The man wanted to make sure that the boy really understood what he was agreeing to, so he told him again that on the punitive expedition he would have to fight not with monsters, but with other families, which in his opinion could be much more unpleasant and burdensome than the guy could imagine, so the man wanted to ask the guy again if he really wanted to participate. Iron did not change his mind after these words, and assured his father that he wanted to do everything possible to ensure that everything worked out for him. A week later, Viscount Karen arrived at their castle, and as soon as he saw Iron, he immediately began to compliment him, although mentally he was ready to tear this guy into small pieces. Irona recalled the words of Marcus, who asked his master to remember only one thing, which was that it would be better if he kept in mind that there was no family that would be friendly towards them. He decided to tell a little about each family separately. With Bauer and Fried, they communicate without conflicts. but he couldn't help but notice that their friendship wasn't strong enough to trust them. Families that openly disliked the Pereiras are Lester and Russell. And of course, this meeting could not have happened without the Chirons, who, although they did not openly hate the Pereira family, were still the most insidious and dangerous of them all. In particular, Macruz asked Iron to be wary of Phil Chiron, since the Pereira family has not gotten along with him for a long time. After some time, a small banquet began to celebrate the beginning of the festival, and Iron's father raised his glass and thanked all the guests for taking the time to ensure the safety of the southern trade route. And he also proposed to drink to the prosperity and peace of the 6 noble families of the South. Iron was no exception and decided to support his father, so he also started drinking. The guy didn't like the drink they were drinking right away, so all he could do was hope that he definitely didn't need to drink it all. Suddenly, the guy noticed that absolutely everyone at the table without exception was staring at the guy. Iron immediately assumed that he must have made some kind of mistake, since everyone suddenly paid attention to him. His thoughts were interrupted by Phil Chiron, who laughed at the guy and finally said that Iron was actually holding the glass a little incorrectly. According to him, white wine is very sensitive to temperature, so if you hold the glass this way, the warmth of your palm is transferred to the wine. And to do this correctly, you need to grab the thin part, that is, the stem of the glass. Iron felt a little awkward because no one taught him this, so he asked for forgiveness. But according to Phil, this happens to everyone, and he asked him to correct himself and take the glass correctly. The guy seemed to have corrected the position of the glass in his hand, but according to the man, he still does it incorrectly, because he still needs to stick out his little finger. Iron didn't know what he was talking about, so Phil Chiron had to explain that when condiments were very expensive, to avoid wastage, people would scoop them up with their thumb and little finger, but when they lifted the glass with their whole palm, the fingers would become damp and the condiments would often be wasted. After which the man added that he of course understood that at a guy's age they wouldn't worry about such things, but it still seemed to him that being an aristocrat, he simply needed to know the rules of etiquette at the table. The other heads of families supported Chiron, saying that this was the difference between aristocrats and commoners. But Phil Chiron noticed that they had slightly distorted what he wanted to convey, after which he asked Father Chiron not to misunderstand him. The man immediately noted that he had no misunderstandings because he understood everything perfectly. The performance of the Chiron family did not end there, because immediately after these words, Phil decided to clarify with his son whether he had listened to the symphonies that he had recommended to him, to which Aaron responded rather quickly, saying that he had listened to everything and especially liked the second composition. The head of the Lester family was glad to hear that Aaron also had excellent knowledge of music, after which he decided to ask Iron what kind of music he listened to. The guy told them that he actually didn't have any favorite music, which upset them a little, because they were sure that the guy should understand such things. Even if he was at the academy, it still didn't justify him. According to them, every aristocrat must have a minimum erudition that will help support any conversation. This is very important for the future successor to the throne. But then he immediately smiled and began to tell Iron that he was actually just joking and that he shouldn't take these words to heart. At that moment, Aaron sat and smiled. He was so pleased to watch how they all tried to humiliate the guy. He believed that at this rate, the guy would finally understand that he didn't even have a basic education, and that all of this was the result of his laziness and ignorance. In other words, he had thoughts in his head that the moment would soon come when they would be able to expose the irresponsibility of Baron Pereira, who had neglected Iron all this time. Iron himself, at that moment, began to shake with fear, because it seemed to him that everything he was doing was all wrong, which is why his father paid attention to him. At one point, he decided that it would be better for him to leave, so he told his father that he was not feeling well. So if his father did not mind, then he would go away for a short time. He left the room where the dinner was, and at some point he started running. At that moment, in his head, there were only thoughts about the fact that he had run away again, although he was almost sure that he had become much more confident. Iron really wanted to believe that he could stand up to others. But in the end, he couldn't even imagine what pain his father had to endure, and how bad it was for Curlia and her mother. And at that moment, he was just lying in bed and doing nothing, for which the guy blamed himself very much, saying that he was an incredibly bad son. He immediately took the sword in his hands and began to train, although at some point this upset him even more, because he remembered that he could not even find his own path and was copying the life of the one he dreamed of. He remembered the day when he spoke to Lulu and she explained to him what wasted effort was. According to Lulu, cruelly exploiting your body physically is not an effort, because in her opinion, to achieve a goal, you need to use it both physically and spiritually, And this is the essence of real effort. In other words, she wanted to tell him that it was important for him to use both body and soul, that great actions must be supported by a great soul. And when she told him about all this, Lulu wanted to ask the guy if he thought he had tried hard enough spiritually. Remembering this conversation, Iron simply could not answer this question because he himself did not understand anything. Suddenly, he heard familiar voices coming from behind him, discussing the guy's stance. It was Lester's family, Kevin and Caesar, who noticed that waiting for adults to talk was very boring, so they came here to offer the guy a little fight between themselves. Baron Russell's heir, Martin, decided to ask Iron to answer a little faster because they had already realized that he couldn't hold a glass of wine, and now they wanted to check what he could do with a sword. Although right after that, he said that a year of study, even at the Chronos Academy, was clearly not enough for their careless aristocrat to learn at least something. These words made the guy even more angry, causing him to look at them angrily and say that they could attack them if they wanted to test his skills so badly. This phrase of the guy stunned the guys. Their faces changed, and there were no more smiles on their faces. However, one of the Lester family decided that he would have no problem fighting Iron, since the guy decided that he was already a great swordsman. Taking the sword in his hands, he immediately thought about the fact that he hadn't actually picked up a sword for about a year. But on the other hand, before that, he had been training almost his entire life. But his opponent, on the contrary, had only been training for a year, so he was more than confident of his victory. But he immediately decided for himself that he did not want to get by with just one victory, and he needed to do everything possible to make Iron taste shame. Kevin said he was ready to fight and to test how much Iron's skills had grown during this time. Before he could finish saying that he was completely ready for battle, Iron jumped up and dealt the first blow to him. The result of such a quick attack was that he managed to knock Kevin's sword out of his hands, which was incredibly unexpected for him. Roughly speaking, this was the end of the fight because Kevin no longer had a weapon with which he could continue. Iron didn't stop there and asked the other two guys who were watching who they wanted to be his next opponent. But suddenly his words were interrupted by Kevin, who shouted that this fight was unfair and did not count. He argued that they had not announced the start of the duel, and Iron had attacked from under the Toshka, thereby breaking the rules. Iron didn't argue with him, and suggested that Kevin pick up his sword and start their fight again. Only this time he would wait until they started the fight and would not attack in advance. Russell's heir intervened in their conversation, raising Kevin up and telling him that he would fight Iron in his place. Kevin tried to argue with him, but this guy looked at him with such a look that all his questions disappeared at one moment, and he decided to step aside. Martin came right up to Iron and told him that it would be easier for him when he personally fought the guy and defeated him. Lester's heirs began to laugh, because they understood that Martin would now punish the impudent man who dared to challenge them, and then even fought with Kevin against the rules. They were so confident in Martin's victory, if only for the reason that they have different equipment. Russell's successor is much larger than Iron. A few minutes later, the fight with this self-confident Martin began. He immediately went on the attack and was already thinking in his mind that Iron would definitely not win, and no matter what block he put up, the guy would still break through him with his attack. The Leicester heirs were so pleased that Martin was attacking Iron so well, they couldn't wait for the moment when the guy would smear him and trample him to smithereens. However, no matter how hard Martin tried, his attacks were not effective. Iron easily repelled each of them, and it was clear that he was not even straining himself. At one point in the fight, Martin noticed that it was becoming too difficult for him to block Iron's attacks, and this was apparently due to the fact that he had been swinging too hard and attacking too often before. But that wasn't the worst thing that could happen, because Iron went on to start attacking him himself. Martin tried so hard to fight off Iron's attacks that his hands turned red from fatigue at one point and eventually began to shake. Iron immediately noticed that Martin had fear in his eyes, so he decided to ask him why he suddenly stopped attacking. Was something really wrong? Martin understood that his strength was already exhausted and he could not overcome it anymore. He had clearly lost this fight. But Iron believed that he couldn't just let this guy go, so he decided to end this fight. At the last moment, Iron stopped because he heard the voice of Aaron Karen, who asked them to stop because it was already clear who of them had won, after which his older brother noted that Iron was really cool and had become much stronger, and since he had grown so much, maybe he would want to fight him too. But he didn't want to do it with training swords. His offer was only valid if they fought with real swords. Iron was incredibly confident in himself at that moment, so he didn't think long before agreeing to this offer. Aaron's brother didn't quite understand where Iron got so much confidence to agree to a duel with real swords. He had only one guess, that after studying at the academy for only 1 year, he had become seriously bolder. Well, if that's the case, then he wouldn't be at all against leaving a large scar on Iron's face, which would remind him that he needs to behave a little more quietly. Before the fight, he told Iron that he didn't mind letting him attack first, since he had started learning the art of the sword earlier, and in his opinion, it would be right and fair. Iron simply remained silent in response, and Kieran suggested that Iron wanted him to start first, but before he could finish speaking, Iron interrupted him and said that he agreed to start first. This made the guy's opponent happy, after which he added that he couldn't even imagine that the day would come when they would duel each other, which is why he had a rather strange feeling inside. And apparently he had these feelings because the Iron he knew was a worthless coward. Iron didn't listen to him at all at that moment. He just closed his eyes and began to concentrate. The other guys didn't understand what he was doing at all and why he closed his eyes. Was he really trying to laugh at them in this way? But at one point he did open them, but the previous Iron had definitely disappeared somewhere, because an incredibly huge energy began to concentrate around him. Aaron's brother himself did not understand how he ended up near the wall, and his body at that moment was trembling with fear. Thoughts appeared in his head that he was probably afraid of the careless aristocrat, so he moved away, but for him, this was in the realm of fantasy. But then he collected his thoughts and decided that this was just ridiculous. He was sure that he could deal with Iron in just 2 hits, but as soon as he took a step forward to attack, suddenly his sword crumbled into pieces. None of the spectators could simply believe that Aaron's brother could lose this battle. The guy himself looked at his cut sword for a long time and did not understand what had just happened. He had no idea how Iron had managed to do this, since they hadn't even crossed swords. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the voice of his father, who entered the training ground. He was not alone, but together with all the elders, who immediately realized that the guys had apparently decided to have a small duel here. But when he looked more closely, the smile immediately disappeared from his face. After all, in the center stood his eldest son Ryan, whose sword was broken. And although the man guessed what the reason might be, he still asked the guy again. His worst thoughts came true. Ryan finally found the courage to admit that he simply lost the duel to Iron. Iron's father, hearing this, was more surprised than the others, although he knew that his son had been accepted into the Chrono Academy. But looking at his son, he still couldn't believe that he could defeat Ryan, because he was not just an opponent who couldn't be defeated just like that. Ryan almost cried at that moment. He just didn't understand what to do next and how to act correctly to get out of this situation. But then the thought came into his head that he just needed to act as confident as possible. Then everyone would think that it was just an accident. He handed his broken sword to Sir Stuart and kept thinking that he should speak as if nothing serious had happened. So he started by saying that Iron's skills were surprisingly great, according to Ryan. From an attack from more than 5 meters, his sword simply broke in 2. His father immediately understood what his son was up to, so he decided to support him and started laughing at Ryan, because they always knew that Iron was capable, especially since he studied at the Chronos Academy for a year, so it was obvious that he was not suitable as an opponent. Chief Lester supported this dialogue and said that if this is true, then this is simply a colossal happiness for the Southern Union. According to him, this simply amazing progress of Iron will undoubtedly bring great benefit to the punitive expedition. That evening, when Ryan and his father were alone, their true emotions finally showed on their faces. And right after that, the father decided to tell his son that he simply couldn't believe that he had managed to raise Pereira's fighting spirit, deliberately losing the duel. According to him, they could have distanced themselves from the Pereira family, but fortunately everything went well, although Ryan understood that his father didn't know all the details. Phil Kieran also decided to add to his son that he should be careful in the future, because it seems to him that in the future he will not be able to turn a blind eye to his unauthorized changes to their general plan. After this conversation, Ryan ordered Sir Stuart, upon returning home, to call 3 or even 5 of the pupil soldiers. Iron, meanwhile, also talked with his father, who continued to tell the boy that he actually might not take part, since the punitive expedition was not such an important event for him as, for example, officially becoming a student of the Chronos Academy. But the guy apparently had already decided for himself how he would act next, so he repeated to his father once again that he would definitely take part in this expedition, after which he added that, in fact, he understood his experiences, so he decided to fill in the gaps that caused them. He was going to do everything he could to eliminate any concerns in the remaining 3 weeks, and if after that he didn't believe in it, he would refuse to participate. The man listened to his son very attentively and at one point realized that arguing with him was simply useless. Next to the father's office, there was Curlia and her mother, who heard perfectly well what Iron and the father were talking about. So Curlia was a little worried that everything would be okay because it was really dangerous. But her mother immediately calmed her down and said that everything would definitely be fine because her brother was a great guy. He was trying his best, so they just had to believe in him a little. Iron, immediately after talking with his father, returned to his usual training and did all this with the thought that from this moment on, he would never again shift responsibility to his family. Now everything would be completely different. He was going to do everything possible so that they would no longer have to face disrespect because of him. He was no longer going to watch them have to hold back their anger and be sad because of him. When suddenly he stopped and wanted to ask Lulu what she thought now, did his actions look like futile efforts? She happily told him that she now saw that he was really trying. But the guy definitely wasn't going to stop training with the sword. He wanted her to quickly teach him the basics of witchcraft, and for this, he would do everything she told him. In response to his words, she assured him that there was no need to rush. She would teach him, although it would definitely not be today. She thought that now it would be better for the guy to calm down and come to his senses. She didn't know what had happened to him, but it seemed to her that now it would be better to just rest, and from tomorrow, she wouldn't mind starting. The guy agreed with her, and the next day they met again. Iron immediately told her that he relied on her very much. He also added that no one would definitely come to this site because he asked his father to limit entry. But the seriousness of this moment was interrupted by Lulu when she put on her glasses. She believed that the teacher's outfit was a very important thing because such little things allow you to build a different way of thinking. As she already said, the spirit is important in witchcraft. According to her, it is not enough to just want, you need to turn the desire into reality. For example, his great desire to protect the family, it will definitely suit this. Right after that, she told him that the easiest way to make a cherished desire stronger is to use superstition. She explained to him that this was something like rumors without logical basis. However, there must be faith in something, because in witchcraft, faith is above all. Lulu immediately told the guy that no matter how absurd the wish was, the more sincerely he believed in it, the more powerful the magical power became, just as, for example, primitive people revered the sun and huge stones as gods and said that through the offering they wanted to fulfill their cherished desires. They used the most unshakable method of faith, that is religion, taking a sacrifice as payment. It is quite an effective method, however, it is better to bypass it, because in this case, the devil will hear it rather than attract the power of mystical witchcraft. As for Iron, she believed that the best approach for him was training with a sword and concentrating on his strong, cherished desire. Immediately after this, she immediately ordered the guy to start training, which he did without any problems. Iron felt like he was just continuing his sword training at the moment, though Lulu assured him that it wasn't quite the same training as he had. Then Lula offered to make a contract with him, which he would have to fulfill, no matter how much it cost the guy. The essence of this agreement was that Iron had to make 1,000 swings every day, putting his soul into each one. He was obliged to practice day after day with a serious spiritual attitude, thinking about what needed to be done to move forward. She also didn't forget to tell him that this feeling was similar to the superstition she had told him about earlier. If you just train with a sword every single day, it's not a fact that he will reach the desired level. However, she believed that when he would repeat actions time after time that were tied to his cherished desire, his faith, that is, his strength of spirit, would become stronger. It would increase with each passing day. In other words, she asked him to abandon his previous approach and try to train with a strong spiritual attitude, and Iron completely agreed with her. At one point, he realized that he apparently did not need to make a powerful swing while using all his strength, but on the other hand, it seemed to him that it would not be superfluous if he put into this blow a feeling of love for his family, and thus, with each blow, repent what a fool he had been in the past. At that moment, there was real chaos in his head. The guy didn't even know what to do or what to think about when he was delivering these blows. There was even an idea to ask to endow him with such outstanding mastery of the art of the sword that he and his family would never again receive contempt addressed to them. Lulu, looking at all this, thought that at this stage it was enough for the guy to simply start thinking. After all, she understood that if Iron continued to try hard, then she was more than confident that he would awaken the power within himself. Lulu didn't deny the fact that awakening witchcraft through effort might sound a bit ridiculous, but she still thought that it would suit the current Iron perfectly. Thus, day after day passed, and Iron continued to train hard until the very night. About 10 days passed, and one day the guy started thinking about whether he was doing everything right, because he didn't see any progress yet. Suddenly, his thoughts on this matter were interrupted by Lulu, who wanted to tell the guy that he makes a boiling soul cool down, and a stone heart crumbled like grains of sand. He didn't quite understand why she was telling him all this, but she tried to explain to him that doubts and self-doubt are normal feelings when a person is moving towards something new, because the soul cannot always remain constant. Lulu warned him that his fiery will would definitely start to fade over time, and as his body became heavier, more and more random thoughts would accumulate in his head, and at such times they usually flowed in a negative direction. That's why she wanted to tell him that in such a situation, they would need to act not alone but together. When the moment comes when he stops believing in himself, he will need to believe in the person who believes in him. And when the moment comes when that person suddenly becomes hard, then Iron will need to repay him with the faith he received. That was the truth that Lulu tried to convey to him. After all, in this way, she was confident that their union would allow them to move forward more confidently. But suddenly the guy interrupted her monologue and told her that, in his opinion, no one believed in him. Lulu definitely didn't expect to hear this, so she immediately wanted to ask the guy why he thought so. Iron explained all this by saying that he was just a coward who did nothing but dodge everything and run away, so he believed that no one would be able to believe in him. Lulu quickly resolved this issue by saying that she believed in Iron. He turned to her and she immediately reminded the guy of how she once told him that he was as boring as hundreds of stones in the valley. So now she admits that she was wrong then, because even in the field, there are stones that are distinguished by their strength and beauty. It seemed to her that there would be many people who would like these stones. She of course understood that this was not quite what he expected. After all, she was a cat, not a human. However, according to her, there were many people who loved him next to him, so the only thing he can do now is take his time and not make categorical statements. At this point, she decided to end the lesson today. His homework this time was simple, and at the same time difficult. She wanted him to think about everything carefully in his room. At this point, they finished this training and Arona went to his room, where he really thought for quite a long time about what kind of person he has who truly believes in him. In his head, he listed his mother, father, Kirliu, who had been waiting for more than 10 years for the moment when he would finally come to his senses. If it weren't for his family's faith, he wouldn't have had the will to even pick up a sword and would have remained in his bed for the rest of his life. He also did not forget about his friends, the head of the academy, instructors, Lulu. They all believed in him. The guy began to think about whether he could become someone who could give faith to other people, because he would really like to achieve such a result. Kirlia, sitting in the reading room, suddenly felt an incredibly strong magical energy. She immediately ran into her brother's room, where she saw Lulu, who certainly didn't expect Kirlia to enter at such an awkward moment. The girl saw that something strange was happening to the guy, and she immediately wanted to ask Lulu what she had done to him. But the cat asked her to calm down because, in fact, Iron had simply awakened a magical power. She ran closer in surprise and began to examine him, because she had never heard that one could awaken the force. Kirlia was very angry, so she ordered Lulu to lay out everything she had just done to him. The cat began to tell with danger that Iron had penetrated deep into his own soul in order to fulfill his cherished desire. According to her, this is the most suitable place for the fulfillment of desires, where no one will penetrate or interfere. She also added that Iron will continue training until he achieves a satisfactory result, and he will most likely return immediately after receiving the results. But when exactly this would happen, she unfortunately did not know. It could be tomorrow, or it could be in a month, or even in a year. Kirlia immediately thought that Lulu had simply brought her curse upon him, so she begged him to return to them, but he did not hear her. Iron, meanwhile, found himself in a completely different world, which was so strange to him, because the guy didn't even have a rough idea of where he was. But then he saw a familiar silhouette of a man, and immediately thought that he was in that very dream where the man was swinging a sword. Iron immediately noticed that the man continued to do as he did in the guy's dream. Nothing had changed since then. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted when he noticed how the man suddenly turned around and looked at him. Everything inside Iron clenched. He was scared and interested at the same time. The man had eyes the same color as Iron's, and it was with them that he looked at the guy. At one point, an incredibly huge mass of energy began to emanate around this man. The guy did not take his eyes off her and wanted to know what would happen next. But he still had to interrupt his thoughts when this energy, like chains, grabbed his hands and began to drag the guy along with it. This was the last thing he saw before waking up from this nightmare. The guy still didn't understand what was happening. He began to get up carefully, and the first thing he noticed was that his bed had become somehow too hard. But when he fully opened his eyes, he finally noticed that he was actually on the ground, and that he was wearing completely different clothes. It seemed to him that he was still in a dream, but everything around him looked so real that the guy did not fully believe that it could be a dream. The man who stood in front of him disappeared, and the guy began to think only about what had happened, because something like this had never happened to him. He turned around and saw the same huge sword that he had seen all this time in his dreams. There was a void in Iron's head that simply couldn't be explained in words. He had only one guess. All this is the same witchcraft that the guy heard so much about from Lulu. Iron felt like he had finally managed to awaken that magic, so he quickly headed towards the sword to check it out. He understood that if this place was created based on his cherished desire, then he was now essentially on a training field. And he couldn't help but like it, because this was a place where no one could interfere with him in any way. A place that is essentially intended only for him alone. Now he will be able to train as much as he needs to in order to achieve the results he wants. Iron now had no doubt that thanks to this place, he would finally be able to find his path of the sword. He was so focused on his training that he didn't even notice how it got dark around him, and that it was probably time to go and rest. But just when he decided it was time to leave, the sun interrupted his plans and shone again. It felt like the night lasted a few seconds. Iron was not upset by this at all. He was once again convinced that he had arrived in a place where witchcraft is wonderful. After which it dawned on him that in this place he was the boss and could do whatever he wanted. For example, with just one thought, he made everything around him blossom. Spring came and a light breeze, which Iron also wanted, blew across the entire space. He then noticed that he had finished his training, so he mentally asked himself to change him into comfortable clothes, and his wish was instantly fulfilled. Then, as was customary, he sat down at the table, because it was time for lunch. But before he had time to think about what he wanted today, everything was already on the table. This life was clearly to Iron's liking. He liked absolutely everything. For him, this was the most suitable environment to concentrate on the sword. The power of magic was simply incredible in Iron's eyes. After 5 days of being in this strange place, Iron noticed that when he supposedly fell asleep in his bed, he woke up on the training ground every time. But this was far from the most important thing for him. First of all, he understood that if he did not achieve his goal, then because of this, he would not be able to get out of here. And that man who looked at him as soon as he got here was somehow connected to him, since he appeared at the moment of awakening of his witchcraft. However, all of these were extraneous thoughts for him, which he immediately dismissed. Iron believed that at the moment he should not think about anything else except his training, and every swing of his sword should be with soul. Yesterday, the guy managed to make about 2,000 swings, which means today he decided to make about 3,000. Every day he increased the number of swings by 1,000. About 200 days have passed since then, and all that the guy understood during this time was that he could not do it more than 6,000 times. This was apparently his limit. He understood that, in fact, he had no problems. He just needed to continue doing this and not allow himself to doubt his abilities even for 1 second. Almost a year has passed since the guy got to this place and started his training. The last few days it was incredibly difficult for him to concentrate, and he could not even do 6,000 swings. He suddenly realized that for the entire year he had not had a single rest, which meant that most likely he was simply overtired, and in order to continue his training more effectively, he decided that he needed to restore his strength. 400 days have passed since he first came here. Because of his colossal training, the guy's right hand is slightly numb. According to his feelings, if he continues now, then tomorrow it will be incredibly uncomfortable for him to train. From the moment Iron noticed that something was wrong with his hand, the boy did not pick up a sword for about 90 days. In truth, he understood that the result was actually quite obvious, since more than half of his life had been spent in laziness and in his bed. And the way he showed himself at the academy was not done by his own will. It was the will of the man from his dream who gave the boy his powers. Because of this, the guy hated himself, because he was brought here so that he could find the path of his sword. But as soon as the help of that man was corrected, he simply gave up pathetically and fell back onto his bed. All his sweat-inducing training turned out to be meaningless swordplay. He put his soul into it for only 1 year, and as a result, this became his limit. He simply had no idea what time it was that he was in this place. But the only thing he understood for sure was that if time here flowed the same way as in reality, then he had wasted a huge number of hours. But on the other hand, he absolutely didn't care anymore, because it was enough for him that he could calmly be in a place where there was no one else except him. One day he fell asleep, and when he woke up, he found himself far from the training ground. What he saw made the guy perk up. He saw Ilia standing at the exit and asking the guy to wake up as soon as possible because it was time for them to go to early training. Iron immediately jumped out of his bed and ran after her to ask the girl what she was doing there. He couldn't run far because as soon as he stood up, he immediately tripped and fell head down on the floor. This caused a small laugh from the girl, because she didn't even think that he was so happy to see her. But now she asked him to get ready for a run faster, because it seemed to her that in the clothes he was wearing right now, it would be quite uncomfortable for him to run. While jogging, Irona tried to keep up with Ilia while thinking that there had never been a running track in this place. However, his thoughts were constantly interrupted by Ilia, who asked Iron not to fall behind and pick up the pace. In the end, they ran until dawn, and the guy hadn't had a marathon like that for a long time. But apparently they definitely didn't stop there today, because as soon as he entered the house, Ilia was waiting for him there, who asked him to quickly sit down at the table so that they could eat and immediately begin sword training. The whole time they were eating, the guy was looking at Ilia, and when she finally noticed it, he decided to ask her how she ended up here. But she answered him rather rudely, telling him to stop asking his stupid questions and to eat quickly, because it was time for them to go to training, and his mouth was busy with useless chatter. As soon as they started training with swords, Ilia immediately noticed that he had apparently not done anything for quite a long time, since his stance had become so terrible. That's why at one point she started yelling at him and saying that he was completely empty inside at the moment, and she believed that he would only be able to show normal movements if he filled his soul. And besides, she knew perfectly well that Lulu had already told the guy about this. Iron was surprised that Lulu and Ilia even knew each other, so he decided to find out where they met. But the answer was just as rude as at the dinner table, and the girl had to repeat to the guy so that he would not ask her unnecessary questions, but simply continue training. The training continued until night again, and at one point Ilia allowed him to finish. Their training finally came to an end. She praised him and said that he had done a great job today, but that was the end of it, and it was time for him to go to bed. After these words, she disappeared, and Iron was not at all surprised, because he had suspected from the very beginning that she was not real. In any case, he was glad that he could finally lie down and get some sleep, because he was so tired today, and he was sure that today he would not have to force himself to fall asleep. While he was trying to fall asleep, he thought about how Ilia managed to appear in the witchcraft world. He could only assume that it was he himself who called her in an unconscious state. Although in any case everything went just great for him, he liked this day much more than the others that came before. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he felt someone lift him by his clothes, and then he started screaming that the guy apparently didn't plan to get up, so he needed help with that. This person was Judith, who told him that the sun had risen 100 years ago and he was still fast asleep. She took him by the hand and led him to the training ground where they were already waiting. Brad and Ilia were already waiting for Iron to start training as soon as possible, and the first thing they wanted to know from him was what had been going on with him lately. Why had he slept through training again? Before he could answer this question, Judith ordered him to immediately pick up his sword and immediately proceed to the duel, although Brad tried to tell her to slow down a little because the guy had not even warmed up yet, after which they successfully started arguing with each other again, because Judith thought that he was picking on her at every opportunity, and Ilia meanwhile took Iron with her and suggested that he ignore them and instead go and train a little. As soon as Iron stood in his usual stance, he immediately noticed that it was sloppy again. He assumed that perhaps it was because he had been resting too much, which is why it happened. His thoughts evaporated when Ilia turned to him again to tell the guy that everything was fine with them. She believed that although his stance was not perfect, it had still become much better, and that was the most important thing. She also decided to reassure him once again that he would succeed, and that she, as his friend, sincerely believed in it. And with her were Brad and Judith, who were also ready to support the guy. Although at that moment he was only thinking about how they should not look at him like that, and not put him in such a position where he was literally obliged to do everything possible not to let them down. The boy's training continued, but he could not get rid of the thought that haunted him every time he saw his friends again. He simply did not understand how someone like him, such a weak-willed, weak and lazy guy, could do it. Can there be such wonderful friends who, no matter what, continue to believe in him and do everything to help him overcome difficulties? Iron sincerely did not understand what it was about him that made them all ready to believe in him under any circumstances. Over time, each subsequent workout became incredibly difficult for the guy. He could barely breathe. His legs became heavier and heavier, so he began to assume that his limit was about to come. However, each time, such thoughts were interrupted by others, which consisted in the fact that the guy began to think that he was able to run even further, and he could do it with such ease. Apparently, his motivation again came from his friends who were with him all the time and continued to train with the guy. His training became more and more difficult every day, and he had to fight with the best and strongest swordsmen he knew. Duels with Brad were now commonplace. Every day they fought with maximum effort. Every day, the guy was holding up better and better compared to the previous day, which even Brad noticed. The duel between the boys was incredibly exciting and serious, but now Iron is on equal terms with his opponent. Judith and Elijah watched them closely. Some of them were just rooting for Iron, and some of them were seeing Brad increasing the distance with Iron so continuously for the first time. Over time, Brad was happy to tell the guy that he had reached an incredible level, and that fighting him had become much more difficult than it had been before. A smile finally appeared on Iron's face. The guy was incredibly happy that he had such friends, thanks to whom he was able to reach such a level. Now in his head he understood that Lulu had been right all along. The boy didn't need to torment himself alone. After all, if you act together with people who believe and love him, then you can easily conquer mountains. And in order to rise to the very top, it is not necessary to be alone and not accept help from anyone. So Iron was able to reach his new record, 10,000 swings, and all this thanks to his friends who were always by his side. When the guy answered this question, Judith noted that apparently their role was over, although Brad thought that he would definitely call them again. Finally, Judith ordered him not to cry, but to work hard so as not to let doubts get the better of him, and if this happens, then she will come to him and beat him. Iron was incredibly pleased to see them, especially Ilia, who unfortunately also began to disappear and finally wished him good luck. The guy was left alone again, only with his sword. But now, he wasn't even going to be sad. His plans were only to continue training and work hard on himself to achieve even greater results. At this rate, it's almost the 1,300th day that the guy trains hard and gives his all. His training was aimed at maximizing his skill with his sword. As a result, almost 2,000 days passed since the guy was in this other world, and that is exactly how much time it took him to finally achieve the result that he had dreamed of for so long. At that moment, he remembered the times in the academy when he felt a similar feeling, so he became interested in finding out how much his progress had increased since that time. He decided that the best solution in this situation would be to call his friends to show off a little in front of them. Besides, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But the most important thing was that he had something that he wanted to get from them. When the guy's friends showed up again, they just couldn't believe their eyes for a while because Iron had really changed a lot. Judith was the first to approach him to tell him that he had apparently called them to him to show off his height. But instead of answering her question, he simply turned around and started walking in the other direction, thereby fueling the boy's interest. At one point, he stopped and suggested that they fight. Judith didn't need much persuasion to do this. She immediately took out her sword and immediately told the guy that she would be his first opponent and his last. This made him laugh, because he didn't mean to fight them individually. He wanted the three of them to attack him. The guys definitely didn't expect to hear this, and it was immediately obvious from them. To prove to them the seriousness of his intentions, the guy decided to show his strength, which he had acquired during the time they were away. It was surprising to them, but they were not against punishing him for such words, although they understood that Iron had clearly changed a lot. At that moment, Iron understood perfectly well that it would definitely not be easy for him, but on the other hand, he was almost sure of his victory. The guy closed his eyes, thereby concentrating. There was complete silence around him. And a few seconds later, he went on the attack against Judith, who, in his opinion, should be one of the first to fall from his sword. The blow was incredibly powerful. Even the ground under the guy's feet simply collapsed. The next plan was to deal with Brad, who, by the way, was already going on the attack on Iron. He easily dodged his attack while thinking about how he would counterattack the guy. But first he would have to deal with Ilia, who also did not stand still and actively launched her attacks at Iron. As time went on, Judith couldn't help but notice that the guy definitely wasn't bluffing when he said he was ready to fight the three of them at once. Iron was very pleased to hear this because he was really already prepared to defeat them. But the boys weren't going to just fall from his sword either, so they decided that they needed to attack him together. Iron realized that everything would not be as simple as it might have seemed to him from the very beginning, because the guys were quite strong, and he needed to think through his plan better. But for now, he had to repel all the attacks that Ilia dealt him, because it was problematic in the first place. Anyway, his friends were amazed at how well Iron handled the three of them, and his powers afterwards were just insane. At one point, Judith noticed that Iron was using her own technique to attack, and Ilia couldn't help but say that he repelled her attack with Brad's defensive move. And when they finally asked him how he managed to do it, Iron answered them that in this situation, all he had to do was work until he lost his pulse, and he did it successfully. But in fact, no matter how ashamed he was, he still admitted that this is all he can do. He also couldn't help but notice that memories from the academy alone weren't enough for him, so for now, the techniques he learned from the guy's example were not ideal, But he certainly wasn't going to stop there. He said he wanted to do everything he could to get their sword path, but Iron asked them to understand that this didn't mean he was betraying his sword path. After all, he had recently realized that his main goal was to make his sword and will even stronger, so he asked them to teach him this no matter what. Judith immediately started yelling at him and saying that everything the guy was saying was pure scam and that he was just a brazen robber. Iron understood that he was talking to his imagination, but he still decided to answer her that she, too, could easily awaken witchcraft. But instead of a calm conversation, Judith showed him with her whole behavior that she was very unhappy with what the guy was telling her. Iron asked her to calm down, because he had simply tried to the point of exhaustion to come to this result. But she was not going to listen to him. She just wanted to crush him into small pieces. The next day, Iron was still able to defeat Judith, who admitted that she probably taught him in vain, but the guy achieved his goal and was finally able to defeat her. Before she disappeared, she asked him to spare her when he left this place. Iron could only smile because he understood that he had finally managed to do what he had wanted for so long. He had become an order of magnitude stronger. That's why he began to think that it was time for him to leave this place. The next morning, Iron woke up and saw a huge gate in front of him, which looked like the very exit he had dreamed of. However, he immediately noticed that there was a problem, which was that these doors had neither a keyhole nor a handle with which to pull these doors and open them. A few minutes after the guy carefully examined these doors, he noticed that the same sword from the dream appeared behind him. It didn't take the guy long to realize that this sword was essentially the key that could open these doors. He also noticed that this sword now suited him perfectly. Its size was no longer so big for him, and apparently all this happened because Iron finally grew up. It was even a little funny to realize the fact that his main goal here was to free himself from the sword of the man from the dream, and he would need to use it to get out of here. The previous Iron would have definitely said that this was not what he wanted, and would most likely have despaired again. However, now it became clear to him that thanks to that man, changes had occurred in him. It was because of him that he stood up for the first time and swung his sword. It was only thanks to him that the guy ran for the first time until he lost consciousness. And he did all this in order to be at least a little bit like him. His swings, his blows, his eagerness to learn how to use a sword. The guy does all this himself. It's all his will. Now Iron is more than sure that this is his way of the sword. Such thoughts at one point made the guy wake up again in his room, and he immediately noticed that everything around him remained the same. That's why it seemed to him that very little time had passed, and he was so happy about it, he wanted to see his parents as soon as possible. Leaving the room, the guy first noticed Marcus, who was walking down the corridor and chasing away all the cats he saw. Then suddenly he was interrupted by Iron's voice, who happily greeted Marcus, although from the man's expression he understood that something had gone wrong. The butler immediately went to hug the guy and say that he was so glad that the guy was finally able to return. For him, it was so nice to watch. Iron didn't quite understand what was going on until Marcus started telling the guy that he already thought he had lost his master forever, which shocked the guy even more, and he asked the man to explain himself immediately. It quickly dawned on him that apparently not as little time had passed as the guy had imagined, so he immediately wanted to ask the man how much time had passed, to which Marcus immediately replied, 5 years had passed. Iron couldn't believe his words. It was a shock for him to learn that time in that space flowed the same way as in reality. His first thoughts were about what happened to his promise to the head of the academy in Ilia, and what about the punitive expedition, on which the reputation of their family depends. He immediately wanted to find out from Marcus where his parents and Curlia were now, and if everything was okay with them. A few seconds later, Marcus was already the boy's answer to his parents, who greeted the boy with tears because they were very happy to see him. They were so grateful to him that he was finally able to return, although the guy asked them for forgiveness for staying in that place for too long. And when he asked them where Curlia was, his mother replied that she had gone to the Principality of Caesar because she had become a student of the outstanding sorceress Skyna Keaton. Iron's first thoughts were that everything was okay with Curlia too, and this couldn't help but make him happy. However, then the thought came into his head that because of him, the whole family again found itself in an awkward position. So he decided to tell his parents that even though they told him they were okay, he thought they were very worried. He thought they were very much burdened by the thought of their son being alone, locked up in some strange place. But he wanted to tell them that for these 5 years, he had not simply been locked up, and he trained hard and thus achieved good results. The boy's father didn't quite understand what Iron was talking about. What did he mean by he trained? Was he really talking about training with a sword? Iron confirmed this and said that from this day on, they would no longer have to worry, because he, as the eldest child of the Pereira family, was no longer going to embarrass them or be ashamed of him. And since it was now April outside, the guy firmly decided that he would take part in the punitive expedition that would take place next month. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted when he heard a familiar voice asking the guy who gave him permission to act on his own. And when he finally turned around, he saw Kirliu there, who entered her parents' room. He noticed with a smile that she had grown so much, although she immediately asked him to stop doing it, because she thought that now was definitely not the time for smiling, although the guy thought that they had not seen each other for quite a long time, so he thought that it would be nice. Her mother immediately wanted to know from the girl what she was doing here at all, and why she was not in the principality. Kirlia was very angry, and came here to announce to them that she was going to participate in the punitive expedition instead of her brother. Her father asked her not to say such things, although she continued to prove to them that she had thought about everything carefully and had not made this decision just like that. According to her, it was not necessary for Iron to take part in the expedition, and since he had spent 5 whole years in a terrible place, she believed that he should have been dissuaded from this idea altogether. Iron immediately intervened in this conversation to tell his sister that if she was so worried about him, then she shouldn't do this, because everything was fine with him, because inside that space, he gained strength through training. But she didn't even want to listen to him and continued to prove to everyone that the punitive expedition was an event that would enhance the honor of the family, and judging by her abilities in the situation, she could confidently say that only she could take part in it. But if the guy doesn't agree with her and still thinks that he's better suited for this role, then she wouldn't mind going out to a duel with him so that he could show what he learned in those training sessions. The smile on the guy's face immediately disappeared, and he decided to tell his sister that if she wanted it so much, then she better follow him so that he could show her the power that he was able to obtain in that place. Entering the training arena, most of the knights turned their attention to Iron because they thought that they would never see the master again. It seemed to them that the story with witchcraft was just a cover, and that the master had already died a long time ago. However, now they were more interested in finding out why they and Carlia had arranged this rather absurd duel. Iron clasped his hands as if he was holding a sword, although there was nothing in his hands, but he still assured his sister that he was ready. She asked him not to make her repeat it, and asked him to take up his sword. But her screams were interrupted when literally out of nowhere, a sword began to appear in the guy's hands, after which Iron added that now he was truly ready. Not a single Kirlia could believe her eyes. The other knights also looked at all this with open eyes, and tried to understand what just happened, and where did Mr. Iron get the sword in his hands. The parents who were also watching this could assume that the boy had mastered witchcraft, which made them even more scared. Iron had a smile on his face because it seemed like he hadn't done anything except take out his sword, and everyone around him was reacting so strangely. However, Kirliu could no longer be stopped, and she decided that she would punish the guy for such tricks, and for this, she would use real witchcraft. At this point, Iron decided to joke a little and asked his sister if he could take his words back later. But apparently she had no intention of talking to him and simply continued to attack him. Iroh immediately noticed that Kirlia simply released her swords, but he had a feeling that his arm was about to break while he was trying to parry this blow. At that moment, he realized that the girl actually had serious strength. However, no matter how hard the girl tried, the guy still managed to block every one of her blows. But Kirlia wasn't going to just leave it like that. She intended to use one of her most powerful skills to show her brother that all his power was nothing compared to her sorcery. The knights immediately ran up to Marcus and suggested that the master stop them immediately before something terrible happened. But the man was in no hurry to make a decision because he understood that the battle was going somehow wrong. The main problem that was bothering him was that Iron never tried to counterattack. He only dodged. But Kirlia didn't hesitate to use all her possible skills in order to somehow get the guy. But over time, it became clear to them all what the guy was really trying to achieve. The parents also realized that he didn't counterattack on purpose and was simply waiting for Kirlia to take out all her anger on him. And at one point it finally happened. The girl calmed down and finally approached her brother to hug him and ask for forgiveness for what she had done here. Iron asked her once again not to worry, because according to him, this time he made a decision because he was truly confident in his abilities, and also asked her forgiveness for the fact that she had to wait for him for so long. In any case, be that as it may, Kirlia asked the guy to be extremely careful because according to her, the upcoming expedition was much more dangerous than the previous one. She thought so because recently information came that Majans had appeared in that forest. According to her, a month ago, their traces were discovered in the southern part of the Chiron territories. Magians are beings that possess powerful powers obtained through a contract with the devil. In a sense, they can be compared to sorcerers. Curlia also told the boy that the twisted and foul power that comes from the unholy soul makes them much more formidable enemies compared to simple monsters. And while she was talking about this, she suddenly decided that it would be better for his brother not to participate in all this either. Although he tried to calm her down and say that everything would be fine with him. But she didn't fully understand why, if he was going, then she couldn't. Besides, he himself saw how strong she had become. In response to this, Iron couldn't say anything, because his sister had really become much stronger since their last meeting. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a female voice, which addressed Curlia and told her that the girl had an important event in 2 weeks, and she simply did not understand why the girl was here. And this in turn caused anger in the girl, because according to her, her only older brother returned after 5 years. Then Caesar's witch Skyna Keaton entered the room and introduced herself as Caesar's most charming witch. Iron was a little surprised to see this woman in person, because he heard that she would be over 50 this year, but she still looked just fine, considering her age. Although he thought she had rejuvenated herself with magic, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when she turned to him and said that he was absolutely right. She had indeed rejuvenated herself with witchcraft. Iron didn't think that it was possible to read thoughts with the help of witchcraft, but Skyla assured him that she could imagine very well what he thought about her, even without witchcraft. At that moment, Curlia intervened in the dialogue, asking her brother not to listen to all this nonsense because she believed that this woman was a complete disaster. Skyla immediately ran up to her student and began to hug her, because for some reason, it seemed to her that Curlia called her the best in her field, although the girl did not hide the fact that she did not say that. But that wasn't all. Suddenly, Skyla decided to tell Iron that all this time Skyla had been doing was talking about him, and that was too much for Curlia. Skyla asked the girl to calm down immediately, because she believed that she had not said anything like that, and if she wanted to shut her up, then she needed to be a good girl and wait for her in the room. Iron couldn't believe his eyes. For the first time, he saw a person who communicated so masterfully with Curlia, and she even listened to her. When Iron's sister left, Skyla approached the guy and asked him for forgiveness for the fact that their first meeting did not go very well, because to be Curlia's teacher, you need to have a much stronger spirit than hers. After which she added that, in her opinion, Iron is very different from her sister in many ways. In any case, she decided to get straight to the point for which she came here. Skyla extended her hand, in which was a small pendant, and added that she came here to give it to him. An artifact that helps to fix a certain amount of demonic energy and risk factor. It is said that it can even neutralize quite strong poisons. Iron immediately began to say that he simply could not accept such a valuable item, although Skyla assured him that he really had no other option, because she did not make it alone, but together with Curlia, and they both would really like him to accept this gift. And so that the guy would understand how important this pendant was for Curlia, she told him that his sister had been praying for about 5 years for his safe return, and at the same time invested her power into this artifact every day. It was the first time Skyla had seen her so cheerful since she had accepted her as her apprentice, so she was so eager for Iron to accept this gift. Iron was incredibly grateful to her and promised that he would definitely use it. At this point, their conversation came to an end, and Skyla decided to take her leave, saying at the end that Curlia had a simply amazing older brother, much better than she expected. Iron felt so good hearing these words, especially when he thought that his parents were okay and that his sister had found her place too. However, he still didn't have an answer to one more question. He wanted to know where Lulu was. A few days later, Iron, along with his father and other families, went on an expedition. The guy sitting on a temporary pass thought about talking with Curlia, who told him that Lulu, after the guy fell asleep, stayed in the estate for a couple more months, and then disappeared in an instant. Since then, neither Curlia nor anyone else has seen her. Iron understood perfectly well that Curlia was very angry with Lulu, but he wanted to assure her that it was not the cat's fault, because he himself made the decision. He himself wanted to stay there, but Curlia did not quite understand what he wanted from her at the moment. Iron just wanted to ask her not to blame Lulu so much when they met her again. While Iron was thinking, the heirs of Lester and Russell looked at the guy and could not believe that they were seeing him again, because it seemed to them that he would not return again, because they said that he was imprisoned in a magical barrier. Although they thought that it was all a lie, and that he actually lied to everyone so that he could lie peacefully in bed and do nothing. They also both did not understand what he had forgotten in the punitive expedition, because they had heard that he did not even have experience in campaigns. But the Heir Russell reminded his interlocutor about what happened before, and that the guy had excellent skills, so he most likely would not be a burden. Phil Kieran's son, although he listened to this entire conversation, was still immersed in his thoughts about the fact that although he did not know where Iron had been all this time, he was glad that they met here. After all these 5 years, he thought about how he could take revenge on the guy for that shame, and now that Iron has finally returned, he is really ready to do it. The heirs of the great families, meanwhile, continued to say that they were not at all cowards, since they decided to participate in such an expedition. Although, on the other hand, they knew very well that thanks to the Magiens, a detachment of Sunset Knights, magicians, and priests were sent from the royal capital on an expedition. Moreover, according to Kevin, the deputy commander of the Sunset Knights, Sir Hill Burnett, will be responsible for this expedition. So he believed that in such a thing, it seems, you won't lose anything. On the contrary, your reputation will only rise. Suddenly, his friend began asking him to close his mouth and not say another word, which was quite strange for him to hear. But when he turned around and saw that same commander, it became clear to him why they told him to shut his mouth. Hill Burnett. This was the very same deputy commander of the squad of Sunset Knights, and the first thing he wanted to do was tell all the aristocrats who were here that it would be better if they did not participate in this punitive expedition. After which he stated that he was going to carry out this raid only with his own armed forces. Phil Kieran immediately approached him to find out from Burnett what all this meant and how he could decide such an important issue on his own. Sir Hill Burnett decided to remind them once again that today they would encounter not just monsters but Magiens, which, as even children know, are much stronger than any monster. However, in his opinion, the aristocrats of the South did not quite understand what was being discussed, and they, in turn, were currently feeling incredibly strong pressure. But Sir Hill Burnett still continued to talk about how he and his soldiers, armed with strong faith, were ready to defend their state to their last breath, which, as it seemed to him, the aristocrats were not quite ready to do. That is why he wanted to convey to them that he absolutely did not want to participate in the raid with the aristocrats, because instead of the well-being of the continent and the peace of the country, they were pursuing only an interest in personal glory. At this point, he finished explaining to Kieran and the others why he made this particular decision, and after all this, he wanted to know if there was anything else they wanted to add. One of the Kyrans finally decided that he couldn't just leave this situation like that, so he sat down right in front of Sir Hill Burnett. The guy immediately felt an unimaginable pressure that made his whole body tremble. Anyway, through all this pressure, he was able to say that he was the eldest son of Kieran's family, Ryan. And he is here to say that they are not going to make excuses. They are really sorry that they relaxed too much before the fight with the Magiens, but he is ready to promise that this will not happen again. They would look up to Sir Burnett and his troop of Sunset Knights, so they would do everything possible to ensure that they had no recklessness left. In other words, he asked him to give them just one chance to prove themselves. Suddenly, Burnett started laughing and saying that he had apparently gone a bit overboard with the humor, because he was actually not capable of forbidding them from participating in the raid. Moreover, he believed that only by seeing the heads of secular families fight the Magiens personally, only then would the people be able to find peace of mind and enjoy life. However, he still noticed that the words about how one should never be careless in front of the Minami were the pure truth. He could only hope that he would be able to keep himself in the best shape until tomorrow's departure. That evening, Sir Hill Burnett, sitting in his tent, was thinking about the fact that among the raid participants, only Ryan Kieran was talented, and that was the main problem, that apart from this guy, no one else stood out. Suddenly, a guest entered his tent, who was a wandering knight of the Kingdom of Gober, Tom Miller, whom Hill was very glad to see because they were old friends. Their conversations touched on many topics, such as Knight Miller's new apprentice. The wandering knight was a little sad when they talked about this, because his student ended up flying out without officially entering the academy, although even now it seemed to him that the current graduates of this academy could defeat him in a fair fight. But he still believed that he was far from being a genius like Ilia Lingjae. Hill Burnett immediately realized that he was talking about the genius of the Aden Kingdom, about the same Ilia Lingjae who took first place in the final assessment, but refused to officially join the academy. He was also aware that at the age of 14, after leaving the academy, she became an honorary member of the strongest squad of Moonlight Knights in the Kingdom of Aden. Miller confirmed this information and added that, in other words, One could say that a beast similar to Ignata appeared on the continent. Hill Burnett was even a little jealous of this, because in their kingdom of Hail, unfortunately, there are no such talents. But Miller thought that Hill was talking nonsense, because as far as he knew, the beast that was almost on par with Elijah was actually from Hail, which made Hill laugh, because he thought that he was no longer at the age to fall for such jokes. But apparently Miller wasn't joking, because right after these words, he told us that during the final assessment, there was a student who showed a level almost identical to Ilia's, and with a slight difference, he managed to take second place. And his student who witnessed the manifestation of his power, and according to him, it is shocking. Hill really heard about this for the first time, so he decided to check with Miller if this student was still at the Chronos Academy. But according to the old knight, he left the academy for a similar reason to Ilia. Moreover, according to the man, since this student was from Hail, then most likely he took part in this raid, and Hail Burnett most likely should have recognized him. The knight's reaction was immediate. He immediately wanted to know what this man's name was. It took Miller a while to remember the guy's name, but after a few minutes, he finally said his name, and the man was Iron Pereira. The next day, the march continued, but they did not end up going very far before Hill Burnett ordered them to stop and rest for a while. While the soldiers were resting, they actively watched as the aristocratic youth conducted duels. They thought it was a good way to train, although some of them, in their opinion, were too showy. Although their skills were quite good in their opinion, they especially wanted to highlight Ryan Kyron, who stood out the most out of them all. Phil Ryan at that moment looked at his son and thought only about how he could attract as much attention to himself as possible, so that the knights from the capital would notice him. Over the course of several years, the difference between him and Pereira grew very strong, and it was very difficult to reduce their power. However, now in his head there were thoughts that if they took all the initiative in this raid, then their family would definitely be able to restore their status. And for the successful implementation of this plan, the man absolutely needed Ryan's success. In Phil's opinion, his son had to catch the eye of the deputy commander, even if he had to overcome himself. His attention was drawn to that very deputy who was walking straight towards his son, so Phil decided that he was probably walking towards him to give him personal advice. Ryan also noticed that the knight was walking towards him, so he decided that he needed to show even more effort. But suddenly it became clear that, in fact, Hill Burnett was just passing by the guy, although he was not upset, because he understood that, in fact, he still had plenty of time to show all his skills, which would attract the attention of the deputy commander. But his opinion instantly changed when he saw who Sir Hill Burnett was heading towards. After all, the person whom the deputy suddenly wanted to approach was Iron. A few minutes before, Hill Burnett spoke with one of his soldiers, who told him that Iron was the same heir of the Pereira family, who was called a negligent aristocrat, and in fact, he is quite famous in the southern part of the Hail Kingdom. The knight also added that they say that the reason his location was unknown was because he was imprisoned in some terrible place by magic. The knight heard all this for the first time, and it was quite shocking for him. The man did not even imagine how he should understand this information and why he refused to officially join the Chronos Academy and returned home. All these thoughts made him approach the guy and talk to him a little. The deputy began by saying that since he was now in charge of the detachment, he asked the guy to call him the raid commander, after which he told Iron that he would ask him a direct question, in which he wanted to know why he was just sitting there and doing nothing, when all the young men except him were usefully spending their rest time on diligent training with the sword. Iron seemed to know that he would be asked this question, so he was ready to answer it. According to him, at the moment, the lack of training is not an indicator of his efforts and his skills. Hill Burnett didn't quite understand what the guy was talking about, so he asked him to explain in more detail. Iron told him that the problem at the moment was that his heart simply lacked determination. This answer was quite interesting for the man, but he still asked the guy to explain to him what he meant. Iron began to tell him that he took part in the punitive expedition in order to destroy the Magians, and in the process he would also like to raise the reputation of his family by showing good activity. It was a rather self-confident but honest answer, which pleased Hill Burnett. But that was not all. Iron also added to him that at the moment he is trying to understand what he can do for the sake of that very activity. He readily admitted that he lacked significant experience in raiding, so he decided to focus on something other than training. Now he understood more than anyone that in efforts, it was not only the actions that were important, but also the approach. When he said that his heart lacked determination, he meant that in his current state, training with a sword could not be considered efforts for him. Their conversation was interrupted by one of the knights of Hill Burnett's squad, who approached the chief to tell him that it was time for them to move out, after which he shouted to his entire squad to get ready, and then turned to Iron again and told the guy that he would go with him because they still had something to discuss. Phil approached his son to calm him down a little, because in his opinion, there was no point in rushing. You just need to wait for the right moment. Then the opportunity will definitely come. Although on the other hand, he did not tell his son that he could not create it himself. Ryan was in complete agreement with his father and was clearly not averse to using his powers to finally prove himself. On the way, Sir Hill Burnett noticed that the guy didn't even have a sword with him and was essentially unarmed at the moment. Iron noted that in fact this was not entirely true, and if the commander was uncomfortable, he was ready to show his sword without any problems. Hill decided that he would dispense with unnecessary formalities, for which Iron was grateful. In his mind, the man couldn't believe that the guy was able to awaken the magic. The more he listened to the guy, the more surprised he was. In any case, he decided to continue their recent conversation, in which the guy talked about how he had to focus on what was more important than training with a sword. The guy started telling the man that there were only 3 such things. Firstly, he had never destroyed one, so in order to prepare for the shock and confusion that would follow the first murder, he was now calming his heart. Secondly, as far as he knows, for a warrior without experience, there is nothing more dangerous than a sudden desire to act, so he calms down his excitement and tries to be careful so as not to cause trouble, depending on the command of a superior. Well, and thirdly, it's about the demonic energy that Magen and their monster servants emit. The guy believed that he should sharpen all his senses and try to understand and recognize the appearance of an enemy in advance. The commander smiled and told the boy that, in fact, it all sounded much more realistic than he thought, so he liked it. However, he decided to give the guy some advice, which was that he would like the guy not to try to take on too much responsibility the first time, and he suggested entrusting the last one to experienced soldiers. He also added to the guy that in order to quickly detect demonic energy, they took priests with them, so he asked the guy to focus only on his other points. But looking at the guy at that moment, Hill realized that Iron was not listening to him at all, because he was looking intently at something. He decided to turn around and see what Iron saw there. He noticed a huge monster. Hill immediately ordered them all to prepare for battle. He ordered the knights to stand in line. 6 families he immediately asked to step back and at the same time protect the magicians and priests. But behind this giant there were still a huge number of other creatures, so someone had to deal with them too. Hill immediately ordered them all to immediately resist, and at the same time, they had to maintain a safe zone for the magicians and priests. Burnett knew that given how huge this monster was, only he could handle it, but his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when Iron ran right in front of him. And after a few seconds, there was absolutely nothing left of this huge monster, although Iron only dealt 1 blow. The boy's father and the other guys who saw all this simply could not believe their eyes. But Iron wasn't going to stop there. He continued to actively destroy one monster after another. The guy's blows were so strong and accurate that these monsters had practically no chance. No matter how good everything was, Hill Burnett still ordered the guy to leave there immediately and not to fool around, because they could destroy him, and they would not be able to help him in any way. But Iron certainly wasn't going to just retreat. He used the technique he learned with Ilia. With her help, after a few seconds, not a single monster was visible on the horizon. Now Hill, looking at all this, understood that apparently it was all true. Everything that the wandering knight told him. All these words were not just rumors. In their kingdom, a beast actually appeared, which is an excellent competitor to Elijah. Everyone froze when they saw Iron fighting, but Hill Burnett quickly brought them back to their senses when he started yelling at them and telling them that the fight wasn't over yet and that they had to destroy all the other enemies first. A few minutes later, the battle was over and the commander was informed that everyone was safe. There were no wounded or killed. Hill was, of course, very happy to hear this, so he told them that he was allowing them to rest a little, after which they would again restore formation. At that moment, Iron only realized what he had just done, although he himself still did not fully understand why he had done it. At the sight of the giant, anger took control of him. His feelings flared up like that for the first time, and for him, it was very strange. He noticed that for that brief moment when he was fighting the monsters, it was as if he was not himself. At that moment, the commander approached him and wanted to talk to the guy. The first thing he wanted to know from Iron was if he understood what he had just done. He immediately began to apologize to the commander for disobeying orders and acting spontaneously. Iron was well aware that even though they had discussed how he should behave, he still acted differently, for which he blamed himself and regretted that he had acted that way. Hill Burnett started laughing at him again, after which he added that the guy apparently just didn't understand jokes. After which he reminded the guy that at the moment they were on a punitive expedition, and their goal was to destroy as many monsters as possible that threatened the state, and he did it better than anyone else today, for which the commander wanted to praise him. Besides, he was glad that the guy was with them, because thanks to the fact that he had deftly dealt with the giant, the squad had not suffered serious damage. He also added to the guy that they would discuss everything in detail later. But now he would just like to congratulate him, because his first appearance on stage was simply wonderful. After these words, he turned around and began to leave, finally adding to the guy that he would continue to expect the same activity from him. Immediately after talking with the commander, Iron's father ran up to him, who first of all wanted to ask the guy if he was injured, to which Iron replied that no, the only thing that bothered him was that he was a little dirty. His father immediately hugged him and said that he was incredibly proud of him. Iron was incredibly pleased to hear these words because before, he had never heard such things from his father. Now he understood that he was doing everything right. Ryan was bursting with anger at this point, so he wanted to ask his knight Stuart if what he asked him to do was ready. Stuart was prepared for this question, so he assured the guy that everything was ready and they could begin on his command. At that very second, he turned around and ordered them to begin what they had planned immediately. After some time, Iron told the commander that he had an artifact that was capable of capturing demonic energy. He also did not forget to tell that his younger sister, the witch, made him together with her mentor. They told him that he would help in the punitive expedition. Hill Bennett understood perfectly well that sorcerers are of course great people, but he still was not sure that this artifact could really determine demonic energy faster than priests and clerics do. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when Iron noticed that the artifact had started working, and according to him, an enemy was approaching from the left. The commander decided to trust the guy and immediately shouted to everyone that they should prepare for battle because the enemy was approaching. And a few minutes later, monsters really did run out of the forest. And then the commander was once again convinced that Iron was right, and all this was not some kind of accident. Hill immediately ordered his squad to storm these monsters together, without giving them even a chance. When the commander's squad destroyed all the monsters, Hill approached Iron and told him that from now on, he would focus not on the sacred objects of the priests, but on his artifact. So he asked the guy that as soon as he felt the demonic power, he should immediately report it. In the evening of the same day, they stopped, set up a large camp, where they began to cook a lot of food and prepare for rest. While eating, the knights actively discussed the fact that Iron, at 21, possessed such abilities. For them, it was so surprising. Some of them even assumed that his level already corresponded to that of an expert. Moreover, they didn't even have any doubts about this because they only had to remember how he killed that monster. And on their continent, no one is capable of this except for experts. And that giant looked stronger than a mid-level monster. But after making sure that the guy was an expert, they had a question about where such a person had been hiding all this time. Iron was also enjoying his lunch at this point, when suddenly he noticed that his artifact was glowing black. And he immediately remembered how Curlia told him that if the artifact changed its color to black, it meant that he felt poison. She also added to him that this artifact has a detoxification function, so he just needs to wait until the artifact returns to its normal color. But Iron wasn't worried about the food. He was more interested in finding out who was holding a grudge against him and what he had done that they decided to poison him. Iron, of course, assumed that there would really be a competition between the families, but he didn't even think that the opponent would start acting so openly, so he was sure that it was done by one of those three families, and most likely, it was the Chirons. He also immediately decided that his father didn't need to know this, because the guy didn't want his father to worry about this. In the end, he decided that he would keep everything that happened a secret until he could figure it out on his own. While the artifact was neutralizing the poison, Iron noticed that there was something under the plate of food, and it seemed to be a note. This note said that the food was poisoned and that he should be careful. Iron immediately noticed that this message was written crookedly, apparently in order to hide his identity if someone found this note. Iron was pleased to realize that someone was on his side and someone helped him, but he still began to eat and think about who this person was. Meanwhile, a man was hiding behind a tree that was not far from Iron. It was Sir Stuart, who at that moment was watching Iron closely and wondering if he had done the right thing. When the boy finally finished eating, Hilberet approached him again. The man decided to offer the guy a duel, because according to him, he decided that he should feel out his full potential properly, because it could be useful in the next punitive expedition. Iron did not refuse him and happily agreed. A lot of people came running to this duel because everyone was interested in seeing how the commander would fight with Iron. Iron drew his sword with the help of magic and was ready to begin the fight. With this trick, he saw absolutely everyone, from cooks to experienced knights, who had never seen anything like this. because the sword appeared in his hands by itself. Before this duel began, the commander told Iron that this duel was meant to test his skill, and for this he put all his power and strength into his sword, so he warned the guy that this duel could end in exactly one blow. Iron was not afraid and said that he was more than ready to finally start this duel. The commander really liked the confidence of the guy, who never doubted himself for a second. He assumed that the guy's calmness was due to the fact that he was used to dueling with strong opponents. The man began to understand that the guy was already much stronger than he had thought before. Looking at the guy, you could immediately see his steely will to win, and the energy that emanated from him was even a little frightening. But this was only the beginning. Then the commander noticed that the guy's spirit was gradually increasing. He immediately realized that if he suddenly took this not seriously, then Iron would simply absorb the commander at this rate, leaving him no chance. Everyone who has been working with the deputy commander for a long time immediately understood that he would now fight Iron absolutely seriously, because he never uses this technique just like that. Suddenly, a knight appeared on the battlefield and fell along with his food right onto the arena. He immediately began to apologize for this and promised that he would clean everything up very quickly. Hilberry decided to ignore him and turned to Iron to suggest the boy to end it there, which caused an incredibly strong surprise from the knights who were waiting for the battle. The commander also allowed Iron to act at his own discretion from now on, without asking his permission. After all, the commander believed that with Iron's skills, it would be better to give him freedom of action. In other words, he essentially admitted that the skills the guy had were more than enough for an expert level. After that, they all went to their tents to rest. But Iron couldn't just fall asleep. Thoughts were spinning in his head about how during the battle with the giant and the duel with the commander, he had similar, but at the same time slightly different feelings. He had the feeling that the burning sensations were enslaving him entirely and taking away the right to own his body. He had already had this happen on the day when he first had that dream with the man. Therefore, Iron concluded that it was apparently this man who was controlling his body at that moment. The guy thought that he had managed to escape from him, but for some reason he appeared again. But looking at him again, Iron immediately noticed that the man had changed. Now he was incredibly angry. Iron couldn't believe that the dream had changed because the man never showed his emotions. So Iron wanted to find out why the man suddenly became angry and what changed. With this thought, he woke up and began to think about the fact that when he changed his dream, changes also occurred in it, and therefore it seemed to him that this time they had already happened to him. The next day, early in the morning, Ryan approached Stuart with complaints because yesterday he ordered the knight to add poison to Iron's stew, but he did not do it. But according to Stuart, he followed Ryan's instructions, and he himself does not understand how it happened that the poison did not work, although this type of poison is supposed to work instantly. Ryan didn't care, and at one point he simply ordered Stuart to give Iron a double dose, although the knight tried to tell him that it was too dangerous because the consequences could be dire. Ryan immediately stopped him and told him to shut his mouth because he thought he dared to argue with him. But what irritated him most was that he was worried about Iron. Stuart immediately asked him for forgiveness for making his mistake, but Ryan was not getting any better because he was already on edge. And then Stuart said something like that. At this point, their conversation ended and Ryan finally asked Stuart to do everything exactly as he told him. And at the same time, he asked him not to forget about the one to whom he owes his position. The next day, Iron's food was poisoned again, and the boy was a little upset that someone was so persistently trying to poison him. But be that as it may, he is very glad that at least there is someone on his side who leaves him these notes. Their expedition continued, and at some point the commander noticed that Iron had been a bit too sad lately, although the guy assured the man that he was fine. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted when Iron's artifact began to glow, and the guy realized that there was very strong demonic energy somewhere nearby. He immediately jumped up and only managed to say that monsters had appeared on the left, and he needed to deal with them immediately. It was true. Several serious monsters were waiting for him, but that was their main mistake, because the guy dealt such strong blows that these guys simply had no chance to defeat him, although one of them still managed to deliver a fairly strong and powerful blow, which the guy barely managed to block. But in any case, immediately after that he launched a counterattack, which helped the guy destroy this big guy. The monsters continued to attack, but the guy was not alone. The commander came to his aid again, who assured the guy that he could not worry and trust his rear to him with peace of mind. After each such battle, the knights from the capital were more and more inclined towards Iron, which was pleasant to realize. Although mentally the guy was not feeling so well, because the sensations inside him began to become even more acute, and this did not make him happy at all. And all because at one point he felt demonic energy even earlier than his artifact, and it began to scare him quite a lot. Because deep down he understood perfectly well that this was all the influence of that man. Ryan was yelling at Stuart with even more anger at this point, because the poison hadn't worked again, and iron had become even more active. Stuart tried to convince Ryan that the artifact that captures demonic energy sparkles when the guy eats. So he has an idea that this artifact has a detoxifying function. These words angered Ryan even more, because he understood perfectly well that this artifact was given to Iron by his younger sister, who again interfered in something that was none of her business. He was just about to give up, and he sincerely didn't understand what to do next. But at some point in his hysteria, a good thought came to his mind. Since things were like this, he believed that it would be enough for him to simply finish off one Manjin. After some time, they finally reached that very lair of Majin. By the look, they immediately realized that this cave was made artificially, so the commander decided that he and Iron would go ahead. And as soon as he said this, Ryan intervened in their conversation, who wanted to say that he too would like to go in the vanguard to help them, and he was not against it. He just asked the guy not to relax at that moment. They entered this strange cave and immediately heard the sounds of a violin that echoed throughout the cave. After a few seconds, most of the knights succumbed to the influence of this music, and everything around them began to blossom. And along with this feeling, they began to lose control over their bodies and minds. Everything around looked so beautiful, which quickly made them feel calm in their souls. So they wanted to come a little closer and listen. Iron immediately noticed that something was wrong with all the knights. He understood that they were probably hallucinating, but he could not believe that all this was because of this strange music. He realized that this was a common trap, so he immediately began shouting at them to come to their senses immediately. The commander was the first to come to his senses after this, and as soon as he managed to do so, he immediately began shouting to his charges that if there was anyone who still hadn't let go, then they just needed to shake their heads, and then everything would pass. The knights began to come to their senses and immediately began to ask questions. What was going on here, and who did this to them? They didn't have to guess for long, because a few seconds later they saw a woman in front of them who was playing the piano and saying that she was very happy that guests had finally come to visit her. The commander immediately realized that the Majin in front of them was much stronger than he could have imagined. And as soon as he thought about it, this monster immediately turned his head towards them and asked if they would like to listen to another composition. It was clear that fear had instantly seized him. Ryan stood and did not take his eyes off this terrible woman. But the commander at that moment was trying to understand whether he really saw Manjin in front of him, because, except for her eyes, she was completely indistinguishable from a human. So he didn't believe that even having borrowed demonic power, she was able to maintain herself. It was his first time encountering such a Majin, so it was quite surprising for him. Ryan at that moment was trying to overcome his fear and finally go on the attack to prove to everyone here that he was the strongest and most talented swordsman. The woman continued to tell them with a smile that she would really like to perform one composition for them so that they would appreciate it. Viscount Kieran immediately intervened and began shouting at her to shut her mouth immediately, although the commander asked him not to break ranks. She politely asked them not to express themselves like that, because in fact, in her opinion, she was simply playing beautifully, and they simply had to appreciate it. Besides, according to her, the melody that was playing just now was just an appetizer, and now she incredibly strongly wants to show her real self. She convinced them that the melody would be thick and sweet, that it would embrace their exhausted bodies like a bed, thanks to which they would be able to rest and relax a little, perhaps even that this melody would be as pleasant for them as a dream. The Viscount immediately began to scream in panic for them all to immediately wake up and come to their senses. The commander also turned on at this moment and began shouting to each of his knights that none of them should look Majin in the eyes. Otherwise, they would instantly fall under hypnosis. Suddenly, Ryan ran out of the crowd, whom they tried to stop, but they failed. The guy ran to attack with the thoughts that he literally had to be the best for Iron, and for all the knights here. It was he who took on the role of destroying all the monsters in this cave. It seemed to him that it would be an easy walk, and he would be able to destroy this woman incredibly easily, almost with one blow. However, everything will not be as simple as the guy imagined, because as soon as he got close enough to her, she used her hair and began to strangle the guy with it. Ryan wasn't going to give up so easily, so he immediately struck and cut that hair. But at that very moment, he realized that he had a problem, which was that these hairs simply did not intersect, no matter how hard he swung his sword. This girl tried to stop the guy and tell him that he was too weak to cut her hair and get to her. It would be better if he stayed where he was and just listened to her composition. It seemed that now she would strike him with one blow, and that would be the end of Ryan's story. But at the last moment, Stuart came to his aid and was able to block her blow, after which he immediately turned to Ryan and asked him to step back, because fighting such a monster alone was a very bad idea. These were Stuart's last words before she grabbed him and took him to her. She brought him closer to her and noted that she was very glad to meet him. She asked him not to worry so much, because she really had no intention of destroying him. Hilbert immediately started shouting at her to find out what she was doing, and to immediately release their soldier. But all this was very funny to her, and the only thing she was ready to do was to make a deal with them that would be beneficial to both of them. The gist of the deal was that she was offering the life of this handsome knight in exchange for the life of a beautiful and talented girl like her. In her opinion, it was a pretty good deal, because if they gave her a way out and let her get out of here, then she would easily let Stuart go and consider it just a mistake. The commander immediately asked Viscount Chiron not to interfere in this conversation and to behave more restrainedly, but apparently the man was deaf and dumb. Or he just didn't care, because right after these words he started shouting that their Chiron family does not negotiate with the dirty Magians. It sounded quite sad for the girl, even though she was smiling at that moment. She said she felt so sorry for the poor knight Stuart, who essentially sacrificed himself for the sake of a family that didn't even want to try to save him. In this case, his life will go away instead of the death of the foolish heir who so thoughtlessly attacked her. And as soon as she finished speaking, she immediately decided for herself that they would change the conditions a little, and for this her magic had to influence Ryan a little, because of which the guy simply could not move. The father tried to shout at him to get the boy to come back, but he apparently did not understand that Ryan was not capable of this at that moment. The commander immediately gave the command for everyone to immediately prepare for battle. Ryan was shackled in the same way as Knight Stuart. Now she had two people as hostages, and it seemed to her that her offer would become more tempting for them. But as soon as she grabbed their second man, the commander immediately ordered them to begin the assault. Chiron ran out in front of them and started asking them to stop, because he believed that this was definitely not the way out. Commander Hill immediately ordered him to get out of the way because he was leading this expedition. But from his facial expression and behavior, it was immediately clear that he was not going to do this. Therefore, in his opinion, they must protect the main heir, so he ordered his warriors to stop the knightly squad of the Sunset. Hill Burnett immediately made it clear to him that no one would just write this off for the man, so he better think again about what he was doing. The Viscount apparently wasn't going to change anything, so he started yelling at the commander in response. He believed that at the moment their main task was to save Ryan, so he wasn't even going to retreat. The woman Magina smiled because she understood that apparently the negotiations were still in force. Commander Hill at this point turned to Russell and Lester, telling them that they knew perfectly well what would happen next if they fought for the Viscount, so he asked them to think about which side they were taking. But he did not wait for them for long, and decided to order his squad to destroy everyone who stood in their way, regardless of their status. The monster who was watching everything thought that it was simply a wonderful sight and nothing better could happen. While they were there fighting each other, she decided to talk to Stuart and tell him that if she were in his place, she would be very worried. All she had to do was wait for the moment when these people would show themselves to be ridiculous, and then she would destroy them, just like she had done with the previous squad. But suddenly, she noticed something incredibly unusual for people, some incredibly strong energy ahead, which attracted her gaze. She looked closer and saw a young guy with a sword, who was just standing with his eyes closed and doing nothing. She continued to look at his eyes and waited for him to open them, because she was incredibly interested to know what would happen next. And at some point, Iron opened his eyes. And immediately after that, at the speed of light, he dealt an incredibly powerful blow to this monster. This blow was incredibly strong for a monster, although she did not die. But she felt that her opponent was not an ordinary knight. Besides, her regeneration was too slow this time. She decided that while her wound was healing, she would use her hostages as a human shield to buy at least a little time. But before she had time to come up with this brilliant plan, she suddenly felt that Iron had dealt her another equally powerful blow. It dawned on her that this guy wasn't paying any attention to the hostages. He was only aiming at her and doing it quite successfully. Moreover, his gaze could not help but frighten her. His eyes were filled with calmness and confidence, which she was not used to seeing. The only thing she was sure of at the moment was that she needed to stop him, and she needed to do it as quickly as possible. However, she didn't manage to react in time enough because the guy started attacking her again, and she had to block his attacks again. So she decided that she needed to put herself in a capsule made of her hair to recover, and then she was confident that she would be able to finish this fight with her victory. But even here, her plan turned out to be not as ideal as she thought, because the demonic energy that was supposed to help her recover stopped concentrating, and she immediately realized that the guy was to blame for all this. Most of all, she didn't understand where he got such strength from. After all, he was just a boy. Iron at this point continued to strike at her. One after another, he attacked her, trying to break through this defense. At one point, he managed to break through her defense, which, as we know, was stronger than stone. Finally, it dawned on her that she would not be able to defeat him, because if she made even the smallest mistake, it would be the end for her. The commander watched Iron closely and what he was doing, as well as the woman. And at some point, he noticed that she tried to run away, so he immediately used his skills and tried to catch up with her. But when he struck, he realized that he had only managed to get half of it. But the other half of the monster continued to run away and think that it needed to get out of here as quickly as possible, because it could not defeat such a strong opponent. But at some point, she felt incredible pain, which she had never felt before. After which she wondered where this guy got so much power from. And that's where her life ended. Iron, with just one blow, was able to destroy this monster once and for all. Until her last second, she simply could not believe that in the end, she lost to some person. But be that as it may, in the end it happened, and the entire knightly corps began to chant the name of Iron, who in fact managed to defeat this monster. The boy's father was incredibly proud of his son, who essentially did the impossible. The commander was simply speechless at that moment. Of course, he knew that Iron was strong, but even he could not have imagined that his strength was so great. As a result, the expedition was coming to an end, and most of the knights still could not believe that the expedition ended without a single casualty. Moreover, their enemy was a very strong magician who was able to control consciousness. But what was more surprising for them was that the heir of Iron dealt with her alone, and this surprised them very much, because the guy is essentially very different from what rumors are going around about him. They will not be able to forget that scene of Majan's dissection for a long time. By the way, one of the knights believed that as soon as the deputy commander finished with that matter, they could return to the capital. When they left the cave, the Viscount immediately began to justify himself and say that he understood perfectly well that he was guilty before them, but he believed that he could be forgiven for his actions, because at that moment, his mind was clouded, and he did not know what he was doing. Commander Hill didn't even want to listen to this and believed that the man was simply talking nonsense, and that after what happened, such an excuse would definitely not work. The Viscount continued to prove to him that the commander himself saw everything, that he was simply subjected to the mind control of that monster. Besides, in his opinion, his actions were logical, because he loves his son very much, but even in this case, he is not so stupid as to give up peace on their continent because of attachments. He begged Commander Hill to believe him that if it weren't for the mind control of that wicked Majin, he definitely wouldn't have done something like that. Hill Burnett looked at the man and thought only that he was an incredibly disgusting person. Besides, everyone present here knew perfectly well that he was an absolutely sane mind and everything was fine with him, but he still continues to prove his case. But unfortunately, no matter how much the commander wanted to, he still did not have any crushing evidence that would help him accuse the man, and the Viscount knew this very well, which is why he so vehemently proved that he was not guilty. Iron, meanwhile, was resting in his room and thinking that the sword he used to fight the Majin did not appear for the sake of a noble family, and not for the sake of a family. It was a sword that was needed only to destroy Majin once and for all. Every time the guy thought about this, a question arose in his head about who this man was, if he was capable of such things. These thoughts did not leave him for a long time, but at some point, he had to forget about them, because a guest came to see him. And it was Sir Jack Stewart, whom Iron certainly didn't expect to see. According to him, he came to him in order to tell Iron some information about the punitive expedition, but first he would like to thank him for saving him. Iron was a little unprepared to hear such words from the knight, but still asked him to continue. Stewart began to talk about how when Majin took him hostage, no one cared, not his second-in-command, Hill Burnett, not his subordinates, not even his master, Viscount Phil Chiron. Iron mentally understood that in reality there was no particular business, because at that moment he did not pay attention to the hostages. He only acted for the sake of destroying Majin. But he still continued to listen to Stewart tell the guy that if it weren't for Iron, he would have certainly died, but that didn't happen, so he wanted the guy to accept his sincere gratitude. The guy listened to the knight and already wanted to tell him that it was not quite as Stewart thought. But before he could finish speaking, Jack interrupted him and told the guy that in fact, there was something else he wanted to tell Iron. After which he confessed to Iron that it was he who put poison in his food, but he asked the guy not to jump to conclusions, but to sit down and discuss everything first. The knight began to apologize to him and say that he should not have done this, even though this was his master's order. He also understood perfectly well that this was an unreasonable act for both a knight and a man. He was not going to deny that words were not enough, but he asked Iron to believe that he was truly very sorry and was ready to gladly accept any punishment. Iron thought for a bit and answered him that in fact he had assumed something like this, and it eventually happened. Immediately after these words, he stood up and told the knight that, in fact, he was not in the mood to have this dialogue at the moment, so he asked the man to step aside. Before the man left, she told him that he would not close his eyes to this incident. But for now, everything was mixed up in his head, and he needed to think about it a little, so he asked Stuart to leave for now. The knight understood what he had done, so he assured Mr. Iron that he would do everything possible to pay for his actions. Iron stood in complete silence for some time after that, until one day he heard a painfully familiar voice that told him that no matter how much the guy thought, nothing would change. Turning around, he saw Lulu in front of him, whom he was very happy to see. She was so sad, but still decided to ask the guy how he lived all this time. Iron immediately approached her to answer her question and, in return, find out where she had been all this time. But instead of answering his question, she suddenly turned around and began to say that she was incredibly ashamed to look him in the eyes. She believed that she could train him a little better, and then he would learn some other ability, and with that, he wouldn't have to leave his family and friends for 5 years. Iron understood perfectly well that Lulu was probably thinking at that moment that he was imprisoned in a witchcraft world, and that it happened because of her. Lulu also blamed herself for the fact that Curlia was so upset all this time, and it was all because of her. Iron tried to touch Lulu and tell her that he wasn't really upset because he was fine. But as soon as he tried to do this, she almost immediately dodged it and asked the guy not to touch her, because in her opinion, she only brings bad luck because she is a black cat. Iron tried to calm her down and say that it was just a popular superstition that no one had believed in for a long time. But Lulu continued to shout at him that, in fact, superstitions also have their power, and if many people begin to believe, then even the greatest absurdity becomes true. So she decided to create a small portal to get away from the guy, because she believed that misfortune would befall him if he was near her. So she decided that it was better for her not to appear in front of him anymore. But before she could escape, Iron managed to catch her, which Lulu didn't like at all. So she started yelling at him to let her go immediately, because if he continued to do this, then bad luck would be passed on to him too. But Iron wasn't going to listen to her and tried to convey to her that from that day on, cats would be a symbol of good luck, which seemed like complete nonsense to Lulu, because she, like no one else, knew that black cats were harbingers of trouble. The guy assured her that from that day on, everything would definitely change, because at the very least, she would now only be with him. And he was going to believe that she brought luck, much more than other people put together. Lulu eventually couldn't stand it and hugged the guy, after which she added that she had actually missed him very much all this time. But he still hadn't returned. Iron told her about what happened to him, and got to the point that now even his sword is obtained with the help of witchcraft. Although according to Lulu, she already knew all this. She confessed to him that in fact, she had been following him since his return to this world, which was so surprising to hear for the guy. And to prove this, she told him that she was in the form of a white cat, and the notes that he received during the expedition were also written by her. And now that she had confessed everything to him, she would really like to ask him something. But before that, she decided to clarify that in the battle with Majin, he seemed a little unfamiliar to her, more ferocious or something like that. So she wanted to clarify with him what happened to him at that moment. Iron told her about all his experiences, and Lulu was quite interested to hear such things. She could only assume that the man from his dream had a strong hatred for the Majins. Although, on the other hand, Lulu could not exclude the possibility that the main source of hatred was hidden in the devil himself, since this man lived 150 years ago. But all this is not as important as it might seem, because Lulu believed that it makes absolutely no difference whether he thinks about something or not. The really important thing is that the will of an unknown man influences Iron's soul. Although this was not a big problem for Lulu, because everything can be solved, especially such a small thing. In addition, she is always ready to be next to Iron, and if necessary, she will gladly raise the sword with him. In addition, she has been training hard for 5 years for this, and her strength has clearly increased. These words raised Iron's mood, and he finally forgot about his problems. He looked at Lulu and thought that he was very happy that she was next to him again. After all, he understood perfectly well that in solitude the worries would only increase. Powerful strength really lies in the ability to walk hand in hand with someone you trust. And then he reminded himself that he still had some unresolved matters, promises that he had made to the head of the academy with Ilia. And of course his friends, whom he had not seen for 5 years, he was very interested to know how they were doing at the moment and if everything was okay with them. Commander Hill Burnett, meanwhile, was very angry because the other noble families also agreed with Viscount Karen's words, and now there was a chance that Vicon could escape punishment for the crime committed against the Royal Knight Squad. He believed that he had to do everything possible to punish the Viscount for his actions, at least for the sake of the well-being of the kingdom and peace on the continent. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when his assistant told the commander that he had a guest. This guest who came to him wanted the commander to listen to him, because the information he would tell was incredibly important. Meanwhile, the Viscount was scolding his cooks for not being able to make him normal tea, and for bringing him some kind of slop for the second time. He screamed so loudly that it felt like he could be heard even on the street. The Viscount was not angry for no reason, because in his head, there was an understanding that although he had settled the incident that occurred during the expedition, it still seemed to him that everything was not as good as it might seem at first glance. Besides, he didn't forget that this was their last chance to restore their noble lineage, and it was all Iron's fault, who appeared out of nowhere and ruined everything for them again. His thoughts were interrupted when someone knocked on the door, and he immediately began shouting that he was not receiving anyone today, and whoever was behind the door could safely leave. Otherwise, he would ask security to help him. But the doors opened anyway, and Hill Burnett smoothly entered his office, noting that the man was obviously seriously worried and that this was probably the best time to end their conversation. The Viscount immediately told the commander that they had already discussed everything a long time ago, and it seemed to him that it would be better for the knight to leave. Hill immediately answered him that he actually didn't have much time, so he decided to get straight to the point, after which he told the Viscount that during the punitive expedition, a very shameful act had been committed. He wanted to tell the Viscount that he had been informed that the Karen family had put poison in the food of the heir of Heir. And as soon as the man heard this, he immediately began to say that the commander had clearly mixed something up and was now telling him some nonsense. The man decided that the knight would again accuse him without presenting any evidence. This seemed extremely unpleasant to him, and therefore he ordered Hill to take his people and immediately leave his lands. The deputy waited for the man to say this. So as soon as he finished speaking, Hill Burnett wanted to know from the man what he would do if Hill suddenly said that he had evidence. The man continued to shout at the knight and tell him that it was time to stop this nonsense and that he should leave his lands immediately. But suddenly he closed his mouth and stopped talking because Hill Burnett invited in a witness whom the man knew very well. Sir Stuart entered the room and told him the whole truth about how the Viscount and his sons tried to poison Iron, so he took into account the fact that the knight voluntarily confessed, so his punishment would be mitigated. The Viscount immediately began to deny all of this and say that Stuart Jack had simply made it up. And if that was the case, then the knight, in his opinion, acted on his own initiative. Jack was tired of putting up with this, so he asked the man to finally tell the truth, because it was disgusting to him to watch how the Viscount behaved simply disgustingly until the very end. The Viscount wanted to shout at him, but he was stopped in time by Hill Burnett, who ordered the aristocrat to sit down at his table, and then added that he would submit an official request to the kingdom to send a group to investigate. And if these words were false, then Sir Stuart would suffer severe punishment. But if these words turn out to be true, then Hill Burnett immediately warned the man that it would be better for him to surrender himself. And if he doesn't do this, then Hill immediately told him that he will lose everything he has acquired over all this time, and he might even have to give up his life. The deputy's mood clearly improved, because he was glad to realize that everything had finally been resolved somehow. Well, now he would like to go to the Pereira estate for a short while and give his people orders to finish preparing for his return. Hill was going to their castle only to try to lure Iron into his squad of Sunset Knights, because he, like no one else, understood that such a treasure as this guy simply could not be missed. But as soon as he arrived there, Iron's father told the knight that his son had gone to the Chronos Academy, and before leaving, he told everyone that he had some business there, and that he had officially entered the academy 5 years ago. Hill Burnett realized that he was apparently quite late, but still he was not so upset, At last he told Iron's father that he had just a wonderful son, a real treasure of the kingdom. Iron, meanwhile, walked towards the academy and actively talked to Lulu, telling her about the head of the academy, who, according to the guy, is a truly outstanding person whose skills are considered to be among the best on the entire continent. The guy said that the old man was the one who showed him his path. In fact, he was the first teacher whom the guy truly respected. So Iron thought that perhaps Chrono could give him advice about his unstable condition. But of course he understood that even the leader himself would most likely not do anything about his dreams. Lulu believed that there was no need to plan ahead, because everything was possible in reality. Besides, he just said himself that this old man is the best on the entire continent. A person who is considered the best on the continent in any field is no different from a sorcerer, because he has an absurd will and abilities that cannot be explained from the point of view of common sense. Given this information, Iron understood that in this case he still had a chance that Chrono would really help him. Lulu noted that it turns out that she is also his teacher, and Iron confirmed this information, saying that she then turns out to be his second mentor. Hearing this, she immediately jumped off his back and said that since he thought so, they needed to prepare for a real journey. After these words, she used her magic and created a thick pink mist. And when this fog finally cleared, Iron saw Lulu in a completely new outfit, and according to her, since this is a trip, she should look appropriate. Iron immediately complimented her, saying that she looked pretty good, although she immediately noted that she usually didn't dress like that. But if she showed a little strength, then it was easy as pie for her. Iron was sure of only one thing, that they definitely wouldn't be bored along the way. Over time, they finally came to a great city called Alcantara, which according to Iron is where Chrono's fencing academy is located. Lulu really liked this place, because around she saw a huge number of magical objects, for example lanterns, with which she could play all night. In addition to the magical objects, she of course noticed that there were people around who were casting spells. She didn't know at that moment that this was absolutely normal for this place. But Iron knew that it was thanks to the Chrono Academy that Alcantara became a great city, and the academy itself, as far as he heard, had changed for the better. First, he suggested that she find a place where they could spend the night, and Lulu suggested that he find the best hotel that was in that place. After some time, they found a hotel called the Cradle of Swords, and Lulu thought it was a cool name, so she suggested that he rent a room there, and while he was doing this, she told him that she wanted to take a little walk. As soon as Iron entered inside, he immediately noticed that it was incredibly spacious inside, although at first glance, you couldn't tell from this place that it would be so nice inside. But after being there for a few minutes, he immediately realized that the atmosphere in this place left much to be desired. He was confused, for example, by the fact that absolutely everyone here had a sword at the table, which clearly indicated that these guys were far from friendly. And after being there for literally another minute, he caught himself thinking that everyone around him was staring at him, and he began to remember what he had done wrong that these guys suddenly stared at him. At one point, a big guy with a sword approached him and wanted to ask the guy if he was by any chance another guest from the Chronos Academy. Iron confirmed this information and then decided to ask him how they knew about this. And as soon as the guy said this, the other guests of this establishment immediately began to laugh at him and say that now it's clear that this academy is recruiting just anyone, since even a guy like him was able to get in there. This big guy leaned over to him and told the guy that in this place, anyone could offer a duel, so he asked the guy to soberly assess his strength, and if he didn't want to get it, then he'd better leave. With these words, he left, and Iron was called by another man who was standing behind the bar. Iron approached him and suggested to the bartender to stop these guys before they broke anything here, but the man assured him that there was no point in this, because in 10 years of work, there had never been a fight in this place. After which the man decided to ask the guy if he was a guest of the academy. Iron confirmed this information and immediately wanted to know from the man how he came to this conclusion. The man started telling him that in fact, ordinary people don't come into their establishment, only people like the guy, and then he decided to ask Iron, or had he already passed guest verification? Iron didn't really understand what they were talking about, but the man couldn't believe that the guy came here and was completely unprepared. For any fencer, the Chronos Academy is a dream. That's why everyone tried to get in there. But because there were too many people willing, they were all sent back at first. But most refused to leave just like that. And some even called the academy workers cowards. This is how the guest confirmation came about, which happens every 2 weeks, when the academy picks a date and holds an event where you can fight with swords. But in order to get a pass to this event, the guy would need a badge. Iron, of course, understood that he most likely didn't even need this badge. But for some reason, he wasn't against getting it. So he followed the man straight to the steps that he said went down to the mercenary agency. On the way, he told Iron that they actually couldn't do the test from above because it was too noisy. Eventually, they finally came down where another man was waiting for them, who was slightly unhappy that he had guests at such a late hour. He immediately calmed him down and said that he had brought them a guest for another test. Iron immediately turned his attention to a strange device which they called a measuring instrument, which, if you hit it, you could determine the force of the blow. Iron suggested that he would have to hit the device with his fist, which caused the second man to laugh, telling him that he should actually hit it with his sword because it was a simple and convenient method for understanding his true strength and rank. The guy immediately decided to ask the man what would happen if he suddenly broke this device, which made the man laugh even more because, according to him, it was a magic item that was not so easy to break, and considering that he was still so young, he was unlikely to be able to do it. Iron was glad to hear this because he actually wanted to put all his efforts into striking. The bartender told his friend that this guy was a guest of the Chronos Academy, which was quite strange for him because the guy looked quite young. For the same reason, he decided to bet 7 pieces of silver that the guy wouldn't knock out more than 300. But the bartender believed that the guy, although young, would definitely knock out about 500. The man also noticed that the boy didn't have a sword with him, so he offered to take one from his collection. But Iron assured them that he didn't need it, which the men didn't quite understand. But then it quickly dawned on them what the guy meant, because he was able to get his sword with the help of witchcraft. This, of course, caused great surprise because they could not fully understand how he managed to create a sword out of nothing. Iron didn't answer them but decided to concentrate on his strike. The guy tried to hit as hard as possible, and the most surprising thing for him was that the blows really did disappear. A new acquaintance of Iron's immediately approached him and decided to ask the guy again where he got this sword from. Iron told them that he did it with the help of witchcraft, which is a bit like regular magic. And from their faces, it was immediately clear that they were incredibly surprised by this, especially when the guy hit his sword again. The guy asked them to come to their senses because he had a small problem. He didn't know how many points he had scored, and he really wanted to know this information. And as soon as the men looked at the device, on which the figure had exceeded 10,000, they immediately realized that this was an absolute record, and that the guy possessed simply colossal strength. Iron was interested to know whether he had passed, to which the men answered him with a smile that he had more than passed. No one had knocked out such a number for a long time. But in any case, since he was here for the first time, then in any case he could only get a silver badge, which did not upset Iron at all. In the evening, he checked into this hotel and told Lulu everything, who appreciated Iron's adventures. But apparently she was too tired, so she decided to quickly get ready for bed so that tomorrow would come sooner. Iron completely agreed with her because in his head, he also had thoughts about what a wonderful day tomorrow would be. He understood that tomorrow he would most likely finally be able to meet Judith, whom he already missed very much. With these thoughts, he fell asleep, and when the next day they finally came to the academy, they noticed that a rather large crowd of people were heading somewhere very quickly. Iron immediately assumed that they were most likely simply participating in a test, just like he himself had once done. This was so interesting for Lulu that she begged the guy to at least look a little at what this test consisted of. Arriving at the arena, Iron immediately noticed that there were a lot of people here, which was quite different from his test. Suddenly, he heard some spectators dissatisfied with the fact that some kid, who was still very green and hardly capable of resisting other warriors, had entered the arena. Iron turned his head and immediately saw a familiar face. It was Rance Peterson, a guy Iron had once gone to school with, although he was obviously much smaller and much more arrogant back then. Lulu immediately noticed that this guy looked pretty good. From his appearance, she could immediately tell that he was strong enough to be in this tournament. Suddenly, Rance Peterson greeted everyone, and then began to talk about how today he would be the one fighting with the new students of the academy. Everyone immediately started laughing at him, saying that he should immediately bring a normal opponent, because they thought that he was too simple an opponent for them, although some were silent, because they understood that the 27th call of the academy was golden, and the fact that the guy was there only meant that he was incredibly strong. Renz noted that he knew perfectly well that they all deserved to be at the level of a graduate of this academy, but he also simply couldn't say that this year would be different because the academy wanted its students to gain experience in real combat. He assumed that they might be stronger for him, so he suggested that they introduce a small condition, which was that if someone did not like the fight with him, then they would have the right to call the senior student. Hearing this, a big guy with a sword immediately entered the arena to tell the guy that if he wanted, he could defeat him easily and move on to the next opponent. Renz didn't mind. He immediately noticed that the man had a big sword, so the knight thought that the guy was afraid. But Renz noticed that this was not so, just looking at this sword. He remembered someone who owned the same sword, and now he even decided to offer the guy to give him the first attack. This made the knight very angry, which is why he immediately ran at him, saying that he would never forgive him for this and would punish him for such words. But before he could launch an attack, the guy literally disappeared, leaving no trace of him. And a few seconds later, he appeared in another place, but this time with his own blow, which could not help but surprise the knight. The next moment, the guy knocked the sword out of his hands, and that was essentially the end of their fight. Iron and Lulu were happy to see Renz punish the knight, although they themselves didn't really expect the guy to be that strong. The man sitting on the floor simply did not understand how this was possible. He was sure that he could defeat the guy, but in the end, he turned out to be much stronger. Renz meanwhile suggested that the next fighter should enter the arena, if they still wanted to fight and show themselves. All subsequent opponents successfully lost their fight, and Renz was able to destroy them all. The knight simply could not understand how such a simple student could have so much power, although they already understood that he was their special 27th summon. Two of the same knights were talking about the same thing, when suddenly one of them asked the second to immediately correct the situation. Because of all those present, only he might have enough strength. Apparently Renz heard these conversations, so he decided to come closer and talk to them. At least that's what it seemed to them at first glance. The friend of that strong knight believed that the strong see the strong from afar, although the knight himself prayed that Renz would not come near. But to his luck, Renz came closer to greet Iron, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Iron smiled and was glad that Renz remembered him. Renz didn't even think that he would ever meet the guy again. He told Renz that he had a long way to the academy, and immediately after these words, Renz upset Iron by saying that if he had come a little earlier, he would have been able to catch Brad and Judith. Iron was surprised that Brad was at the academy at all. Renz was surprised to tell Iron that Brad returned to the academy because he wanted to do everything right, but a few days ago he and Judith went on a hike together. On the one hand, he was very happy about the fact that Brad stayed at the academy and he and Judith got along so well, although on the other hand, he was still a little sad that they were never able to see each other. Renz interrupted his thoughts and asked Iron to come down quickly. As it turned out, he wanted to offer the guy a fight because he was sure that Iron definitely did not waste his time, to which Iron happily agreed. The knights were clearly unhappy that some guy had come out to duel. Lulu stayed in her place and only shouted in support of Iron so that he would show everything he was capable of and crush Renz. The guy was surprised that this cat could talk, but Iron noticed that this was not just a cat. This was his mentor. Renz didn't quite understand what Iron was talking about until he used magic to draw his sword. From the look on Renz's face, it was immediately clear that this trick had surprised him greatly, but he was even more amazed that the guy had just used magic. Although later he corrected himself and noted that Iron apparently uses not magic but witchcraft, and that talkative cat teaches him this. In other words, he wanted to tell Iron that he never ceases to amaze him, and now he sees that this is the result of 5 years of hard training. But he took his sword firmly in his hands and told Iron that he had not just been sitting in one place all this time. So he was sure that their fight would be simply gorgeous and very interesting, because Renz definitely did not intend to lose to Iron. The fight began, and Renz immediately began attacking Iron with his best attacks. They both dealt so many blows in 1 second that it was hard to even follow the progress of their battle. Most of the knights who were watching this simply could not believe their eyes, because Renz was delivering incredibly strong and powerful blows. But Iron, for his part, blocked absolutely every one of them. At some point during the fight, Renz felt a very strange feeling inside him. He assumed that this could be the case, but first he would like to check if this was true. But for this, he needed to get closer to Iron. But he couldn't do it, so he decided to ask Iron directly. Or is he really using Brad's style? Renz was sure that he wasn't imagining things and that this was definitely Brad's style. But on the other hand, he just couldn't understand how this was even possible. But apparently these were not all the surprises that Iron wanted to show today, because right after that, he stood in a stance that was quite familiar to Renz. So he immediately made the decision to immediately attack Iron, in order to do everything possible to prepare for this terrible attack from the guy. But he still couldn't do it. Moreover, he didn't even roughly understand how Iron managed to repeat Brad's technique at all, if he saw him last time, 5 years ago. However, he definitely didn't have time to think because it was Iron's turn to attack, and Renzu would be better off focusing on defense. Although Renzu's blows were incredibly strong, he didn't even imagine that Iron's blows would be so much stronger and more powerful. In his head, at that moment, Thoughts were simply spinning about how this was impossible and that this was all some kind of dream. After all, at a certain point, he realized that in addition to the fact that Iron used Brad's fighting style, he also at one point began to use Judith's fighting style, which was a nightmare for Renz. She repeatedly made him fall from her sword during training. Renz was so sure that he couldn't lose to anyone in this world except those two, but apparently he was very much mistaken. He didn't want to believe that he wouldn't even be able to defeat Iron, but looking at him and feeling his skills, Renz realized that in fact he was quite a strong opponent. But he definitely wasn't going to give up, so he decided to try his techniques again. Maybe this time something would change. Iron didn't expect Renz to attack again at that moment, which is why he was distracted enough to not notice the attack. But Renz continued to actively attack, while doing everything possible to prove first of all to himself that he was a worthy opponent and capable of dealing even with Iron. Although deep down, Renz knew perfectly well that he didn't really have much of a chance of winning this battle. After all, he knows very well that Iron was one of those guys who 5 years ago did everything just to improve their skills, and now it was obvious that those training sessions definitely didn't go by. But he too continued to train hard all this time, improving his skills to at least get a little closer to them. That's why today he was going to do everything possible to finally defeat at least one of these three. But his attempt to do so ended, unfortunately, before he could begin it, because Iron made a good attack and thus managed to knock the sword out of Renz's hands. For him, this defeat was not so offensive because Renz learned a lot from himself and even became a little stronger. Lulu was so happy that Iron was able to win, it was not for nothing that she was rooting for him. After the fight, Iron approached Renz and told him that the guy was actually a great opponent, but Renz wanted to know from Iron what he had been doing all these 5 years to achieve such a level. Their conversation was interrupted by Lulu, who approached Iron to tell him that the one they came to see was in the arena. At first, Iron didn't understand what Lulu was talking about, but when he turned around, he saw the head of the academy, who first of all noted that he definitely didn't expect to see Iron here. The first thing Chrono wanted to know was if the guy had been okay with the time they hadn't seen each other, and Iron assured him that everything had been fine and that he had a lot to tell him. The leader also noticed a talking cat next to Iron, but for him, this was not the most important thing right now, after which he decided to find out who won the duel. To which Renz sadly replied that, unfortunately, he lost. Chrono noted that he wasn't really surprised that Renz lost, considering who his opponents were. After these words, Iron immediately began to apologize to the manager for being late. Although according to him, he definitely did not do it on purpose. The leader immediately took off his coat and offered to talk to the guy about this matter, since he was already here. Although from Iron's expression, it was immediately clear that he definitely did not expect such a reaction. Chrono immediately stated that since the victory over Renz was so easy for him, he would definitely not be such an easy target as the guy might think. Everyone knew who this old man really was, and everyone knew perfectly well that he held the position of master of the Chrono Academy and was also considered the best sword on the continent. Therefore, all the knights were delighted that they would finally be able to see this strongest knight in battle. This was a great success for them. Iron decided that he would attack first, and all he could think about was that he simply had to put in all his strength to make a good attack, which is what he did, although he certainly didn't expect that Chrono would block his attack so easily without even moving from his spot. During this fight, Chrono even managed to joke about the guy and tell him that all these attacks were too easy for him and the guy should push harder to show what he was really capable of. Although he still agreed that it was a good exit, it still seemed to him that the guy still lacked strength and a little speed. In other words, he wanted to tell the guy that if he acts so recklessly, then by doing so, he is only giving a head start to his opponent, who is just waiting for this. Also, Chrono couldn't help but notice that the guy was apparently using Brad's style. Moreover, it seemed that Iron had also succeeded quite well in it. However, the main thing that the old man wanted to convey to the boy was that he was still not as free as he could be. Well, then came an attack that Iron was barely able to block because it was incredibly unexpected. But even his instant reaction did not help him, and he still missed some of the damage. After such a successful attack, Chrono noted that the guy needs to work more on combining techniques, because in a real battle you can't just attack and defend. It's a much more difficult process than the guy might think. But Iron apparently wasn't even going to listen to the old man, so as soon as he recovered a little from the blow, he immediately stood up and began to actively attack again. And for this, he decided to use one of his secret techniques, which he learned from Ilia. Renz couldn't believe his eyes that the guy had just used the heavenly sword. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible. Chrono was impressed and did not hide that the guy was a great guy for being able to master this technique, But the old man still believed that Iron would not be able to surpass him. In response, the guy remained silent, so the old man began to get angry at him, because he wanted the guy to finally show him something worth it, which he had been missing for about 5 whole years. Iron had a rough idea of what Chrono wanted to see from him, so he closed his eyes and began to concentrate. A picture appeared before Renz's eyes that he had last seen 5 years ago. In the end, history repeated itself again, and Iron delivered a blow so powerful that it cut the arena in half. The audience couldn't believe their eyes that the guy was so strong, because he looked like an ordinary academy student. Moreover, it wasn't only Iron who showed them something amazing, but also the head of the academy, Chrono, who finally took out his legendary aura sword. And this could only mean one thing, that this fight had finally begun to gain momentum, and the old man didn't think at all that he would have to take it out. Unfortunately for the spectators and all the fans of this fight, it came to its logical end, because according to the old man, the guy showed him what kind of sword he had and what path he ultimately chose. Iron was glad to hear this, although there was no smile on his face. But suddenly his thoughtfulness was interrupted by Chrono, who had not yet said everything. He wanted to add that in fact, the guy's heart was still restless, and he clearly needed to find out the reason for this state. After which he turned to all the spectators to tell them that unfortunately their selection was ending here. He hoped for their understanding, although given the strength the old man possessed, no one would have thought to tell him anything. At this point he finished and asked Iron to follow him, because he believed that after the conversation with swords, they clearly needed to have a real talk. Entering the office, Lulu was the first to speak, introducing herself as Iron's main mentor in witchcraft. The old man noted that he was very glad to meet her, and before moving on to the conversation, he would like to clarify with her whether he could address her as you, to which she quickly agreed, because in her opinion, they were both teachers, and therefore on the same wavelength. Next, the manager wanted to introduce his assistant, but did not have time to do so, because the man got ahead of him. It was Kira Finn, who currently holds the position of deputy foreman. After all these introductions and acquaintances, the old man finally wanted to ask the guy what he had been doing all these 5 years. Iron told him everything in detail, after which the old man told him that he, of course, did not know why the guy was having this particular dream. But according to him, he could help the guy. And his help consisted of the fact that he advised the guy to leave here immediately. The guy didn't have time to answer him, as the old man immediately added that he would, of course, be very happy if Iron stayed to train with them. So he would not kick him out under any circumstances, and would allow him to train here until the guy could fully fight monsters. But before that, he asked the guy to think about whether this was the right path for him. In fact, the little man has many roads, and he should clearly follow the one that his heart desires first. The old man believes that the guy, during all this time, saw too little to fully decide which path to choose. His perception of the world depends on his environment, and therefore it seemed to him that perhaps, having seen something new, the problem that worries him so much will change. In other words, he believed that a little more, and the guy would still be able to find something that would make his sword much stronger, or he could find a sword that would already be stronger than all those he had come across before. The old man believed that if the guy did everything right, then sooner or later he would be able to find the answers to all the questions in this world, and perhaps he would even be able to find the man from his dreams. He understood that this would most likely be a very difficult decision for the guy, so he asked the guy to think about it carefully. But Iron believed that he had nothing to think about in this matter, and he definitely would not go anywhere, because he always avoided what frightened him, or simply did not want to do anything. But this time, he had definitely already decided that he would never run away from problems again. After their conversation, the manager wanted to know Kier's opinion about Iron. The man was prepared for this question, so he immediately told the old man that the guy was incredibly talented, but for now, he was still far from being a real swordsman. Chrono noted that Kira was too straightforward, but still he agreed with him in some sense. Although on the other hand, the old man believed that the baby just needed to be given a little time, and he would definitely be able to find the answer. The next day, Iron was about to leave and was seen off by Renz, who remarked that he was very sorry that Iron was leaving so quickly and could have definitely stayed with them a little longer. After which, he decided to find out where the guy was going, because if he was going west, then perhaps he would meet Judith, who was also going there. Iron didn't understand why she went there, to which Renz gave a rather logical answer, saying that in the West, there are 5 kingdoms that are famous for their swordsmanship styles, and they have many famous academies and places for battles. After that, it became definitely clear. At this point, they ended their conversation, and Iron quickly left the academy, thanking Renz for everything along the way. Their paths diverged again, which made Rensu feel so sad and lonely. At that moment, Kier's deputy approached him and wanted to talk to the guy. He asked Renz not to feel inferior, and he also wanted the boy to overcome this feeling and move forward proudly. Kira wanted the guy to finally gather all his strength into a fist and finally show what he was really worth. On the way, Iron came across a troll who looked very bad and asked everyone for some money for food, and Iron was no exception. But looking closer, Iron seemed to recognize someone. The same could be said about the troll. After all, he was the first to remind the guy that they had met 5 years ago. A few minutes later, they were already sitting in a local bar, and Iron treated the orc to some food, who was not shy and continued to eat as much as possible. Lulu didn't like this guy very much, so she assumed that maybe he was dangerous, but Iron immediately convinced her that there was no point in worrying, because this orc was definitely not bad, and he had known him for quite a long time. At that moment, the guy was more worried about the fact that back then, 5 years ago, the orc asked the guy his age, and then gave him that note. So Iron assumed that perhaps he knew something about his dream. While Iron was thinking about this, Lulu tried to tell the orc that he was already crossing all boundaries, although they didn't even know each other. But suddenly he found a solution to this situation, handing Lulu a small ball, which was made of wood, and Lulu loved them very much. She immediately stopped grumbling and immediately began to play with it. The first thing she noticed was that this ball smelled just great. And if you believe the ogre, then inside this ball, there is a little grass called taiho, which grows only in the northwest, and cats simply adore it. After this act, the ogre was sure that Iron's magical friend was no longer angry with him, which meant that he could pay him back for the food, which surprised the guy a little, because it seemed to him that the ogre had no money. The ogre noted that he hadn't said that he would pay him with money. He had something better, and that was magic, which was much stronger than human magic, and therefore it seemed to him that the guy would definitely need it. Iron didn't quite understand what was being discussed, but he still agreed to what the ogre offered him, and immediately after these words he wanted to know if there was a persimmon tree growing near Iron's house. The guy immediately denied this information. The ogre was a little upset, because he was sure that there had definitely been a tree there before, maybe in childhood, but Iron convinced him that there had never been a persimmon tree near their house, and then Lulu intervened in the conversation again, asking the ogre to tell her fortune. He didn't mind, and started by saying that she liked raw fish, although Lulu couldn't help but say that it wasn't a secret at all, because it seemed that there were no cats that didn't like fish. But he assured her that only cats knew this, but orcs didn't, so he found out with the help of magic. Hearing this, Lulu immediately turned to Iron and told the guy that he was 100% a liar and that you definitely shouldn't trust him. And for the same reason, he had no money for food at all. The orc, of course, heard their conversation, so he began to laugh and say that it was time to show them what he was really capable of, so that they would no longer think anything bad about him. Immediately after these words, he turned to Iron and said that the stone on his heart had become even heavier. These words definitely got to Iron, and it was evident from his facial expression. So the orc continued to confidently say that the guy had been skillfully hiding it for a long time, but now he could no longer keep it to himself, because the truth was starting to come out little by little. He also couldn't help but mention the fact that it felt like a red-hot blade was piercing his heart, which was causing him great pain and discomfort. But as for this, he could assure the guy that there is someone who is deliberately putting pressure on the guy's heart with this. The orc said that he uses not just extrasensory abilities, but elementalism, although he is not as good as those more experienced in this matter. But even he can see the power of metal. Iron didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and what did metal have to do with it. But the orc did not stop and continued to talk about how elementalists believe that everything in life is made from 5 elements. Earth, metal, water, wood, fire. These are the elements and their harmony that support everything that exists in the world. Iron suggested that his element was metal and that he most likely stood out somehow, which the orc confirmed and said that the guy was incredibly smart to have come to this conclusion so quickly. After which he told about how this metal tip disrupts the balance in his body, and, as he had already said, it is impossible to get rid of the element. It is necessary to force it to coexist harmoniously with the others. After all, if one energy is too strong, then it needs to be divided into others that are less strong. For example, do a similar trick with the element of fire, which will certainly be suitable for this. After all, as far as was known, if a person can control an element, then in this way he opens up new possibilities for himself. Even though the metal is sharp and makes him feel pain, if you expose it to the right amount of fire, you can easily get a worthy sword. After hearing all this, Iron immediately wanted to know how he could learn to control his fire. The ogre assured the guy that in fact, it was much easier to do than he thought. You just need to light it in your heart. The fire that had not been inside Iron 5 years ago now appeared inside the boy, and the ogre believed that he simply needed to make it move, as if he were adding more wood to the fire. Only if he does this, only then will he be able to succeed. And Iron finally understood what the ogre was trying to convey to him. In order to light the fire, he just needs to move as much as possible. After some time, they left the bar, and Iron was very grateful to his new friend for his advice. And now it was time for him to hit the road. They had already said goodbye, and Iron and Lulu were about to leave when suddenly they heard the ogre calling them again, who decided to ask the guy for permission to go on a trip with him. It seemed to him that this was Iron's first time on such a long journey, so his help would definitely not be superfluous, because he had been on this continent for 10 years already and would definitely be useful. Lulu was a little less than thrilled with the idea at first, but then she thought that it would actually be nice for them to have a guide with them, but the decision was still up to Iron. In the end, the guy decided to take the ogre with him, who was very glad that the guy made this decision. But he immediately wanted to tell them that he asked to go with them not because of the money, because it seemed that he would no longer have the opportunity to see how the kid turns into a real man. And besides, he really hoped that he could help Iron in this matter. On the way, the orc told the guy about different places on this continent, for example, about a city called Durinka, which has a lot of skilled blacksmiths, including orcs. The orc thought that it would be better for the guy to visit this city before traveling to the 5 Western Kingdoms. However, Lulu noted that Iron didn't need a new sword, which meant there was no particular point in going to that city. But he assured them that in reality, this was not just a trip for equipment, because it was the blacksmiths who were best at handling metal and fire. The ogre assured the boy that if he saw how metal and fire created something new, uniting into a sword, it would definitely help Iron light a fire in his heart. Hearing this, Lulu finally agreed with him, because she remembered that magicians actually do this too. This way you can best see the imaginary in real life. She believed that in this way, he would be able to use the actual process of sword making for mental training. Iron decided to listen to her, and still agreed to go to this place. After a fairly short period of time, they were in that very city, and unfortunately, they were not greeted as kindly as they would have liked. The ogre continued to argue with some man who was not letting them in. He even had to use hidden information that he knew about. He began to threaten the man that he could tell it to the locals, and then his business would definitely go downhill. This eventually worked, and they were able to rent a place, after which the ogre told his friends that they could safely take their things to the room and then go have a little snack in the restaurant. The ogre acted according to the same scheme, demanding free beer because he thought that they made a very good order. Returning to the room in the evening, Lulu decided to ask Kubar to tell her something interesting before going to bed. Before telling his story, he decided to ask them if they knew who was among the top 10 strongest swordsmen on the continent. Iron said that he only knew Mr. Ian. He also heard that the head of the Lingjie family, Joshua, was also very strong. Such knowledge surprised the ogre, because he could not even think that Iron knew so little about the world in which he planned to become a real swordsman. After which he began to talk about how the strongest people on the continent were those from the 5 kingdoms and the Holy Kingdom. But still, there was a case in history where one person violated this statement, and he was a native of the Chronos Academy, Ian. And since this is the captain of the White Guard from the Holy Kingdom, Julius Hooley, the captain of the Scarlet Knights, Rigoberto Clark, 5 descendants of families of hereditary swordsmen, including Joshua Lingjie and Karakam, the great leader of the orcs. Lulu noted that she thought there was one person missing from this list, and he immediately agreed with her. Kubara added that perhaps Ian set the bar too high, and that is why many consider him to be the strongest. But he, for example, had a different opinion. He would call Kuna the strongest. After all, he became a swordsman at the age of 70, which shocked the guys, but on the other hand, they understood perfectly well that this was only possible thanks to great perseverance. Many of Kun's acquaintances laughed and underestimated his stubbornness. But who else would have decided to become a swordsman at such an age? But in the end, he still became a master of the sword at 70. And at 90, he was already considered the strongest on the continent. Thus, he was able to influence all the swordsmen of the world and the art of fencing itself in general. Iron felt that this story was full of motivation, but he also assumed that Kun was worthy of becoming a swordmaster even at 50 years old. Besides, his story reminded the guy very much of someone, so he believed that besides Kun, there were other amazing people. Kubara agreed with the guy, and noted that he said it quite beautifully because the world really is full of great people who are yet to reveal their true potential, while he mentally thought that although the guy wants to become a swordsman, his view is much broader. The next day, they reached the Alhad mountain range, and Kubara told his friends that they would hardly be able to pass through it, because along the entire route, bandits lived there, which for some reason frightened Iron. Kubar assured him that there was no reason to worry, because they were joining a group of people, and they would do so thanks to the mercenary badge that Iron had. As soon as Iron showed his badge, the group leader immediately agreed to accept the guy into his group. Kubara made an agreement using his own methods. According to him, now he is an organizational elementalist. While Iron and Lulu were waiting for the dispatch, they saw a little girl who assured the mercenaries that they could leave their armor and shoes with her, and while they were gone, she would wash and clean everything. Suddenly, she stopped talking when she saw something that interested her incredibly. It was Lulu, to whom the girl immediately ran, but the cat stopped her in time and did not allow her to start hugging herself. The girl couldn't believe her eyes that she was seeing a talking cat in front of her, who also looked so cute. She introduced herself, and the girl's name was Anya. Immediately after that, she noted that they could leave her their shoes or armor, and she would clean them. Of course, she does all this for money. Iron immediately asked her to stop because they did not need her services. She didn't insist too much. She just added that if they needed anything, they could just tell her, and she would do everything, of course, only for money. But then Iron and Lulu felt a very strong energy that was around this girl, and they said in one voice that she was a sorceress. They set out on their journey, and while they were walking, Iron was silent the whole way, and this was noticed by Lulu, who asked Kubar to pay attention to this. The ogre turned around, and before he could ask Iron what happened, he immediately asked him a question in response, in which he wanted to know if he could point a sword at a person. They didn't understand why he was asking such questions, but then Iron told them that he had never had to destroy people before, and he was even afraid to think about it. But today he realized that despite his wishes, he would probably have to do it anyway. However, he was not sure that he would be able to do this because, in his opinion, even the lives of bandits were incredibly valuable. Iron understood that he simply couldn't spend his whole life just scaring bad people. And if they didn't stop doing this, then sooner or later, he definitely wouldn't be able to close his eyes to it. The ogre waited until the guy finished speaking and finally told him that, in fact, this was a rather complicated question, which, according to him, did not need to be thought about so much. But Iron simply couldn't help but do this, because she had heard that a terrible robber named Khazar lived in these mountains. Kubar knew a little about him, but the most important thing is that this bandit, according to him, also wants peace. Because for more than 5 years, he and his group have been asking for money for crossing the mountains, and they need a group in order to look more confident. The ogre asked the guy not to think that they are such bad people, because they are actually just running their business here, and they also need to somehow survive. Besides, these lands are their home, through which a huge number of strangers pass every day. Until this time, Iron thought that they were taking this money for free, because it was not really their land, and in general he could not understand why the kingdom was not doing anything about it. A mercenary who was walking behind them intervened in their conversation, and said that of course everyone knew about this. But their relationship and cooperation were based on trust and nothing more. At one point, Lulu couldn't take it anymore, and asked them to stop because her head was going to explode from their conversation. Kubar could only end their argument by saying that there is no correct answer, because one cannot unequivocally call something bad and something good. And as soon as they finished this dialogue, those very bandits that the guys had been talking about for so long appeared on the horizon. One of the mercenaries immediately presented them with a fee for passage, and for the sake of decency, decided to clarify whether they could pass at night. But this time the robbers behaved rather strangely, because one of the main ones shouted at them that they should immediately leave all their things and leave. Lulu immediately noted that apparently these robbers were not as kind as Kubara had told them. The mercenaries didn't really understand what this meant, because they had never encountered such an attitude towards themselves. Usually they passed by calmly and there were no problems, but they didn't even want to listen to them and simply repeated that the mercenaries should collect their things and leave. The man laughed and noted that Khazar's joke had dragged on, and it seemed to him it was time to stop. But apparently the robbers weren't joking, because he continued to tell them that this was not a joke, and that from today on, everything had changed, and if they had problems, they would talk to them differently. Iron looked at them carefully, and at one point he began to get very angry, and the main reason was that he could quite clearly hear how dark magic was emanating from them. Lulu asked the guy again if she heard him correctly, If he could really feel the change in this guy's energy, Iron confirmed this and also added that their magic was not that strong, and they would definitely be able to break through. Kubar asked the guy to explain what he was talking about. Iron told them that if you come into contact with such magic, then over time more and more excess anger will appear inside the body. Suddenly, a knight emerged from the crowd, took out his sword and said that he had never trusted robbers, and was not going to do so today either. Iron immediately noticed that he had a steel blade, and this could only mean one thing, that apparently this guy was one of the veterans. The mercenaries knew this knight. His name was Ulfgan, but even they were not sure that he could cope, although he believed that nothing terrible would happen to him. Ulfgan came closer to the bandits to tell them that there would definitely be more losses on their side, so he advised them to stop resisting and let them through at last. The robber noticed that the knight had a beautiful sword, so he decided to offer him an exchange, this sword for their pass, although the knight was not even going to believe them, because they were criminals and nothing good would come of it. The knight tried to say something else but did not have time, because the robber dealt him an unexpected blow, which he was unable to block and therefore took an incredibly large amount of damage. It was clear that Ulfgan had already definitely lost, so the mercenary tried to force another knight to go into battle and sort this out. But the guy didn't think it was a good idea, because if Ulfgan couldn't handle it, then he most likely wouldn't be able to either. The other mercenaries immediately started talking about how it would be better for them to leave everything and just go away because in their case, the main thing was to survive. But on the other hand, they simply could not abandon their things, because without them, they definitely would not be able to survive. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by the leader of the bandits, who stopped the men's argument and said that his mood had changed, and now he wanted to destroy them all. Iron immediately stepped forward, although his friends tried to stop him, but he assured them that there was no point in worrying, because he had one idea. First, he turned to Khazar and told him that the man had better calm down, because it was clear that he was not himself, although the robber did not even know who the guy was to listen to him. Iron introduced himself as a student of the 27th selection of the Chrono Academy. Anya, who was standing behind, immediately noticed that the guy was not just from the Chronos Academy, he was from the Gold selection. But Khazar was not going to believe Iron, although because a student of the Fencing Academy simply cannot walk without a sword, for which he wanted to punish Iron. However, his plan immediately failed when Iron managed to stop his attack with just one hand. Khazar couldn't believe his eyes, because to do this with just one hand, you need to have enormous strength. But when Khazar approached Iron as close as possible, he saw a pendant on the robber that was very familiar to him, so he wanted to ask the man where he got this pendant. From the expression on Khazar's face, it was clear that anger and a thirst for revenge reigned inside him. But Iron was extremely calm and was simply trying to talk to the man. At that moment, memories came into his head of how he had spoken to his sister before leaving and asked her not to worry about him. And then she told him that in fact, she was not worried about him, but about other people, because in her opinion, with great power comes great responsibility, and if he suddenly decides to relax, then not only he will suffer, but also his friends who are counting on his help. While he was thinking, Khazar continued to attack, so Iron finally had to take out his sword and calm the robber down. He struck a blow that created a crack in the ground, and thus showed his strength so that the other bandits would also realize the fact that they were much weaker at the moment and that they needed to retreat. But Iron had no idea how many more people he would have to meet on his way, who would have to show his strength in order to convince them to go over to the side of good. However, with Khazar, the situation was a little different. Iron scared him very much, so the man began to beg the boy not to destroy him. Although he approached him only to take from the man that very pendant, which glowed with a bright red light. And as soon as he took it in his hands, he immediately realized that it was he who was emitting that very dark energy. And although he understood that these were not Magians, the energy of this pendant was simply terrible. Since Iron understood that Khazar started to behave like this because of the pendant, he decided to ask him where he got it or who could have given it to him. And in his mind, the guy thought that if the man dared to lie to him, then he would have to destroy him. But Khazar spoke the truth. Although he tried to say that he did not remember where she came from and who gave her to him, all he remembers is how one day she appeared on his neck. The mercenaries didn't believe all this, and so they started yelling at him to come up with a more convincing story next time. Although as far as Iron was concerned, the guy trusted him, so he decided that he would not touch Khazar, but he immediately said that he would not give him the pendant. Khazar was definitely not against it, and was also very grateful to the guy for showing up and helping him with this pendant, because he himself had recently been feeling very angry for unknown reasons. In the end, the mercenaries were very grateful to Iron, because they understood that they survived only thanks to him, and therefore they immediately told him that if he needed anything, he could safely contact them. Lulu thought that the guy did the wrong thing, in her opinion. They shouldn't have just let him go, although Iron still thought that Kassar was just a person and that Pendant was to blame for his actions. But for her, this didn't seem like an excuse at all. It seemed to her that if he did it once, it didn't guarantee that he wouldn't be able to repeat his actions. In any case, Iron had already done it, and now he needed to continue his training with the sword, which surprised Kabar a little, because it seemed to him that the guy was already very strong. Iron categorically disagreed with this because today he felt that if he had been a little weaker, then all these people would have suffered. And the guy believed that the more he could do, the more dangers he could overcome, which Kubar ultimately couldn't help but agree with. Therefore, the guy wanted to ask the ogre if there was anyone in Durinka who could help him, to which Kubar knew the answer for sure, because in this place, according to him, the swordsmen and blacksmiths are simply magnificent, and there is something to learn from almost every one of them. Then Iron would have liked to set out on the road, but before that, he wanted to finally destroy this suspension, although Kubar asked him not to rush so much. He put it in his bag and told the guy that he could do something with it in the future. And while they were talking, Anya ran up to them and started asking the guy for an exchange. She really liked his sword, and so she offered him an exchange for her treasure. Iron immediately told her that he couldn't do it because this thing was very important to him. And besides, he didn't think that she knew how to use it properly. She asked him not to rush to conclusions because she had not yet shown him her treasure. A few seconds later, she pulled out a huge piggy bank. Moreover, it was not a simple piggy bank, it was golden. The guy immediately noticed that incredibly strong magic was emanating from the girl, and he was not so interested in this piggy bank. But still, he decided to ask Anya what he should do with it. The girl told him that she had been saving money for a whole year and was ready to exchange it for Iron's sword, but the guy was still forced to refuse this offer. She realized that the guy couldn't be bought that easily, so she decided to raise the stakes and got something that Iron definitely couldn't refuse. Anya took out a small coin, which she put inside the pig, and said that every time he puts a coin there, it gets bigger. Kubar and Lulu were not at all against Iron changing because this thing, in their opinion, was simply wonderful, and it would definitely be useful to them in the future. Iron had already started to get angry and asked his friends to come to their senses. Besides, he had already said that he was not going to change anything, no matter how golden this pig was. The girl realized that this time she had no chance, so she took the pig and started to run away, but immediately warned the guy that she would definitely come back when this pig became cooler, and then he would definitely change with her. The guys really liked her, but Iron had a slightly different opinion, and in general, he had completely different thoughts in his head. That evening, they checked into a local hotel where a guest came to visit them, who, according to Kubar, brought news about Durinka. According to this man, the best blacksmith Durinka finally returned to the city, and Iron was very lucky that he came to this city at this very moment. This blacksmith's name was Vulcanus. All the swordsmen of the continent know how good his swords are. Vulcanus numbers his special swords, that's why they are called numbered, and according to legend, there are only 9 of them. But according to the man, the most important thing is that numbered swords can have an owner who corresponds to one of 2 types, the master of the sword, or the person who will become one. In the past 10 years, only 3 ordinary swordsmen were able to obtain a numbered sword, and after that, they were able to become masters quite quickly. And finally, people have waited, and exactly 2 days later, the competition for the 10th numbered sword will begin. Hearing their conversations, many people came running to them who also wanted to know how it would go. But according to the man, he doesn't know this yet. The only thing he can say is that they will most likely announce it at the competition itself. Iron understood from this that all the strong swordsmen would gather in Durinka, which is why he assumed that this would be a great opportunity to gain experience. So he was not at all against participating in this event. At this point, he decided to end their conversation, because according to him, he urgently needed to go to his room because he was tired and wanted to rest a little. Kubar understood that the guy was simply not ready yet. For the swordsman, this conversation was a real treasure, but the guy seemed not at all interested in listening to it. He understood that perhaps this could, of course, be part of Iron's character, but it still seemed to him that he was not like all the swordsmen he had met before. However, it was a little unclear to him, but for some reason, Iron at this stage was still very far from the real title of a swordsman. Iron, having come to his room, immediately sat down to train. There were thoughts in his head that did not allow him to breathe freely, so he decided to try training his imagination. He wanted to try to clearly imagine himself in the magical world. The next day, they finally reached that same legendary city of Durinka. The first thing that caught my eye was that this city was full of knights, and most likely there were a lot of masters among them. Taking a closer look, they noticed a familiar girl arguing with some knight. But then Lulu turned her attention to the person with whom Anya was talking. This man was a master, at least that's what Lulu said. Kubar didn't know this man, so he assumed that perhaps there was another sword master on the continent that he simply hadn't heard of. They came closer, and the knight already knew these guys because Anya told him everything, so all he had to do was introduce himself, and his name was Georg. Georg noted that if Anya had told him everything correctly, then they were just as special as Anya, immediately noting that it was a compliment so that they wouldn't even think of being offended. As for Iron, according to Georg, he knew the boy. And most importantly, he knew what sword he had, so he decided to be a little cheeky and asked Iron to show him his sword. Georg knew that it might sound quite strange, but still, according to him, the girl told him that this sword was incredibly amazing, so he also wanted to look at it. It was not difficult for Iron, so he again used the trick with the appearance of the sword and showed it to Georg. A new picture immediately appeared in the knight's eyes, and in his mind he understood perfectly well that the issue here was not in the sword itself. Iron also noticed that Georg's expression had changed, and he was now looking at the guy, clearly not with simple interest. Georg immediately decided to ask Iron for forgiveness for staring at him so intently, because according to him, Iron really did have an amazing sword, just as Anya had told him. The girl was glad that Georg liked it, so she said again that the captain would definitely like it, to which he replied that it was possible. But first of all, she should not forget that you can't take other people's things. This was the end of their dialogue, although Iron clearly had a feeling that something was unfinished. Iron, after their conversation, noted that this guy really looked pretty strong. But they wanted to know more who this captain was, that they were always talking about and how strong he was that he had such subordinates. While the guys were talking about this, people who wanted to see the famous knights began to actively gather behind them. They were the twin swordsmen, Charlotte and Victor, famous throughout the continent. The guys didn't know who these knights were, but Kubar was well aware of who these guys were. Moreover, he knew that they would participate in this tournament together. That's why he wanted to tell Iron right away that the upcoming competition would be incredibly difficult, and he definitely needed to gather his strength. But Iron was not afraid of anyone at all. On the contrary, he believed that since Georg would be participating in this tournament, he should simply extract as much benefit from him as possible. So Kubar decided to give the guy a little advice, which Iron may not listen to if he doesn't want to. But the essence of the advice is that it is important for a swordsman to meet good opponents, because this is just a great chance to test his skills. But he asked the guy to fight, but at the same time, in no case to learn from them. And as an argument, he cited the example of the situation when Kun fought against Ian. The former did not do it in order to learn something. He did it only in order to ultimately come to victory. He asked Iron to constantly think only about the fact that he must win, and he must do it only for himself. Only with such thoughts, in Kubar's opinion, he will be able to reach heights and become a truly great swordsman. After such a serious conversation, Kubar decided to go back and immediately ask the guy for forgiveness for the fact that he apparently went a little too far. Although Iron was very grateful to him at that moment, because in fact, these were exactly the words he was missing at that moment. After which, Iron turned around and went to the hotel where he planned to think over Kubar's words as best he could. After all, before Iron didn't even think about winning, because at the academy, he only wanted to become like others. But his friends always demonstrated the will to win over the enemy, no matter how difficult it was for them at that moment. In his opinion, this was the simplest, but at the same time, the most difficult desire that a swordsman could have. Iron understood perfectly well why Kubar spoke about this, but now Iron clearly couldn't decide whether he had ever felt this feeling. Meanwhile, Kubar was talking to Lulu about how he felt like he had gone a bit overboard with his words, since Iron had a difficult path ahead of him, and he had so abruptly started demanding everything from him. But in fact, the ogre only wanted to do the best he could and make things easier for the guy later, although Lulu believed that there was absolutely nothing to worry about. At this point, their conversation ended, because Iron finally came out of his room, and the guys immediately greeted him. Lulu immediately noticed that the guy had changed somehow, and although she didn't know what exactly, in her opinion, he clearly began to look much better. Kubar understood what had changed in the guy, because he saw how an incredibly strong fire ignited inside the guy at that moment. Lulu couldn't resist and told Kubar that he was wrong, but she immediately said that everything would definitely be fine with the guy. After this conversation, they collected their things and immediately went to the Durinka arena, where quite a lot of people had already gathered, who wanted to see the fight between the strongest knights. Among all the knights who came to this tournament, there were many who were definitely different from everyone else. For example, Dwemer Grus, next to whom one could see Rendell One Strike. All of them were famous swordsmen in their own lands and beyond. Kubar immediately noted that from all these guys, it would be possible to gather a lot of worthy knights, who would be incredibly difficult to defeat. But most of all, the spectators screamed when they finally saw Vulcanus, the very blacksmith for whose sword the knights would actively fight today. Vulcanus picked up the loudspeaker and immediately began to talk about the fact that most likely many here know who he is, so he suggested getting straight to the point. The prize for winning the competition was his sword. As was known, this sword was numbered. The rules of this tournament, according to him, were quite simple. 2 people enter the ring and begin to fight. The winner stays and the loser leaves. And if the winner gives up, then a new couple enters the ring and so on. But right after that, he saw the surprise on the faces of the audience. So he hurried to tell them that in fact, there would be no winner in this fight today, because he was only here to see the mesmerizing swordsman who would help him create the 10th sword. Therefore, this tournament, according to him, will continue until the blacksmith finally finds that very knight, and those guys who are standing behind him came here for the same reason. Now everything was perfectly clear to Kubar. Apparently Vulcanus had specially gathered all the swordsmen, but he did this not in order to hand over the last sword to one of them, but in order to create it. Vulcanus finished telling the rules and invited the first couple to enter the ring and begin the fight. The first pair were Victor and Randell. Both swordsmen were incredibly strong, so it was a little surprising to see them in the same pair. As soon as Randall entered the arena and saw Victor, he immediately decided to tell him that he simply hates people like him, because it is never clear what they are hiding behind their forced smile. Victor was quite positive and asked Rendell not to be so angry, because he was also a swordsman and they should understand each other. Kubar told his friends that Charlotte and Victor were in fact some of the best swordsmen in their area. He also added that they had a very interesting life, because they probably destroyed monsters in the villages or hunted them in the forests. But as it usually happens, the better the reputation, the more people envy a person. Before the start of the fight, Rendell decided to ask Vulcanus if it was possible to finish off the enemy. The blacksmith was not against such an initiative, because it would be even more interesting, so he gave the go-ahead for it, although he still asked to coordinate it with his opponent. Victor was not against it because then he too would have a chance to destroy Rendell, who had recently become tiresome to everyone, and these words angered Rendell even more. Therefore, as soon as Vulcanus gave them the go-ahead to begin this duel, each of them immediately carried out one attack, and they did it so quickly that almost none of the spectators even noticed it. But in the end, Rendell's sword fell apart into small pieces, and everyone began to understand who had emerged victorious from this battle. At that moment, Victor stood with a smile and said that, although Randall talks a lot, his speed is still something else. He was even afraid that he would make a hole in his chest. Iron couldn't believe his eyes that Victor managed to destroy Rendell's sword so easily, but it once again confirmed that this swordsman was very strong. Anya and Georg, who were watching the fight on one of the hills, also said that this Victor was incredibly strong, because even among the experts, he was very good, although it was unclear whether he would be able to enter the list of the top 200. But for example, Georg was not so interested in this at the moment. He rather wanted to ask the girl if she had checked those guys. She fulfilled his request and happily told him that recently their golden lines had turned red, thus they had become what they had been looking for so long. Hearing this, he immediately decided to order her to put marks on these guys, which Anya was ready to do without any problems, although in doing so, she had to spend all her earnings for 2 days. At that moment, Victor's brother asked him to stop a little, because it seemed to him that he had gotten too carried away, and at that rate, he wouldn't leave even him a chance. The mark was already on Victor's forehead, but he didn't even notice it and was ready to continue this battle. Anya decided to leave her mark on Lulu as well, although in fact, she had planned to do this from the very beginning. Georg thought that she had clearly made a mistake, because their target was primarily iron, but Anya had to explain that it made no difference, because this strange cat always went with him. The man smiled and looked at her. At that moment, he was thinking about how this girl managed to become a sorceress, although her skills are quite interesting, especially the skill with the golden pig, about which she did not finish telling, that the golden pig can actually grant wishes that do not exceed the value of what is inside it. Victor, meanwhile, continued to run one opponent after another, and he did it in the very first round, so he still had plenty of strength and he was ready to destroy the knights one after another for a very long time. Most of the participants had already lost count, but it seemed that Victor had already defeated as many as 17 knights, so they were becoming a little scared to go out into battle with him. In the end, his brother noticed that they were left alone, although Victor believed that there were still knights there, although for some reason they had lost hope of victory, so they did not risk going out to fight with him. Vulcanus was incredibly bored watching all this, although Victor was showing incredible strength. Iron watched to the end and decided that since everyone had already tried their hand, it was time for him to test himself. Therefore, the fight between the brothers will have to be postponed for now, because they noticed that someone finally decided to volunteer. Victor, looking at Iron, immediately thought that this kid looked strong enough, although he still didn't think that he could compete with him. Iron approached Victor's brother and offered him to enter the ring first. He was willing to wait without any problems, but he decided that it would be better to give way to the guy since he was already here. But before Iron entered the arena, he was asked if he had forgotten his sword, to which he answered in a fairly calm voice that there was definitely no need to worry about that, since it was always with him. Vulcanus immediately noticed for himself that this baby looked quite interesting, and for some reason immediately attracted his attention. Iron at that moment was thinking only about the fact that it was time for him to finally show his will to win. And for this he remembered that very day when they took the test. Then he also had the same feeling. He looked at Ilia and thought only about the fact that he needed to immediately catch up with her and defeat her. Then for the first time in his life he felt what such a desperate desire to win was. Vulcanus looked at them carefully, and at some point he began to think that he needed to stop this fight. After all, looking into Iron's eyes, he realized that this was the very person he was looking for. Therefore, without thinking twice, he stopped this fight, not letting it begin. He ran out into the arena and shouted that he had finally made his choice. He walked up to Iron, raised his hand, and shouted that this boy was becoming the new owner of the 10th sword, which surprised Iron no less than the other spectators. Most of the ordinary spectators and knights could not believe what Vulcanus said, because some of them came here from very distant lands, trained, went out to fight with Victor, but in the end he chose a boy who did not even participate in this tournament. But he immediately took his loudspeaker to start shouting at them to shut their mouths immediately, because he was warning them that the point of this competition was not to win. He had been looking for a person from the very beginning who would give him inspiration, and just now he had successfully found him. But the other knights still thought it was unfair, because some of them thought that they were clearly better and stronger than this boy. But in the end, he was still chosen as the owner of the 10th sword. Vulcanus clearly didn't care about their opinion, because immediately after his words, he announced that the competition was over, and he called Iron to go with him. The brothers immediately noticed that he was an interesting guy, but they could not even think that he was so strong that he could get the sword. They also asked him not to feel guilty, because he was chosen in an even way. A few minutes later, after Vulcanus called the boy to him, he asked him to strike with as much force as he could do it with at maximum. And when he finally managed to deliver a more or less normal blow, Vulcanus immediately asked the guy to put the sword to him. When the blacksmiths looked at the boy's sword, at first they couldn't even understand what kind of material it was. And there weren't even any marks of a hammer on it, although it wasn't the first time they had worked with magic swords. But this was the first time they had seen one like this. Kubar doesn't even think about the fact that someone can create a sword next to a swordsman, and Iron even had to wave it a little. He could only assume that these guys felt his energy, which is why they chose him. Kubar assured him that there was no need to worry about this at all, because they were already here, and when else in his life would he get the chance to work with such a blacksmith? Iron seemed to agree with him, but looking at him, it still seemed like the guy was very upset. So Kubar began to ask him to stop thinking. Besides, he saw no reason to be sad when everything was going so well for him. And after these words, he decided to ask something for himself. Lulu asked to make a sword for her too. A few minutes later, Vulcanus was yelling at Kubar because the ogre wanted the blacksmith to give him the sword for free, and he had 2 more conditions. The first condition was that they had to make equipment for Iron, including a sword for Lulu, and the second condition was that Kubar wanted to watch them work. Although Vulcanus listened to everything that Kubar had just told him, he still didn't understand why he had to listen to all these stupid conditions. Then Kubar had to speak directly about the fact that he knows that Vulcanus is using Iron and his power in order to improve his skills. As for his assistants, he knew perfectly well that you had a long break because they couldn't find inspiration and return to work. But then Iron came along, a young man who could reignite the fire in your hearts and give you hope, and they decided to take full advantage of it. Although this offended Volcanus and his friends, he still continued to shout at the ogre and ask him who he was to dictate his terms to them. Kubar answered this question with a smile, saying that he was the best guide in the world. In the end, Volcanus went along with Kubar's terms and did everything he asked for, even armor for Lulu, who looked simply magnificent in it. But the blacksmith did not stop there and continued his work with the sword for Iron, who carefully watched this process. Iron at this moment felt that he could finally light a fire in his heart, which he could place directly on the sword. A whole month had passed since then, and the guy's condition was getting better and better every day. But he believed that this could not stop and that he still had a lot of work ahead of him. But Iron was already pleased with the fact that he felt progress, so it seemed to him that he would definitely be able to achieve success. They continued on their way, and on the way they noticed that there were so few swordsmen in the city. Kubar did not think it was surprising, because most of them came to participate in the tournament, in which there was a chance to get a numbered sword, and now there was no particular point in staying in this place. Iron was a little far from hearing this, because for him, it was a great chance to fight with other swordsmen. Although Kubar believed that the guy had received enough of everything that his new numbered sword was worth, which made the guy even stronger, even for those brothers. At least that's what they thought until Volcanus told them that he would need about a year to make the sword, but he promised that during that time, he would make the strongest sword. Although Kubar didn't believe him and tried to tell Iron that he definitely couldn't be trusted, the guy didn't put pressure on the blacksmith. Besides, he didn't even hope for it from the very beginning, so he didn't mind waiting. At this point, their dialogue ended, and the guy decided to continue his journey. And he told Volcanus that he would return when the sword was ready. Now Iron was interested to know from Kubar what their next goal was. Where were they heading now? The ogre suggested that he visit the city of Lathion, because in his opinion, it was the best place for a swordsman in the kingdom of Myos. While he was telling Iron that he would definitely have a chance to compete there, Lulu looked closely and saw something ahead. So at one point she screamed and asked them to stop immediately. The thing was that ahead she clearly smelled blood, and a few seconds later brothers Victor and Charlotte emerged from behind the trees, their faces smeared with blood. Coming a little closer, they saw that Charlotte was holding someone's head in his hands. Kubar immediately wanted to know from them what was in their hands. Was it really a human head? Charlotte smiled and said that they had just had to deal with someone who had been a bit of a nuisance, and that was all that was left of him. They immediately noticed that it was the head of Randall, who had participated in the swordsman's tournament for a numbered sword. Kubar immediately started yelling at them because he sincerely did not understand what they were doing at all. How could they destroy a person for nothing? Although they believed that they had done nothing wrong, they had simply eliminated the one who was stealing. Well, now they stand before those who must repay them for their great efforts, for the fact that they caught and neutralized the thief. Iron, looking straight into their eyes, roughly understood what they wanted. And his suspicions were confirmed when they said with a crazy smile that they were eager to receive the personalized sword, which, as they thought, the guy received by accident. Lulu immediately started screaming and saying that he wasn't even ready yet, and that they themselves didn't have him yet. Apparently, Victor will not be able to prove something like this, because at first glance, it seemed that he had simply gone crazy, and at the moment, he was only interested in the sword, which, in his opinion, Iron was hiding and simply did not want to give up. But what surprised Kubar most of all was that they were ready to destroy them, just for the sake of some sword, because this is a crime, not only according to the laws of Durinka, but also of the entire continent. Charlotte immediately answered him that they were of course pleased that the ogre was so worried about them, but according to him, no one would think about them, because everyone knew that they simply had an excellent reputation. Then they began to tell how it would look from the outside that a young swordsman was attacked and only a sword was found at the crime scene. But the trace of the swordsman himself disappeared. It seemed to them that this story was quite funny and absolutely everyone would believe it. In response to these words, Iron decided to ask them one question, but before that he added that he had heard about them, even before coming to Durinka, that they were two great swordsman brothers who were respected by everyone. So the essence of his question was, are they confident that they can do this? But they didn't care about honor and all that. The most important thing for them at the moment was the numbered sword that the guy got, but they didn't. These words made Iron even more angry, because he simply did not understand how one could compare a person's life to a piece of metal. But with every similar word from Iron about it being just a piece of metal, the anger in the brothers' eyes increased, because they believed that it was definitely not just a piece of metal. According to them, they have been in this place for 30 years, and 20 years ago, they crossed the line to become masters. They were ready to do anything, and no matter how many years pass, nothing changes. They are still in a terrible hell. And according to them, they were not alone. There are still a lot of potential sword masters around the world who do not receive the attention and recognition they deserve. So in order to cross this line, they are ready to do absolutely anything. They were convinced that the pain that lived inside them should finally disappear. Although Iron considered all this complete nonsense, so he took out his sword. However, the brothers also weren't going to just stand there, because they were almost certain that the guy would never understand them, so they weren't against destroying him. Iron, looking at the aura that was around Victor and Charlotte, realized that apparently they were not simple swordsmen, but also, like him, used magic. But the guy wasn't going to lose to them. He was going to punish them for their actions and words, and to do that he would have to use his maximum strength. And as soon as the guy used his abilities, Anya, with the help of the mark that she left on Lulu, was able to create a portal, from which came the man whom the brothers Victor and Charlotte were incredibly afraid of. Kubar, seeing this man, immediately realized that he was the captain of the Black Knights from the Sacred Kingdom, which is known under the name of Ignat Grisentia, for whom the portal was created. Iron immediately remembered that it was this girl that Ilia had once told him about. First of all, Ignata turned to Victor and Charlotte, to whom she made it clear that they had crossed the line. They tried to ask her what she was doing there, but instead of answering their question, she only told them that she would give them another chance to be acquitted. But this made them even more angry, and they began to threaten her in response, saying that she had no right to threaten them, much less interfere. Ignata continued to stand her ground and said that if they had words they could say in their defense, then they had better say it now, because this was their last chance. But given the way they continued to act, she realized that it was better not to give them a chance, so she immediately launched an attack like lightning. Her blows were very accurate and hit the target, and the brothers couldn't even notice her, so it was simply impossible to block her blows. At one point, she simply began to finish them off one by one, and the first in line was Victor. He lost consciousness from the blows, and it became clear that he didn't have much of a chance of survival this time. Charlotte couldn't believe his eyes and still tried to help his brother, so he ran as fast as he could, but deep down, he knew that his brother didn't have a chance. By the time he ran up, Ignatia had already finished with Victor and only asked Charlotte to look at what his brother had become. In her opinion, this was the worst death for a swordsman. But he couldn't just stand there, so he immediately started attacking her to take revenge. However, at one moment, he felt how his body was left without arms, and the heaviness that he felt from his sword, in one moment disappeared. A few seconds later, he realized that Ignatia had literally been able to deprive him of both arms in 1 second, thereby ending the battle with him. And now she had to finish him off, before which she told him that he no longer looked like a human being, and therefore had no right to exist in this world. It was incredibly difficult for Iron to watch this action. Kubar couldn't believe his eyes because just now the swordmaster was able to defeat 2 experts single-handedly. He couldn't even imagine how strong she was. At that moment, Anya ran up to Ignatia to give her her sword and ask her permission to clean her boots. Ignatia was not at all against it, and even thanked the girl for her help. And right after that, Giogar approached her, who also had something to say. But before that, she decided to ask him how he liked her new manner of speech. Did she now look like an aristocrat? Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by Iron, who simply could not wait and wanted to find out from her how she managed to do something like that. He held the sword in his hands and wanted to ask her how she could so easily take and destroy these people. Right after that, he clarified that he was not judging her. He was just interested in knowing how she managed to do it so easily. From his facial expression, it was clear that he was actually interested in finding out, because it became clear that he was not capable of such actions. She rather unexpectedly addressed him by name as if she knew him. Iron was surprised and immediately wanted to ask her how she knew his name. Ignatia did not answer his questions, but simply decided to state the fact that from that day on, he officially became a member of the Black Knights of the Holy Kingdom of Avilius. Kubar also could not even guess where Ignata knew Iron from, but he was more surprised by the fact that she even invited him to her squad. But this was only the beginning, because immediately after she told him about the squad of Black Knights, Iron immediately said that he refused this and was not going to join anywhere. This made Ignata smile because she didn't think that anyone would be able to refuse her offer so abruptly, but she still decided to find out from him what he didn't like that he decided to refuse so abruptly. But before he could answer, she immediately asked him to listen to her carefully. According to her, the Sacred Kingdom was a much better place than he could imagine. They had many good sides, although on the other hand, it was a little difficult for her to list anything. Iron was still against it, and repeated once again that he was not going to join any squads. This angered Ignata, so she used one of her techniques to scare the guy. Lulu immediately realized that she wanted to penetrate Iron's state, but suddenly her magic stopped working and she almost fell to the ground. After which, in a quiet voice, she said that she had of course heard that one young man had a heart of iron, but she did not think that he would be so strong. Besides, as she had already heard, the guy was so great that he was able to impress Vulcanus himself, so she simply couldn't ignore him. But she also saw that it did not yet contain iron, which was so necessary for every swordsman. So she decided to repeat to him once again that she was inviting him to join the squad of Black Knights. And then she paused for a moment and added that it was more of an order than a request, but Iron didn't care at all, and once again refused this offer. This made Ignat lose her temper, and so she started yelling at him that in fact he had no choice. And if he thought that he could cope on his own, then he was just a fool, because in this way, he would only leave himself with nothing, and the great power inside him would conquer him. Lulu couldn't stand it, and immediately entered into a dialogue, starting to yell at her and call her a witch who doesn't understand the first time, although the guy clearly stated that he was not going to join anything, especially since he himself is doing great, becoming stronger every day, and at the moment this is more than enough. Ignata, looking at Lulu, could only say that she was an incredibly cute talking cat, which she really liked. Lulu didn't react to her words and just wanted to convey to her the fact that Iron would not go anywhere with her in any case, and she could stop behaving the way she was behaving at the moment. Besides, according to Iron, he really tries to control his power, but Ignata didn't believe him, not at all. So Iron had to prove it. He believed that he could control the iron in his heart. Ignata was already impatient to find out how the guy does it. Iron said that in the kingdom of Heir, he encountered a knight named Hill Burnett, and his energy was similar to demonic. At that time, Iron did not understand, but after that battle, he began to forge his inner iron. So he suggested that she demonstrate such a will to fight to him, and then he would be able to easily prove everything that he was capable of. Ignata understood from these words only that the guy essentially wanted to fight with her. Iron confirmed this, and then stated that he was Iron Pereira, a student of the 27th class of the Chrono Academy, challenging Ignata Grisentia of the Holy Kingdom to a fight. Kubar no longer understood what was happening, but Lulu was serious, and only wanted Iron to give it his all. At that moment, the ogre understood that Iron's enemy had fought against thousands of Meijins, and that was why she had become stronger for them. Therefore, he believed that Iron would hardly be able to hold out against such an opponent. At that moment, Iron was thinking that he had been acting too strange lately. He just didn't understand where all this anger came from. And why is he so angry at Ignata? Is it really all because of Ilia's past? Although still, it would have been a rather stupid reason. So it seemed to him that he was driven by something completely different. Ignata interrupted his thoughts when she said that she saw that he was already ready, and then warned him that she would release energy, and this would mean the beginning of the battle. And as soon as Iron agreed to this, Ignata immediately released her energy, the sight and feeling of which was unique. She was sure that he would definitely not be able to resist her energy. But Iron decided to prepare for this blow, and for this he needed to concentrate again, so he closed his eyes. The guy clearly understood that at the moment he needed to use this feeling, and then everything would be fine for him. At this moment, he only needed to feel how he was gradually filled with anger, which could make him much stronger. And as soon as the fire inside him spread and became enormous in size, Iron was ready to engage in battle with her. Iron began to actively attack her, but the girl was too strong an opponent for him, so he was careful and did not rush into making a decision. Although he put an incredibly huge amount of force into each of his blows, it was useless for now, because Ignata dodged each of his blows. No matter how hard Iron tried, his speed was not enough to catch up with Ignata and deal her even one blow. But from the outside, Lulu and Kubar immediately noticed that Iron was attacking quite well. The only thing that was strange in this fight was that Ignata had not yet landed a single blow. But Iron didn't pay attention to this and just continued to attack her because he was confident that he could defeat her. However, his strikes were still not fast enough, so Ignata was able to block his strike using one hand, which couldn't help but surprise Iron. The guy tried at that moment to do everything possible to maintain balance for as long as possible. Ignata, at that very moment, decided to catch the guy and deliver an incredibly unexpected attack. It seemed that she finally managed to do it because the sword fell from Iron's hands. In her mind, she was already confident that she could defeat him, and it was much easier than she could have imagined. However, she had to change her mind when Iron reached for his sword again, showing his willingness to continue this fight. He began to strike the girl again, but this time he was faster, and it was much more difficult for her to dodge them. But unfortunately, it still didn't help him, because after several such blows, he received a fairly strong counterattack from Ignata. At this point, she decided that it was worth ending the fight, although Georg offered her to take the boy with her. But she now understood that he made his choice consciously and it was really better not to touch him. Moreover, she thought he was an incredibly interesting guy who was worth keeping an eye on. After all, in her opinion, this kid really hoped with all his heart that he could defeat her. Sometime after the battle, Iron finally came to his senses, which made Kabur and Lulu happy, as they had been waiting for him for a long time. He immediately wanted to know where he was and what happened to him. But then he got a little scared when he saw Ignata in front of his eyes, who was looking straight at the guy quite calmly and didn't quite understand why he was reacting like that. She even had to stand up and tell him that he shouldn't move so abruptly because he hadn't recovered from the injury yet. She sat down next to him and lifted his t-shirt where there was a huge hematoma, and Lulu thought that she was just a perverted witch who decided to make fun of Iron. But the girl reacted quite calmly to her screams and asked the cat not to say such bad words to her in the future. After all, she just wanted to help Iron, and Lulu realized that she must have made a mistake when she started screaming. Ignata actually used her magic to heal Iron a little. Kubar saw this for the first time, but he immediately understood that this was sacred magic, which is used to heal severe wounds. When she finished her treatment, she decided to note that now it should be easier for the guy to move. But Iron seemed to not care about his well-being. At that moment, he was interested in finding out what kind of sword Ignata was using. For her, this was a rather strange question, because she believed that he was a student of the Chronos Academy, although the guy did not understand at all what this had to do with it. She realized that apparently they don't tell the younger kids about this anymore, but it's only better for her. But she decided to tell Iron that this sword that she uses will, over time, greatly help her in becoming the new queen. Kubar jumped up from his seat at these words and called her crazy. And also, according to him, she doesn't know what she's doing and what will happen to her next. He thought that she was probably going to start a rebellion, but she slowly approached him and asked him not to jump to conclusions. Ignata promised to explain everything to him, but first she wanted to know what he had in his pocket, and then Kubar remembered that he had a pendant in his pocket, which he did not allow Iron to destroy. He gave her this amulet, and she began to tell him that he himself should know perfectly well that now is the time of change, and only her country is holding back the war between the two kingdoms. Even 150 years ago, even 400 years earlier, when wars began, great evil was revealed, although she believed that they themselves could notice that the current truce was unstable. But at the moment, she herself doesn't really know what she needs to do in order to save people from suffering. She wanted to understand how she could control the horrors that constantly came into the human world. So she thought that if she creates her own country in a world of chaos, it will be a good step forward towards solving this problem, and she advised them not to worry because she is going to achieve her goal only through peaceful means. She then turned to Lulu to tell her that it is good to hold on to stability and happiness, but to achieve great things, sometimes you have to go through hard times. And before leaving, she wanted to find out from Iron who he really trusted. But before the guy could answer her question, she told him that if he were to take her as an example, she certainly believes in herself, which she advises him to do. According to her, the confidence that she has opens up any path that she is ready to take without regrets. The next time they met, she would give him the same advice, not to the Iron in his heart, but to him personally, after which she simply jumped out of the window, which caused Kubar and Lulu to immediately run to the window, because they could not believe that she simply jumped out of the window. Iron interrupted their viewing out the window by deciding to tell them that when Ignata killed Victor and Charlotte, he himself felt that it was right. Since in his head there was confidence in every step she took, in every blow she struck, and in every decision she made. Even though he doubted it, he still wasn't going to argue with the fact that this was how it had to be done. And he, in turn, got angry only because Ignata was capable of this, but he was not, and therefore he even envies her a little. The next morning, the guys set out on the road again. For a long time, Iron meditated and did not even speak to them. At that moment, it was as if he was in another world, in which he continued to forge his sword. But with every blow, he thought that this was definitely not enough, and that he needed to put in more effort to make this sword even stronger. However, with each such blow, he also noticed that the fire inside him was becoming weaker and weaker than it was before, but he was not going to stop anyway, so he continued to forge his sword. This time the road lasted until the evening. They even forgot to eat, so Kubar decided to stop and prepare a small dinner for his friends. As soon as Iron got out of the carriage, the ogre immediately decided to ask him how his training was going and what his results were. Iron told him that he hadn't been able to do anything special yet, but he wasn't going to despair, and believed that he needed to work a little more, and then he would definitely succeed. But Lulu didn't even respond to their words. Iron noted that she was apparently very tired, which is why she fell into such a deep sleep. Kubar noted that he hadn't even thought about the fact that all magicians train so hard, although Iron corrected him, saying that in fact, there are few like Lulu. She is quite diligent in this regard. Although the ogre believed that the matter was an ignat, the meeting with this girl somehow had a very strong influence on Lulu. They decided not to disturb her and let her rest a little, and they themselves began to have dinner, and this time, Iron was surprised at how deliciously Kubar prepared the food for them. Right after dinner, Iron continued his training, and Kubar, who was watching this closely, thought that the guy was a great guy who continued to train without rest. Although even he was surprised, although he knew that Iron was quite a diligent guy, he didn't even think that he could be so diligent. The next morning, they finally reached the first hotel they came across, where they would spend the night, and the next day they would finally reach Lation. While Iron's friends went to the toilet, he decided to sit down at the table and order some food, when he suddenly heard quite familiar voices. And when he turned around, he simply couldn't believe his eyes that he was seeing them. At the next table sat Judith and Brad, who at one point stopped arguing because they also noticed Iron. The guy was so happy to see them, he was overwhelmed with emotions, so he immediately tried to approach them. They also stood up from their table because they simply could not believe their eyes that they were actually seeing him. But as soon as they decided to approach each other, Kubar and Lulu stood in front of him and stopped them. They immediately wanted to know how they knew Iron and what they wanted from him. And Judith was surprised for the second time in a few minutes, because she had never seen a talking cat before. Iron immediately intervened in this conversation, asking them to calm down because his friends were in front of them. The guys introduced themselves, and Iron added that these were his mentors who helped him a lot at the academy. After which the guy introduced Kubar, who called himself an alchemist. Lulu didn't need any introduction because she handled this task on her own, saying that she was Iron's magic teacher, which immediately surprised the guys. After this misunderstanding, Kubar approached Brad and asked him for forgiveness for yelling at them, because a lot of bad things had happened to them recently, so he had to be constantly on guard. When everything became clear, Judith immediately attacked Iron, saying that he had grown up, and also that she was very angry with him. She simply did not understand where he suddenly disappeared to for such a long time. She even thought that she might never see him again. At one point, Lulu even began to worry that Judith was definitely his friend. Brad was much calmer for his friend Judith. He just decided to find out from Iron what had happened to them all this time. He replied that it was a long story, and as soon as he said this, Judith immediately noted that he would tell them later. But for now, she would not mind testing him, to which Iron agreed without any problems. Coming out into the small arena, Judith immediately wanted to ask the guy where his sword was, or if he had simply changed weapons. Iron was looking forward to this question because he really wanted to show off his new trick of having a sword appear and say that his sword is always by his side. Of course, this shocked the guys, so Brad immediately wanted to know how he did it. They told them that this was one of the benefits of magic, and Judith couldn't help but say that apparently Iron hadn't lost 5 years. But in any case, they need to start the fight quickly so that she understands how serious an opponent he is, so they started the battle. Kubar was not prepared to see that someone other than Iron could have such power. Judith clearly amazed him. Although it was clearly not easy for Judith herself at that moment, because Iron's strength had clearly become greater. Perhaps he had even become stronger than her. It was so hard to hold back his attacks that even the ground under our feet began to crack. Brad, who was closely following their fight, immediately noticed that Iron was using his and Judith's fighting techniques. So he simply couldn't stand it and also ran into battle, shouting at Judith to immediately step aside. But none of them were going to retreat, so they decided to fight together. Now Brack also actively attacked Iron, but he continued to dodge every blow. No matter how hard Brad tried, all his blows missed, and if he did hit, Iron blocked them quite easily with his sword, which made Brad very curious to know how the guy managed to learn these techniques so quickly. Iron noted that at the moment he did not have time to talk about it, but he would definitely tell him a little later. In the meantime, he has to fight off their attacks because Judith has not disappeared anywhere and actively continues to attack Iron. But at one point, Iron was still able to outplay her and dealt a strong enough blow that helped him knock her down. Brad immediately rushed to help, but he was in too much of a hurry, so he didn't notice how Iron struck him, although at the last moment he still managed to dodge it. After that, Brad smiled and asked Iron not to forget about him because he felt like Iron was underestimating them a little. Kubar, watching this fight, could not believe his eyes. But what surprised him more was that Iron's friends did not feel any fear at all. They fought as if they were much stronger for him, although this was definitely not the case. Moreover, looking at their facial expressions and the way they carried out their attacks, one could easily tell that these three were actually just enjoying the process. At one point in the fight, Judith finally decided to notice that Iron was pretty good and had apparently been training hard all this time, since he was able to achieve such results. In response to these words, the guy couldn't help but notice that they weren't sitting still either, and considering how well they mastered their techniques, it could be said that they had clearly become much better. Brad suggested that they end on this wonderful note, because they really could fight like this until their last breath, although Judith thought that they could have fought a little more, because they had so much fun together. But he reminded her that the sun would soon rise, and it was time for them to return, and she simply could not disagree with him, so she asked Iron to show them one last time. At first, Iron didn't quite understand what was going on, so Judith had to remind him of the punch he had once shown during the exam. Now she would really like him to repeat that punch. Iron didn't mind, so he stood not far from the guys, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate. And literally a few seconds later, he finally delivered this blow. But the guys were first of all surprised by the fact that the guy was able to do it so quickly, because earlier, he would have needed much more time to prepare for this blow. Moreover, after the strike, it was immediately noticeable that in addition to the fact that he was able to do it quickly, the strike itself became even more accurate than before. They immediately realized that he must have been training hard, which is why he was able to improve this strike. Iron responded modestly that he had actually only recently learned to do this. At this point, their training and simultaneous demonstration of new strikes ended, after which they headed back to the hotel. On the way, Brad told Iron that he had been reinstated at the academy almost immediately after the guy left. Iron already knew about this, so he wasn't so surprised because Renz told him, and besides, he was already at the academy. While the boys were talking, Lulu decided to approach Judith and give her a small compliment, saying that she turned out to be incredibly strong, which was a little unexpected for the girl. But she still thanked this strange cat for the compliment. Lulu didn't stop there and decided to give Judith a small gift, holding out a small diamond in her paw. Judith didn't know how to react to this, so she decided to politely refuse. But Lulu assured the girl that there was no need to be embarrassed, especially since she had a lot of such stones, and she didn't feel sorry at all. Brad and Iron also didn't really understand why Judith refused, but she thought it was simple. She reminded them that she was a black cat, and if she took something from her, she could easily put a curse on her. Lulu, of course, heard what Judith was saying and was immediately upset, because it was not like that at all. Lulu was so upset that she immediately ran to Iron to hug her, and Judith tried to apologize because the cat misunderstood her. That evening, Iron went down to his friends to finally tell them what had happened during the 5 years they had not seen each other. And as for Kubar and Lulu, they decided not to interfere with them. Brad couldn't help but say that this cat and ogre were very good, and Iron was very lucky to have found them. Judith agreed with Brad, but she was already eager to hear what had happened to Iron during all this time. He decided that he would tell them everything from the very beginning. So he began by saying that before entering the academy, he had the same dream in which a man was swinging a sword. Iron told everything in great detail. Without missing a single detail, his story smoothly approached the point where the master gave him advice to find his true path. At that moment, in his head, he understood that maybe it sounded a little stupid, but they were still his friends. And so it seemed to him that they should understand him. Judith, at one point, when Iron fell silent, said that apparently the guy had a very hard time, and she even felt a little sad because before she was the strongest in the academy. But today, when she saw his skills, she realized something. According to her, this was of course not only his desire, but also that of that strange man from the dreams. After all, if you think about it, he tries every day, and at the same time he has to suffer in order to one day defeat the mysterious man from his dreams, who may never even appear in his real life. But what she knew for sure was that all this time he had to deal with it alone, and so she thought he was a great guy for being able to cope with it. However, she asked him not to stop there. Judith asked him to continue trying and do everything in the same spirit because sooner or later, he will have to defeat him, and they will help him with this without any problems, which was very nice to hear for the guy. Brad interrupted their conversation at one point when he said that in fact, he raised Iron. They didn't understand what he was even saying or what he was saying, so the guy had to explain what he meant, that he had essentially raised Iron and made him a man. So he was waiting for the guy to thank him for helping him get through this whole journey. Judith immediately jumped on him and screamed because she thought he needed to control what he said. and he started arguing back because he thought she shouldn't talk to him like that. Iron watched them quarrel and thought that, in fact, Brad had also changed a lot in the guy's opinion. He had clearly become much stronger and even more self-confident. His thoughts were interrupted by the guys when at one point in their argument, they decided to invite him to join them, since he was traveling alone anyway. Iron seemed not to be expecting such an offer, but he didn't have to think for long and almost immediately agreed to this offer. But in his mind, he wasn't sure that it was a good idea, and he wasn't at all sure that they would be able to get along. After a while, Kubar and Lulu joined them, and with them, it became much more fun, if only because Kubar and Brad agreed that they could drink a lot, which could not be said about their fellow travelers. Judith told him not to talk about her like that, but Brad asked her not to yell because she would soon go to bed anyway. Sometime later, when Judith had had a few drinks, she decided to ask Lulu for forgiveness, who was definitely not happy about the drunk Judith trying to hug her. The girl continued to hug her and tell Lulu that she was a cat of happiness, and Lulu at that moment was already begging Iron to help her, because Judith could strangle her. Looking at all this, he realized that from the very beginning he had worried in vain, and these guys would definitely be able to get along with each other. The next day they decided where they would go now, and Iron suggested that they go to Lathian. But Judith and Brad were against it, because according to them, they had already been there, and they really didn't like it. They thought that this place was just awful, and it was definitely not worth going there, of course. Only if Iron didn't want to waste his time. When Iron wanted to ask them what was so terrible about this place, Judith told him that everyone there refused to fight, even though there were quite a lot of swordsmen. But they consider themselves so cool that they refused to fight with just anyone. Kubar was a little upset to hear this, because he really wanted to get into this city, so he decided to ask Judith if they showed their badges of the 27th selection to Chrono. She answered him that they had done this many times, but these pompous knights still refused them. And then Kubar decided to point out that perhaps because of these badges, everyone refused, because the 27th selection is called the Golden One, and therefore it seemed to him that everyone there was simply afraid of losing. Lulu was already tired of listening to them argue, and decided to ask Iron where they would end up going. Brad suggested an alternative option, to try to look into Partisan. According to him, this city is known for its freedom-loving swordsmen, and the guys immediately agreed with him, because it seemed to them that this was a pretty good idea. A week later, they were still on the road, and one fine day after lunch, Judith suggested that Iron shake up his food a little and get some exercise. As a result, their fight dragged on, and Iron was already a little tired. Although the same could not be said about Judith, she was still ready to continue attacking. And when Iron repelled her next attack, she finally decided to show him something special that she managed to get during this time. The aura of her sword suddenly became so strong and literally glowed red that it was simply impossible not to notice. Kubar and Lulu assumed that this was the same legendary aura of the sword, but Brad corrected them at the right moment and said that this was actually not entirely true, and Judith was using only part of the aura. According to him, she only recently started learning this technique, so she does not yet master it as well as she would like. But he was more than sure that when she became a master, then her sword would definitely become much more dangerous. As for Iron, Brad mentally understood perfectly well that Iron already knew such techniques for using aura as flash and concentration. For this reason, Brad believed that of the three of them, Iron was the closest to the title of Swordmaster. In the end, the fight ended and Iron had to admit his defeat, and Judith was glad that she was still the strongest. At that moment, the guy understood that although he had guessed, apparently he really was the weakest, and it was still difficult for him to defeat the two of them. Brad interrupted his thoughts and suggested that they stop fighting and have a little talk. And to begin with, he would like to tell Judith that this is already the second day of training, and she still reflexively dodges to the side and does not parry the attack as usual. Well, she agreed with him, although she did not understand what was wrong with that. It was strange for him to hear that she didn't understand what the problem was, so he still decided to give her advice, which was that she should repel the attacks because you can't constantly dodge. Brad explained to Iron that this is their technique of fighting without swords, when they give advice to each other and discuss new techniques. Iron liked their approach, although he felt that it would be difficult for him to evaluate someone else's technique, so for now he decided to just listen to them. Now that he heard about it, he finally understood why these guys became so strong, and he could only hope that one day he could become like them. That evening, the guys sat down at the table to have dinner, but Iron decided that he would be without them today. He suddenly wanted to go train, so he left and warned them that he would return in the morning. Judith did not stay and also decided to go with Iron. Brad couldn't believe that this was happening again and he would have to go back to training. But first he explained to Kubar that when Iron tries hard, he always improves his skills very quickly, and Judith just didn't want to fall behind, so she ran after him. But he was surprised by the fact that the ogre was surprised by this at all, because it seemed to him that something like this should have happened to them already, because he had been with Iron for quite a long time. Kubar sighed and replied that of course this had happened before. He just didn't quite understand why Judith ran after him so quickly. Iron continued to train actively and think that the master was actually right. There is no point in him simply repeating after someone else. He needs to immediately find his own style, which will be unique. Besides, he has the sword style of the Dream Man and the style of the Chrono Academy, so he wanted to find his own style based on these two. He also didn't forget that he could, in theory, use Judith and Brad's techniques to find something special. Now, his primary task was that he simply had to find his own style and make it perfect. As their training progressed, Judith noticed that Iron had become stronger again, which couldn't help but anger her, because she couldn't understand how the guy could do it at all. Brad at that moment was not surprised at all by this, because 5 years ago he learned that the world is actually such that someone will always be stronger. Kubar was pleased to see that Irona had once again become the strongest of the three, all thanks to his hard training. But suddenly his gaze fell on Judith, who at that moment was gathering all the energy of her body to attack Iron again. The ogre understood that the girl was very confident in herself, but controlling such energy was quite difficult for her. So it seemed to him that this would not lead to anything good. But just 2 days later, Judith was able to prove otherwise and was still able to defeat Iron. She was incredibly happy that she could do it again. It was the most pleasant feeling for her. Kubar only noticed that the girl used Iron's technique, but he couldn't even imagine how she managed to learn it in just a couple of days. Judith was very happy, and Iron was happy for her. He didn't even expect that the girl would be able to defeat him so quickly. It became obvious to everyone that Judith was the one who would fight for victory like no one else, and that she could not be defeated in this. And Iron thought this was wonderful, because this way they help each other grow. Lulu, who was watching them from the tree, also didn't even have a rough idea of how strong this girl was and what her level was. But she knew that they would soon find out when they faced each other in a duel. They arrived in the city of Partijan, where there really was a huge number of knights and swordsmen. Kubar and Lulu decided to go to the guest house to rest a little from the road and wish the guys good luck. They, in turn, decided to head to the Heir Academy, where, in their opinion, there should be strong swordsmen with whom they could fight in a duel. One of the students opened the gate for them and immediately wanted to know why they came here. In response to these words, Brad introduced himself and said that they came here to fight with the local swordmasters. This student immediately noticed that the guys were very young, so he had doubts about how professional they were. But suddenly a voice shouted from behind the gate, asking a student of this academy to let in their new guests. When they finally entered, they were met by the main man in the academy, who immediately told the guys that he was very glad to see them. The guys introduced themselves in response and thanked them for welcoming them so warmly. The head of this academy immediately noticed that these guys were definitely not ordinary teenagers, so he decided not to leave them. He heard that they came here to participate in a little fighting, but first he decided to give them a short tour. They started from the first floor. According to the head of the academy, this floor is used by newcomers. After which he decided to invite them to immediately go to a separate room where they could show him their skills. No one expected that he would want to test what they were capable of so quickly, but they still agreed. And when the head of the academy asked who wanted to be first, Iron immediately offered his candidacy. The guys thought that he was a greedy person who didn't even want to give them the opportunity to become better. The head of the academy decided to ask him for forgiveness in advance for the fact that he could possibly hurt him. But Iron was completely prepared for this and assured the man that there was nothing to worry about. Then he jumped up and immediately rushed into the attack to quickly check how strong the guy was. But apparently, he either underestimated Iron or overestimated himself, because the guy was too fast for him, which is why he was able to deliver a direct blow to his head. Iron struck, but it was clear that he himself did not expect that the main one in this academy would not be able to dodge such a simple blow. Judith and Brad thought that Iron had killed him because the man was lying there and not even moving. But in the end, everything worked out, and it wasn't as bad as it might have seemed at first glance. And the man wasn't offended by Iron, because he noted that it was a fair fight, and the guy had nothing to apologize for. Besides, he thought that they had more interesting topics for conversation. For example, he wanted to ask the guys what academy they were from. The guys were a little hesitant about telling them about it, but Brad decided to say that they were Chrono, and as soon as he said this, The man immediately noted that they were most likely from the golden 27th issue. They didn't understand how he knew, but the man continued to tell them what he had heard, that they were good, but he would never have thought that they were so strong, because from the very beginning, it seemed to him that they came here just to have fun. Iron immediately denied this information and said that they were not such guys, and the head of the academy believed him, especially after he had a duel with him, which, although short, was still enough for him to understand who the guys were. So on that note, he decided to return to the essence of their conversation, and as far as he understood, they came here because, for now, they don't know how strong they really are. It all depends on the level they want to achieve. And if for an ordinary person the dream is a swordmaster, then for an ordinary swordsman, it is an expert, and talent, origin, and efforts form a real swordsman out of a person. Although he thought that an expert was also a rather mediocre level, because according to him, in their academy everyone was an expert, but even taking all this into account, he didn't even have anyone to call for help. 4 experts or even 5. He was sure that each of them would cope with all of them at the same time, and it definitely wouldn't be a problem for them. Having said this, the head of the academy immediately watched as these guys drooped, because they came to fight someone who would definitely be stronger than them. And when they lost their spirits, he finally decided to tell them that there was still one person who would be stronger for them. And as soon as he said this, Judith immediately jumped on the table to find out who this man was and how strong he was. He began to tell them that he was much more famous than the ordinary master. According to him, there were only 100 masters, and this man was next after them. And this man's name was the 101st strongest swordsman on the continent, Jet Frost. This man will arrive at the academy in 2 days, so they can wait for him, to which the guys immediately agreed, and Judith even added that they will challenge him to a fight as soon as he crosses the threshold of the academy. As a result, by the time Jet Frost arrived, an incredible number of people had gathered, all of them wanting to meet him and fight. Even the head of the academy didn't expect that so many people would come to meet him, and he also knew very well that Jet was too lazy to fight with each of them. Judith didn't understand at all what he was doing there, to which the man replied that Jet was better than him. Training with him helped the man significantly improve his level. Brad was a little surprised when he heard from the man that he knew him personally, although the head of the academy immediately noted that he did not say that they were not acquainted, because in fact, they had known each other for 10 years already. All these people who gathered today to fight Jet Frost were met by his butler. He immediately decided to tell everyone that they really didn't expect to see so many guests, so they wanted to hold a small selection, and the people who got 5,000 points would be able to go further. Iron immediately noticed the device with which one can measure mana, and the head of the academy was a little surprised that the guy knew what it was. Iron told him that he had already tried himself on such an instrument, and if he remembered correctly, he had about 10,000 points on it. The man immediately noticed that the guy was talking about such numbers so casually. During these conversations, the turn of the head of the academy gradually approached, whom the butler knew very well, and certainly did not think that he would see him here today. As a result, the man was able to knock out as many as 12,000, and this result is much better than last time, although according to the man, he has already gotten used to this test. Next up was Iron, who was confident, since he only needed to knock out 5,000, and last time he knocked out about 10, so there was no reason to worry. But as soon as he took out his magic sword, the butler immediately approached him. As it turned out, this could have quite a strong impact on the outcome, so he told the guy that he would bring him a similar one to make everything as fair as possible. Of course, the sword that the butler brought him was completely different from what Iron was holding in his hands, but that still didn't stop the guy, and he was ready to strike. The guy's result could not help but shock, because he was able to get a result of almost 19,000, which was an absolute record for these qualifying exams. But Iron's time to rejoice had not yet come, because his friends were next, who were almost certain that they would be able to score more than Iron. They both scored almost 17,000, and although they made it to the next stage, they still couldn't overtake Iron, who scored almost 3,000 more. Brad thought the guy was already going over the top, although Iron thought the difference between their results wasn't that big. But Judith clearly didn't react as well and calmly as Brad. She practically exploded with anger, especially when Brad added fuel to the fire. When everyone had finished this selection, the butler congratulated all the participants who were able to pass, and he would also like to ask them to split into threes. The academy leader approached the butler to tell him that he wouldn't mind fighting Jet Frost separately. Brad immediately noticed that the leader of the academy had apparently managed to come to an agreement, so he immediately approached him and said something in his ear. After which the man began to walk inside, and before that he answered Brad that he could not worry about this, and that he would do everything in the best possible way. After some time, his fight with Jet Frost ended, and this time the man showed himself a little better. Although his opponent thought that he didn't have a chance anyway, he said it with a smile, so it was all perceived positively. But before leaving, the man decided to tell about another team that wanted to fight Jet. But before that, they wanted to argue with him, and this surprised him a little. After which the leader of the academy told that these were young guys who were ready to bet that if a man beat them, he could use them as servants for a whole month. And if they beat him, he would become their trainer for 1 month. And the man really liked this formulation of the bet, so he started laughing. But in any case, he decided to agree, because according to him, no one had cleaned his house properly for a long time, which the leader of the academy really liked. However, when the boys entered, Jet Frost was a little angry that he was not warned that they were all experts and looked incredibly strong. The butler noted that Mr. Hiram told him that he would warn them himself, but apparently he did not do so. Their conversation was interrupted by Brad, who thanked the man for accepting their argument, after which he introduced himself as a graduate of the 27th selection of the Chronos Academy, Brad Lloyd. Judith supported him and also introduced herself as a graduate of the 27th selection of the Chrono Academy. And finally, there was Iron, who also decided to introduce himself as a graduate of the 27th selection of the Chrono Academy. Frost knew very well about the 27th selection and why it was called the Golden One, so before this fight began, he already assumed what the result would be. But he didn't have time to think about his next tactics, because the guys started attacking him and he had to start defending himself. Otherwise, he would definitely lose. After blocking Iron's strike, he immediately felt that he had incredible strength, which would clearly not be as easy to handle as he could have imagined. But this was only the beginning, because Iron's friends entered the battle, who also dealt no less weak blows. He decided to retreat for a while because he immediately noticed that the three of these guys were acting very harmoniously, so he decided that he needed to try to fight each of them separately. But before he had time to think about his next move, Judith attacked him, and he was able to dodge her blow at the last second. Then came Iron's strike, and the master had to do everything he could to simply dodge the attack. They attacked him with such speed that he did not even have time to think and find some way that would help him defeat them. At some point, they even surrounded him, and this made the leader of the academy very happy, because he had been waiting for a long time for Jet to look confused. Jet was clearly starting to get angry, because he understood that if he lost this fight, he would have to train them for a whole month, and this was the biggest test for him. So he decided to even out his chances a little, and to do this, he activated his special technique. Before engaging them in battle again, he noted that they were strong opponents, and he had not fought with such guys for a long time. So from that moment on, he decided that he would not give in anymore. Brad immediately felt an incredibly strong and powerful aura emanating from this man. Moreover, he could barely stand on his feet and could barely hold on. But Judith believed that she was stronger in any case, so she immediately jumped up and began to attack. Jet acted rather unconventionally and simply threw the sword at the girl, which stopped her for a while. After which he disappeared completely, which obviously couldn't help but frighten the guys because it already seemed to them that victory was in their pocket. But everything changed a few seconds later when the man appeared above Brad and was already ready to hit the guy. The guys also noticed that Jet had another sword, which he had been hiding all this time and not showing it to them. Either way, Brad needs to do everything he can to block this blow. Otherwise, his fight will end there. However, he was unable to do this because the man's speed was too great, so the guy will have to stop participating in this battle. After which Iron tried to even the odds, but as soon as he got too close to the man, he received a rather strong blow in return. This distracted his attention a little, and so Judith thought that she would be able to put the finishing touches. But unfortunately, she was wrong, and as soon as she tried to do this, the man disappeared again. And a few seconds later, he appeared behind her, and now it became clear that the girl was the second one to leave this fight. Only Iron remained, but Jet, before engaging him in battle, decided to give Brad a little advice. He told the boy that he had good fencing skills, much higher than those usually possessed at his age. But in the opinion of the master, he lacked attentiveness, and the boy simply did not know how to calculate the enemy's attacks. Moreover, according to him, it was an absolutely normal blow. The boy was simply too distracted. He then moved on to Judith, whom he told that her punches were too boring. He sincerely did not understand why she, with such skills, used only one cut, because in her case, it would be good to combine lunges and cuts, when her attacks would be balanced. Well, and finally Iron, the man decided with him that they would play a little more, and he even decided to allow the guy to make the first attack. After all, if you believe Jet's words, Iron's blows are quite heavy. So he asked the guy to show him the best he has. Iron warned him that if he did this, something could obviously break. But the man assured him that there was no need to worry, because what was broken could always be restored. The guy didn't argue with him and decided to show everything he was capable of. And for this, he used the concentration technique. Jet looked at the guy and didn't even roughly understand where the guy got such a strong aura from. But what is most surprising in this case is that the guy controls her very well. Iron at that moment was only thinking about the fact that he needed to do everything possible to win for the three of them. He understood that he had a strong opponent in front of him, but Iron was going to do everything possible, because this was a great chance for him to study with such a master for a whole month. He had been working towards this for too long, so he was determined not to ruin this chance, but to definitely get it. But before he could deliver his strongest blow, Jet suddenly raised his hand and said that he surrendered and also accepted his defeat. They were grateful to Jet for teaching them, although from the expression on the master's face, he was clearly unhappy about it. They started training the very next day, finding themselves in some strange place. Jet told them that their training would take place here for the next month, after which he used magic, and now it became clear to them that this place definitely works thanks to magic, because they literally could not move. And Jet only continued to say that if they have enough aura, then they will be able to hold on, and they will only be able to increase their aura through training. And for this, he suggested that they move the stones that were behind them. Moreover, according to him, their time was very limited, so it would be better for them to hurry. Well, if they don't make it in time, they will be disqualified, if of course they understand what Frost is telling them. 3 hours passed since then, and when Jet came to take a look, he noticed that the guys had managed to move almost nothing. He didn't expect them to be so weak, but his opinion was changed by the butler, who noted that this was actually the third approach, and the boys were already carrying the third pile. According to the man, they finished the first approach at 11 o'clock, so out of boredom, they decided to repeat the task. This, of course, angered him because he thought that when they failed to cope with this task, he would immediately kick them out. But he was definitely not going to give up. Now excitement woke up inside him, and he wanted to see how long they could endure at this pace. Thus, more than 5 days had passed since the start of training, and they were becoming more and more difficult every day. But the guys were definitely not going to give up and continued to train hard. After 1 week, Lulu understood from Iron's stories that they were only training the body, and she simply did not understand why they were not given anything new. Now Lulu understood why this man was the 101st master of the sword, and not the 100th, although Iron had a slightly different opinion. He thought that this nickname did not quite suit the man. Just by looking at him, it seemed to him that this man had to go through a lot in order to become who he is at the moment. The next day, Jet announced to them that from that day on, everyone would train in an individual style. The guys were very happy because this was what they were waiting for the most, and Iron was supposed to start this marathon. They started the fight, and Iron did his best to show his best side. Their teacher noticed this and said that overall the guy did well, but the only thing that bothered him was that he was very passive. There was a feeling that he was thinking too much about what exactly the opponent was better at, after which he began to talk about how people like Judith would always be more confident and faster, although Iron had initially thought that he was slower than Judith. Jet didn't argue with that because that was true, but he just wanted to get the point across that if he was already slower or worse, then that didn't mean he needed to be more passive. In this situation, he believed that the guy needed to create his own territory, reducing the enemy's territory, while he needed to constantly occupy a position that was advantageous for himself. In this way, the guy will oppress the enemy, not giving him even a chance to think and make the right decision. And if he sticks to this tactic, then the guy will sooner or later definitely drive his opponent into a trap. A few days later, they were dueling, and at some point, Iron suggested that they call it a day because he thought they were at their limit. But apparently, she definitely wasn't going to finish. For her, it was just beginning. Although she knew in her mind that she was indeed tired, she didn't care about it. She was going to do everything she could to defeat Iron anyway. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by Jet, who suddenly interrupted their training and said that he wanted to give Judith some personal advice, so he asked her to follow him. She was a little surprised, so she asked again if this really needed to be done now, to which she received exactly the same answer. And he told the guys that it was almost lunchtime, and until then they could be free, because he and Judith would be gone for a long time. At the dinner table, they heard Judith screaming and immediately knew it was not good. She left Jet's office very angry and, to put it mildly, upset. Of course, she didn't tell the guys anything and just left. Because of this, They had to go into his office and find out what they were talking about with Judith. He casually began pouring alcohol into his glass and telling them that when he sees them, he begins to remember his youth. Back then, he was happy just with the feeling of the sword in his hand, which is why he managed to become an expert quite early, and he was only trying to reach the level of a sword master. But over time, he came to understand that reality was much harsher than it might seem at first glance. Because on the continent, there were masters much better than me, and he compared himself with them, which caused a constant feeling of competition. As a result, he was unable to fully concentrate on his improvement. Comparison, competition, desire to win. It would be good to direct these feelings in the right direction, but unfortunately, such a concept does not exist in competition. Therefore, the man is currently worried that the same thing could happen to the guys, and their desire to be better than others will be the main goal. So he told Judith that she should be more careful and compete only with herself. Given her reaction and behavior, it seemed to him that it worked and she would definitely listen to his advice. And as soon as he finished telling his story, Judith suddenly entered the office. Now she was absolutely calm, and as it turned out, she came here in order to ask the master for forgiveness for the way she behaved. After all, it finally dawned on her that he told her all this only for the good, and now she understands perfectly well that the guys are better for her, and she is just constantly trying to prove the opposite to herself. But she would also like to tell them that she does not hold the sword just for fun, according to her. She needs it first and foremost for survival. For her, competition and the desire to win are directly related to life. In other words, she is competing just to stay alive because as soon as she stops doing this, her life will turn into hell again. And so, if she defeats someone who is better for her, then she will be able to go further, and she will be gladly ready to endure all the pain that will later make her stronger. A week later, their training was finally over, and Jet was curious to know where the guys were heading now. According to them, they had not yet decided. So Jet decided to advise them to go to the lands of evidence. These were the territories of the Kingdom of Khaled, one of the 5 Western kingdoms. This arena was previously called for gladiators. But with the recent arrival of swordsmen, the level of this place has increased significantly. And it was a little surprising for him to realize the fact that they, as graduates of Chronos, did not know about this. But Iron immediately remembered Ilia, who was the champion of the land of evidence, which means that if they go to these lands, they have a great chance of meeting her there. On the way to these lands, the guys started talking about the fact that probably when they see Ilia, they won't recognize her at all, because she most likely became very strong. Brad had no doubt about it, because considering the difficulties she had to go through, she most likely became very strong, and none of them would even be able to get close to her. Judith was a little confused about the difficulties Brad was talking about, and he was surprised that she didn't know about it. Then he told them that Archduke Karl Lingi had disappeared, and when Iron heard this, he was also surprised, because he had also not heard anything about it. 5 years ago, when Ilia returned home after the exam, her brother Karl disappeared. They said that even their family's personal magician could not find him. He disappeared without a trace. 3 months of investigations led to nothing, and many began to say that the boy had simply died. There were even those who dared to openly mock her family, while others predicted a terrible future for them. And Iron didn't even know about it, which made him feel a little ashamed. But Brad assured them that there was no point in worrying at the moment, because Ilia was the champion of the land of evidence, and such a title was not something that could be easily obtained. It didn't take them long to get to the place, and once they did, Lulu noticed that there were an incredibly large number of people there. What immediately caught my eye was that there were a lot of rich people around, but there were also plenty of poor people. Eisenmarkt has many arenas, and in addition to the land of evidence, the city is therefore famous for its betting business. And the guys felt it almost immediately because a strange man ran up to them almost immediately, offering them to make several bets on the fights that would begin very soon. Iron didn't have time to answer him, as this man suddenly began to tell the guy about what he had and what could interest even them. He walked closer to Iron and whispered in his ear that he had tickets to the fight of champions on the land of evidence, tonight at 4 o'clock. In the end, Iron bought 4 tickets from him, and the guys got to a truly huge arena, which surprised not only Judith but everyone else as well. While they were waiting for the fight, they heard other spectators saying that they had no doubts about betting on Ilia, because they thought it was a sure bet. But then Judith heard one of them say that she became a champion and a master at only 18 years old, which could not help but surprise. Judith's surprise was interrupted when the host began to attract the attention of the viewers by saying that today's battles were being opened by the swordsman who occupied the second place in the ranking, Cedric Cooper. And his opponent today will be the invincible swordsman and master of the sword, Ilia Lingjae. Before the host could finish the phrase about the fight possibly beginning, Ilia immediately began to attack her opponent, who certainly did not expect such a sudden start. It seemed that Ilia was the favorite, and not the knight, who was in second place in the ranking, because he managed to miss a blow from the girl quite quickly. He immediately realized that he needed to change something in his tactics, because if he continued to fight like this, he would definitely lose. And besides, it seemed to him that his sword would split if she hit him even one more time. That's why he decided to go into battle, because without it he certainly wasn't going to give up. But from the outside, his blows seemed like a laughingstock, because Ilia dodged them incredibly easily. No matter how hard this knight tried, he still couldn't make a normal attack, and Ilia at that moment fought with him as if he were some kind of newbie in fencing. Over time, this guy simply ran out of steam and gave up, so the victory went to Ilia. Kubar, watching this fight, was incredibly shocked, because he had never seen anyone at such a high level as this girl. But apparently he was not the only one who was surprised. The guys also looked at Ilia and could not believe that she could grow so much. They and Lulu immediately turned their attention to Iron, who looked incredibly bad. And when they asked him how he was doing, he decided not to answer their question, but only said that he urgently needed to take a walk. During the walk, the guy remembered every moment of the fight and tried to convince him that he had not imagined it. But given how he watched this fight, he could almost certainly say that Ilia was emitting the same bad energy as the Magians, so he wanted to meet her as soon as possible and check if this was true. For this he came to Asen's bar, because Kubar once told him that it is in such places that you can find a lot of information if you talk to the right people. The first thing he did was go up to the bartender and say directly that he needed information for which he could pay well. But in response, he immediately received the fact that this was not an information bureau, but an ordinary bar. After which, the barman clearly told him that the guy had to leave before he got it, although Iron continued to insist on his own and say that it was very important to him. So until he got the information, he definitely wouldn't leave here. The bartender realized that this guy wouldn't just leave him alone, so he decided to answer him one question, and Iron immediately decided to ask him where he could meet the champion of the land of evidence, Ilia Lingjae. Before the bartender could say a word, the man sitting next to Iron offered his help and assured the guy that he could easily help with this. Iron had some doubts about whether this man could be trusted, especially after this strange man told him that the guy would first have to win a bet with him. The bet itself was very strange, and it consisted of the fact that they had to hit each other in the face, and whoever falls or loses consciousness loses, and if the guy can withstand it, then he will tell him everything that interests him. Iron understood that this was probably a local law, and he would have to go through it to get the information he needed. The man, as usual, decided that he would start and hit the guy first, but Iron didn't mind. Then the man clenched his fist and hit Iron with all his might, thinking that one blow would be enough for this little guy to pass out. But immediately after the blow, it became clear that Iron was able to stand and did not fall. This surprised not only the man, but also those who closely watched this dispute. However, the man was not upset at all, because according to him, he would not have minded hitting him again, and it would have been annoying if the guy had fallen right away. Now it was Iron's turn, so he didn't wait long and immediately struck the man in the face. This blow was the last in their fight, because the man didn't just fall, he literally flew back several meters. Thus, Iron was able to win this argument, and now he will be able to find out everything that interests him. It took a long time to bring this man to his senses, because the blow was too strong for him. No one could believe that Dumak would fall from one blow. This had never happened before, and from what a boy. The other men decided to stand up for themselves and punish Iron for daring to strike with such force. But reporter Hintz intervened in this quarrel in time and asked the guys not to behave like that. However, this did not stop one rowdy guy, who continued to shout, and then even decided to attack the reporter because he was bothering him. But the reporter quickly calmed him down, using only his gaze. This lunatic instantly calmed down, and then the reporter added that if they even tried to touch him with a finger, then tomorrow they would all appear in the newspapers, and then they would definitely not have a sweet life. After that, he approached Iron and told the guy that he needed to go with him. He would give him the information he needed. They left this bar, and the man decided to introduce himself first. They called him a reporter because he worked for the local newspaper, which was called the Daily Arena, and his name was Hintz. Iron introduced himself, and as soon as the reporter heard his last name, he immediately assumed that he was a swordsman from the far west. The guy didn't deny it, but he was still very interested to know why he was helping him. Hintz was thinking in his mind that he couldn't tell the guy that he just wanted a scoop for his newspaper, so he decided to tell the guy that he was lucky and just happened to be in the right place at the right time. The reporter asked the guy to follow him, and while they were walking, he decided to find out from him why he needed Ilia. Was he really a fan? But Iron noted that he was not a fan, but her old friend. And as soon as he saw her in this city, he immediately wanted to see her, which made the man a little wary. However, he still told the guy that Ilia had been here for about 2 months, and as soon as she arrived here, she immediately became a champion. Although to be honest, they had not had such a strong fighter for a long time. Moreover, local residents believe that at this rate, Ilia will be able to break Ignata's records and become the strongest. Iron was clearly surprised to hear that Ignata was the champion of the Land of Proof, although Hintsu thought that was exactly what she was known for. Besides, if we believe his words, now everyone is arguing about which of them will hold the title longer. Ignata was once the champion for 5 months, and now it's already December, and if Ilia holds out until April, she will be able to break her record. During these conversations, they came to the estate where the champions live. The reporter pretended to leave, but hid behind a tree to gather as much information as possible about what Iron wanted from Ilia. Besides, he knew very well that usually no one was allowed to enter inside, so he was also interested to know if this guy would succeed. As soon as Iron approached the gate, the guard immediately asked him what the guy needed here, and Iron first introduced himself and said that he came here to meet with Ilia Lingja, and also showed the Lingja family amulet. As soon as the guard of this estate saw this amulet, he began to shake with fear, and he, in the same voice, asked the guy for permission to convince him that this amulet was really real. He took this amulet and went into the building, and a few minutes later, a representative of Ilia Lingji, Emma Garcia, came out to Iron, and she came out to the guy to tell him that the lady refused to meet with him. After which she asked him to leave immediately, which Iron found hard to believe. Emma also added to the boy that since the lady came here as a swordsman and not as a representative of her family, she said that she would like to focus on her training. Iron wanted to know if Emma had said his name when she spoke to her, but the woman told him that she hadn't done so because she wanted to do it a little later. The guy was forced to ask Emma to go to Ilia again to tell her that Iron Pereira, her old friend, had come to see her. Emma did it again, and when she returned to Iron the second time, she let him inside, and apparently it happened that Ilia agreed to the meeting. The reporter couldn't believe his eyes that they let the guy in, because he didn't think until the end that they were really friends. He thought it was a joke. Iron entered the office where he finally saw his girlfriend, whom he had missed for so long. Ilia was also glad to see the guy, because all these 5 years she thought that they should meet, and finally this moment came. The first thing Ilia wanted to know from the guy was what had delayed him so much that he came to visit her only after 5 years. Iron happily told her everything, right up until he met Judith and Brad and they came here. After which Iron admitted that he had already seen her fight when he arrived in the city. And if you believe his words, then he is very happy that Ilia has become so strong. But then he decided to raise another question, which he wanted to ask Ilia. Or did she not come here to become better than Ignata? As soon as Ilia heard this name, she immediately began to get angry, and evil energy began to visibly emanate around her. At that moment, Iron was once again convinced that dark energy was emanating from her. After which he turned to Ilia again and told her that he had not forgotten the first year at the Chronos Academy and what she had told him then. All the memories of that time are deeply rooted inside Iron, and he understands how important that time and those people are to him. Among all of them, it was Ilia who extended a helping hand to him, so Iron can confidently tell her that she is very important to him. And now, as they sit opposite each other after so many years, he asks her to remember the promise she made to him after the exam. She had told him then that she would leave it, so now he was asking her very strongly to leave it all and end the pursuit of revenge, because he believed that at this time, there was simply no point in trying to follow Ignata's path. At one point, Ilia couldn't take it anymore and simply stood up from her seat, and then told the guy that he had actually made something up for himself because she wasn't doing anything terrible. But according to her, she blamed the bastard who did this to her brother, and now she is just incredibly trying to do everything possible to prevent her family from losing face. And finally, she was able to do a lot, and the results of her work are visible to the naked eye. When she looks at her aura sword, she realizes that it is literally telling her that the path she has taken is the right one, and that she should definitely continue. Moreover, now she was sure that the words she said in the past were a mistake, and everything Iron told her was complete nonsense. Iron decided to ask her again, Or will she continue to fight for the place of champion until the end, and he will not be able to convince her otherwise? She once again told him with confidence that he shouldn't do this because he wouldn't be able to convince her anyway. Then Iron asked him to listen carefully. According to him, she had 120 days left to beat Ignata's record. And he, in turn, will do everything possible to overthrow her from her place as champion and take this place. She couldn't believe that the guy was telling her seriously, but he immediately told her that he was definitely not joking, and she should understand this, after which he turned around and started to leave. And as he said goodbye, he told her that if he managed to stop her, then she would definitely think about her decision and perhaps even change it. She was angry that the guy even thought he could beat her, but he assured her that if he couldn't do it now, it didn't mean he couldn't try and do it in the future. But he still decided to ask her for forgiveness for talking only about this, although they had not seen each other for a long time. However, he asked her not to forget that she would remain his friend in any case, no matter what happened to them. Judith was lying in their room at that moment and thinking that she of course knew that Ilia had become stronger, but she didn't expect that she had already become a sword master. Now she essentially had no choice but to admit that Ilia was much stronger for her. But she was not going to despair, and in 10 or 15 years, she would still be on par with her, and then she would definitely be able to defeat her. At that moment, Iron came to them, for whom they were all a little worried, because he disappeared so suddenly after the battle. He sat down at the table and told them that he had met with Ilia, and even challenged her. They thought he was crazy, but the guy was confident in his abilities and was going to fight her in 4 months. Kubar noted that in 4 months he would of course have time to become stronger, but he still wanted him not to forget that she was a master of the sword. Iron himself understood all this perfectly well, and he also understood that he absolutely didn't care whether she was a swordmaster or not. He still had to challenge her, and then win. Judith decided to support him, and therefore said that Iron had already gone too far, so there was no point in backing down, and she also decided that she would challenge Ilia as well. After which she left the room and said that she would go to training immediately in order to have time to prepare. She knew in her mind that she simply couldn't sit still while Iron was talking about how he was going to fight Ilia. Brad noted that Judith seemed to be motivated by him, after which Brad wanted to know if Iron had some kind of plan that he would act on. But his answer upset him a little, because according to Iron, he hadn't come up with anything yet, but he would definitely work on it, and the plan would be ready. Brad realized that the guy was acting too impulsively and that he was rather crazy, but Iron apparently hoped that Brad would help him with this. Brad, although he knew that there were cases when experts ran away from the masters, still believed that it would be extremely difficult and almost impossible. But it is still possible, so Brad began to tell Iron that in this case he should adhere to 3 conditions. The first is a sword that can withstand a sword with an aura. Iron believed that his sword was strong enough to withstand it, and besides, the blacksmiths of Vulcanus said that it was good. Brad was happy to hear that, so he moved on to the second condition, which was that Iron would need to use a unique style. In other words, he needed a style that the opponent couldn't predict, otherwise there would be problems. So he asked the guy to work hard on his strongest techniques, and Iron immediately promised that he would definitely do it, although Brad wanted to say that efforts alone were not enough. But he understood that this would hardly stop Iron. He smoothly moved on to the third condition, and perhaps it was the most important, and it consisted of fencing skills that were inaccessible even to a swordmaster. Because they knew very well that Ilia did not become a swordmaster because of luck, she clearly improved her aura and fencing skills. That was all that needed to be done. Then Brad told the guy that if he couldn't meet all the conditions, then it would clearly be difficult for him. But Iron immediately promised that he would try to make it in the allotted time. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by reporter Heath's, who could not believe that Iron had decided to challenge the champion. And mentally, Heath thought that he immediately understood that Iron was not like everyone else, and therefore he was glad that he decided to follow him, because such a sensation simply cannot be missed. After which he introduced himself to the rest of the guys, and the first thing Lulu wanted to know was if he was an elf, but he seemed to ignore her question and continued talking to Brad, who wanted to know from him what the man needed here. But Heath asked him not to pretend, because in fact he just had excellent hearing. According to him, he heard everything they talked about here and that, unfortunately, they missed. Brad immediately decided to find out what they missed. Heats began to tell them that each swordsman of the Land of Evidence has his own level, and everyone starts from the land of the beginning and rises up the ranking, but only swordsmen who are in the top 10 have the right to challenge the champion. However, according to the reporter, even if the swordsman is skilled enough to do so, it will still be difficult for him to challenge the champion without the proper attention of the public, which is the fourth condition for Iron to be able to challenge Ilia. Kabur noted that if they needed public attention, then he could probably help them with it. And the man was not against helping them with this, because he himself believed that they needed to improve the public's opinion of them. Of course, first he wanted to ask Iron if the guy would be okay with him helping him in this matter. The next day, a bald man sat in the stands watching the training of three guys who were known for being from the 27th Golden graduating class of the Chronos Academy. He knew these guys were 3 wins out of 3 at the moment, so it would be a good idea for him to interview them before that reporter who was always bothering him showed up. But as he got closer, he simply shouted into the void. Because neither Brad nor Judith were going to give an interview to anyone, they simply finished their training and began to leave. Suddenly, the bald man was interrupted by his assistant, who, in the man's opinion, should now be in another place watching the fight. But the guy told him that he came here because the battle had already ended, and as it turned out, the great swordsmen Karis and Tristan lost to the new young swordsman. Immediately after the fight, Iron was approached by Heats, who pretended that they did not know each other, and began to interview Iron. And as soon as he said that the guy was from the 27th set of the Chronos Academy, he immediately attracted the attention of other reporters who also wanted to interview the guy. Thus, a lot of people ran up to the guy and each of them wanted the guy to answer their question. Iron at that moment remembered the words of Heats, who long before this, told the guy that he would need to behave confidently and ambitiously during the interview, because this is one of the most important reasons for a successful interview. But he made the decision to act as his friends did, and he also stated that if his friends, Brad and Judith, refused to comment, then he would not do so either. Although later he stated that he could only tell them about his goals and promise them something. After which he added that as a knight of the Chrono Academy, he promises to reach at least the level of a queen, and his main goal is to prove that he is the champion here. These words immediately became the headlines of all the newspapers in the city, and now all the people knew who Iron Pereira was and what he wanted in this city. Although most people still thought that his goal of becoming a champion was too unrealistic, on the other hand, the world also needs desperate people. He thought it was a great start, and that they had created some buzz, and he also said that he would be working on the next article, for which Iron was very grateful. Brad was with them, but Judith was not, so the guy decided to find out where she was. Brad didn't know for sure, but he could assume that she was still actively training. After which he asked Iron to pay attention to him because he wanted to ask him one very important question. Brad started by noticing that during the interview on the ground at the beginning, Iron looked very excited. So Brad wanted to know if Iron really wanted to beat Ilia as badly as he told them he did. Iron thought for a bit and still said that Ilia is not as simple an opponent as they think. Of course she is strong, but according to Iron she uses dark energy. Brad had never encountered anything like this before, so he decided to ask Iron what exactly he meant, and the guy began to tell him that when a person is overwhelmed by negative emotions such as anger or envy, then dark energy begins to consume him. And when Iron communicated with Ilia, he felt quite clearly that Jet could control his emotions and pacify dark energy, but too much of it emanated from Ilia, so much so that at first it seemed to him that she was under the influence of the Magians. So he thought that if nothing was changed, the dark energy might affect her too much, and then it would be too late. Hearing this, Brad finally understood why Iron decided to go so far. He also suggested that Iron not tell Judith about this for now, because they don't know what she might think when she finds out about it. But in any case, defeating Ilia would be incredibly difficult, although Iron believed that he would be able to do the impossible. Their conversation was interrupted at one point by Lulu, who screamed that she didn't understand why Iron didn't tell her how difficult things were for them. In any case, since she is already here, she has some options that might help him become stronger in a short time. And as was typical for Lulu, she offered the guy to use his favorite magic, with the help of which they could organize special training. She promised him that now, every time he would swing his sword, he would have to think about his irresistible desire to win. At that moment, Ilia was sitting in pitch darkness and thinking only about why Iron was acting this way, because it seemed to her that when they met him again, he would definitely understand her and would not judge her. But it turned out to be quite the opposite. Not only did he not understand her, he also began to ask her to stop. These thoughts led her to the conclusion that they both did not understand each other, and now she needed to meet with the priest as soon as possible. The next day, Iron and Lulu were going to a meeting. They wanted to introduce the guy to the local viscount, and if Lulu understood correctly, then this man is a fairly well-known person in these parts. Iron was not against the meeting because there was still a whole week before the next battle, so he decided that he would go to this meeting. As they approached the very castle where he was supposed to have a meeting, they saw a huge crowd, every person in which was shouting that they wanted to study with John Drew. Iron approached the local butler and said that he had come here from the local reporter Heath's. Hearing this, the butler immediately let him in, because sometime before that, he had been warned that the guy would come. Entering inside, they did not even expect to see such luxury. It was simply a huge castle, which was located on tens of hectares. They even had to go by carriage because it was a very long way to the main hall. On the way, Iron told about how he would like to learn fencing from a master, but the butler immediately upset him when he said that at the moment there might be some problems with this. According to him, at the moment the gentleman is more than happy with his life, so it seemed to the butler that he would hardly do something like that. But still, he suggested to Iron that there was one trick that could work, and that was money. A smile immediately appeared on the guy's face, because he understood that in fact, this was not a problem for him at all. After some time, they finally reached the main hall and the butler stepped aside to call the master. Iron was a little worried, but Lulu calmed him down because she believed that since he loved money, then they would definitely succeed. Their conversation was interrupted by that same Viscount John Drew, who came out in all his glory and immediately noticed that the guy was much younger than he could have imagined. Iron noted that he was very glad to meet the man, after which he introduced himself and said again that he came here from Heath's. And once he did that, Drew suggested that he cut to the chase. In other words, he wanted to ask the guy if he had the payment ready. But as soon as the conversation turned to money, Lulu intervened and said that she would cover all expenses, which could not help but surprise him, because he had never seen a talking cat before. Lulu didn't answer this, and simply took out a small amount of gold, which in her opinion should be enough to close the matter. Drew no longer thought about the fact that this was a talking cat. He saw only gold, but even in this case, he hinted that it would not be enough. Then Lulu added a little more gold so that he would finally calm down and accept Iron as a student, and judging by the man's reaction, he was more than ready to agree to this. And so it was. After a few seconds, the man bowed and said that he was completely at their service, which Lulu could not help but be proud of. In her opinion, she had just shown how to use money correctly. That same day, they decided to start training, but first the man wanted to see what the boy could already do. According to him, the guy's habits, ability to balance, stances, lunges, all the techniques that he considers effective, he should show the man, and Lulu and Iron liked this approach because it was quite professional on his part. He closed his eyes and began to remember how Lulu told him that he simply had to concentrate because there should be no mistakes. She believed that he had to do everything to save that girl, and to do this, he had to show the strength of his true desire. Meanwhile, Ilia was visiting the priest and telling him that she really doesn't know if there is any point in what she is doing at all, because she is so afraid that this path is wrong. In other words, she simply wasn't sure if she could become the best. But the priest assured her that she had nothing to fear, because she was very talented, and if she continued to do what she was doing, then he was more than sure that she would be able to reach all the heights that she could not even dream of. He believed that anger, envy, hatred, dependence, all this should lead her only forward, and most importantly, that she simply had no right to deviate from the path. Iron showed all his most powerful techniques. Inside he was evil, so they had a special character. It was the first time Lulu had seen Iron push himself so hard and hit so hard, it seemed to her that it was simply impossible. After all, the guy, with the help of magic, managed to create his own personal space, which he had previously been unable to create. What drove him was that he thought only about Elijah and how he would save her. As Lulu watched Iron, she realized that he had created this space only because he wanted it so badly. Now she was more than sure that he was ready to do anything to achieve his goal, especially if it concerned his friends. So she asked Drew not to touch the guy until he finished his training. Exactly a week had passed since then, and the guy had finally finished one of his training sessions. So Lulu immediately approached him. She wanted to ask the guy if he was tired, because he had hardly rested for a whole week and had only been studying, which shocked the guy because he hadn't even noticed how much time had passed. She wasn't particularly surprised that he didn't notice because it really was so like him. In any case, the guy was glad that he spent so much time on this training, because now he feels some clarity, and his senses seem to have become even more acute. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by Drew, who suggested that Iron move straight to the important stuff. He wanted to tell the guy that he would have an important duel today. This duel was not easy, because it gathered almost a full arena of people, because everyone wanted to take a look at Iron Pereira, who was already quite famous in the city. Many viewers were talking about how this guy was going to reach the queen level, and they were very interested to know if he would eventually reach that level. But there was no time for these conversations, because the fight had already begun and Iron's opponent today went for him. At some point, Iron noticed that everything had changed because now he could clearly track every movement of his opponent who was attacking him. Therefore, he knew exactly how to properly repel the man's attack and how to break his sword. Thus, the fight was over before the man even had time to launch his attack. Nobody expected the fight to end so quickly, moreover. The guy managed to finish the fight in just one round. All the reporters immediately ran to him and began to congratulate him, because they understood that he had not made his promise just like that, and now he was clearly ready to do everything possible to fulfill it. But when they asked the guy what he felt, the guy told them that, in fact, nothing special, because he just kept his word. He could have declared that he would continue to win until he reached the level of a queen. With these words, Iron literally got the crowd going, and they started to act. In other words, they spread the news throughout the city, and were only doing the guy a favor. Drew also praised Iron for having a simply wonderful duel. But what's most wonderful is that he now understands perfectly what the guy needs to fix in order to become even stronger. According to him, Iron's fencing style is too ordinary, and in the man's opinion, he needs something abnormal. He was about to teach him some skills, but while the man was talking, Iron suddenly became distracted and looked back. And when he turned back, the man spat on his hand and suggested that they secure their relationship with such an agreement. But before Iron could understand, he suddenly noticed that Drew's blade was already pointed at him, although he didn't even understand how it happened. After which the man added that the guy really needs to not only watch himself, but also anticipate the enemy's movements, because only with the help of psychology and smart calculations can he win. And he was also ready to teach Iron real tricks. 10 days later, Iron was already making some progress in this matter, and Drew could not help but praise him. The man didn't even think that the guy would be able to learn his secret techniques in just 10 days. Moreover, the guy not only learned them, he also managed to improve them, which was very hard to wrap his head around. That same day, Iron went to rest and fell asleep rather quickly due to his exhausting training, and almost immediately began to dream his dream. The man looked much older, so the guy realized that old age had not passed even him by. The only thing the guy didn't fully understand was why he was dreaming about the man right now. What did he want to tell the guy? Iron understood that if he wanted to help him, then the guy was ready to gladly accept this help. But he also clearly understood that if the man began to interfere with him, then he would repel his attack. From that moment on, Iron made the decision that he would never again follow the lead of other people. Now only he himself chooses his own path. Meanwhile, Lulu was watching Iron because he was literally burning. She realized that he was training even in his sleep, which could not make her feel joy and pride for Iron. The next day, Iron again defeated his next opponent, and thanks to this, was able to get even closer to Ilia. This went on for quite a long time. Iron entered the arena and finished the fight, literally in just one round. Thanks to his new training with Drew, he began using completely new techniques that allowed him to improve his level in just 3 days. Now every viewer saw that Iron Pereira keeps his word, and he is clearly not just talking, moreover. In this way, the guy even got some fans, according to whom they believed in him from the very beginning. While Iron grew incredibly fast and got closer and closer to Ilia, Judith watched all this, who simply could not believe that Iron was able to develop so quickly. Over time, Iron was able to reach the level of a king, and the Land of Evidence immediately recognized his talent. Kubar, Lulu, Brad, they were all incredibly happy that Iron had become much stronger, and that now he was a crowd favorite, because they believed that he had a chance to become the new champion, replacing Ilia. Brad was really happy that Iron was starting to pick up speed again and was only taking first places, but apparently Judith didn't like this scenario too much. After the end of one of the fights, she simply got up and left. The girl could not withstand such a sudden success. At that moment, the only thoughts in her head were that she would never lose again. But now she sees how she is clearly losing ground, and over time she will definitely not be able to catch up with Iron. Now she had an understanding in her head that she was wrong when she thought that she would become stronger and that all she would need to do was wish for it. However, when she sees all these results and how the guy confidently moves forward, she begins to understand that she will probably never be able to surpass him. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by a man who accidentally bumped into Judith and dropped his book, and she happily handed it to him. After that, she turned around and began to leave, although the gaze of this stranger suddenly filled her thoughts. So she turned around to look at him again, and she was a little surprised that he had been waiting all this time for her to do this, and as soon as Judith turned around, This man immediately offered to talk to her a little. Iron's next opponent believed that he too would be able to finish off the guy, since he had finally gotten as close to him as possible. At least it seemed that way to him, because as soon as he struck, Iron literally disappeared and his sword simply cut through the air. But this was definitely not the worst thing that could have happened to him, because right after that, Iron pointed his blade at him, thereby letting him know that their fight was definitely over. Once again, Iron proved to everyone who was in the arena that he is extremely serious in his words and will do everything possible to reach the end and become a champion. With each such victory, he had stronger and stronger opponents, but each time he defeated them, his fans became more and more. Some even thought that no one would be able to stop Iron, not even Ilia, who is currently the champion, and this despite the fact that the guy only needed one victory to get close to the battle with the queen. Kubar and Brad couldn't help but notice that at the moment, everyone is only talking about Iron. There aren't even any newspapers left in the city that don't write about Iron. Kubar also decided to note that Judith was also not standing still and was confidently approaching the level of the king. But he wanted to know more what Brad was thinking of doing, because it always seemed to him that they were very similar. But looking at him, it became clear that the guy did not need to prove anything at all. Brad replied that in fact, in his case, everything is quite simple. He is simply not particularly interested in an activity in which you just need to swing a sword. For him, it is too boring. He himself doesn't really understand yet what he needs to do next. Memories of how the head of the Chronos Academy once told him that the boy was already a graduate and that he did not need to pass any exams for this often appeared in his head. Although Brad was confident that Judith had been given an assignment as a final exam, she needed to go to training and gain experience there. Chrono didn't argue with Brad, but only tried to convey to the guy that the final exam is necessary for those who really need training. As for Brad, they decided that his skills were enough to not have to take the exam, so he won't have one. He will simply become a graduate of the Chronos Academy. At first, this made the guy happy, and he told everyone about it with a smile. Although deep inside him, there was a thought that something was wrong with him. And it was not just like that he was not given the last final exam. Judith walked into the bar, looking absolutely terrible. So Iron immediately ran up to her to find out what happened and how her training went. But instead of normal answers, without thinking twice, she suggested that Brad fight. It wasn't that he was against it. It was just evening, but he still had to agree, and the girl immediately led him to a strange place. He was in a good mood and was happy to check what new things she had learned and how she was going to surprise him. Judith suddenly interrupted him when she asked him to be quiet, and then in a rather strange voice she pronounced his name. He immediately noticed that she didn't look like herself, and this made him very wary. But Judith asked him to put all his thoughts aside and fight her with full force, to forget that they were friends and to fight as if his life depended on this battle. These words frightened the guy even more, because he didn't even have any idea why Judith suddenly started behaving like this. Iron, meanwhile, stubbornly continued to train until his body began to glow, and this scared him very much. Lulu didn't quite understand the guy's reaction, because it was just an aura that he had probably already seen, but he immediately corrected her, saying that before that, he had only felt it, but not seen it, and now everything had changed. But the cat thought that this was good news, because it definitely meant that his training was working and his senses were becoming sharper. In other words, he was definitely getting stronger, and this is exactly what he needed right now. Their conversation was interrupted by an assistant who came to the training ground to tell the guy that the date of his next fight had been announced. The man was a little scared. The fight was supposed to be tomorrow, but he was scared by who the guy's next opponent would be. The next day, Iron entered the arena and listened attentively, as he was first announced as the best rookie of all time and a graduate of the Chrono Academy. Well, and then he heard the name of his opponent, who would be Judith. She was announced no less modestly, and they predicted this fight would be a kind of finale that would decide which of the guys was worthy of fighting for the title of champion of these lands. A record number of spectators gathered for this battle, because each of them understood perfectly well that this battle simply could not be missed. Before the fight began, Iron began to tell Judith that he had heard that she would like to fight him, but he wanted to know more about what she was thinking about right now. Judith smiled and told him that, in fact, it was obvious. She thought that they simply could not avoid this fight, so he was as ready as possible to start it. And she also screamed that in any case she would become better for Iron and then fight Ilia and also defeat her, because she believed that she deserved it. These were the last words before the battle finally began and they crossed their swords in combat. It was immediately clear that the fight would be incredibly interesting, and most likely it would not end in the first round, because the opponents were almost equally strong. In addition, Iron, having heard Judith's words, also assured her that he was definitely not going to give up, no matter how much she wanted it, but she definitely would not be able to win so easily. They attacked each other so quickly that the spectators could not even figure out who was in the advantage, who was defending, and who was attacking. But at one point, everything around Judith froze for a few seconds. She looked straight ahead and saw only Iron's blade, a blow that she would hardly be able to block. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes. With each such attack, they considered Iron even more cool. Even Brad couldn't believe his eyes because it seemed to him that even the strongest swordsman couldn't push Judith away, but Iron managed to do it. But Iron certainly wasn't going to stop there. He even warned Judith that he was starting to attack again and that she better get ready for it, because she wouldn't be able to block his blows just like that. He didn't lie because his blows were too powerful for Judith. She had to step back to somehow block them, but even in this case, she did it very weakly. Mentally, she simply did not understand where the guy got such great strength from, because he certainly wasn't like that before. So she became interested in what he did to get such power. But she also understood perfectly well that she immediately needed to come up with something, because at this rate, her sword would simply fall apart. So she decided that she simply could not cope with Iron at the moment, and now her main task was that she should at least hold out until the end of this duel. And it was the right decision, because it was immediately obvious that it was incredibly difficult for her to resist such a powerful aura that Iron uses. She continued to look the guy in the eyes and think about what she needed to do in order to defeat him, how she should use her strength to emerge victorious in this fight. But at some point, she once again realized that she could not emerge victorious from this fight, because Iron's attacks were becoming stronger and stronger, and Judith's defense was weakening with each blow, so she decided to fight him to the very end, until her strength simply left her. At some point in this crazy skirmish, she felt that she no longer had a sword in her hands, no longer had a weapon, and with it, even the smallest chance that she could win this fight disappeared. A few seconds later, the host announced that the fight was officially over, and as expected, Iron emerged as the winner. After the fight, Iron was called up to the stage so he could say a few words to all the reporters. Heath was of course there, and he was trying to talk to the guy first and foremost to get this press conference off to the right start. So he started by saying that the guy had reached the very last level of evidence land, and apparently wasn't even going to stop there. Iron immediately answered him that, as he had already said several times, he would fight until the very end, and he clearly did not intend to stop until he achieved his goal. He also decided to warn that he would destroy absolutely everyone who dared to stand in his way, and today's battle is clear proof of that. After some time, the reporters ran out of questions, and that was the end of the press conference. So Iron was able to go down to his friends, who were the first to congratulate him on his victory. But the guy wasn't as happy as he wanted, so he turned to Brad to find out how Judith was feeling. He told the guy that she disappeared right after the fight. Apparently, she was too upset. But this was not the first time this happened to her, so it seemed to him that she would return sooner or later. But 2 whole days had already passed since that conversation, and Brad was starting to worry a little, because if she hadn't come back for so long, then how disappointed in herself had she become? Moreover, he understood perfectly well that Iron's victory was clearly fair, and also that he had declared from the very beginning that he was ready to go to the end, no matter what. He understood that Judith might have overdone it a little, and that was why she was so upset. But suddenly, the thought came into his head that she had told him something even before their fight began. Her evil gaze was reinforced by the dark aura that was around her. That's why he immediately remembered the words of Iron, who once told Brad that hatred, envy, all these feelings sooner or later create the ground for the emergence of bad energy. The worst thoughts started to creep into his head, so he immediately ran out of the room and started running to the place where Judith could be. But no matter how hard he tried, in every place where he thought she could be, he never found her, which is why the guy already began to think that it was time for him to give up and stop looking for her. Then the thought came to him that he should also check the training field in the forest where she had taken him so that they could have a fight. He ran and hoped only that Judith had not done anything that was on his mind, because then they would definitely have problems. When he finally ran to that very field, he saw her sitting all alone on a small stone and apparently thinking about something. Brad tried to approach her carefully and talk to her a little. That day, when the man invited her to go with him and have dinner somewhere, Judith refused him and said that she had plans and maybe they would go with him together another time. These thoughts were in her head, but the tears that flowed from her eyes were far from them. As soon as Brad came a little closer to her, She began to tell him that even with his first fight, she realized that she could not win. But she tried so hard because she wanted so much to surpass him, to do everything possible to catch up and perhaps even overtake him. However, Iron moved further and further away from her each time. Now she sits here and realizes that she simply never had a chance to begin with, and it was too offensive for her, so much so that she even cried. At that moment, Brad realized that Judith had not changed at all, and on the one hand, this made him happy, but on the other hand, he understood that things were very bad for her. In his head were all the same memories of that conversation with the head of the academy, whom the guy asked to postpone his graduation because he also would not mind taking the test. He felt like it could give him something that he definitely wouldn't get if he just sat there, so he was so eager to go on this hike with Judith. And during this campaign, he finally realized that he had found something more important than the simple path of the sword, something special that he was ready to do his whole life. So when he hugged Judith, he only thought that she didn't have to worry, because he would do everything possible to protect her. When Iron got to the king's level, he realized that everyone here fights using aura. It was clearly visible how during the attack they swing and the aura appears from behind their shoulders. It is at this moment that you can use it to strengthen your attack. Fighting in this style was much easier than constantly using my true strength. Although even in such battles there were their own peculiarities, for example, as in the case of the battle that the guy was watching attentively at that moment. The fact was that the swordsman in red had much more aura, but he still lost, so it became clear that victory in the battle depends on its correct and skillful use. Watching all these fights, he realized that he needed to become a master of aura in order to defeat Ilia, so he immediately headed to the training hall to start the process of becoming a master. On the way to the hall, he met Brad, who apparently was also in the arena, but they did not see each other. But in any case, they were glad to see each other. Brad noted that Iron had managed to reach a very high level in a relatively short time, which he agreed with, since he had to work hard on himself to achieve such a result. And when Iron asked about Judith, Brad immediately interrupted him and said that she had returned a few days ago and he could not worry about her, which could not but please Iron because he was a little worried. And when he heard this, a stone fell from his soul, and now he only wanted to meet her sooner. After these words, Iron left, and immediately Judith came out from around the corner, whom Brad noticed. That's why I immediately approached her to find out how much longer she was going to hide and run from Iron. Judith pretended not to understand what Brad was even talking about, since she had just gone to the bathroom and hadn't even noticed that Iron was there. After these words, she decided that it was urgent for her to go to training and asked Brad to call her if there was suddenly some interesting battle. A few days later, Iron stood in the training room and only thought about how he'd constantly tried to train according to the plan, correct the mistakes he had made, and direct his aura in the right direction. It wasn't difficult for him to see his aura, but he couldn't find a way to help him improve it because he understood that the aura was an abstract sensation, not something physical, so it was difficult for him to train it. Suddenly, his training was interrupted by Lulu, who approached the guy to ask him if he would go to the fight today. He immediately picked her up in his arms and said that of course he would go, because such a fight simply could not be missed. It's time for the February Battle of Champions, which will begin in a few minutes. The first thing the host did was introduce the champion, Ilia Lindsay. Then her opponent, a queen-level fighter ranked 4th, Elder Grayson. Iron came to this fight this time not just to watch. He is here rather as someone who will soon become Ilia's opponent. So throughout this fight, he needed to notice some mistakes that she makes during the fight. And the most important thing was that he needed to find out how she increased her aura sword. Right after Ilia wrapped her sword in aura, Iron felt the same feeling he had during his attacks, where the aura slowly transferred from his body to the blade of the sword. But suddenly everything changed when Ilia simply removed her aura sword and seemed to be going to fight without it. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes. Was she really going to fight without him? Because if she did, she simply had no chance of winning. Although many did not forget that now rumors are actively circulating that Ilia promised not to use the aura sword anymore. So now many were sure that the girl simply would not win without it in a normal fight. Elder Grayson, looking at Ilia and how she was removing her aura sword at that moment, he simply could not help but tell her that she was apparently so arrogant that she was ready to do even such a thing. Ilia immediately answered him that in fact he was mistaken and that she had completely different goals and different motives for which she was acting this way. A few seconds later, they began their battle, and even without using her sword, Ilia looked incredibly strong. Iroh, watching their fight, understood perfectly well that everything was completely different from what happened last time, because when Ilia swings his sword, he uses aura only in the necessary parts of the sword. First, she gathers aura at the point of impact and only then attacks. As for Grayson, he uses his aura in a completely different way. The man gets maximum efficiency out of the sword with minimal aura. But no matter how well he did it, Iron immediately noticed that Ilia was continuing to actively test him, and sooner or later, the fight would end, and definitely not in Grayson's favor. Her strength, speed, and endurance surpass any fighter. Even Grayson did not expect that she was so much stronger. He quickly realized that he would soon be finished, because even if he were younger and had more stamina, he still would not be able to stand against her. And he was absolutely right. After only 10 seconds, she struck hard enough to break his sword in half. At this point, the battle was officially over, and the host happily announced that Ilia Lindsay had managed to defend her title as champion. 3 days later, Iron expressed a desire to meet Grayson, because according to the guy, he had a small request for the man, but he was not completely sure whether he would agree to listen to it. Although Kubar assured the guy that there was no need to worry about it because they actually often drank with him. According to the ogre, Grayson is a big fan of alcohol, so if Iron just treats him, he will definitely become kinder, and this could not but please the guy, because he understood that if everything works out, he will definitely be able to improve his aura. While talking, they smoothly approached the place they needed, and Kubar pointed at it with his finger. And as soon as Iron looked there, he felt as if he was pierced by the sharpest wine. And the whole point was that there was simply a terrible energy coming from there, so dark that even from afar he felt it. So they immediately ran in there to see what happened to Grayson. And when they opened the doors, they saw him just sitting on the floor and meditating. And as soon as he felt that someone had come to visit him, he immediately opened his eyes and wanted to know who was there. Because if his memory serves him right, he had not invited anyone. The first thought that came to Kubar's mind was that Grayson had become a Majin. But Iron calmed him down and said that everything was actually okay because the transformation was not over yet. The ogre believed the guy because looking at him, he noticed that his aura had changed and it had become very bright, as if he was surrounded by real steel. This energy was much purer, much stronger than it was before. Iron began to slowly approach Grayson, and when he was close enough, the man decided to ask him again who he was and why he came here. The guy started by telling the man that he liked to duel. At least that's what he was told. And he came here because he wanted to fight the old man, and to make it a little more interesting, he proposed setting a condition, which was that the loser would fulfill the winner's wish. Grayson was quite a gambling man, so he quickly agreed to such an offer. After all, according to him, he already has an idea of what he will get from the guy when he loses to him. He wanted Iron's life. Immediately after these words, he ran to attack the guy, hoping that he would quickly end this fight and continue his strange meditation. The man's attacks were immediately felt. Now Iron understood how he managed to reach such a level to fight Ilia. But Iron all this time tried to simply block his attacks. He tried to notice for himself all the most important moments, and from the very beginning, he noticed that the man was moving just like a snake. Moreover, Iron understood that if it weren't for training with Drew and learning new techniques, he would have definitely lost. But now he can see every movement of his opponent's aura, so it's not that hard for him to predict his actions. This means that he literally sees the beginning and end of the attack that Grayson is trying to carry out. Given such abilities, it was clearly not difficult for Iron to deliver one precise blow that would decide the outcome of this fight. Although the old man had no intention of giving up so easily, fear was once again visible in his eyes, which prevented him from attacking as thoughtlessly as he had done before. He looked at the guy and sincerely did not understand how the guy managed to push him around so well. The man simply did not understand how it was possible that even with the power of a demon he could not defeat him, because it seemed to him that it was impossible. But on the other hand, he was not going to give up and admit the fact that the guy was stronger than him, because he didn't just sell his soul. Now, in his opinion, this strength would at least pay off. It seemed that the energy that the old man was emitting should be enough to destroy the guy, but Iron assured them all that he was not afraid at all, especially of the Majins, whom he most wanted to destroy. And so that Kubar would not worry about him, he dealt only one blow, which split his opponent's sword into 2 halves and thus ended the fight. Grayson sat down on his knees and all the dark energy around him immediately disappeared. He was back again, but for him it was not the best feeling. But he was still grateful to Iron because thanks to the guy, at least at the very end, he returned to his human form and left at least some spark inside himself. Even though the fire inside Grayson wouldn't last long, it was still nice to watch him smile in his last moments of life. But Iron definitely didn't agree with this. He didn't understand at all why they assumed that this was the end, because he had to fight the man for a reason, and when he defeated him, Now he had hope that he could defeat even Ilia. Moreover, he was incredibly grateful to Grayson for this wonderful duel. According to Iron, it was truly worthy. Thanks to these words, the fire inside the man began to instantly flare up. There was hope in his eyes again, and he was again ready to continue living, no matter what. At this point, Iron decided to remind him that the loser of their duel had to fulfill the loser's wish. And Iron's wish was that he wanted Grayson to continue to put on worthy and impressive battles that would attract a lot of spectators. He was so grateful to the guy for helping him, because if it weren't for Iron, his life would have definitely ended there. And they thanked him in response for returning, and Kubar also decided to add that he felt bad and dark energy coming from his sword, and he wanted to ask the man where he got it from. Grayson, to be honest, didn't understand where he got it from because he returned home after the battle, opened his room, and after that he didn't remember anything, right up until the moment they came to him. According to the man, he was afraid to realize all this, so immediately after he got stronger, he decided to go to church. When Kubar looked at him, he immediately noticed that the man's heart was already absolutely pure. There was absolutely no dark energy in it. After which Iron and Kubar went back to their room, and on the way, the ogre suddenly decided to tell Iron that he remembered Ignata's words. He started listing names: Khazar, Charlotte, Victor, now Grayson. Considering how these people were almost absorbed by the dark energies, he began to believe that soon the peace would be broken. Iron didn't know what to say to this, so the ogre decided to ask him. Or did Iron not have other business with Grayson? According to the guy, this is no longer important because now Grayson should only focus on his recovery and not think about anything else. And as for what Kubar told him, he himself does not know much. The only thing he knew was that he could win. So everything happened on its own. He even began to have thoughts that perhaps he could defeat Elijah. Kubar didn't want to tell the guy, but in his mind he continued to be surprised that the guy possessed energy that could cleanse bad energy. Brad, meanwhile, was trying to persuade Judith to stop choosing all the most delicious things and sit down and have a normal lunch, but she didn't understand why he had become so naughty lately and was behaving like her father or mother. But he suddenly interrupted her when he turned to someone and said that they were here. And Judith got scared because she didn't understand who he was even talking to. And when I realized that it was Iron, it was too late to run, so I had to stay where I was. She understood that Brad did it on purpose, which made her very angry at him. And the guy liked it so much, even though he understood that now it would become too hot in this place. So it was time to leave and buy himself a beer. While he was pouring himself a beer, he decided to ask Iron how things were going for him at the moment, and whether he was training now. The guy said that at the moment he is training with Aura, and according to him, it was not easy at all. But he still continues to try, and therefore is more than confident that sooner or later he will succeed. Although now, according to him, he does not quite understand how to manage mana. And then Judith intervened in the conversation, who could not believe her ears that Iron really did not know how to manage mana. For her it sounded very surprising. Iron was ashamed to admit it, but in fact he had only seen the path of mana a couple of times, and what he showed them was just ordinary training of sensations, and not the aura itself. It turned out to be so difficult for the guys that at some point it even started to irritate them. At one point, Brad decided to say that at the academy they learned how to control aura after basic training. Of course, not everyone participated, because aura is something you can be born with. Immediately after these words, Judith stood up from her seat and said that there was nothing wrong with that, because she was ready to teach him. But she immediately warned him that he would have to pull himself together and study hard, because she was not going to listen to his whining. That same evening, they went to the training field, and first Judith decided to tell Iron that there are only 6 basic concepts of working with the aura. The birth that begins within, the strength that reflects its power, the tempering that teaches patience, the blossoming that sharpens all the senses, the concentration that gathers the whole aura together and creates great power, and finally the last is the expression that radiates power outward. And the first thing she wanted them to do now was focus on concentration and expression. According to Judith, these are the most important points for creating a sword aura now, but the others should not be forgotten either. Iron listened attentively to his new teacher, and at one point realized that this was very similar to the moment of attack, and this meant that he could still try to create an aura sword. So he immediately began to develop his aura, and Judith happily helped him with this. After the first training with Judith, exactly 1 month passed, and Iron already had some success in this matter. He began to understand that he needed to first direct the aura into his hands, and then transfer it to the sword so that it would be evenly distributed throughout it. But every time he tried to do this, he ended up with the same problem. Each time his sword seemed to absorb this aura and did not return anything, which was very strange for the guy. But over time, he noticed that his sword had become much heavier than it had been just a few months ago. During one of these training sessions, Heats ran to him to tell him that the date of his new fight was already known. Also known was his new opponent, whose name was Ricardo Pinto, and he is a former champion of the Land of Evidence. This scared Iron a little, because if the guy was a former champion, then he was clearly very strong. Heath did not deny it, and immediately told Iron that in fact, this man is one of the best experts. But that was not all. He also added that now Ricardo has taken possession of a special weapon, with the help of which he plans to regain the championship. According to the reporter, he received the very first numbered sword Vulcanus from his father, the swordmaster, Garrison Pinto. And if you believe the legends, then this sword is not so simple. It is so strong that it can withstand even an aura sword. But there was also good news. If Iron can defeat Ricardo, then he will immediately be able to fight the champion. But he still thought that it would be almost impossible to do this. Although then Heath suddenly fell silent because he saw Iron smile, which in such a situation as it seemed to him, was simply inappropriate to do. After which Iron added that in his opinion, the owner of the numbered sword is an excellent opponent for him. And he asked Heath not to worry, because he was almost sure that he could win. The day has come when the great fight between Queen-level fighters will take place. And the first to enter the arena was former champion Ricardo Pinto. And then they introduced Iron Pereira, who has shown incredible promise lately. Before the fight, Ricardo decided to tell Iron that he heard about him. He is a swordsman who is currently getting a lot of attention, so he thought that he must be very popular since they have so many viewers today. However, right after that, he stated that Iron was definitely still very far from his level, and today he was going to prove it to him. Although Iron immediately tried to answer him, saying that he couldn't know for sure until he tested it in practice. After which their fight started and the guy immediately went on the attack first, which was unexpected for Ricardo. After all, he immediately noticed that his opponent today was incredibly fast. He clearly did not expect this. But it still seemed to him that he could easily deal with him. At least that was the case until Iron appeared behind his back. Although he managed to turn around and block this attack, he still realized that his opponent had at least the same strength, and perhaps even a little stronger, so now Ricardo would fight with all his might. Iron's attacks were incredible. He was literally able to knock Ricardo off his feet with just one swing. He definitely didn't expect the guy to be so strong. He was literally sure that all of this was overestimated and the guy wasn't that strong. But now he sees that unfortunately, he was wrong. No matter what sword he had and how much aura he emitted, he realized that Iron was much stronger and it would be very difficult to win this fight. But what confused the man more was that the guy concentrated too easily, so it became clear to him that apparently the work on the aura was done at the highest level. However, little by little he got used to such attacks, so he began to attack Iron and smoothly move from defense to attack. It was clear to everyone in the arena that they were both giving their best, no matter how hard it was for them. Although the fight had just begun, the passions were already so intense that it was now clear why Ricardo Pinto was a champion in the past. As for the current champion, Ilia was of course at this fight and carefully watched how events were developing and who would become her future opponent. But she understood that Iron had spent only 40 days on this earth, and already in strength he was equal to the champion, albeit a former one, but it was still worthy. At one point in the fight, Ricardo noticed that this kid started aiming at his sword, as if he specifically wanted to break it. This was noticed not only by Ricardo, but also by all the spectators who were closely watching their fight. No one could believe that the Iron wanted to overcome the numbered sword and win the victory by simply breaking it. Brad understood that Iron was doing this only to test whether his aura could overcome the numbered sword, but in Judith's opinion, this was a very stupid idea because it could lead to loss. At one point, Ricardo became incredibly angry and started shouting that the guy simply had no right to try to break his sword, but since he wanted it so much, he suggested that he gather all his strength into a fist and try to do it again. But he didn't think until the end that Iron would still dare to attack him and use his sword so hard. At that moment, Iron was only thinking about the fact that he clearly should continue at the same pace because he was doing everything very well. Over time, he began to push Ricardo away from himself, which the audience simply could not believe, and Ricardo himself had a hard time believing it. But in any case, he believed that no matter how hard things were for him, he still had to do everything possible to defeat this guy and move on. Their thoughts at that moment were very similar, because Iron also thought that now he simply had to do everything possible to defeat Ricardo and continue trying in order to ultimately save Ilia. He promised himself that he would definitely do everything possible to fight her, and all that was required of her was to wait. Such efforts eventually bore fruit, and Ricardo's sword finally cracked. But Iron was not going to stop there and continued to actively push Ricardo. At some point, Ricardo realized that his sword was already on the edge, and a little more, and it would definitely break. Iron also understood this perfectly well, so he concentrated all his energy in his hands and delivered the final blow, which was supposed to end this battle. In the end, that's what happened. The fight ended and the host declared Iron the winner, and then added that he did it with a powerful blow that split the Volcanus's numbered sword. Even his friends didn't fully believe that Iron would actually be able to do it. Thanks to this victory, all the spectators, and not only them, understood what the next fight would be like. The host decided not to drag it out for long, and immediately announced that the championship match would take place in April, and that Iron Pereira and Ilia Linje would fight in it. Literally the next day, Iron returned to his training and did it even harder than usual, but he still couldn't do it right because every time, he just absorbed the aura. He shared this problem with Judith. He told her that he had been trying to create an aura sword for several days, but he still couldn't do it. She told him with a smile that it was normal and definitely not going to be easy. Moreover, she believed that it could take several months, so he definitely should stock up on energy. Moreover, she thought it would be appropriate if she started to parody him and tell him that he was a loser, and that he should already hit her with his aura sword. Meanwhile, Ilia also did not rest, but continued her persistent training. Emma, who was watching her, understood that the girl was probably a little worried, because she had been training for a whole week, doing it more and more diligently every day. What the woman didn't want most was for her to lose her composure. Iron, although he trained every day without stopping, but mentally he had no confidence at all. He doubted until the very end that he would still be able to defeat Ilia. But his thoughts were interrupted by Judith, who seemed to know what the guy was thinking, and therefore asked him not to worry so much. Iron was surprised that she said this, but the girl assured him that it was written all over his face, so he definitely shouldn't be surprised. After which she decided to admit that she had hated her thoughts for several days, in which she did not understand why Iron was doing so well, but she was not, why he was working with the aura better for her. According to her, the guy is simply beyond her level of understanding, but even in this case, she simply cannot hate him and will always support him. She also believed that Elijah also held the same opinion, although Judith was not sure what her current state was. But in any case, she believed that her faith and support should be more than enough for him to achieve what he wanted so much. Besides, he tries not only for himself, but also for the benefit of others. So she, to put it mildly, asked him not to relax and continue working. And if he was so worried, then she believed that he just needed to put in all his efforts, and then he would definitely not make a mistake and would do everything right. It was the last night before the fight with Ilia, and Iron's only thought was that he simply had to win, no matter what it took. And as soon as he closed his eyes, he immediately fell asleep and returned to the same dream that he had seen 1,000 times, although this time everything was somehow different. Looking at the man, the first thing Iron noticed was that the furious and daring energy seemed to have calmed down. Suddenly the man turned around and looked at Iron, which couldn't help but frighten him. He even ducked a little. But that was just the tip of the iceberg, because after that the man tried to say something to the guy. However, he never managed to hear what exactly he was saying because he woke up and now there was only one question in his head. What did the man want to tell him? There was no time to think, because the time had already come for the fight for which Iron had been preparing for so long. Today he will finally meet Ilia, who, although she was a champion, but first of all she was a good friend to the guy, and only for this reason he's going out to fight her today. The host warmed up the audience's attention as best he could, but even without his words, everyone understood that this fight would be memorable, and only one winner would leave the arena. And as soon as he announced that the fight had officially begun, Ilia immediately attacked the guy with her blows. She wanted to end this fight quickly. But so far she hadn't been able to carry out an attack that could affect Iron, because his defense was high, and for her it would clearly not be that easy. Moreover, Iron himself was not going to give up just like that. He carried out quite good counterattacks, which Ilia had to dodge. She realized that simple skills wouldn't do, so she finally started using her aura. Brad and Judith immediately noticed that Elijah was using the concept of expression, which was a very rare skill. She concentrated the aura before jumping and instantly detonated it, thereby increasing the speed. This is a top-level skill that not everyone can use. Iron was having a hard time at this moment, because such attacks were very difficult to block, if only because they were too fast. But at one point, he pulled himself together and was able to deliver a pretty good attack, which literally pushed Ilia back. This could not help but surprise the girl, because before this, no one had managed to do something like this to her. And while she was thinking about this, Iron was not going to stand still and immediately continued to attack her, doing everything to emerge victorious from this fight. The host and all the spectators saw the champion Ilia Lindsay being pushed around like that for the first time. Therefore, it became clear to each of them that Iron Pereira was ready to do anything to become the new champion. Only Ilia disagreed with this. She got tired of it and decided to use something that Iron was definitely not able to handle. Brad noticed this immediately, and the worst possible picture immediately appeared in his head. And a few seconds later, Ilia created a small hurricane, which she directed straight at Iron. But the guy definitely didn't lose his head, and in response used a heavenly shield, which essentially blocked the attack. Brad and Judith sat with their mouths open, because they thought that Iron was a complete psychopath for using such techniques. Ilia couldn't believe her eyes. She had never met a person before who could repel her tornado. Iron interrupted her thoughts when he asked the girl to stop playing with him and quickly take out the aura sword that she was hiding, because it seemed to him that he needed to stop playing and start a normal fight. Iron spoke to her in all seriousness. He warned her for the last time that if she did not get the aura sword, then he simply would have no other option but to break her himself. In the end, Ilia decided to use the aura sword to show Iron what she was really capable of. Apparently, Iron finally got what he wanted for so long, because she began to inflict attacks on him that were extremely difficult to dodge. In her eyes, one could see hatred and great disappointment, because of which she was literally ready to destroy Iron. Everyone around started to worry about Iron, except for Lulu, who was sure that the guy would definitely cope and that nothing would stop him from doing it. Over time, he really got used to the power that Ilia had, and he was still able to deliver a powerful enough blow that the girl fell behind him a little. But Ilia still continued to attack, because in her head she considered herself not so weak as to destroy the guy once and for all. So she wanted to finish the fight with him as soon as possible. Suddenly, she changed her mind about just winning. Now she had a desire to make the guy suffer, because only in this case, in her opinion, will they all recognize her strength and admire her. The guys immediately noticed that Ilia had sped up quite a bit, and it was clearly not just like that. Apparently, she had something in mind. Lulu, watching this fight, understood perfectly well that Ilia was most likely stronger than Iron, but she also understood that he was holding up well thanks to persistent training. And because Ilia is now consumed by dark energy, Iron is literally the best opponent for her, on whom she can unleash all this energy. She continued to attack him, and Iron, repelling her attacks, thought only about how he would always be grateful to her. He will never forget how he went through hell, but if it weren't for her support, he would hardly have coped with it, no matter how hard he tried. She was always by his side, and even when they weren't training, she still helped him keep up his morale. It was only thanks to her that he was able to go so far, and for this he was incredibly grateful to her. But now the time has come when Ilia herself needs help, and Iron will do everything possible to help her. And since this requires enormous strength today, Iron is ready to demonstrate it without any problems. The light filled the entire arena, and the spectators immediately realized that it was Iron's new sword, although they physically could not see it. Brad and Judith immediately saw that it was an aura sword, but now it was in Iron's hands, and his aura was so strong that they saw nothing but light. And when the flash finally disappeared and the fighters were visible in the arena again, it became clear that they had a winner, and it would definitely not be Ilia, because her sword was cut into two halves. Iron was declared the winner of this fight, and at the same time the guy became the new champion of the Land of Evidence. For Ilia, at that moment, the whole world turned upside down. For her, everything was over after the guy cut her sword into two halves. Now she doesn't even know what to do next. But her thoughts were interrupted at one point by Iron, who came closer to the girl and said that perhaps it was a little rude to say this now, but he still suggested that she make peace. At that moment, Ilia thought about the fact that Iron was emitting a very bright and pleasant energy, into which she really wanted to immerse herself, which she eventually did. But still, not everyone was happy with this ending of this story and the new champion. The man from the stands looked at Ilia and thought that, unfortunately, the dark energy had disappeared without a trace, although the girl carried great hopes with her. As for Iron, he couldn't help but notice the fact that his energy was the absolute opposite of their dark magic, which would probably bring them a lot of problems in the future. That's why he wanted to quickly find out who this guy was and what he really wanted. The next day, different newspapers carried different news about the alleged controversy over Iron's victory in the fight for the champion title, Some critics wrote that they simply did not understand why the use of a magic sword that changes its appearance right during the duel was allowed at all. Moreover, there was talk about the need to consider the possibility of holding a rematch. But immediately on the next page, all the disputes disappeared because Ilia Lindsay decided to admit her defeat personally, and that is how a new champion appeared on Earth. Although Judith didn't really like the wording, so she asked Brad to stop reading it and Iron to stop laughing at it. Kubar was very happy for Iron, although he did not fully believe that he could succeed, but he proved him wrong, and now he will never underestimate him again. When he looked at Iron, he only thought about the fact that the guy had finally managed to reach his goal and show everyone what he was really capable of. But at their first meeting, he was a completely different person. But Kubar was glad that Iron had changed in such a positive way. But he didn't quite understand why the sight of the new Iron gave him goosebumps. Brad decided to ask Iron what happened to his sword. Iron said that he checked it several times, but it was the same as before. But during the battle, he suddenly felt how this sword changed, so he decided to use it. Kubar suggested that perhaps this was the influence of his dream, and as soon as he suggested this, Iron immediately turned to the guys and wanted to ask about it. Iron told them that this time he almost talked to him, but next time, it seemed to him that they would finally be able to talk to him. A week later, Iron came to visit Ilia and even brought a bouquet. They talked a little, and Iron told them that he was going to leave soon, although he didn't know where, but in any case he would leave in a couple of days. But he was more interested in what she would do next and whether she was planning anything at all. She looked down and said that she really didn't know what to do next yet. It was only after she lost that she realized that she had nothing left. After all, the goal that she had strived for so much, which had defined her entire life, disappeared in 1 second, leaving nothing behind. So now she simply does not see where it is better for her to go next. In other words, she had absolutely no ideas in her head, so she hoped that maybe Iron would tell her what to do next. The guy found the answer pretty quickly. He almost immediately suggested that Ilia go with him because, in fact, he has a similar situation, and he also doesn't know what to do next and where to go. But he's still confident in tomorrow because there are people close to him who will always support him and help him. But he also thought about Elijah's situation. According to him, she was also lucky because she once believed in him, and he was able to go all this way. And now it's his turn to believe in her and help her overcome the path that she so wants to go. He immediately asked her not to worry because he was sure that she would like everything. So he once again offered her to go with them, and Ilia agreed to this quite quickly. But when Iron brought her to their room, Brad wanted to ask the guy what he would do if he suddenly said that he was against the girl staying with them. Iron certainly didn't expect to hear something like that, and Brad certainly wasn't joking because he argued his words by saying that she had been on her own all this time, and now she had suddenly decided to team up with them, which made him suspicious. That's why he wanted to ask Elijah. He asked her to tell him honestly, does she perceive him and Judith as her friends? But without waiting for her to answer, he noted that it seemed to him that first they should get a little closer, and he said this with a smile. And he believed that the easiest way to get closer was when people started telling secrets to each other. And so that she would understand what game they were playing, he decided to tell her that Judith believed in Santa Claus until she was 14. According to him, she even behaved well at the academy several months before the new year. And as he found out later, it was all for the sake of a gift from Santa Claus. Judith couldn't stand it and at one point hit Brad, after which she told him that he was a complete idiot, because this was first and foremost her secret, not his, so he had no right to tell them about it. Ilia and Iron looked at each other and realized at that moment that they could become friends, and now their squad would become even bigger and stronger. But then Judith started yelling at everyone to immediately start telling her all their secrets. Iron and Ilia couldn't figure out if they were on that list too, which made Judith yell at them even more because they were actually the first ones to tell her their secrets. They talked a little more, told each other a few secrets, and Iron immediately went to bed. His dream this time was radically different. At least that's how it seemed to Iron himself. As soon as he started having this dream, the guy immediately started approaching the man and asking him to finally tell him who he really is. And most importantly, he wanted to know why this man had been appearing in his dreams all this time. In response to this question, the man threw the sword to the guy, doing it in such a way as if he was challenging him. Iron immediately understood this hint, so he immediately picked up this sword and was not against fighting this man. If thanks to this, he would get all the answers to his questions. But the guy didn't even think that this man's attacks could be so serious and that they would be so difficult to fight off. Iron immediately noticed that the man was incredibly strong and that he couldn't even imagine how hard he had to work to achieve such results. And in fact, looking at the man now, the guy wouldn't mind becoming the same. So when the man silently went on the attack again, Iron activated his aura sword and was ready to take his attacks. Besides, he didn't just prepare for this fight, he tried, and that's why he now believes that he is more than ready for this fight. In the end, the guy's efforts and pressure led him to the point where he was able to break the man's sword, smashing it into small pieces. It seemed that the fight would not end there, but the man threw away the hilt of the sword and approached Iron to tell the guy that he was a great guy, and he would gladly support him in all his endeavors. After these words, he began to literally disappear right in front of the guy. Iron tried to scream for him to wait and talk to him a little longer, but he only managed to do this in real life. The next morning, the first thing he did was tell his friends everything, who were surprised by what was happening in the guy's dream. However, Iron was in a very depressed state because he assumed that the man might never appear again. Suddenly, Kubar intervened in the conversation and suggested that they all go to Turakali, which was quite unexpected for the guys. It was the city of the orcs in the west, and accordingly the homeland of Kubar, where his mentor lives, whom the ogre would very much like to see. The best shaman in the history of the orcs, the great Gurgur, and he wanted to go there so much because he believed that his mentor could help Iron understand the nature of his dreams. Brad was not against it, and Judith happily supported him. Besides, they now have such a strong group they can go to the ends of the earth. Ilia supported this idea, and Lulu was glad that she would visit the ogre village, although she had never been there before. The next day, Ilia approached her guide and told Emma to tell her parents that she would be back soon, and that they definitely shouldn't worry about her. Ilia suddenly remembered that she forgot to say goodbye to her mentor, and Emma immediately stopped her to tell her that her mentor had left and asked her to say goodbye to her on behalf of Emma. They traveled quite a long distance before they had time to rest a bit. Brad suddenly decided to tell the ogre that he would be the one driving the carriage from now on, which was strange to hear, since it was clearly not difficult for the ogre. Moreover, she and Judith thought that he was clearly tired of taking care of them, so they wanted to suggest that he entrust them with dinner today. A few hours later, when the guys finally finished cooking, Iron was a little unsure if it was even edible. But this time they were saved by Ilia, who during this time managed to cook soup, which had a simply wonderful aroma, so the children wanted to try it as soon as possible. However, after just a few seconds when they tried this masterpiece, they realized that it was simply impossible to eat, and it looked much better than it tasted. After this, Kubar suggested leaving the head on him, and if he needed help, he would call them. After that, they continued their training, and Ilia decided to teach Judith a little, asking her to imagine that her sword was a kind of extension of her hand. Iron didn't go to training at that moment because he noticed that something was clearly bothering Kubara, so he wanted to ask the ogre what exactly happened to him. The ogre didn't think the guy would be so observant, but he still told him that at the moment he was worried about having to return to his native land. Upon hearing this, Iron realized that apparently he had clearly not left there because of a good life. He felt a little awkward talking about it, but he still admitted that he himself would not have been able to return there. Now Iron understood why Kubar was always traveling around the continent. He was so ashamed that he decided to enlist their support and only then return home. It seemed to him that behaving like that at his age was rather strange, but Iron assured him that it was absolutely normal, because he himself actually suggested that they return to Turkalia, although he didn't know exactly what they would answer him, but he still decided to do it. The next day, they continued on their way, and they were unable to drive away for a long time, because Brad's skills in driving a carriage turned out to be very questionable. As it turned out a little later, the guy was driving a carriage for the first time, so no other result could be expected. Kubar quickly found a solution to this problem. He found traders from whom he asked for help, and fortunately they quickly agreed to it. The guys introduced themselves one by one, and Frank, that was the name of one of the traders, remembered that he had heard these names somewhere before, although he couldn't remember where exactly. While the guys were repairing the wheel, Lulu decided to talk a little with Ilia, who, in her opinion, had become completely depressed. She honestly admitted that lately, she has been thinking more and more about what to do next, although it was worth admitting that her heart clearly felt much lighter than before. But she is still not sure that she has chosen the right path. But Lulu immediately decided to tell her that if too many thoughts appeared in her head, then she should immediately throw them out of her head, because in her opinion, worries would not help her decide. So she asked her to forget about everything for at least a while and move forward. At that moment, Frank suddenly remembered where he had heard these names, which frightened both himself and his colleague with whom he worked. He started shouting that these guys were from the golden graduating class of the Chronos Academy, who performed on the land of evidence. That's where he knows them from. But the old man who was next to him thought that the name alone was not enough to think that these guys were really from the gold graduating class. Besides, he couldn't even imagine what these aristocrats could be doing in such a remote place. Shouldn't they be training somewhere new with the money they won? After which he asked him again to look at these guys, who, in his opinion, clearly did not look like the guys who were in the gold issue, but rather like vagabonds. When their carriage stopped, because there were robbers in front, ahead, an orc with a scar was visible, whom the man had seen more than once, because he was the leader of a group that destroyed everyone they met on their way. No negotiations helped. And apparently he was absolutely right, because these orcs did not talk to him, but immediately began to run into battle, despite the fact that the group of people was absolutely not dangerous. But as soon as one of the orcs got too close, Iron entered the battle, literally having to take out his sword and destroy one of them. Then all his friends entered the battle, and they just as mercilessly dealt with one orc after another. Their strikes were so fast that they literally left no chance for them. Frank couldn't believe his eyes, because up until that moment he was more than sure that the orcs were much stronger than people, but these guys still defeat them, and they do it too easily. But then it dawned on him that he was probably not mistaken, and these guys really were from the golden graduating class of the Chronos Academy, because he simply had no other explanation. There really were too many orcs, and no matter how quickly Iron destroyed them, they still continued the raid and wanted to destroy them. At some point, Iron realized that his strength was more than enough to destroy at least 6 ogres attacking him at once. But immediately after these thoughts, it dawned on him that, in fact, now is not the best time to relax and he needs to continue the fight. One of the orcs realized that the guys were apparently too strong, so he should bring in the heavy artillery and also fight them at full strength, otherwise it would lead to their defeat. In appearance, this orc was very different from the others. He clearly had enormous power boiling inside him, which was capable of destroying absolutely everyone in his path. Kubar knew that this orc was playing unfairly because he was using blood magic, which was banned throughout the continent. But apparently he didn't care at all, and just wanted to destroy Iron and his friends, because they had already caused them too much trouble. However, this monster could not run for long, because at some point he was attacked with a huge hammer, which nailed him to the wall and did not even allow him to move. Iron didn't understand what was happening, and who threw that hammer anyway. But literally a few seconds later, they saw another huge ogre who began to attack the one who used blood magic, which made the guys even more confused, because they did not understand at all what was happening. However, this was not the most important thing now, because a few seconds later an explosion thundered, which clearly did not give rest and made everyone around nervous. As soon as the fog from this explosion cleared a little, the same ogre who wielded the huge hammer shouted to his warriors to immediately begin attacking. A large number of ogres who looked like warriors immediately began to descend from the mountain. A fierce battle began between them, but it was immediately clear who had the advantage and who was clearly stronger. Brad was completely confused, so he tried to carefully see what was happening and who these orcs were. His thoughts were interrupted by Kubar, who already understood perfectly well who was in front of them. According to him, they were all shamans from Turkali, or in other words, local warriors. And that huge ogre who wields the hammer is considered their leader, and he is also one of the 10 strongest shamans on the continent, and his name was Karam Kun. And the most important thing is that this ogre was Kubar's father, whom they had not seen for quite some time. But the father was apparently not too happy to see his son, because as soon as he saw him, he immediately ordered Kubar to leave here, and immediately after that, added that this was his last warning, refusal of which would be regarded as a threat to his people. Kubar tried to tell him something, but Karam Kun immediately interrupted him and began shouting at Kubar to leave immediately, otherwise a bad end awaited him. However, the ogre was not going to give up and firmly stated that he came here to talk to Theracon, but his father immediately stated that this was impossible and he could not even think about it. Iron intervened in their conversation, first turning to Karam Kun, to whom he wanted to say that it had taken a lot of effort for his son to be here. So it was surprising to him that he didn't even want to talk to him. Karam Kun immediately gave him an answer, saying that this was a family matter, a matter of the tribe, and he only advised the guy not to interfere, otherwise there would be trouble. But Iron was clearly not here to follow his orders, so he immediately assured the ogre that this was a mentor's matter, a friend's matter, so he had the right to intervene and have his say. The ogre smiled, because he assumed that since the guy said so, he was ready to take responsibility for his decisions. Iron didn't doubt for a second, and immediately assured him that he was ready to do anything for Kubar. And as soon as he said this, Karam Kun immediately attacked him with his hammer, because he believed that this was the only way they could check how true his words were. Iron had a tough time blocking his shot, but he was able to do it anyway. But apparently this was only the beginning, because immediately after this ogre continued to attack him and do everything to destroy the guy. Even though Karamkun's attacks were strong, Iron still managed to block them, which made the ogre think that the guy was strong enough to throw around such words. Even just looking at him, one could conclude that he was strong, and after he saw that Iron repelled his blows with an aura sword and perfectly used the power of the forest, then these things became obvious. However, he still wasn't sure that the guy would be able to hold out at this pace for long, so he was going to do everything to finish him off. Karamkun had already begun to tell the guy that although he was holding back his attacks well with his weak body, he still believed that his end would soon come, and that it would be better for the guy to surrender. Then he would suffer less. But apparently he clearly underestimated Iron, because his counterattacks were not as weak as it might seem, especially when he pulled out his second sword. Kamarkin immediately realized that when the guy had a second sword, it could only mean that he was using magic, so he still recognized the fact that the guy was a worthy opponent. At least he was up until that moment. But now he is going to use his secret power. But first he decided to give them one last chance, take his things and quickly leave, taking Kubar with him. Or else he will make it so that none of them will ever be able to lift a sword again. Lulu was clearly fed up with this farce, so at one point she intervened and began to tell the orc that if he did not stop, then she was not going to hold back. Besides, she will never allow anyone to hurt Iron. And to become more convincing, she decided to take on her true form, which was many times stronger. The boys saw her in this form for the first time, and for a long time they couldn't even think that Lulu was a dragon. It seems that Lulu herself turned into a dragon for the first time, because before this, she had never seen such wings. Although Kamarkin stopped, he still did not fully understand what kind of creature it was. The only guess he had was that it could be a magician. Lulu, meanwhile, gathered her strength and declared that she was now going to pay him back for what he did to Iron, after which she conjured a huge fireball. But she probably needed to practice a little because this time she missed. It turned out that she hit other orcs who were behind Kamarkun. But even this could not fail to amaze, especially Brad and Judith, who watched all this with their mouths open. Kubar was tired of all these arguments and battles, so he asked his father to listen to him. He tried to tell him that he does not undertake to evaluate whether he is doing the right thing or not, but he clearly does not understand his choices in life, and the fact that he is now putting the lives of other orcs at stake. After which he finally decided to say that when he hears about Turkali, he immediately begins to rejoice that he once made the decision to leave there. He thought about how they could solve their problem, and he did this all night. And then he finally realized that he really missed his family, his father, his brother, Turkali, all of them. So he wanted to ask him for forgiveness and greet his father as befits his people. The father did not reciprocate. He simply turned around and decided to tell Kubar that it would be better if they talked in the castle. Iron quickly ran to Lulu, from whom he wanted to find out what it was all about, and she told him that there was no need to be surprised, because she also trained a little in order to protect him. But he wanted to know what kind of form the girl had, although Lulu herself didn't know. According to her, she had just done it, and now she only wanted to sleep, because this transformation had taken too much energy from her. When Lulu fell asleep, Ilia turned to Iron and noted that it was actually time for them to go to bed too, since they had to get up early tomorrow. But Iron at that moment stood with a thoughtful look and thought about something, until Brad approached him, who wanted to ask him if he regretted it. Before he could answer, Brad asked him to understand that this would happen, so he had to harden his heart and be prepared for the fact that he would have to protect his home and his loved ones, and to do this, he would sometimes have to destroy others. He also asked him not to be afraid of what the whole world has in store for him, because their duty is to move forward, no matter what the path. Even if they have to shed blood on it, they must still move only forward. After a few days, they finally reached the orc city, Turkali, which at first glance seemed so chic. As soon as they arrived, they had to go through immigration checks. But according to Kubar, they simply had no other choice. Judith thought that such a test was too much, although Brad asked her to understand that Kubar was the local crown prince, so it was understandable why they wanted to test him. And immediately after this process, another ogre approached them, who asked the travelers to get up and follow him so that he could lead them to Lord Theracon, who was already waiting for them. Brad heard that Theracon is Kubar's younger brother and is like a local leader here, and also that he is the most picky of all the orcs, so you need to be extremely careful with him and watch what they say. As soon as they entered his office, Theracon immediately introduced himself and told his guests that he was very glad to see them. He was also very grateful to them for bringing his brother back home. It was very valuable to him. Brad and Judith were thinking at that moment only about why this monster suddenly became so nice to them. Did he really need something from them? At that moment, Iron wanted to know what about Kubar's check, and his brother answered him that there was definitely no need to worry, because he had successfully passed it and was now finishing the rest of the formal procedures. After which he wanted to find out from the guys what they knew about the relationship between them. According to Iron, they didn't know anything specific, so they wanted to find out from Theracon a little more about it. He decided to start with the fact that his father, the previous chief of the tribe, had 2 wives. His mother, the first wife, had trouble getting pregnant for a long time, and it was decided that she would not be able to have children. Then the father took a second wife and an older brother was born. He immediately became the future heir by birthright. But when the brother turned 10, Theracon was born, and immediately after that chaos began. There were factions that supported Kubar, the father's first son, and there were those that supported him, believing that he should become the future leader as the son of his first wife. As a result, because of these disputes, the relationship between them deteriorated and the conflict became too intense. Therefore, over time, Kubar could not stand it and decided that he had to leave the tribe and go west. 17 years have passed since then, and when the 2 warring parties finally made peace and came to some common decision, he appeared before them again. Therefore, the brother could not imagine how much courage it took for Kubar to come here again. He even told him that Kubar told him one day that he was no longer going to avoid difficulties and that he had become much more confident in himself. And now it dawned on him what Kubar was talking about. Iron was glad that they helped Kubar cope with such an injury. He couldn't even imagine that the ogre had such a difficult fate. For such help, Kubara's brother decided to thank them. So the answer went to the treasury so that they could choose whatever they liked. Kubar also asked his brother to show them certain swords, so he asked them to follow him. He led them to a signboard where there were 2 beautiful swords called Yin and Yang. According to the ogre, one of them was cold as a shadow, and the other one spewed fire like the sun's rays. They may have heard of them by another name, as they are sometimes called swords of the mind. But as soon as Brad and Judith took them in their hands, they immediately sparkled with new colors. They flared up with a new color. Theracon clearly didn't expect these swords to behave exactly like this, but now it became clear to him why his brother had insisted so much that they take them. Brad was very surprised to hear that they could take such valuable swords, but the ogre assured them that these swords had chosen them themselves, so they not only could, but were obliged to take them for themselves and would even be happy to use them, for which Judith and Brad were very grateful. Lulu, Iron, and Ilia walked around this treasury for a long time and could not decide. There was too much of everything there, so they could not understand what would be better for them to choose in this case. But suddenly their gaze fell on one very valuable thing, which was noticed by both Iron and Lulu. Iron didn't really know what it was, but for some reason this necklace immediately caught his eye. Lulu noted that she also noticed it immediately, and also added that this item emitted a rather pleasant energy. As far as Theracon knew, this necklace had belonged to a powerful shaman many years ago, and he would not like to offer them this old thing. But on the other hand, if they liked it so much, he would not be against them taking it for themselves. Iron and Lulu immediately decided to accept this gift and promised the ogre that they would definitely use it. In the end, only Ilia was left, who had not chosen anything, so Judith decided to approach her and help her a little with this. But in fact, Ilia had long ago noticed a small dagger, which was no different in appearance from the others, but for some reason the girl really liked it. She was assured that she could choose something cooler, and she could not be shy, if this was the only thing, which made the girl a little upset at that moment, because she had absolutely no idea what she liked, what she loved, and so on. The next day they met Kubar, whom they were very happy to see, because at some point he simply disappeared and did not even warn them, so they were a little worried about him. Kubar asked them to apologize for this, after which he immediately decided to tell them some bad news, which was that he was told that the mentor had died a year ago. But then he immediately added that in fact, this was to some extent expected, since he was older than Kubar's father, who was already 70. However, Kubar assured the guy that there was no need to worry about this because he left a letter. According to the ogre, when he read this letter, the first thing that surprised him was that his mentor seemed to know that he would not return alone, so he left a puzzle, but he has not yet been able to decipher it. Kubar assumed that when he succeeded in doing this, then most likely they would learn something very useful. Now Iron's mood had clearly improved, because now he had a chance that they had not just arrived in these parts for nothing. While the boys were training, They were closely watched by a couple of ogres who discussed them, saying that these were the people Kubar had brought with him. They knew that among them was the blonde from the Ling family, and the guy with blue hair was the swordsman from the Lloyd family. They were also aware that Iron was also from some noble family. But most of all, they paid attention to Judith, who, according to their information, was completely without family or tribe. Of course, they heard everything, so Brad immediately began to beg Judith to try to restrain herself and not get into a fight with them. She herself understood perfectly well that she needed to do this, but her nerves were clearly not made of iron. These ogres went to them for a whole week for training, and all week they discussed only Judith, who in their opinion was quite strong, as for an ordinary commoner. But at some point she couldn't stand it any longer and decided to turn to these ogres and find out how long they were going to discuss her behind her back. They were very surprised when she started speaking their language, so they immediately wanted to know how she knew their language at all. Judith told them that Kubar taught her swear words, but as for them, all they are showing now is that orcs love to swear, and that's it. So she decided to invite them to come out here and show them in battle everything they don't like. But her words were suddenly interrupted by Gunt, who held the position of head of the Red Axe squad, and he came out to Judith in order to find out from the girl whether she could answer for her words. Brad realized that things were bad for them, because this ogre was very strong. It was visible both from the outside and inside. He felt a strong energy. According to Gunt, she had just insulted the orcs, and he simply couldn't let her get away with it. So he wanted her to take responsibility for her words. Judith interrupted him at one point and asked him to stop talking nonsense, because if he introduces himself as the head of the squad, then she would very much like to ask him to control his subordinates, who say very offensive things behind her back. After all, if you think about it logically, it is they who are disgracing the orc race by saying these words, and not her. So her advice was that she should deal with them first. And if he was already here, then she decided to offer him to check who of them was a real warrior, which made Gunt angry, because he had never met such fearless people. But he agreed, immediately asking Judith not to cry later if she suddenly lost to him. But their argument was suddenly interrupted by another ogre, who was rushing to the training ground to report that they had been able to locate Mr. Gurgar. It was so surprising for Gunt, it seemed to him that it was just some kind of joke because he died. They immediately went to the place where they found Kubar, who spoke with the spirit of Gurgar. They immediately wanted to know what was going on here, so Kubar had to stand up to explain everything. Gunt immediately assumed that Kubar was clearly up to something, and it seemed to him that he needed to be stopped immediately. But before Kubar could say a word, Gungar asked them all, including Gunta, to calm down. According to him, at the moment, and indeed throughout life, there is no need to be so wary. After all, he really only wants to talk to his student, and also greet the other knights. He didn't see anything scary in this. After which he added that very soon everything would return to normal. But for now, he would like everyone who is not involved in this matter to leave them so that they could talk calmly. Iron and his friends stayed to talk with Gunkar, and the spirit thanked them for being able to return his student home, even after he died. And personally, he decided to help Iron personally, because he understood that the guy played a big role in bringing Kubar back home, so he would like to help the guy and solve his main secret of the dream that he dreams of so often. According to Gungar, everything was quite simple. The man from his dreams was Iron, who lived many years ago. He understood that this sounded rather strange, and that it was unlikely that the guy would be able to accept it right away, because for this he needed stronger internal preparation, which he did not have yet. He also decided to tell the guy that he had prepared a gift for him, so that the wait would not be so boring. And in order to present this gift, he asked Kubar to call Theracon to them. When Theracon arrived, he began to tell them that the gift that the mentor had prepared for them was a way to control the aura, which was available to high-ranking soldiers in Turkali. And this ability turned out to be the 5 great sacred techniques. But as soon as Theracon told about this, one of the warriors immediately spoke out against it. His Khalifa, he was the most influential warrior in Turkali, and he believed that they had no right to give their equipment to strangers without even asking their permission. He immediately reminded that this was in fact an incredibly rare technique, the essence of aura and soul control, the improvement of which the great warriors of the Turkali tribe had dedicated their lives for hundreds of years. So he simply did not understand how this technique could be given to ordinary people. Theracon understood everything perfectly, but he also asked the Khalifa to understand that he could not refuse them, even for his sake, because their tribe was always happy to share knowledge and hospitality, because only in this way would they continue to develop and prosper. Khalifa categorically disagreed with him and believed that Theracon was simply the same as these people who came here with everything ready. But he at one time had to prove that he was worthy of receiving this technology. But in their case, everything was completely different. He couldn't even resist and decided to say that among these people, there were at least 2 swordmasters from noble families. I couldn't help but notice the son of the Lloyd family with its great history. But what irritated him most was that among them there was this red-haired girl who had no noble origins, so she was automatically not like them. Neither her family nor she had done anything for this world, so he least of all wanted to sacrifice their technology to her. Brad decided to stand up for Judith and asked Khalifa to speak directly about the fact that he actually disliked Judith from the very beginning, and now he's simply looking for ways to insult her. The Khalifa did not answer him. He again turned to the leader to tell him that he himself should understand the fact that this girl was clearly not worthy of this technique. Therefore, he would like to call a meeting to reconsider this decision. Tharakon understood him perfectly, but he still wanted to remind him that he would still have to take responsibility for his words, so he would have to try to be honest like a true warrior. They asked the guys to wait on the training ground, and while they were doing this, Judith decided to say that she was the only one to blame for all of this, because if it weren't for her, they would have been told the secrets long ago, and all she needed to do was hold back and not say anything unnecessary. She didn't like to admit that because of her, they all suffered, so she was ready to take responsibility. But their conversation came to an end at this point, because the ogres returned back and Tharakon began to speak. First of all, he asked for forgiveness from the entire tribe, after which he said that they had discussed everything and came to a common conclusion. And that decision was that they couldn't recognize Judith. But that's not all. They decided to tell her that they had a warrior test that she could pass, and she would be able to gain recognition, and all she had to do was agree to that challenge. Before he could finish speaking, Judith had made her decision and instantly agreed to the proposal, which greatly surprised the boys, who asked her to think about it again. But she asked them not to worry so much, because Mr. Gergar said that this was a gift for all of them, so for her it was a matter of principle to prove that she was more than worthy of receiving this knowledge. The test of a warrior is a test designed to prove one's worth, and this test takes place in hand-to-hand combat. Judith would have to defeat 3 high-ranking warriors in a row, and that was the only way she could pass this test. The first fight will be very important for her because she will have to meet face-to-face with Gunt. It was clear from her face that she was more than ready to prove how strong a warrior she was. But as for Gunt, she clearly doubted that he would be able to defeat her. And as soon as they were given the command to begin, the ogre immediately rushed at her. But she was able to easily dodge and deal him such a blow that it would be very difficult for him to recover. Gunt was not going to give up and clearly wanted to win, but the girl just continued to beat him, striking him blow after blow until all his attacks missed. At one point, she even shouted that he could at least try for the sake of appearances, because he would obviously be ashamed in front of his friends with whom he discussed her. But apparently this was too difficult a task for him, because in the end she was able to deceive him so much that she ended up behind him and whispered in a quiet voice, "Which of them is really a warrior after this?" After which she grabbed him by the throat and began to choke him as hard as she could. In the end, Gunt could not withstand her onslaught and simply fell unconscious to the ground. Judith thought it was too easy for her, but the other orcs after that began to look at her completely differently, because for the first time they saw a person who could defeat an orc with bare hands. Brad was the one who was rooting for Judith the most, and he tried to support her as much as he could. Judith's second fight was with Garam, who always said that Gunt could only talk, but with him, her fight would be completely different. The spectators of this fight believed that this fight would be the last for Judith, because Garam, by their standards, was the strongest opponent of the 3 who would go against her today, and he would definitely be able to finish her off. And as soon as they started fighting, Garam immediately used his amazing speed and dealt a blow to Judith, which she was unable to block fully, and therefore had to take some damage. After which Garam told her that he was not like Gunt. He did not like dumb brute force. He was more attracted to the aura, with the help of which he suggested that she conduct this fight. Iron and Brad immediately realized that it would be much more difficult for her to deal with this opponent. After all, his aura is much stronger, and although this fight does not determine the final result, it will still be very difficult for Judith, especially if she loses it. Garam did not give in to her and continued to attack her in order to destroy her faster. But everything was not as simple for her as she would have liked, because Judith was much more agile than it might have seemed to him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't land a good attack on her that would put her down. Judith at this moment understood perfectly well that the difference in their strength was too great, and she clearly needed to somehow dodge and attack him. But this will obviously be very difficult to do, because even when she blocks his blows, she's still carried back by the blast wave. But Garam continues to actively attack her, not even giving her a chance to think and decide what she needs to do next. Even his attacks weren't that straightforward. He threw punches that she couldn't block, since he distracted her first. And then he dealt such a blow that the girl almost lost consciousness. After another successful blow, he called her stupid and began to talk about how he was interested in how she managed to win in the last fight. But in this, he assured her that luck would not help her. Moreover, he was a supporter of the opinion that every existing person should know his place. So he could only hope that today's fight would be a lesson for her that she would remember for the rest of her life. And because she was not afraid to go out into battle with him, he decided to let her go this time and thus spare her. But Judith was not the one to feel sorry for. And in her opinion, he looked very much like someone who liked to talk a lot, so she asked him to attack, otherwise they would never finish this fight. Hearing these words, he immediately dealt a blow to her, which was clearly not as easy to endure as it might seem. But Judith had adapted a little to his fighting style, so she began to dodge most of his attacks. However, according to him, this was her last chance, and he would not feel sorry for her anymore, after which he delivered the same kick. But apparently this time, he overestimated his abilities too much, because Judith not only managed to block this blow, she literally caught him by the leg and began to hold him. And then she was able to deliver a blow that was imbued with aura, and she did it in a rather unusual way. It was a headbutt. She also tried to hit the solar plexus to make Garam stand still, and this, in turn, she needed in order to put the final touches on this fight. Kubar's father, who was watching this fight, was surprised when he saw that the girl had an aura with the element of fire, although she had never studied the 5 great, sacred techniques. He also understood perfectly well that this technique was one of the most difficult to control, and if she suddenly could not cope with it, then she could injure herself. And at some point he realized that although she was trying, she could not control her rage. He thought so only because she throws herself into battle with her whole body and tries to defend herself with her whole body. Judith was thinking at that moment only about the fact that she could not say that she did not envy her friends, but she still thought that the matter was not in her background. It's just that Brad has self-control, Iron has a strong heart, Ilia has her innate talent, and she just wishes she could be like them. That's why she envied them for a long time. But at some point, she decided for herself that she would not blame herself for this envy. After all, this feeling constantly gave her motivation, with the help of which she constantly had an irresistible desire to become better, which ultimately helped her move on. Therefore, she believed that the best solution in this situation was to continue to be stubborn and hate them and envy them. Only in this way would she move forward. And she will do this until she gets better and can confidently tell them that she has finally caught up with them. With these thoughts in mind, she was still able to deliver good and strong enough blows to finally finish off this giant. The fight was officially over, and the winner was Judith, who showed with her whole appearance that she was not an easy opponent, and the ogres should think twice before going into battle with her. But they apparently were not going to agree with this, and began to shout together that Pakahan was still waiting for her. Suddenly, Master Khalifa entered the arena instead of Pakakan, and it felt like he was going to fight. Iron was scared for her, because he understood that in the state she was in now, she definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him, and this needed to be stopped immediately. But apparently the girl was no longer going to stop, so she asked the Caliph to attack first. Suddenly, he stopped her and asked her to listen, after which he declared that he had actually lost this fight, which greatly surprised the girl. He decided to explain to her that inside her there is an unquenchable flame and an unbroken spirit. Therefore, in his opinion, she is worthy of being called a warrior, even in their lands. In other words, he wanted to tell her that he recognized her as his equal. The next day, they gathered on the training field, and the ogre began to tell them that before learning the 5 great sacred techniques, they needed to master the 5 great elements. According to him, this urn that they see is a relic of the elemental spirits of Turkali from the time of their ancestors, and this orc was called the shaman Gorka. He told them that first they needed to put their hand in it and find out which spirit suited them best. This would help in studying the 5 great sacred techniques, and they decided to start this process with Judith, who was a little surprised, but not against it. She put her hand into the relic and pulled out a fireball that she was asked to throw. Judith did it without any problems, and a huge flame developed in just 1 second. The surprised expressions on the orcs' faces seemed like a good sign to Judith. And then Gorka even said that this was the largest fire sphere he had ever seen, and from her fights, he realized that she had a special predisposition to the element of fire. Next up was Iron, who was a little nervous before sticking his hand in. But when he threw his sphere, a sword grew from the ground, which was a little strange. But the ogres understood that this was the element of metal, which was resistant to fire, and they immediately assumed that his sword repelled all fire spheres. However, what surprised them even more was that the guy had two elements inside him, and they wanted to quickly find out who this young knight was. Gorka first decided to ask the guy if he had already studied the elements somewhere, to which Iron replied with a smile that Kubar had told him a little about it. It was so surprising to him that the boy mastered two elements just by hearing about them, although on the other hand, he finally understood why Gurgar wanted to teach them. Judith intervened in their conversation, who still believed that her fire was much better, which Iron certainly wasn't going to argue with, since it was quite dangerous for his life. Brad was thinking at that moment that he was actually really glad that after Eisenmarkt, she was very depressed, but now her condition is improving. After all, in his opinion, she had finally found her way, so he considered her to be a great girl. He was so lost in thought and forgetful that he accidentally said out loud that Judith was incredibly cute when she smiled. Elijah heard this and he had to immediately close his mouth and take his words back. He had to prove that she had misunderstood him, although it was clear from Ilia that she had no intention of even arguing with him. After which it was Elijah's turn, to whom the fire fell. And lastly, there was Brad, who was the only one who pulled out not fire, but the element of fire. Groha was then finally able to tell them that each of them had the necessary level that was suitable for them to continue training. Kubar's father decided to take responsibility and personally train Iron, which he was very glad to hear, because it was a great honor for him. But suddenly his words were interrupted by another ogre, who wanted to ask Mr. Karakam for permission to convey to him a request from Mr. Gurgar. According to this orc, he asked to bring Mr. Iron to perform a past life ritual. A few minutes later, they were on site and they began to actively prepare for this ritual. Gungar asked them to take their places so that he could find the man from Iron's dreams, who had been bothering him for a long time, and whether something from his past life was weighing on him. Judith didn't quite understand how this would happen if they just had to lie down. But before she could finish her question, Gungar used magic and made them fall asleep. When Iron opened his eyes again, he saw several knights in front of him who were trying to tell him that it was time to go and that there really was no more time. He was in the body of a completely different person, but at the same time he understood what he needed to do and who he was. So he immediately stood up and followed the guards, who told him that they wanted to escape because of the invasion of monsters. But when other villagers saw him, they immediately started shouting at him that it was because of him that demons attacked them. And now he was leaving, which made them even more angry. One of them even decided to take a pitchfork in his hands and stand before the Lord to find out if it was true that he had actually sold them to the demons and was now simply going to run away. He realized that it would be rather foolish to hope that he would be able to leave quietly, so he decided to tell them everything, although he knew that they might not believe him. The Lord began to tell the story from the moment his little son was born, who unfortunately was not breathing. The man did not know what to do with this, but at one point, the solution came to him by itself. The demon whispered in a quiet but sarcastic voice that the man could save the child. The demon stated that the soul of this child was in his hands, so he could save him. Or he could save his wife. In any case, he had to make a choice. The Lord, of course, was not one of those people who would immediately begin to answer and trust the demon at all. So he began to shout at him so that he would tell him for what reason he should trust him at all. He started laughing at him and saying that it was clearly not just for nothing that demons attacked their village, that he himself was primarily behind the invasion of monsters and the kidnapping of the child's soul. So he asked him to accept his fate and finally make his choice. At some point, their dialogue was interrupted by Karen Vonker's wife, who told the Lord that he was not obliged to bear the entire burden on himself. After which she gave him the child and began to leave, and he could only shout after her and say that she was not obliged to do this. But she wasn't going to listen to him and continued walking confidently towards the window until she got so close to it that she was ready to jump. Karen carefully placed the child on the bed and started running to her, saying that he could do it himself, but she certainly wasn't obligated to do so. She asked him to calm down and make sure that in the future, their child would be okay, and she could watch them from another world. After which she eventually jumped off, leaving nothing behind. The Lord could not believe that this really happened. He screamed for a long time and could not calm down. The demon took the child in his arms and decided to say that they did something slightly different from what he asked, because it was not he who made the choice, but his wife. In other words, he wanted to tell the man that their deal was thus invalid, but he was still willing to give him a second chance. He also assured him that this time the options would be much simpler, and he would definitely be able to make his choice. A second later, the demon, smiling, wanted to know from Lord Karen what he would choose, the life of his child, or the lives of the people in his province. He told everything to the people who met him on the square, and he also added to them that on that day, he lost both his and his child. This was the only decision that he was ultimately able to make. The man with the pitchfork felt ashamed of his behavior, so he began to ask him for forgiveness. But the Lord had not finished his story yet. According to him, it was far from the end, because the demon told him that he was cursed, and if he stayed here, then some kind of nightmare would definitely happen to the village and the people. In the end, he decided that he was not going to ask them for help. He only asked them not to stop him and to let him go, because it would definitely be better for everyone, especially for the citizens, after which he finally set off. On the way, the demon often appeared before the Lord to ask him how it was that no one followed him. It was quite surprising to him that these people were able to drive away the Lord who had gone through so much for them. He thought that these people treated them very badly, and also that they didn't even know what gratitude was. So he wanted to find out from Karen, or he didn't want to just destroy them all. Besides, in that case, they would definitely understand his aspirations and sadness only when they lost their own families. After he told the man all this, he decided to offer him a new deal, which he thought would definitely benefit him. The essence of the new deal was that the man could become a demon, and then he would have enough power to destroy all these people. Then he would be able not only to destroy them, but also to play with them as much as he wanted. But apparently Karen was not at all interested in this proposal, because he simply decided to pass by, without even answering the monster's words. But the demon certainly wasn't going to stop there, and continued to tell the man that he was quite interesting than he might have thought at first. Even though he was acting rather coldly, he could even assume that he had chosen the wrong person to work with, and if he had known that this would happen, he would have gathered the demons and gone to conquer other lands. These words interested the man, and he turned around to find out from this demon what he was talking about. What did he mean by gather the rest and go conquer the lands? But before the demon could answer, it finally dawned on the Lord that the demons that had flooded his lands and the curse on his baby were all his doing. The demon did not hide this and happily told that he really did it, because in his opinion the man was cursed from his very birth. The man felt incredibly sick because he realized that the demon had been playing with him essentially since birth. But the main question in all of this was, why did he do this at all? Karen started yelling at him to immediately tell him why they were doing all this. What did he do that made them choose him? The demon's answer was even more terrible than one could imagine, because he stated that he did all this only so that it would not be so boring. But now he understands that it was probably fate, and he chose the right person for such entertainment. After that, he added that it was time for him to go, and he told him everything, and also did not forget to say that thanks to him, he had such a good time, and if he wanted to see him again, then he only had to come to him on the top of the South Mountain. At this point, he finished speaking and simply disappeared, but his laughter remained in the man's head for a long time. The Lord stood up and decided that he would never forgive him for this, and only asked him to wait a little so that he could prepare, and then he would definitely be able to destroy him. He didn't care at all how much time it would take, but he would do it anyway. After this promise, his journey was a little longer, and he came to an old man who was happy to receive him in their small village. So Lord Karen appeared in the village, where absolutely no one knew him, but everyone understood perfectly well that this man's fate was very difficult, and it was better to help him. Karen was only glad that the rumors ultimately never reached this village, so he could calmly begin to carry out his plan. So he made a decision to gain strength and then find the demon and destroy him in the most terrible torment. He started his training, which literally destroyed his body and muscles at first, but he still continued to train hard. The locals walked around his house and thought only that it was so stupid, because they were hoping to see something completely special. Because according to rumors, the guy had been waving this sword for 6 months in a row, but they didn't see anything like that in him. But even in this case, absolutely everyone knew that the kind of look that could be seen in his eyes was quite difficult to obtain. The hatred he exudes must be backed by some special story that literally devastated his life. At that time, the man's head was filled with only memories of how his villagers constantly told him that they had heard rumors that he was possessed by a demon, so they wanted him to immediately get out of the village. Everyone immediately abandoned him. Few people wanted to talk to him at all. This continued from one village to another. He tried to find himself a fencing teacher, but in the end he was never able to do so. But he was not going to despair and continued to train hard and move towards his goal. He thought about it so much that at one point, demonic silhouettes of people began to appear in front of him, who repeated to him that he was cursed and that he had no right to be near them because they were disgusted. But this gave him even more motivation, so he continued to train hard and do everything possible to become strong enough to one day punish this demon for everything he did to him and his family. However, the man's condition was not the best because he constantly saw silhouettes around him, which told him that it was all his fault, and it was time for him to admit it and also to atone for his sins because he was a creature of darkness. Karen certainly wasn't going to listen to them and just continue swinging his sword, shouting at them to immediately come to him one by one so that he could destroy them all. Even his wife, in the form of a demon and a child, appeared to him and told him that he alone was to blame for the fact that he destroyed her and then could not save his child. This is how each of his days went. He trained until the morning of the next day arrived. He tried to train as much as possible and sleep as little as possible, until one day a little girl came up to him and decided to ask the man if he was tired of training all the time. And when he turned to her, she held out a small flower in her little hand and told him that she was giving it to him. After which the girl's father asked her to come to him immediately, so she had to leave. But at the end, she said goodbye to him. This girl's name was Lola, and her father repeated to her once again that she simply could not enter other people's houses at will, which is why she had to ask her father for forgiveness. Karen, looking at this flower, began to smile and think that this flower seemed so familiar to him, as if he had already seen it somewhere, as if he had experienced something similar before. He could imagine that perhaps it was the unconditional love of his parents that was always directed at him when he was little. Or he could feel it when he was the lord of his kingdom, and in those times he always received the support of his supporters. Although he was most inclined to the option that he could feel it when his wife and his child gave him all their warmth. In any case, all these moments were filled with love and such warm energy. He looked at this flower and was so glad that he could experience all those warm feelings again. He hasn't had such good thoughts for a long time, so now he holds the sword with his head clear of thoughts. Therefore, his blows became just as pure and strong enough. He realized that pure and warm energy is much stronger than demonic energy. She gave him so much strength and motivation that he was able to train without stopping until he felt that he could finally reach that peak form that would allow him to defeat the demon that took his life. And as soon as he was ready, old thoughts began to creep into his head again about how he would most likely leave them again, and this time nothing would change for sure. But this time everything will be completely different. The Lord began to answer them and say that at the very beginning he thought that a demon sent them to him. But now his opinion has changed. Now he realized that all this time he himself had been causing hatred, anger, and other negative emotions in himself. And when he finally came to this conclusion, he realized that since he himself was generating these thoughts, only he was able to let them go and not let them eat him up. The man dealt with them quite quickly, and after that his internal energy became even stronger, because he finally found peace, which only made him even stronger. Finally, he was ready to take revenge on his main enemy, who certainly did not expect that the man would be able to return after everything he did to him. The demon was in a stupor for a while because he no longer expected to be able to see Karen Walker in front of him. The man, in response to his words, noted that apparently the demon was still playing with people, so he came here in order to prevent him from doing the things that he did to him. The demon thought it was impossible, but the man's strength was beyond his comprehension. So when he struck with his sword, the demon didn't even have time to react and simply crumbled into small pieces. At that moment, he realized that his opponent was too strong, and he had just managed to cut through his darkness, and this could only mean to him that he would hardly be able to defeat him, no matter how much he wanted to. So he decided that he needed to use his last strength and energy to escape from here as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the end awaited him. The man was not going to let the demon go, but suddenly his legs gave out, and then he realized that apparently his body had exhausted all its capabilities, which he simply did not want to believe, because it was so untimely. At that moment, he had thoughts in his head that he had managed to make a sword that could cut through the darkness, but he still couldn't get to the demon he was supposed to destroy. He realized that perhaps it was in vain, but he still wanted most of all for his last will to be passed on. He wished that at least someone could understand him. At this point, Gungar's ritual ended, and it became clear that Karen Vonker, the man who fought the demon alone about 100 years ago, and Iron Pereira, was the very man who inherited his last will. After this ritual, Iron was very confused. and it was visible to the naked eye. So Brad immediately decided to approach him and find out what the guy was going to do next. Iron didn't know what to answer to this question, so Brad decided to just continue this conversation and tell Iron about what their days were like at the academy. And he decided to start with the fact that he hated Iron for quite a long time while they were in this academy. Brad said he knew he was nowhere near Elijah, but it was incredibly difficult for him to accept that fact. Meanwhile, Iron continued to develop every day, and did so at an incredible speed, so at some point Brad simply hated him with all his heart. He had a feeling that his entire journey had been in vain. He thought for a long time about the fact that he simply could not get rid of him. But then Iron told him that it was important to feel alive when you swing your sword. After these words, Brad thought about what was really important to him, what made him feel alive. And in the end, he finally realized that the life of his family and friends, the status of the Lord of the Lloyd family, was more important to him than fencing. However, he also did not forget to tell Iron that there was someone for whom he was ready to leave absolutely everything. It was Judith, and Brad still confessed to Iron that he liked her, which he definitely did not expect to hear. Brad understood how it might sound, but still, from his words, he understood that she wanted to become the best swordsman on the entire continent and was unlikely to stop until she reached her goal. Every moment was like a challenge for her, so it was difficult to be around her. But now he was sure that he wanted to become her strength, and when they achieved what they wanted, he hoped to see her happy face. With this story, he wanted to tell Iron that he too should do whatever he wants, go forward along the path that is most important to him, because only in this case, he will not regret what he has done. The next day, Iron decided to fight with Kubar's father, to whom he decided to say a big thank you before they began. And then he started attacking, saying that he didn't even plan to give up. The ogre immediately noticed that this time the guy's fighting style was completely different from the one in their previous duel, because now the energy of fire was clearly emanating from him, and it felt as if the flames in his heart had merged into a single flame. That's why he immediately decided to tell the guy that his process was visible on his face. It seemed that the memories from his past life came in handy, but he still wanted to know the main reason why the guy became so strong. Iron told him that in fact everything is very simple. He just had a goal, and now he fights for the love of his family, for his friends, and for a world in which there will be more happier people. That is exactly why he swings his sword. The ogre couldn't help but notice that the guy simply had wonderful ambitions, much greater than the desire to become the best swordsman. He essentially chose the path of a hero for himself, but he still believed that these words had too much weight. So he asked the guy to think again. Was he really able to take responsibility for them? Iron knew that it might sound shameless, but he believed that if he had to choose the path of a hero for the sake of his goal, then he was ready to follow it without any problems. They faced the ogre again in a fight in which it felt like Iron had some sort of advantage. And Kubar's father only wanted the boy to finally prove that he was worthy of following the path of a hero, because he believed that words alone were definitely not enough to assert such things. Besides, he again asked the guy to remember how much responsibility a hero bears, which is why he was very interested to know if Iron would be able to overcome it. In response to these words, Iron stated that all the swordsmen he had met, they all told him what kind of swordsman his sword was. Therefore, at one moment, he made a decision not only because of the memories of his past life, this dream that has long lived in his heart, thanks to all the experiences and experience gained. According to him, even without memories of his past life, he is more than ready to turn into reality the promise he made, and at that moment, he only wanted to ask the ogre to help him prove it. He certainly didn't mind doing it. So he started yelling at the guy that he could step on him so he could give him a good beating. Exactly 4 months have passed since then. Gorka was glad that all this time, the guys confidently followed him. He would especially like to praise Brad, who, contrary to all thoughts, was able to control the forces of other attributes, except for his main one. But still, they all understood that his best compatibility was with the spirits of water, according to the ogre. This was simply an excellent result in such a short period. As for Judith, he couldn't single out such skills in her, but they could clearly see how she was focused on the element of fire. But Gorka also asked her to understand the fact that if other attributes were not developed, the fire could start burning her from within, although she believed that it was not as critical as they told her, because she was more than confident that she could control any fire. And besides, she was not doing well with other attributes at all. Then the conversation turned to Iron, whose elements of fire and gold were in complete harmony. According to the old man, the boy's aura moves in a rotating manner, and most of the spirits of the five elements are like a flow. Fire rises from trees, earth from fire, and gold from earth, but in his case, the flow is reversed, and gold comes out of fire. If the fire energy becomes greater, then he will need to develop the water element to calm it down, and the guy needs to be extremely careful. And the last one was Ilia, who, according to the ogre, did not have too much progress, but he was glad that it was quite stable. The next day, Iron and Brad talked about how he would probably stay in this city for a few more days. Brad suggested that he was worried about Ilia, which Iron agreed with, but he also noted that he hadn't planned on returning to the academy anyway, so he didn't really have any other options. Besides, he still has a meeting scheduled with someone, so he's not planning on leaving yet. Brad was a little upset when he heard this, because they in turn decided that they needed to return to the academy and finally finish what they started. Iron was very sorry that they would have to separate again, but Brad assured him that it would not be for long anyway, so there should be no reason to worry. Judith at this moment continued to actively train and think that the matter was in his past life, the stubbornness of that man, the amazing strength that the man had acquired through his training and hard work. But all of this was just proof to her that if she could try at least half as hard as he did, then she would definitely be able to overcome all the difficulties. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by Brad, who decided to offer her a fight, because they hadn't done this for quite a long time. He suggested that she test in battle how much stronger they had become, and how much they had learned to use their attributes. Judith was definitely never against fighting him, and as soon as they crossed their swords, Brad immediately realized that Judith had become even stronger. But the girl in response noted to him that he had obviously chosen the wrong opponent, because now she was capable of a lot, and Brad had again become not an opponent for her. The guy himself understood this, because while he was fighting with her, he noticed that her fire was getting hotter. It was too strong for his water attribute. These thoughts were absolutely true, because when she attacked, his sword literally immediately fell out of his hands, thereby meaning that he lost. It was quite painful. Brad even thought that he had offended her somehow, since she attacked him like that. Judith immediately approached him to ask for forgiveness, because she didn't even think that everything would turn out like this. At that moment, Brad was overcome with emotion, and he finally decided to confess to her that he liked her. Judith's reaction was quite understandable. At first, she didn't quite understand, but when Brad decided to repeat it, she literally immediately struck him. It seemed to him that she had gone crazy because he hadn't said anything like that to her, although she believed that he should still thank her for not burning him with fire. Brad stood up and told her again that this was not a joke. He was serious, and if necessary, he could repeat it. Then Judith wanted to know from him why he suddenly decided to say this, and why he liked her at all. How did it happen? Brad didn't quite understand why she was even asking him such questions and how he was supposed to answer them. The only thing he could tell her was that she was very cute when she smiled. He also noticed that when she ate quickly, when she teased Iron, when she played with Lulu, when she trained hard in general, everything she did seemed beautiful to him. She couldn't believe her ears that the guy was actually telling her this, because she had never heard anyone tell her that she was beautiful. Brad was already tired of her constantly asking him this question again, so he decided to ask her a direct question at one point and find out what she really thinks about him. Meanwhile, Lulu was sitting on the floor and was almost certain that a certain energy was coming from this pendant, but she could not understand what to use it for. After some thought, she decided that maybe she could do something if she transformed into her true form, and when she did, she decided that she would use all her spells to finally get to the truth. Exactly 3 hours had passed since that moment, and from Lulu's condition it was clear that she had failed, and not a single spell had worked, which is why she decided to ask Gork to teach her spiritual magic. In the evening, when they were already getting ready to go to bed with Lulu, Iron suddenly decided to talk to Lulu about the day when they met Ignata. Then she told Iron that the next time they met, she would again offer the guy to join her, but this offer would be to Iron, and not to the metal that was locked inside him. Lulu didn't forget about it, but she didn't quite understand why Iron was asking about it at all. According to him, he wanted to know from Lulu what she thought about his current state. She understood that he wanted to find out from her, or he would be able to appear before Ignata, so she told him that he probably already knew the answer to this question, which is why she in response wanted to know that he had already decided for himself where they would go now. Ilia, unlike everyone else, went out to train in the evening, and during one of these training sessions, she thought about what she was doing and whether everything would be okay with her. She understood that she had no need to focus on this, and that she clearly should forget, but she still continued to think about Ignat. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by Iron, who unexpectedly came, and he wanted her to give him a minute so that they could talk to her. At first, their conversation was completely ordinary. The girl simply asked how the guy was doing, and he in turn did the same thing. In Ilya's thoughts at that moment there was only one thing. Iron was emitting simply wonderful and warm energy, which the guy possessed. She also thought that when she was next to him, she felt so comfortable, and she literally immediately forgot about her problems and worries. She would so like to continue being with Iron if he didn't mind, of course. When suddenly Iron interrupted her thoughts to tell her that there was one person he wanted to see, and he was thinking of going to meet him. And as soon as Iron told Ilia who this man was, everything inside her immediately stopped, because the guy wanted to see Ignata Grizencia. Iron also told Ilia that when he met her, he felt jealousy. Then he thought that she had something that he did not have, so he could not cope with his anger, and it was a shameful and weak part of him. But now he was almost sure that everything had changed, and he would be able to stand proudly before her. He understood that such a meeting would not be easy for Ilia, but he still wanted her to go with him. Ilia understood that all this time she had been avoiding meeting Ignata, but now she believed that she had avoided this meeting for a reason. Most likely, she had done it because she was afraid that fear of this man would finally break her. But she also understood that if she didn't figure this out one day, then most likely nothing would change in her life. So she decided to agree to Iron's offer and go with him. The next day, they were forced to say goodbye, because from that moment their paths diverged. Judith was the saddest, who did not know how to survive parting with Lulu, although the cat told her that there was no need to worry, because they would see each other again soon. Meanwhile, the guys were also saying goodbye, and Iron asked them to take care of themselves because they would definitely meet again. Kubar and his brother also came to this farewell, because they were very pleased that such people exist. After the boys left, Iron and Ilia continued their hard training, which they needed in order to meet Ignata. Several months passed, and the time came for Iron and Ilia to leave, which was very bad news for the orcs. Kubar was the saddest of all, because it was very difficult and unusual for him to separate from Iron and the rest of the company. Kubar also told Iron about what he heard from his father, what the guy was planning. Iron immediately decided to say that he was a little worried, although he seemed to have decided which way he would go. What bothered him was that he was still not sure whether she was up to the task. Although Kubar believed that the guy would definitely succeed, at least for the reason that Iron has a special power that can illuminate people close to him, and not only. According to the ogre, the guy has the power that can change those who are with him, and if he wants, he can change the whole world. And the reason why he was able to return after 17 years of wandering is again him. It was Iron who helped him do this. That's why he was so confident in the guy's strength. Iron was incredibly grateful to Kubar for such words, so he decided to promise him that he would continue to work. And he will do all this so that other people can call him a hero, he promised himself, and the guys that he will try his best. After such a farewell, the guys set off on their journey. Brad and Judith, meanwhile, were driving back to the academy and doing so in complete silence. Neither of them could say a word. And apparently all this was because that day, when Brad asked her what she thought of him, she just turned around and started to walk away, because she didn't understand why he suddenly decided to talk about all this. Brad immediately realized that he had been too hasty with this, and understandably, that was exactly how she reacted. But then Judith stopped and decided to tell Brad that she would answer this question, but she needed to think about it a little. So their silence lasted exactly until the moment when Brad decided to sit down next to Judith, which caused a certain reaction in her. But almost immediately she calmed down, and it became clear that she was actually not at all against him sitting down next to her. The next day, they finally arrived at the fencing academy. They hadn't been here for a year and a half, so they were very pleased to return. And just before they went inside, they heard a very loud sound coming from inside. In one of the training halls, something incredible was happening. Chrono was fighting with someone, and along the way they destroyed the main training arena. At one point, Chronos decided to suggest ending this fight because no matter how they fought, there would be no sense anyway, but his opponent was sure that if they continued, he would definitely win. His opponent was the swordmaster Hun, who eventually agreed to end the duel, but immediately after that, he promised Chrono that next time, he would do everything possible so that he could not interrupt the duel. At this moment, Brad and Judith entered the training ground and immediately turned their attention to the strongest swordsman on the Huna continent. The headmaster was very happy to see his strongest students, who finally returned after such a long time of wandering around the world. The first thing he noticed was that Judith had changed a lot. At first glance, she seemed to have become much stronger, and she couldn't help but confirm this. As soon as Hong heard that Judith was here, he immediately approached her to tell her that she would now be his student, which could not help but shock her. Meanwhile, Iron and Ilia were getting to know their new carrier, whose name was Johnson, And according to him, he was ready to take them anywhere and for as long as they paid him. But in reality, this was not his real job. In fact, he is the leader of a group of robbers, and he disguises himself as a carrier in order to lure people to a secluded place, and there he robs them. Their method was quite simple. First, he waits for some seemingly rich guy to hire him. Then he uses some plausible excuse to change the route to their ambush. Then his comrades come out, and they start robbing the poor guy. Johnson's method had never failed him before, and just then a new workday began, and new clients wanted to hire him, which just happened to be Iron and Ilia. And as soon as they spoke to the man, he immediately assured them that it would be an honor for him to accompany such wonderful guests, although in his mind, he already saw how he took every penny from them. A few hours later, they had already started their journey, and at that moment, Johnson was only thinking about how these clients seemed ideal to him. After all, there was such an elegant atmosphere around them, and their pair of expensive armor could bring him a lot of money. He understood that most likely they were the children of wealthy nobles, and this could only mean for him that once he robbed them, he would be able to sit for days on end and do absolutely nothing. The moment came when Johnson decided to stop for one day and rest a little, which Iron and Ilia did not mind, because they also wanted to make a fire and rest a little. Ilia immediately began to take out her sword and say that she would chop wood for them, which shocked Johnson a little, so he decided to offer her his axe, because it seemed to him that a sword was not quite the right tool for such an occupation. But apparently he simply had no idea how strong she was and what she was capable of. She chopped up a large amount of firewood in an instant, which simply could not help but surprise him. But that was not all. Then he realized that their cat could talk, and she could also start a fire. Johnson realized that his perfect plan in his head had just failed, and apparently these brats were not at all who he might have thought. The next day, they continued to surprise him when they asked him to step aside a little because they had a slight urge to spar and they didn't want to hurt him. Well, when he saw the aura around their swords, he realized that they were both swordmasters, and it became clear to him that the plan he had in his head had just completely failed, and if he tried to rob them, it would be the end of him.